Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. What if the one who was forgotten, the one who was ignored by everyone, returned with a power no wizard could ever hope to match? In today's story, we dive into second part of what if Harry Potter escaped the Dursleys at 10 and unlocked dark power. Here is short summary. At 10, Harry escapes the Dursleys and is found by Sirius Black. As he discovers his heritage and awakens a dangerous power, Harry's destiny takes a darker path. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. Orion grabbed the figurine and soon felt himself spinning and everything became a blur. When it stopped, Orion stumbled and caught himself before falling to the floor. He looked around and saw that he was in Malfoy Manor's entrance hall. He spun around when he heard a door opening and widened his eyes when he saw Lucius Malfoy coming out of a room dressed in his Death Eater regalia. Lucius spotted him instantly and elegantly raised an eyebrow. "Orion, what are you doing here? How did you get in?" Orion quickly ran to him and said frantically, "Mr. Malfoy, you must help me. The Aurors have apprehended my father." Lucius frowned and asked, "What do you mean, boy? How did they capture him?" Orion sighed in frustration. He didn't have the time for this. But if he wanted help he would need to explain things, so he replied hurriedly, "He went to Hogwarts, he wanted to capture Pettigrew, to take him to the Dark Lord," he added. No use saying that Sirius had wanted revenge for the death of the Potters, he thought. He saw Lucius raising an eyebrow in disbelief and Orion hastily continued, "He just went there. Never mind why. And there were Dementors, but finally it was the Aurors that captured him. They used a portkey. They've taken him to Azkaban and I don't know how long it will take before the Dementors key him." Lucius seemed deep in thought and after a while he replied, "Let me see what I can do. I can inquire around the ministry and maybe pull some favors to see that he is given a trial." Orion shook his head in desperation, "That's not enough, it would take too long. You must take me to the Dark Lord. He's the only one that can do something about it." Lucius looked at him as if he had lost his mind. "I cannot take a child to a Death Eater meeting. I couldn't take anyone who wasn't a Death Eater, not without the Dark Lord's permission." Orion clutched Lucius' arm forcefully and bellowed, "He will be key. At any moment now. I don't care two straws about Death Eater protocol. You must take me to the Dark Lord." Lucius pierced him with fierce eyes and snarled, "The Dark Lord would punish both of us severely if I brought you with me. You must understand this." Then he said more gently, "Let me tell the Dark Lord about what happened and ask for his help. I don't care if he punishes me. And if you asked for the Dark Lord's support he would take too long to decide. You're already about to go to a Death Eater gathering, just take me along. I know I can convince him to take swift action," replied Orion frantically. Lucius sneered at him, "You foolish boy. You think the Dark Lord would listen to you, a mere child? You should let me take care of it. It's the best I can offer." Orion shook his head in desperation and finally reached a decision. He looked up at Lucius and said with determination, "Forgive me, Mr. Malfoy, but you leave me no other option." He saw Lucius frowning at his words and quickly whipped his wand out and shouted, "Imperio." He immediately felt his magic flowing inside him and shooting out of his wand. A familiar wave of power and pleasure racked his body. When the curse hit Lucius, who hadn't had the time to react, Orion instantly felt his mind connected to another. He hadn't tried the Imperious curse on humans yet but was delighted to see that it had worked. Lucius' eyes glazed over and he stood still, without moving an inch. Orion commanded, "You'll apparate us to the Dark Lord's presence and you'll grab me in such a way that the first thing he'll see is your body, which will conceal mine." Lucius robotically took a step forwards and pressed Orion against his chest with one arm while he clutched his cane with the other. Orion felt the sensation of being squeezed through a tube and they appeared inside a chamber darkly lit. He recognized it from his visions. Lucius had apparated them in such a way that he was in his place in the circle but his back was turned to the Dark Lord, thus preventing him from seeing Orion. Orion saw that the rest of the Death Eaters had already arrived. He heard a cold demanding voice saying, "What's the reason for your lateness, Lucius?" Then quietly added in anger, "You dare show your back at me?" Orion whispered to Lucius, "Release me." Lucius obeyed but his body was still shielding Orion from Voldemort and Orion couldn't see him. Orion calmly said while taking a step to a side, "He won't respond unless I tell him to." He lifted his eyes to look at Voldemort and his eyes widened in surprise. He had expected a 60-something-year-old wizard, not one that looked in his early or mid-30s and had a strong and healthy-looking body. His skin was unnaturally pale and his eyes were intensely scarlet, but that only made him more fascinating and rare. He had very handsome and masculine features and had slightly wavy black hair that was combed back elegantly. No, Orion had certainly not expected this wizard before him, not after seeing that horribly distorted face at the back of Quirrell's head reflected in the mirror. He wondered about it. Could it be that his two merged souls had been of different ages? And the result of their merge was a middle-aged man. That must mean that the diary's soul had been very young, probably in his late teens. There was also something about him, something that felt familiar to Orion. But he guessed that feeling could be because of his link to him. But what fascinated Orion the most was the incredibly powerful dark magical aura that he could pick from the wizard. Orion had always been very sensitive to the magic around him and in others, but he had never felt such power, not even in Dumbledore's presence. It was intoxicating, addictive even. Voldemort was seating in his throne and had narrowed his eyes at him. Orion could see in the corner of his eye that all the Death Eaters were aiming their wands at him but didn't dare to do anything yet without their lord's permission. Voldemort rose and said in a low angry hiss, "What's the meaning of this? Who are you and what spell have you put Lucius under?" Orion locked his eyes with Voldemort's. He replied softly, "I'm Orion Black." He saw Voldemort's eyes marginally widening and continued, "I needed to see you as soon as possible and Mr. Malfoy didn't consent on bringing me here, so I had to put him under the Imperious Curse." Orion heard angry hisses coming from the rest of the Death Eaters and he tensed and discreetly grabbed his wand tighter. He had his hand wand resting against the side of his leg but ready to move quickly if necessary. Voldemort seemed to be scrutinizing him, piercing him with his scarlet eyes. After a while he commanded, "Release him." Orion quickly flicked his wand and Lucius immediately gained his reason again. He turned fiercely towards Orion, making a move to grab him, and snarled, "You impudent imp. How dare you?" Voldemort quietly said, "Silence." And Lucius stopped in his tracks, shot one last malicious glare at Orion, and fell back to his position in the circle. "Would you care to explain why you needed to see me so urgently that you dared to interrupt, uninvited, a Death Eater gathering, Mr. Black?" asked Voldemort regarding him coldly. Orion had to force himself to relax. He had to play this smartly. He couldn't just demand Voldemort's help. He couldn't antagonize him in any way or show disrespect. He was desperate because his time was running short but he needed to be patient and show calmness. Orion said in a strong clear voice, "My father has been captured by the Aurors. They have taken him to Azkaban and the Dementors are going to perform the key on him any day now." He paused and looked into Voldemort's eyes and said resolutely, "I came to ask for your help." He heard some vicious and mocking laughter coming from some of the Death Eaters and some comments about his impertinence and presumptuousness, but he didn't let that affect him. He had to be strong and cool, he couldn't allow his temper to flare. Voldemort asked him quietly, "How was he captured?" Orion faltered. Was Snape here? Would he be telling Voldemort a version of the truth and contradict whatever Orion said? He quickly made up his mind and said, he had discovered that the traitor Pettigrew was at Hogwarts. He wished to capture him and bring him to you so that the traitor could be properly punished. He wanted to gain your favor by it. Voldemort narrowed his eyes at him and said, "And he didn't do it to take revenge for the Potter's death." Orion made a face as if he was truly shocked and said, "Not that I'm aware of. My father just told me that he had wanted to gain your favor. I don't think he cared about something that happened more than a decade ago." Voldemort still regarded him suspiciously but made a small hand movement indicating that he should proceed. "Pettigrew managed to escape and the Aurors went after my father. They took him to Azkaban right away," said Orion. He had decided that the best course of action was to leave Remus and Snape out of it for their own protection. He might be furious at Snape for his maniacal hatred for his father. A hatred that made him disregard the fact that Sirius had been truly innocent and therefore didn't deserve to go to Azkaban, but he felt deep down that Snape wasn't a bad man and that he deserved a chance. If he ever told the truth of Snape's actions to Voldemort, Snape would surely be killed or at least tortured to the brink of death. And Snape had tried to pull him away from harm when Moony lunged at them, so maybe he owed him for that. He also knew that Snape walked a fine line between Dumbledore and Voldemort, and thus his reasons for his actions were complex. Snape had seemed to have wanted to take revenge on Sirius mostly because he had become a Death Eater. He most likely considered that to be a betrayal to the Potters, particularly to Lily, and therefore must despise Sirius for it. But Orion would have to contact Snape soon to come to an agreement of what they should say about that night. "How do you know all this?" asked Voldemort quietly. "I was there. When I found out that my father wasn't in our manor, I flowed to Hogsmeade and looked for him," started saying Orion. Voldemort interrupted him. "How did you and your father get past Hogwarts wards?" Orion faltered. He didn't want to reveal their animagus abilities, but on the other hand Snape had seen Sirius transform into Padfoot, and if Pettigrew ever returned to Voldemort he would tell him as well. No, he had no other choice. "We're animagus." Voldemort raised both eyebrows slightly and said, "Very well, continue." Orion nodded and said, "Well, I found him dueling Pettigrew, but then Dementors swept down on us and Pettigrew escaped. We managed to make the Dementors flee with the Patronus charm, but then the Aurors and Dumbledore came." He spat. "They stunned him and used a portkey to take him away." Then he added, looking pleadingly at Voldemort, "I need your help to get him out as soon as possible." Voldemort merely cocked an eyebrow and asked softly, "And why would you expect me to help you?" Orion tensed but replied calmly, "My father is one of your Death Eaters and a valuable follower. He's from one of the most pure and powerful dark bloodlines. I believe that it's in our interest to save him." "Our interest?" asked Voldemort in a slightly mocking tone. "Yes," replied Orion sternly, "it's in the dark side's interest that he remains alive and well." Some Death Eater laughed and Orion was starting to lose his patience. Morgana knew what his father was suffering this very instant, and these idiots were laughing. He felt the anger rising in him and clutched his wand tightly to prevent himself from cursing one of them. "And what would I gain from helping you?" asked Voldemort quietly. Orion had to prevent himself from gasping. Voldemort wanted something in return. Well, of course he would. The manipulative bastard. But what could Orion possibly give him? Well, he had a wealth of information, but all regarding him. He couldn't tell him anything. So he decided to try his luck and said with determination, "My loyalty." Voldemort regarded him in slight amusement and said tauntingly, "And what makes you think I'm interested in the loyalty of a child?" Orion's temper did flare this time and he hissed in Parseltongue, "I'm no mere child. I might be young, but I'm powerful, and in time I could be a worthy addition to your ranks." Orion saw many Death Eaters shifting nervously and he smirked at them. Voldemort seemed to be slightly surprised. Hadn't he believed the rumors about him? Wondered Orion. Well, he guessed that a wizard like Voldemort wouldn't believe it until he saw it for himself. Voldemort hissed coldly, moving his hand in a sweeping motion that encompassed his circle of Death Eaters, "Prove your powers SSS then." Orion raised his eyebrows. Did he mean that he should curse a Death Eater to prove that he was capable? He hissed in Parseltongue, "I can curse any of your Death Eaters. Yes, any of your choosing. If all that you can offer me is your loyalty, then you need to prove your worth," hissed back Voldemort. Then he addressed his followers and said coldly, "You're not to counterattack. This is a test for the boy." Orion curtly nodded at him and turned around to look at the Death Eaters. Some of them were shifting nervously, obviously concerned about what their lord had been discussing with him. By now he knew most of them through his visions, and there were many that he didn't like, but there was one in particular that really deserved the worst of fates. Orion approached the vicious werewolf that had bitten Remus when he was only a child. Fenrir Greyback deserved anything Orion did to him and more. He gathered his magic to make the spell much more powerful, whipped his wand and said, "Crucio." Greyback dropped to the floor shrieking, his body violently convulsing, and Orion made more of his magic flow through him to intensify his pain. Greyback started howling in pain and started foaming from his mouth. His arm snapped when it hit the floor hard in one of his spasms, and Orion held the spell for some more minutes until he heard Greyback's pitiful whimpering. Orion smirked in satisfaction and relished in the feelings his powers were creating. Then, without losing any time, he said in Parseltongue, "Basilisk Flammeo," and a great basilisk made of pure green flames shot from his wand and waited for his instructions. Orion saw the rest of the Death Eaters scattering away from the creature and he commanded to her, Bite the man's leg and burn it, but don't inject your poison to him. Orion was particularly proud and fond of her. She had been his new spell for this year's dark spell creation. Orion watched her lunge at Greyback and viciously bit his leg with her powerful jaws, and soon the stench of burning flesh filled the chamber. Greyback had soon passed out, so thankfully his shrieks and whimpering had ended. He conjured her away and turned around to look at Voldemort. Voldemort had an eyebrow raised and was looking at him with a calculating glint in his red eyes. He said, "Interesting spell. Where did you learn it?" Orion smirked at him and replied calmly, "I created it for dark spell creation." Voldemort narrowed his eyes at him disbelievingly and asked, "Romulus, is this true?" Orion saw one of the Death Eaters come forth and lower his hood to reveal Romulus Rosier's face. Rosier replied, "Yes, my lord. He also created another Parseltongue spell in his second year, but his teacher said that this one was more powerful." Voldemort returned his gaze to Orion and pondered about the boy. He had heard much about him, both from Lucius and Romulus, but also from other external sources. He had been skeptic about the boy's Parseltongue abilities, even when so many rumors confirmed it, but he had been pleasantly surprised and intrigued when the boy proved to be indeed a Parselmouth, and also able to cast and create Parseltongue spells. Most interesting. And when he had first seen the boy, he had felt instantly that the boy was very powerful. His dark magic had intensified greatly when he had cast the Cruciatus Curse. Such an accomplishment for one so young. But there was something else about the boy. There was something in him or on him to which he felt a certain connection to. And he couldn't discern what it was. He would have to find a way to observe him more closely, to find out more about him. But what to do with him now? In the future he would mark him, of course, but right now he was still too young to be useful. Voldemort sat back in his throne and said quietly to Orion, "You show promise. But there isn't anything that you can offer to me right now, and I can't reveal my return by breaking into Azkaban now to save your father. There will be an attack on Azkaban in a few months' time, he'll be rescued then." Orion looked at him in disbelief. He had just proved his worth. He had revealed some of his abilities under his request in exchange for his help, and now he was turning back on the deal. He needed to save his father as soon as possible. There was no one else that could help him. He felt cold fury rising in him and he hissed, "The deal was that I proved my worth and you would help me to break into Azkaban as soon as possible, not in a few months." Voldemort looked at him impassively and replied, "There wasn't any deal. I just asked you to show your powers and you agreed." Orion narrowed his eyes at him and said, "And do you think I will follow you in the future if you allow my father to die now? If you know what's good for you, you will take the dark mark when you're older," Voldemort replied coldly. Orion ignored that comment. He would never agree to be marked, not now nor in the future, but there was no reason to tell him that yet. He needed Voldemort to bring up his attack on Azkaban, he couldn't wait for months. Orion gathered his thoughts to present a convincing argument. Orion said in a strong, resolute voice, "There are many followers in Azkaban and you would benefit if we broke them out now. Your ranks are practically empty and there isn't much you can do with so few wizards. Some of your most powerful followers are in there with their magic dwindling. If you wait any longer they won't be as useful." He paused and continued, "Dumbledore is already recruiting and has many more followers than you have at the present time. You need the ones that are in Azkaban. And a mass breakout from Azkaban wouldn't signal your return. When my father escaped no one even thought it could imply your return. So they won't either this time. The light wizards live in denial and believe what they want to. They will deny your return until they see you with their own eyes. And Minister Fudge is an old fool that can be easily manipulated to cover any of your activities. He can be used to keep the light wizards in ignorance. Besides, if your followers break out from Azkaban, the light wizards will start to feel unsafe and they will despair, and the sooner that happens the better. That works in your advantage to destabilize the ministry and thus subtly create disorder and mistrust in the wizarding world. You're risking little and gaining much if you break into Azkaban now. The more you wait, the more advantage Dumbledore has over you." Some of the Death Eaters whispered between themselves and Voldemort cocked an eyebrow and replied, "And where do you get this insight and information from?" Orion calmly replied, "I have studied wars before, particularly your first war in Grindelwald's, and the light wizards always follow the same pattern. I know about Fudge from the newspapers and what I have heard other wizards say about him, and he is indeed weak and easily manipulated. I'm sure that you are already taking advantage of that. And I know that Dumbledore is recruiting and has already gathered the Order of the Phoenix because Phineas Nigel's portrait frequently talks to me about the going-ons in the old Coot's office. Which was a complete lie. Of course, Dumbledore never discussed order business in his office, but he was fairly certain that his suspicions were correct. He wondered again if Snape was here. He hadn't seen him, but he would have to make sure to threaten him to keep his mouth shut about what he had just said about Phineas' portrait. Voldemort was regarding him silently and said, "Interesting spy you have there." Orion nodded his head and said vehemently, "Yes. You asked me what I could offer you, so let me offer any information I get on Dumbledore. I can also offer to recruit Durmstrang students for your cause. I already know many that would like to become your followers after they graduate. And in the future I can offer much more." Voldemort seemed to be deep in thought, and after a while he looked around his Death Eaters and said, "We have already made plans for breaking into Azkaban, but we had planned on doing it much later. Do any of you have any comments?" Rosier took a step forward, bowed his head and said, "My lord, many of the things Orion has said have already been discussed by us, and we know that some are true. We already have many contacts in the ministry that can be used to discredit any rumors about your return, and if what he said about Dumbledore is true, then we need the followers in Azkaban in order to execute our plans as soon as possible. It is my humble opinion that it wouldn't be a bad idea to break into Azkaban now." Others murmured in agreement, and then Lucius spoke, "Master, as I have reported, I have Minister Fudge well in my grasp, and he's utterly convinced of the impossibility of your return. He fears Dumbledore's influence and would therefore discredit Dumbledore if he ever insinuated your return." Voldemort sat in silence, deep in thought. After what Orion felt had been ages, Voldemort rose from his throne and said, "Very well. We'll revise our plans for the break into Azkaban, and you, Lucius, will start working to give it the spin we want. Contact your people in the Daily Prophet." He then turned to Orion and said, "You can leave now. We'll plan the break-in and execute it." Orion sighed in relief but replied with determination, "I want to be involved in the planning, and I want to go with the group that will break in." Voldemort replied coldly, "There's nothing you can do to help, and you won't be protected by anyone. If you go, it will be at your own risk." Orion nodded and replied, "I'm aware of that. I don't need protection." Voldemort scrutinized him and said with a cold smile, "You will owe me a wizard's debt." Orion's eyes widened and he asked, "You're willing to break into Azkaban out of your own conviction, why would I owe you a debt?" Voldemort snarled, "You wouldn't be able to save your father without my Death Eaters, boy. If you refuse, you won't be allowed to go, and we'll leave your father there." Orion narrowed his eyes at him, "I will already be repaying you by giving you information on Dumbledore, recruiting students and participating in the break-in." Voldemort replied unimpressed, "Take it or leave it." Orion was undecided. It was a very high price to pay, but his father could be suffering right now, he needed to get him out as soon as possible. "Fine," spat Orion, "but you can't ask me to kill or torture anyone I don't want, or to take the Dark Mark if I'm not willing. And I'll only owe you a debt if I manage to rescue my father." Voldemort smirked at him maliciously, "Very well." Voldemort gave missions to some of his Death Eaters and took the rest that would be breaking into Azkaban to the War Room, as it was called, to revise their plans. It was a large room with a great table in the middle and was filled with magical blueprints, battle strategy documents, parchments with diagrams of the structure of many buildings in England's wizarding community, several maps and books. Voldemort sat in a high chair at the head of the table and the rest of them sat on the sides. Orion went with them, though some Death Eaters sneered at him, bothered by his presence, while others cautiously regarded him. Orion was very thankful for Rosier's presence and he sat beside him. Orion had to admit that he was out of his element. Their plans were already very advanced and only needed to be adjusted in its timeline. They talked about wards, portkeys, where the wizard guards were stationed, which part of the prison was easier to break in, where the cells were located, and such. Orion listened carefully to everything they said and in time started to understand things better, but he was already very tired. It had been the longest day of his life and he soon started to doze off in his chair. He woke up and looked around startled. All the Death Eaters had already left and the documents and plans were neatly stacked in front of Voldemort's seat. But it was empty. He looked around once more and spotted Voldemort talking quietly to Rosier in a corner. Rosier bowed to him and left the room. Voldemort turned to look at him and approached the table. Orion sat up in his chair and tried to clear his head from its drowsiness. He asked, "How much time has passed? Where has everyone gone to?" Voldemort regarded him silently and then sat in his chair and replied, "Several hours. The rest went to their homes." Orion shook his head, "But what happened with the plans? When are we going to go?" "The plans are finished. The attack will be in 2 days," replied Voldemort calmly. 2 days? That's too long. It has to be sooner," said Orion in agitation. Voldemort retorted coldly, "I won't risk my followers to indulge in your whims. It's the earliest possible. We still have to finish negotiations with the Dementors. But my father. They might kill him in the meanwhile," replied Orion desperately. "Nothing can be done about it," replied Voldemort indifferently. Orion jumped from his seat and said in anger, "We could go tomorrow. I haven't done all this just to leave my father there for 2 more days." Voldemort sneered at him, "You haven't done anything. You slept while others planned." Orion shook in impotent rage and spat, "I did all I could. I was exhausted. I needed to sleep. I had gone through 10 duels, faced Dementors, Aurors, and Dumbledore all in the same day." "Crucio!" snarled Voldemort. Orion fell to the floor writhing in pain. It was pain beyond anything he had ever experienced. His very bones were on fire. His head was surely splitting along his invisible scar. His eyes were rolling madly in his head. He wanted it to end, to black out or die. He bit his tongue desperately to suffocate his screams. He didn't want to give Voldemort the satisfaction. And then it was gone. Orion gasped and coughed and could feel his throat burning. He kneeled and clutched the table for support. He rose shakily and heard Voldemort coldly saying, "You will address me with the proper tone of voice. I have put up with your disrespect for too long." Orion looked up into those bright red eyes through a kind of mist and said with a hoarse voice, "Is this the kind of treatment I'm to expect if I ever become your follower?" Voldemort grabbed him roughly by his robes and hissed, "Oh, you'll become my follower, make no mistake in that. And you'll be punished when you deserve it, just like now." Then he released him and Orion dropped in his chair painfully. He clutched his wand by his side and was itching to curse Voldemort back. How dared he treat him in such a way? But he couldn't retaliate if he wanted to go to Azkaban. He needed Voldemort for the time being. So he reined in his anger and swallowed his furious retort. Voldemort seemed satisfied with his silence and then smirked at him and asked, "Who is Uncle Vernon?" Orion looked up at him in alarm and rasped out, "What?" Voldemort's smirk widened. "After the others left, you started to have what appeared to be a nightmare. You screamed for him to stop." A shiver ran through his body and Orion felt as if his blood was freezing in his veins. Did he still have nightmares about his uncle? He had thought he didn't anymore. But perhaps it was due to his exhaustion and stress. He gathered himself and replied icily, "He was a muggle in the orphanage. He asked us to call him uncle." Voldemort narrowed his eyes at him and hissed, "Orphanage?" Orion scowled and replied, "Yes. I lived in a muggle orphanage after my mother died. My father found me there when he escaped from Azkaban." Voldemort was intensely looking at him and asked quietly, "What did the muggle do to you to make you yell at him to stop?" Orion shot him a furious glare and replied, "Nothing. He did nothing to me." Voldemort fiercely grabbed him by the throat, pulling his face closer to his and whispered threateningly, "Don't lie to me." Orion fought to wrench Voldemort's hand from his throat, but Voldemort just clutched him tighter and Orion started to gasp for air. Voldemort eased the pressure a bit and Orion took a deep intake of breath and looked into Voldemort's Arlet eyes. They were full of anger and Orion dazedly asked himself what he had done to provoke that. Voldemort shook his throat slightly and said, "Tell me." Orion looked at him not without a little fear and replied truthfully, "He beat me repeatedly." "What else?" snarled Voldemort. Orion shook his head but Voldemort shook him by the throat again and Orion rasped out, "Stop it, you're hurting me, let go off me." "Then tell me," said Voldemort quietly. Orion wanted this to stop. He wanted to go home, but he didn't have one, not without Sirius, he finally cried in desperation. Voldemort immediately released his throat and looked intensely into Orion's eyes. After a silent pause he said, "I don't." Orion looked at him in hatred and gently massaged his throat with his hands. He rose shakily from his seat and said, "Can I leave now?" Voldemort replied curtly, "Romulus is waiting for you outside. He'll take you back to Durmstrang." Orion nodded and fled out of the room. Orion had just reached his dorm. He looked around at the other beds and saw that Lysander was deeply asleep. He sighed and went to his bed. He curled into a ball under the covers and hugged his knees. He wished he could be with Lysander, he needed his comfort so much right now. The way Voldemort had treated him had frightened him, as much as he hated to admit it. He had forced him to tell him a secret he hadn't even told Lysander and had treated him with violence for no apparent reason. His Cruciatus curse had hurt so much. He gave a small sob and curled tighter. He wanted his father, he wanted Lysander, he wanted Tom. Tom he could have, he realized. He took the locket off and opened it, burrowing further in the covers. Tom looked at him and frowned. You have been crying. What has happened? Orion looked at him with teary eyes and said in a soft voice, I went to see Voldemort. Tom's eyes widened and he said in anger, why did you do that? You aren't ready yet. Orion mirthlessly laughed. Yes, I realized that after he put me under his Cruciatus curse and almost suffocated me to death. Tom asked concerned, why did he do that? Orion grimaced, he crucioed me because he said I had talked to him disrespectfully and he clutched my throat tightly because I didn't want to tell him that a muggle had tried to use me at the orphanage, he ended with a sob. Tom's face softened and he said softly, oh, Orion, was that what you refused to tell me about your childhood? Orion nodded and choked on his sob. Then he turned angrily at Tom, yes it was. And Voldemort didn't have the right to make me say it. Tom nodded in agreement and replied, he didn't but he wanted information on you. He'll use your weaknesses against you. I told you that you needed to be emotionally strong and cool around him. Orion nodded his head and replied softly, yes, I understand what you meant now. But I was so exhausted and tired. I couldn't control my temper, I couldn't defend myself. Why did you go to him? Asked Tom quietly. Orion felt tears running on his cheeks and said in a whisper, my father has been taken to Azkaban by the Aurors, Tom. I didn't know who else to turn to. He's the only one that can help me to break into Azkaban and get him out before the Dementor's key, him. And he broke into tears. Tom looked at him sadly and said softly, I'm very sorry Orion. Did he agree to help you? Orion nodded, yes, after much convincing he agreed to attack sooner than he had planned, but it will be in 2 days, Tom. My father could be dead or worse by then. He said tearfully, and it was all my fault. I was there with him, Tom. I could have prevented them from taking him. But I never thought they would use a portkey. I was waiting for the right time to break free from the aura that was holding me. I was an idiot. I shouldn't have cared that Dumbledore was there. I didn't want to reveal all my powers. It was because of my selfishness and stupidity that my father is suffering now. Tom said comfortingly, it wasn't your fault, Orion. You did all you could and acted cautiously, as one should do in those situations. Never believe that it was your fault. Then Tom's face darkened and he quietly asked. Dumbledore was there. Orion looked up at him and replied in agitated anger, yes. And I told him that my father was innocent and he didn't care. He only said that my father was a Death Eater and deserved his fate in Azkaban. Tom narrowed his eyes and spat, Dumbledore will get what he deserves, Orion, I promise you that. Orion nodded his head but then he asked desperately, but what if my father is already dead? What if I'm too late to save him? What if, he choked a sob, what if they have already killed him? Tom sighed and replied softly, you're doing everything you can Orion. It won't be your fault if you're too late. It will be my fault. I should have forced Voldemort to act sooner. I should have gone to Azkaban right away by myself. Cried Orion hysterically. Tom said quietly, Voldemort would have tortured you to the point to leave you incapacitated for days if you had tried to force him into anything. And if you had gone to Azkaban by yourself you would have been captured or killed without accomplishing anything. You must realize this, Orion. You have done everything in your power. You have nothing to reproach yourself with. You risked your life already by going to Voldemort and you succeeded in convincing him. Orion calmed down and nodded his head. He whispered, yes, you're right, but I fear so much for what might happen to my father. I understand, replied Tom gently, but you'll have a chance to save him. You mustn't lose hope. Orion looked at him gratefully and said softly, thank you, Tom. Tom nodded his head but then asked nervously in concern, were you wearing my locket when you met Voldemort? Orion looked up at him frowning, well, yes. Why do you ask? Tom grew more concerned and asked urgently, "He didn't see it, did he?" Orion shook his head. "No, you told me he would be furious at me if he found out I had you. I have never shown your locket to anyone." Tom nodded in relief but said, "You can't wear the locket when you meet him. You can't risk it." Orion frowned and asked, "But why are you so sure he'll be angry at me for having the locket?" "I don't see why." Tom fiercely interrupted him, "You must listen to me. He must never find out that you've had the locket all this time or that you've spoken to me. In time you will present the locket to him as a gift. As if you had seen it somewhere and bought it. I'll let you know when the time is right. The locket, as you know, is a Slytherin heirloom, and he values them greatly. But he'll be angry at you for having one." "That doesn't make any sense," started saying Orion. "It doesn't need to make sense. Just trust me in this," said Tom angrily. Orion looked at him warily and replied, "Okay, Tom. I promise not to wear your locket when I'm around him or to ever mention you." Tom gave a small sigh of relief. "But why do you want me to give you away to Voldemort?" asked Orion and then added in a small voice, "I don't want to part from you." Tom smiled softly at him and replied, "Maybe in the future you can give me to him to gain his favor. But I'll tell you if it's necessary. Don't worry, you won't lose me." Orion smiled warmly at him and soon fell asleep with the locket open and Tom regarding him silently. The next 2 days were extremely hard on Orion. The concern he felt for Sirius ate him alive. He couldn't concentrate in his classes and he avoided everyone. He had briefly told Calypso and Lysander what had happened, leaving out the more unpleasant things that had happened with Voldemort. He didn't want to discuss that again. His talk with Tom had helped him greatly and he was grateful to Tom for comforting him. Lysander had been furious with him for risking himself by going to the Dark Lord and he didn't want Orion to go to Azkaban. They had a huge row and Orion gave him the silent treatment ever since. He understood that Lysander only thought that way because he cared for him and feared for his life, but he didn't have the patience to explain things further to him in order to convince him of the necessity of what he had done. Calypso had understood and told him that he had been extremely brave and that he should go to Azkaban to save his father. Though she did plead with him to be very careful and get out at the first sign of trouble. Orion used his spare time to write back and forth to Snape. He had cunningly blackmailed him into keeping his mouth shut about what had happened that night. He told Snape that he wouldn't tell Voldemort about his actions if Snape didn't tell Voldemort or anyone else about Remus' involvement and Sirius' true reasons for wanting to capture Pettigrew. Snape finally conceded to Orion's request, though he did seem furious at Orion for having outmaneuvered him. Which just made Orion's success sweeter, in his opinion. Orion had also discreetly learned that Snape hadn't been at the Death Eater meeting, nor did he know about the planned Azkaban break-in. It seemed that Voldemort was being very secretive about it and seemed to mistrust Snape since he hadn't been summoned to that gathering, nor was he informed of what had happened. Orion had to grudgingly admire the wizard's perception and carefulness. On the second day, at night, Rosier came to fetch him and gave him black hooded robes and a black mask to conceal his features. Orion had left the locket in his trunk, heavily guarded by protection spells and wards, and had asked Sylvana to bite anyone who attempted to take it. She proudly accepted her new role as the locket's guardian. The negotiations with the Dementors had ended to everyone's satisfaction. They had agreed to make their way clear during the break-in, but they would remain in Azkaban pretending to be still under the Ministry's control until such a time when Voldemort summoned them to battle. The group of 10 dark wizards had used portkeys to reach the island and Voldemort had come with them, heavily cloaked under spells and charms, since he was the only one powerful enough to break the wards. Orion had watched in awe as Voldemort concentrated his magic and started muttering a long series of spells that finally managed to breach the wards without raising the alarm at the Ministry and the Department of Aurors. They had exactly 30 minutes before the Aurors would be alerted. Orion was running behind the group of wizards. He could see Voldemort at the front leading them. The place was cold and daunting and made his skin crawl. Thankfully the Dementors were cluttered on the other side of Azkaban so that they wouldn't be affected by their presence. He could hear whimpers and insane mutterings from the cells they passed by. Everything was dark and they used their wands to light their way. They had already killed and stunned the first wizard guard post and were now running towards the cells where the Death Eaters were being kept. There was another post just before that section. Orion had a clear picture in his mind of the location of Sirius' containment cell and knew that it wasn't far ahead. He felt his heart loudly pumping in his chest and he anxiously wanted to reach the cell soon. Suddenly yells broke the silence and spells flew by. It was pandemonium. Orion saw the others fiercely dueling against the wizard guards, and when one of them aimed his wand at Orion he quickly yelled, "Crucio!" while jumping to a side to avoid the wizard's spell. The wizard writhed on the floor and Orion lifted the spell and quickly said, "Petrificus totalis." And the man lay stiff on the floor. He turned around swiftly to avoid an incoming spell and flick his wand towards his new attacker and yelled, "Extrema rigor." The wizard rigidly dropped to the floor unconscious. Orion turned to face another one. Before he could attack he was hit by a slicing spell that tore his chest. He hissed but counter-attacked, ignoring the pain, obscuritas nebulis. A great black cloud surrounded the wizard's head and he gasped for breath. Soon he passed out for lack of air. Orion looked around and saw Rosier dueling against two wizards and he cast, Oculum Atrum, which blinded temporarily one of the wizards, and he quickly aimed his wand at him again and yelled, Somnus Eternus. And the wizard fell into an endless sleep. Rosier had defeated the other one and ran to Orion and grabbed his arm. "Let's go. We only have 15 more minutes." Orion hastily followed him. The others were already ahead of them. They finally reached the Death Eater section and Orion saw Lucius opening the Lestrange's cell. Voldemort was giving orders and shouting at them to hurry and to portkey away as soon as they held their assigned wizard. Orion ran past Lucius, who was now carrying an emaciated and muttering woman that he recognized as Bellatrix Lestrange. He halted in front of his father's cell and ripped the mask from his face. He could see a figure lying on the floor and he quickly yelled, Bombarda. And the cell's barred door exploded. Orion hurriedly entered the cell shouting, Father! Father, I've come for you. We must hurry. Orion reached Sirius and kneeled by his side. He could hardly see anything. He tucked his wand into his robes and took Sirius by the shoulders and shook him lightly. Come on, we have to leave now. Sirius didn't reply, he didn't move. Orion looked at him desperately but could barely make out his face. Was he injured? Had he passed out? He shook him more forcefully and yelled frantically, Wake up! Wake up, please! Father, please! Sirius didn't react and a horrible fear entered Orion's thoughts. He took out his wand and yelled, Lumos. He heard Rosier shouting from the hallway, Orion, we have to leave now. Orion looked down at his father's face and froze. He felt his blood turn to ice and his heart sharply clench as if stabbed. He shook Sirius violently and shouted, Wake up, father. But as he looked into Sirius' empty gray eyes he knew that he would never wake up again. Orion started shaking and trembling. His mind refused to accept the truth. He shrieked desperately, You're not dead. You're not dead. Wake up. He started sobbing and he threw himself at Sirius' body and embraced him tightly. No. You haven't been key. Ed, please wake up. Please don't leave me. He choked on his sobs. Please come back. You're all that I have left. Come back. Through his mind flashed 1,000 memories. Sirius ruffling his hair and calling him young pup. Sirius embracing him and crying on his shoulder. Sirius chasing him around in a broomstick. Sirius, mischievous grin and barking laughter. Sirius becoming a Death Eater to protect him. Sirius fighting Moony to protect him. Sirius telling him that he was proud of him. Sirius telling him that he loved him. Come back, oh gods. I love you, please come back. You can't leave me, please, I need you, I can't go on without you, please come back. Cried Orion frantically in between broken sobs. But Sirius never replied, he never moved. Orion sobbed harder and felt his mind break. He felt his heart stop. He felt his magic furiously swelling in him. He felt his dark magic roaring inside of him and intensify in despair, in pain, in angst, in madness, in rage. He felt an incredible explosion of power inside of him and he felt his magic being released in waves from his body. He could feel the dark magic exuding from him, covering the cell's walls and floors. He saw it consuming and burning everything in its path, everything except him and his father's body. And he stopped caring for anything. He lost himself in the feeling of his magic. He lost himself in his despair, in his pain, in his impotence, in his ire. He couldn't hear anything, he couldn't see anything, everything was dark. Voldemort turned around and saw that most of his Death Eaters were gone and smirked in triumph. Suddenly, he felt a tremendous force of dark magic hitting his senses. It was incredibly powerful, It was pure and raw. It was alluring. It intoxicated his senses. It called to him. He turned to look at the source and saw waves of pure dark magic coming from one of the cells. He approached it and was powerfully hit by the roaring darkness. He hissed in pain. It burned him. It wanted to rip him to pieces. Before it could do any more damage, he quickly conjured a powerful protective shield in Parseltongue and narrowed his eyes to look inside. He saw the cell filled with the swirling raw dark magic. The walls were falling apart. Everything was burnt. Everything was black. It was all being consumed. He looked at the clearing in the middle of the cell. The magic wasn't attacking the boy. It was coming from him. He saw Orion clutching his father desperately. He saw his tear-stained face and wide despairing emerald eyes glowing in power in the darkness. He was mesmerized by the sight. The boy was incredibly beautiful, his aura and powers were fascinating. He felt the intense and powerful magic around him, Orion's magic, and got lost in its feeling. He had never felt such magic before, so raw, so pure, so beautiful, so dark. Voldemort came out of his trance. He had to take Orion away with him. The ores would be dropping in any minute and they were the only ones left. He called all his inner magic to reinforce his shield and stepped further into the cell. He was immediately covered by the dark magic but his shields held. He reached Orion, clutched his robes and lifted him up. He yelled, "We have to leave now." But Orion didn't respond. Voldemort looked into his emerald eyes and saw that the boy was lost in his own magic, in his own mind. The boy wasn't aware of anything anymore. He grabbed him by his shoulder and slapped him hard. The boy's face snapped to a side. Orion suddenly felt an intense cracking pain on his cheek and his mind abruptly returned to awareness. He turned his face furiously to see what had caused the pain and his eyes locked with Voldemort's Arlet ones. Voldemort was looking at him intensely, as if he wanted to plunge into him. It was a look that frightened him. Voldemort said to him commandingly, "We're leaving now." Orion nodded and turned around. His eyes widened when he saw the state the cell was in. Then he remembered. His magic had done this. He looked around and saw that the magic he had released was flowing back to him now that he was once again in control of himself. He felt it entering his body, merging back with his core. He felt as if he was being replenished. He looked down at his father and felt his despair settling in again. He felt tears starting to trail down his cheeks and he kneeled down to pick him up. Voldemort snarled, "What are you doing? Leave him. We don't have time for this." Orion turned around and bellowed angrily, "I won't leave him here." Voldemort replied furiously, "He's dead. I'm only taking you with me." Orion shook in anger and angst, "I don't care. You either take both of us or leave us. I won't leave him." Voldemort looked at Orion furiously. He couldn't leave the boy here. Not after what he had seen and experienced. The boy was too powerful to lose. He had to have him. He would be his. But he saw the maddening stubbornness in the boy's eyes. He snarled, "Pick him up." Orion nodded and grabbed Sirius' shoulders to raise him but he was too heavy. Voldemort angrily advanced on the boy and roughly took Sirius from him. He held the body with an arm and pulled Orion against his chest with the other. He hissed, "Hold tight," and activated the portkey making sure it was touching the three of them. They appeared in the chamber where Death Eater gatherings were held and Orion swiftly broke from Voldemort's hold. His invisible scar had throbbed painfully the whole time Voldemort had held him close. He looked around and saw that the rest of the Death Eaters were there, attending to the ones they had rescued and ordering house elves to bring potions and prepare chambers for the rescued and the wounded. Voldemort indifferently dropped Sirius' body to the floor and commanded to the first Death Eater he saw, "Dispose of this body." Orion stepped angrily towards him and yelled, "No one will touch him." Voldemort turned fiercely towards him and said coldly, "He's dead. I won't have bodies lingering around in my summoning chamber." Orion dropped by his father's side to prevent anyone from taking him away and shrieked, "He's not dead." Voldemort advanced towards him, clutched Orion firmly by his collar and hissed, "Foolish boy, your father is dead. You might as well accept it." Orion pulled himself out of Voldemort's grasp and looked up at him with hatred. He angrily hissed, "He's not dead. He's been killed. His body is still alive." Voldemort looked at him dispassionately and coldly replied, "Even worse. His soul will never reach the spiritual plane. It's stuck inside a Dementor, it will never find peace. You'll do best if you killed his body now." Orion rose in fury and lunged at Voldemort, shrieking, "It's all your fault. I told you we had to go sooner. We could have saved him." Voldemort stopped him by painfully pinning Orion's arms to his back, and he snarled furiously, looking down at the boy, "It was your father's stupidity's fault. It wasn't me who took him to Azkaban." Orion struggled against the hold, shaking in rage and sorrow. His scar was painfully throbbing again, intensified by Voldemort's anger. A sob was wrenched from his throat and he looked up into Voldemort's Arlet eyes and hissed, "No one is to touch him. He'll remain with me. I'll keep his body alive until I find a way. They will pay, they will all pay." Then he yelled madly, "Dumbledore will pay. He's mine, do you hear? He's mine to take revenge upon." Voldemort shook him roughly and sneered at him, "A pathetic little boy like you couldn't possibly defeat Dumbledore. He is my opponent. He is mine to dispose of." Orion furiously shook his head, swallowing the pain thumping through his forehead, and said, "No. I will," but he suddenly felt very dazed and drowsy. He stumbled and felt his mind slipping away. Orion suddenly fell limp in Voldemort's hold and Voldemort frowned, looking down at the boy in his grasp. The boy had lost consciousness. Then he saw blood dripping to the floor. He quickly held the boy with one arm and tore open his robes. There was a deep angry slash in the middle of the boy's chest and his shirt was drenched in blood. Voldemort silently cursed and quickly cast a healing spell and intently watched how Orion's wound started mending. Orion groggily woke up. He looked around and saw several empty potion vials on the nightstand beside his bed. He was in a bedroom decorated in dark hues of green with some silver touches here and there. He frowned when he didn't recognize where he was. He stood up, but sat down immediately when he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down and saw that he was shirtless. There was a bandage wrapped around his chest. He remembered now the slicing curse he had received. He stood up again slowly, went to the closet and put on a large dark green shirt. He looked around in indecision. Was he still in Voldemort's manor or someplace else? And what had happened to his father's body? He had to find it before they did something to it. He crept silently out of the room with his wand aimed in front of him. There wasn't anyone around. He had started walking through the hallway when he heard some voices coming from a room at his right. He cautiously opened the door and took a step inside, wand aimed forwards. He stopped in his tracks and lowered his wand when he saw Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy seated beside a large bed occupied by two people. They had turned around to look at him and Narcissa quickly rose from her seat and advanced towards him. "My poor child," she said gently when she embraced him, "I'm very sorry for what happened to your father." Orion broke the embrace, looked up at her pleadingly and asked, "Where is he? Do you know what they have done with him?" Narcissa looked at him sadly and replied, "He's in another room. The Dark Lord ordered that he was to remain there and be given sustaining potions for his body to remain alive." Orion sighed in relief. He looked around and saw Lucius standing beside the bed, regarding him in silence. Orion turned to Narcissa again and asked, "Where are we?" Narcissa gave him a small smile and replied, "At the Dark Lord's manor. The Death Eaters that were rescued have been given rooms here and are being healed." She then took Orion's hand and led him towards the bed. "I'll be staying here to take care of my sister until she is well enough to leave." Orion looked down at the bed and saw Bellatrix and Rodolphus Lestrange deep asleep. Their hair had been cut and brushed and they had been cleaned and given fresh clothes, but they looked very ill. Rodolphus had scars marring his face and BPD torso, and they were covered by some type of ointment. Bellatrix was completely dressed, but Orion could see the same ointment applied to parts of her face. They were both very pale and extremely thin, but he could tell that Bellatrix had been beautiful once and Rodolphus still had dark handsome features. Orion looked at Narcissa and asked, "Will they get well?" Narcissa gave a small sigh and replied sadly, "Physically, yes, in time. But mentally we cannot tell yet. I fear they have been far too long in Azkaban as to remain completely sane." Orion looked at her sadly, "I'm sorry." Narcissa gave him a small smile and cupped his face, "Don't feel sorry. We couldn't do much to help them before, but I have learned that you were the one to insist on breaking into Azkaban sooner, so I thank you for it." Orion nodded his head and was about to reply when Lucius sternly said, "We have much to discuss, Orion." Orion looked up at him questioningly. Lucius was piercing him with his gaze. Lucius moved forwards, besides his wife, and said stately, "You have been asleep for 2 days and much has happened." Orion frowned and asked, "Did everything go well? What was printed in the newspapers about the breakout?" Lucius waved his hand dismissively. "It was covered just like we wanted it to be. They believe they broke out on their own and that the Dementors are still under the Ministry's control. They don't suspect anything about the Dark Lord's return." "Good," replied Orion sincerely. "Yes, but that's not everything," said Lucius looking at him seriously. "The news of your father's key was greatly publicized." Orion tensed in anger, but Lucius continued, "You're now the head of the Black House, but you're still underage. Under the law you need to live with your guardians." Orion frowned. "But I don't have any guardians." Lucius nodded curtly. "As your remaining relative, Narcissa could file for your custody." Orion turned to look at Narcissa in surprise and asked, "You would do that?" Narcissa smiled at him softly. "Of course, Orion. I would like it very much if you came to live with us." Orion smiled back at her warmly. "Thank you." Then he frowned, "But I would still want to return to Black Manor. I want to take my father there and hire some Medowitches to take care of him." Narcissa gently grabbed his arm. "He can stay with us as well. When my sister is better, she and her husband will be staying at our manor too. The Aurors are desperately trying to find them and they can best hide inside the manor's wards. Your father's body will be better protected there." Quote. Lucius interrupted, "But there's still a problem, Orion. I have already filed for your custody, but I have learnt that Andromeda Tonks has done so as well." Orion frowned at him. "Andromeda Tonks?" He turned to Narcissa and asked, "Your other sister?" Narcissa made a disgusted noise but nodded. Then a thought flashed in Orion's mind and he growled, "Dumbledore. This has to be Dumbledore's doing. Why else would she bother when she doesn't even know me?" Lucius calmly replied, "Yes, we believe she has done it under Dumbledore's orders. We don't know yet why he's interested in you." Orion interrupted him with a harsh short laugh. "Oh, I know why he's interested. The manipulative old coot surely thinks he can influence me and bring me to his side." Lucius arched an eyebrow. "Why would he want you on his side?" "Why, indeed," said a cold drawling voice from behind. Orion spun around and was faced with Voldemort. His Arlet eyes pierced into his and Orion shifted uncomfortably. He didn't know if he had to feel angry at Voldemort or grateful at him for having obeyed his request and kept Sirius' body in safety and alive. Orion ignored Voldemort's stare and replied angrily, "He saw me casting very advanced magic. I think I might have piqued his curiosity. And he even tried to justify his actions to me, as if he thought I might be persuaded to look at things from his side. And just imagine what a great victory it would be for him to have a Black on the light's side." Voldemort narrowed his eyes and asked coldly, "How much does he know about you?" Orion frowned. Voldemort could only be referring to his powers, to what he had seen at Azkaban. He was perhaps worried that Dumbledore had seen something similar. But why did Voldemort even care? It was his own problem if Dumbledore wanted him. Orion replied, "He knows that I'm Sirius' son and he knows that Sirius was a Death Eater. He saw me casting dark spells and non-verbal spells and," he faltered. Should he say something about his wandless abilities? Dumbledore had seen it, so perhaps he gained nothing if he lied to Voldemort about that. Voldemort moved forwards until he was in front of Orion and looked down at him and hissed, "And?" Orion looked up and said softly, "And he saw me casting wandless magic." Voldemort lifted an eyebrow and asked, "Wandless magic?" Orion smirked at him, "Yes." Voldemort regarded him coldly and said, "You're full of surprises." Then he narrowed his eyes and asked, "Did he see something else?" Orion understood what he was referring to and shook his head and answered, "No." Voldemort turned to Lucius, who had been attentively observing their interaction, and said to him, "You will gain custody of Orion. Don't disappoint me." Lucius gave a small bow and replied, "I won't, my lord." Voldemort seemed satisfied and swiftly turned around to Orion. He forcefully grabbed Orion's left arm and lifted his sleeve, while whipping out his wand. Orion's eyes widened and he pulled back, yelling, "What are you doing?" Voldemort's Arlet eyes pierced into his and he clutched Orion's arm tighter to prevent his escape. He hissed, "Are you on the dark side?" Orion frowned, ignoring the starting throb on his forehead, and replied, "Yes, of course." Voldemort smirked viciously and said, "Then I'm marking you. I want to be able to summon you to me when I require it." Orion jerked his arm away from Voldemort's grip and whipped out his wand snarling, "I won't be marked." Voldemort's eyes turned murderous and he hissed, "If you're on our side you'll take the dark mark. You will become my follower." Orion saw from the corner of his eye how Narcissa was looking at him in apprehension while Lucius simply stood there stoically. Neither made a move to help him. Orion looked into Voldemort's eyes and replied in a low angry whisper, "I am on your side. I want to become involved in your plans." Then he raised his voice slightly and said, "But I won't be marked like cattle. I won't be your servant. Nor will I allow anyone to treat me that way. I can help our side more by allying myself with you, but not as a mere follower. I'll be nothing less than your equal." Orion heard Narcissa gasping and Lucius sneering at him. Voldemort viciously laughed in amusement and then violently pulled Orion against his chest and roughly held up his chin to look at him. He hissed, "Nobody is my equal. Least of all a pathetic little boy like you." Orion briefly closed his eyes in pain and focused until he managed to block the pain to a corner of his mind with his occlumency skills. It took him a few seconds and he opened his eyes again and growled, "If I'm so pathetic I wonder that you want me as a follower." Then he locked his eyes to Voldemort's and said in a low smug whisper, "You obviously think I'm pretty powerful if you want to mark me being so young. I will be your follower but I won't be treated like the rest and I won't be marked. I will give you my loyalty under those conditions." Voldemort roughly pulled him away while quickly grabbing Orion's hand. He pointed his wand at it and said in a barely audible hiss, "Mors Mordra." Orion widened his eyes and frantically looked at his hand. He saw the black heirloom ring that his father had given him glowing in a black mist. He could see the dark mark etched in the stone before it disappeared and the stone returned to its normal state. Voldemort roughly lifted Orion's chin up again and said snappishly, "The ring will burn when I summon you. You will tap your wand to it and it will portkey you to me. Maybe it's too risky for you now, but you will be marked later on." With one last scrutinizing glance at Orion, he swept from the room. Orion was kneeling beside the bed where his father was lying. He had cried by his father's side until he felt he had no more tears to shed, until he felt that he had exhausted all his emotions. Now he silently regarded his father's countenance. So much had happened in so little time. He hadn't had the time to think about all the changes in his life and what his future actions should be. He was fairly certain that Malfoy would win his custody. Lucius was a very sly politician and had high contacts in the ministry. Not even Dumbledore could hold a candle to him in the political arena. Dumbledore, Orion felt an intense murderous rage when he thought about the old wizard. He had already pledged to himself to be the one to bring down the old man, no matter what Voldemort said about it. But he had to be smart about it. He couldn't openly oppose Dumbledore yet. He should first learn more about the old coot. Perhaps even get in his good graces. He wondered how he could do that. There were several ways but all of them risky. The most efficient one would be to let the old wizard discover he was the boy who lived. He was certain that the old man would be so ecstatic about it that he would carelessly reveal useful information in order to persuade him to the light side. But it was also very risky and he would have to play his part very cunningly and cautiously. He had to plan it better if he went along with that plan. But whatever happened, Dumbledore would suffer in the end. Another thing on his mind was what to do about Sirius. He hadn't told anyone why he insisted on keeping his father's body alive. He wasn't sure himself, only that he still held the hope that one day he could perhaps do something to reverse the key. He had no clue about how it could be done. The Dementor's key was considered to be something irreversible, but he would look for answers, he would look for options. There simply had to be a way. He wouldn't give up. And then there was Voldemort. The wizard hadn't agreed to his conditions but at least he hadn't marked him, though he obviously planned on doing so in the future. Orion was just relieved that Voldemort had realized that he was too young to bear the dark mark, for it was indeed risky for him since there were many circumstances in which people could see it. He wondered what Voldemort's plans were for him. Why did Voldemort want to have a way to summon him to his side? He was partly glad because it meant he would be participating in some of the gatherings but it also made him uneasy. Voldemort had seen his powers, he knew more about his powers than anyone else and Orion had seen Voldemort calculatingly scrutinizing him. Voldemort obviously had some plan in mind. Orion sighed. Well, there wasn't much he could do about it now. He would have to wait and see what happened. Then he remembered something. He remembered Voldemort's voice. He remembered the screams from a memory that he had no recollection of. The memory that had been brought up by the Dementors. It had been Voldemort's voice. And his mother screaming at him to spare her baby. To take her life instead. But Voldemort had given her a chance to stand aside. But why? Why would Voldemort give a member of the Order of the Phoenix a chance to save herself? It didn't make any sense. He would have never expected that from Voldemort. Unless he gained something from it. Unless someone had urged him not to kill Lily in exchange for something. Snape had to be the one to ask Voldemort for such a favor. But why would Voldemort agree? The information. It had to be because of the information that Snape had given him. So Voldemort had agreed to spare Lily to reward Snape. Well, Voldemort had tried to keep his end of the bargain. And that was surprising. Orion wouldn't have thought that the wizard had it in him to be fair. But apart from his cruelty and viciousness, Voldemort did seem to try to be fair with his loyal Death Eaters, when they pleased him. Tom had been right. All in all, Voldemort wasn't a bad leader. He was just, well, extremely aggressive and perhaps slightly mad. But after everything Voldemort had gone through, that wasn't surprising at all. And maybe the splitting of his soul into two could have something to do with it as well. Orion sighed and turned his mind to his last concern, Remus. What had happened to Remus? Did he know of Sirius' fate? He must have read it in the papers. Orion needed to contact him as soon as possible. He needed to speak to Remus. He had to find an opportunity to do so soon. He was interrupted out of his musings when he heard the door opening and saw Lucius entering the room. He halted and remained by the threshold. He looked at Orion and then at Sirius' body. His gaze turned back to Orion and he said coldly, "You should wear the black head ring. It's yours now." He spun around and closed the door behind him. Orion frowned and looked at Sirius. He touched his father's cold hand and caressed the finger with the ring. Lucius was right, but he didn't feel like the head of the Black House, not yet. He couldn't take it from his father. He left the ring in what was in his opinion its rightful place inside. The next day Rosier took Orion back to Durmstrang. There was only one school week left and Orion had decided that he wasn't going to stay. He just needed to return to Durmstrang to collect his things and talk to his friends. As soon as Orion entered the common room he saw Lysander and Calypso seated on a couch obviously waiting for his arrival. Lysander immediately stood up and advanced forwards until he was in front of Orion. Lysander looked at Orion uncertainly and said softly, "Forgive me. I was wrong in asking you not to go to Azkaban." He grabbed Orion's hand gently and whispered, "I'm very sorry for your father." "I didn't think." He was interrupted when Orion embraced him tightly and whispered in his ear, "Oh, Les. I didn't want to fight with you. But I understand that you were worried about me, there's nothing to forgive." He choked a sob and continued, "But I was too late anyways. Everything I did was for nothing. I couldn't save him." Lysander stroked Orion's back gently and broke the embrace to look into Orion's eyes. They were brimming with tears and Lysander's heart clenched when he saw the sorrow and despair in Orion's beautiful emerald eyes. He gently caressed Orion's cheek and said softly, "You did everything you could. It wasn't your fault. The Dementors must have key at him as soon as the Aurors took him to Azkaban." Orion nodded and leaned into Lysander's touch. Lysander smiled at Orion's reaction and pressed a soft key to Orion's lips. Orion took comfort in the soft warm lips moving against his own and closed his eyes as Lysander surrounded his body with his arms, pulling them together. He heard a small discreet cough and opened his eyes to see Calypso looking at them with a cocked eyebrow. Orion parted from Lysander's embrace and turned towards her. "Glad to see I'm not so easily ignored," Calypso said with a grin before hugging him tightly. Then she said sadly in his ear, "I'm sorry too. I wished I could have helped you more. I could have gone with you." Orion sighed against her silky black hair and replied, "There's nothing you could have done. I was too late. There's nothing anyone could have done. I realize this now." He broke from the hug, looked down into her large black eyes and said resolutely, "The only culpable ones are the Aurors and Dumbledore. And I will make them pay for what they have done." Calypso nodded and took Orion's hand to bring him to a couch where they all sat together. She turned to look at him and asked, "What will you do?" Orion sighed and looked into space, "I don't know. I want to take revenge but I have to do it smartly. I have to be patient and plan carefully." Calypso took his hand and said, "I will help you. The Dark Lord will at some point reveal his return and then we can join him and fight the Aurors and Dumbledore. Orion turned to look at her and replied, yes, but we'll still be greatly outnumbered. Even with all the Death Eaters that were rescued from Azkaban, we aren't enough to stand against the light. We need more allies. The Dark Lord already has the werewolf pack led by Greyback, but we need more. Calypso frowned in thought and said, but the Dark Lord already has the Dementor's support and he's negotiating with the giants again. Yes, that's true, but we need the support of more dark creatures. We need the loyalty of more werewolf packs and perhaps the centaurs and goblins, and Orion faltered and looked at Lysander. Then he said with determination, and the vampires. We need you as well. Lysander sighed warily and replied, I have already told you that we will most certainly remain neutral, Orion. Orion scowled and said angrily, and while the rest of the dark wizarding kind is fighting for their freedom, you'll just stand aside and do nothing. Even when other dark creatures are fighting as well. We need you. Don't you see that if your kind doesn't help us, you'll have less chances of gaining equal rights with the wizards? You'll be forever shunned if the dark losses against the light. Lysander looked at him sadly and replied, I understand. But until the dark doesn't propose a good deal for us, we won't take sides. We won't be used without receiving anything in return, and without the certainty that we won't be betrayed afterwards. The Dark Lord might promise many things, but after he wins he might not fulfill his promises to us. We will never fully trust him, and therefore we will not take his side. Orion frowned in thought and then asked, who would you trust to give you a fair deal and not go back on it afterwards? Lysander pierced Orion with his pale blue eyes and said quietly, someone who is powerful enough to control the dark wizards and who we know has our best interests at heart. Someone that has to be one of us as well. Orion nodded in understanding and Calypso looked at them with a frown. Who are you talking about? Lysander interrupted her and asked, what will happen to you now, Orion? With whom will you live? Orion looked at him and replied, the Malfoys are requesting my custody, but Andromeda Tonks is fighting for it as well under Dumbledore's orders. For now I'll remain at the Dark Lord's manor. When the custody is granted to the Malfoys, I'll be living with them. Calypso gasped and said with wide eyes, you're staying at the Dark Lord's manor? Orion smiled at her and replied, yes. The Death Eaters we rescued are also there, as well as some of their relatives. Narcissa is staying for a while and I'll be there with her, helping her out. Lysander grabbed Orion's hand tightly and growled, I don't like it. It's dangerous for you there with the Dark Lord around. You could stay with me in the meantime. Calypso frowned, why would it be dangerous for Orion? Orion understood that Lysander was thinking about him being the boy who lived. But nothing had happened so far except his scar throbbing painfully, and he could manage that. Besides, if Voldemort decided to use legilimency on him, he was fairly sure that he could protect his most important memories. Selvins had told him he had almost mastered the occlumency arts during the year and that he only needed more practice. Orion smiled reassuringly at Lysander and said, don't worry. I'll be fine. Besides, it gives me an excellent opportunity to get to know him better and perhaps participate in his gatherings. Participate in the gatherings? Asked Calypso with a raised eyebrow. Orion turned his ring around his finger and said, yes. I think he means for me to be at some of his gatherings. He transformed this ring into a portkey for when he wants to summon me. Lysander narrowed his eyes and said angrily, and you allowed him to do such a thing? To have such control over you? Orion turned to look at him and replied calmly, it was either that or the Dark Mark. I believe I got the better deal. Lysander's face darkened and he growled, baring his fangs, he wanted to mark you. Orion nodded and then waved his hand dismissively, it doesn't matter now. I'm glad that he'll be summoning me. I want to participate in the meetings. Calypso said excited, that's great. I wish I could participate as well. I'll have to speak to my father. I want to see when he will be presenting me to the Dark Lord. Orion smiled at her, but then Lysander grabbed his arm and asked him, will you be coming with me to meet my parents? Orion sighed, I don't know. I haven't told the Malfoys about it yet. I am the head of the Black House now, and I think I'll spend a lot of time during the summer learning how to manage the family's vaults and everything. I think I'll give control over to the goblins for the business deals and investments I already have until I learn about it myself. But besides that, even though I am the head of the Black House and have financial independence, I still have to obey my guardians because I'm underage. I'm fairly certain that the Malfoys will gain my custody and I'll have to ask them for permission to go with you. Lucius already told me that I'll still go to Durmstrang and that I'll be able to go to Black Manor when I want to, but I have to ask for permission for anything else. Lysander scowled and then said, if they don't let you come with me, could I at least visit you for some weeks? Orion smiled at him, I'm sure that won't be a problem. I'll ask them and I'll write to you to let you know. Calypso said excitedly, oh, Orion. We forgot to tell you something wonderful. Orion turned to look at her with a raised eyebrow and she continued, we have been selected to go to Hogwarts in October. Orion smiled broadly and said, we have. Who is going? Well, us three, of course, she said arrogantly, but Victor didn't make it. The rest are older years. Victor Crumb is going as well. He was quite mad at you, she ended with a chuckle. Orion rolled his eyes and replied, well, I beat him fair and square. It isn't my fault if he's too slow. Calypso sniggered and said, he was going around saying that it wasn't fair that you were allowed to use Parseltongue spells. I still remember his horrified face when your snake bit him. It was fantastic. Orion chuckled and said fondly, yes it was. After parting from his friends, sharing a passionate key with Lysander while Calypso rolled her eyes and murmured to herself, Orion left with his trunk and flowed to Black Manor. He needed to collect some of his things from the manor and had also written to Remus to meet him there. With the help of Arcturus' portrait, Orion had been able to adjust the manor's blood wards to himself and now he could feel them in his mind and control them. He had already adjusted them to allow Remus entrance when he arrived. Both Arcturus and Phineas had been devastated when Orion had told them about what had happened to Sirius. Orion had decided to take both portraits with him since there were other smaller portraits of them in the manor and he would need their help in the future, particularly Phineas, who was now eager to spy on Dumbledore after he had learnt of the old wizard's role in Sirius' capture. Orion was seating in the main parlor, with several trunks packed with his possessions and the two portraits carefully wrapped, when a house elf popped in and said, Master, Remus Lupin is at the entrance, requesting permission to come in. Orion replied, show him in, please. The house elf bobbed his head and disappeared with another pop. Moments later Remus walked into the room. Orion stood up and silently observed him. Remus looked horrible. He had dark circles under his eyes and several cuts on his face. He looked as if he hadn't slept for days and his robes were wrinkled and tattered and his hair tousled, as if he didn't care for himself anymore. He looked forlorn and miserable. Orion sighed and walked towards him. He was soon tightly hugged by Remus, who whispered in his ear with a shaky voice, my cub, I'm so sorry. I couldn't help you or Sirius I transformed and oh, Merlin. He's dead and it's my fault. I forgot about the potion, he's dead, he said and broke into sobs. Orion felt a tightening in his chest but he choked down his sobs. He needed to be strong. He broke from the embrace and looked up into Remus, amber eyes that were brimming with tears. He said softly, it wasn't your fault, Remus. You did everything you could and it was unfair of me to ask you to rescue my father. It was my responsibility, not yours. And you would have taken the potion if you hadn't been so concerned for Sirius that you left your office before Snape arrived with the Wolfbane potion. Remus started shaking his head but Orion shushed him and gently took his arm and made him take a seat. Orion sat in an armchair facing him and asked, Remus, how much do you know about what happened that night? Remus looked up at him with a frown and replied softly, I only remember what happened until I transformed. When I woke up I was already in my human form and I was in the middle of the Forbidden Forest. When I reached Hogwarts, Dumbledore regretfully told me that the Aurors had captured Sirius and taken him to Azkaban. I explained to him what had happened with Pettigrew and I told him that Sirius was innocent. Dumbledore told me that he would do what he could to save Sirius. But a few days later the Daily Prophet said that Sirius had been given the key. There was nothing that Dumbledore could do in time to save him. Orion mirthlessly laughed and bit out scathingly, so dear old Dumbledore told you that he would try to help Sirius, did he? Remus frowned and Orion locked his eyes with his and spat furiously, Dumbledore was there with Snape and me when the Aurors captured my father. Snape had already told him about Pettigrew and Dumbledore didn't lift a finger to stop the Aurors from taking Sirius with them. I yelled at him that Sirius was innocent and Dumbledore simply replied that he was a Death Eater and deserved to be in Azkaban. He knew all along that Sirius would be key, and as soon as he stepped into Azkaban and he didn't care. He lied to you, Remus. Remus shook his head and replied confusedly, no, Albus wouldn't do that. He did say that there was little he could do but that he would try to prevent the Dementors from killing Sirius before he was given a trial. Orion interrupted him angrily, have you listened to a word that I have said? It was me who stopped the Dementors from killing my father right there in the forest. He had lost consciousness and after the Dementors fled, the Aurors arrived led by Dumbledore and Snape. It was Dumbledore that gave Sirius to the Aurors. It was Dumbledore who said that Sirius deserved to go to Azkaban. He didn't care about his innocence, he only cared that Sirius was a Death Eater. It is Dumbledore's fault that my father is now an empty shell. Dumbledore doesn't regret a thing about it. Remus looked at him with wide eyes and Orion rose from his seat and kneeled in front of Remus grabbing his hands and asked, don't you believe me? Do you need to see my memories? Orion made a move to bring out his wand but Remus gently stopped him. I believe you, Orion, whispered Remus, but I don't understand why Dumbledore would do such a thing and why he would tell me that he would try to help Sirius. Orion looked into Remus' eyes and said fiercely, to manipulate you, of course. After seeing that you knew about Sirius' innocence he had to play the act of the concerned and caring old wizard to make you trust him. He wants you on his side. He wants you in the order to use your condition to get the loyalty of some werewolf packs. He didn't want to lose you because of what happened with Sirius. Remus tensed and asked, but was it true? Was Sirius a Death Eater? Orion rose and looked down angrily at Remus, what if he was? He didn't deserve to go to Azkaban just because of that. He hadn't done anything illegal or wrong. He hadn't harmed anyone. Remus looked at him sadly and replied, but then Dumbledore thought that Sirius deserved to go to Azkaban because he was a Death Eater. Orion bellowed, Sirius only turned into a Death Eater because of me. To gain information to protect me from Voldemort. He never wanted to be one. He did it all for me. Remus rose slowly in front of Orion and said warily, I understand, Orion. I know that that could be the only reason for Sirius to have turned. But Dumbledore thought that he was doing the right thing in turning Sirius in, since he was a Death Eater. Orion clutched Remus' robes and spat angrily, and what about Sirius' innocence? Dumbledore knew about Pettigrew, he knew the whole truth and he didn't care. He allowed the Aurors to restrain me. Merlin knows what he had planned for me after seeing me cast dark spells. And yet you stand there and justify his actions. After he's the reason that the last of your friends has died. That you are now all alone in the world. Remus' body shook lightly but Orion pressed on. What will you do now, Remus? Will you take the side of Sirius' murderer? Because that's what Dumbledore is, don't fool yourself about it. Will you join the Order and become my enemy? Remus' eyes widened and he said shakily, I have nowhere else to go. The school knows that I'm a werewolf now and the parents wrote to Dumbledore asking for my removal. He had no option but to sack me, but he said that I could join the Order and live at headquarters. Orion angrily shook Remus and said, don't you see that he's manipulating you? Dumbledore has enough political clout to allow you to teach at Hogwarts if he so desires. The Ministry can't interfere with his staffing decisions, not under the current laws. You served your purpose as the defense against the dark arts teacher and as a way of luring Sirius to Hogwarts, which I'm sure was Dumbledore's initial intention when he hired you since he didn't know about Pettigrew yet. And now he wants you to be part of the Order to send you as an envoy to the werewolves. He's using you again and you're allowing him to do so. You don't need him. You can stay at Black Manor. I don't need this place anyways and I can visit you often if you live here, no one will know. But you must make your decision now. If you join the Order I will not forgive you, I will not understand. Dumbledore became, as of that night, my enemy. Anyone from the Order is my enemy as well. I will show no mercy. If you join them you'll become my enemy too. Remus grabbed Orion's shoulders and said sadly, I will never be your enemy, Orion. But I can't turn against the light. I'm a light wizard. Orion replied in frustration, I'm not asking you to turn against the light. Just not to join the Order. I ask you to open your eyes and accept that Dumbledore is manipulating you. I ask you to live in Black Manor and stay by my side. You're the only one I have left, Remus. He paused and then said, just answer me this, will you support Dumbledore? Remus shifted uncomfortably and turned into deep thought. After a while he looked into Orion's eyes and said resolutely, no. He paused and added, I believe that you have told me the truth. I understand your suspicions about Dumbledore's motives, and even though I can't be certain that you're correct, I can't truly support Dumbledore now that I know that he left Sirius to be key. Ed. Orion sighed in relief and asked, will you stay at Black Manor? Please, I would like to be able to visit you frequently, and this is the best place for you. You have everything you need here. I will ask the house elves to purchase the Wolfbane potion for you every month. Remus sighed warily and answered, very well, I'll stay here. I thank you for the offer, Orion. Orion nodded and then said sadly, why do you insist in denying who you truly are, Remus? Remus looked at him confusedly and Orion continued, you might have been raised as a light wizard, but you're a dark creature, Remus. There's nothing to be ashamed in that. You deny your true nature, and by it you're only hurting yourself. You should accept and embrace your werewolf nature. You would be stronger if you did so. It saddens me that you live your whole life trying to repress it. You should be fighting for werewolf rights. You know that the light will never grant your kind equal rights and that they'll always fear you and despise you, yet you still support them. Remus sighed and replied, and what would you have me do? I cannot find employment, I have no money of my own to campaign for werewolf rights, and there's really no one who cares about it. Orion raised an eyebrow and replied, the Dark Wizards care about it, Remus. In the First War, the Dark Lord negotiated with werewolf packs to give them equal rights once he'd taken over. Remus looked at him skeptically and said, the Dark Lord only wanted to use them as killing machines, Cub. He didn't really care. I doubt it very much that he would have kept his promises to the packs. Orion smirked at him, but maybe this time can be different. If the packs have a good leader, one that understood how the Dark Lord operates, then they might strike a good bargain. A leader that is powerful enough and that could threaten the Dark Lord with setting the werewolves on him and his Death Eaters if he ever reneged on his promises. He paused and pierced Remus with his green gaze. You could be the one, Remus. You could lead them. You could finally do something for your own kind. And I would do anything in my power to help you. Think about it, Remus. You have a lot of time in your hands, why not invest it in a good cause? Remus' eyebrows shot to his hairline and he muttered, well, maybe I could, but I have never. Orion clasped Remus' hands and gently said, you're the best one to lead them. If you accept your werewolf nature, you would be very powerful, and you are smart and know about the Dark Lord's tricks as well. You would be a good negotiator. He paused and took a decision. He's back, Remus. Remus frowned at him and Orion continued, the Dark Lord is back. I'm sure you read about the Azkaban breakout. Remus nodded in confusion and Orion said, well, right now he has more Death Eaters than ever. He's preparing to restart the war. I would recommend that you contacted the werewolf packs as soon as possible and started taking control. They'll need you. They only have Greyback at the time being and not many of them support him. Remus gasped, how do you know all this? Orion smiled wickedly at him, I saw Voldemort myself. I had the immense pleasure of torturing your maker for a while, Remus. I must say that I have never felt so happy to be able to torture someone in my life. I think it will only be surpassed when I have the pleasure of killing Pettigrew. Orion saw that Remus was about to ask many questions and he quickly said, never mind the whys and the hows. Now you know that Voldemort is back and that Greyback is trying to control the werewolf packs, quite unsuccessfully I might add. He's too vicious and crazed, he's not good for them. If you want to do something truly important, then go to the werewolf packs and see where they stand and what you can do to help. I will be joining Voldemort, but I'll never allow him to mark me. I can help you from the inside. We can accomplish great things if we work together. Remus nodded and then appeared to immerse himself in his thoughts. Orion smiled at him satisfied and parted from Remus after teaching him how to modify the wards and with promises of frequent letters. As soon as Orion reached his bedroom at the Dark Lord's manor, he cast powerful wards and silencing spells and opened the locket. Tom looked at him with his dark blue eyes and asked, how did it go? Orion sat on his bed and replied in a tired voice, I was too late, Tom. My father had already been key, Ed. Tom looked at him in concern and replied softly, I'm sorry, Orion. It must have been terrible for you to see your father like that. Orion sighed and stretched on the bed, placing the locket on his chest and crossing his arms behind his head. He looked at Tom and was surprised to see the sincere concern and sorrow in his friend's eyes. Tom had changed, he suddenly realized. And it had been happening gradually. Tom seemed to understand him better and cared more about his feelings. He wondered about the change, but it warmed his heart all the same. Orion replied with a small smile, "Thank you, Tom. It was truly awful, but it has been several days and I have had the time to think about it and accept that there was nothing more that I could have done. I just wonder if there is still something that I can do to get his soul back." Tom frowned in thought and replied, "Well, I have never heard of the key being reversed, but maybe a necromancer could do it." Orion sat up straight, clutched the locket, bringing it close to his face, and urgently asked, "A necromancer? Are you certain?" Tom cocked an eyebrow and replied, "I'm not certain, but if someone could do it, then it would be a necromancer. Only they can summon spirits and souls. In the case of a soul that has been removed from a body by a Dementor's key, a necromancer would need to capture the Dementor and extract the soul from him. This is how I think it could be done, but I have never delved into the necromantic arts, it's just a guess." Orion nodded and thoughts swirled in his head. It would make sense. Only a necromancer could have such powers. But would he ever be able to become one? Now he had more reasons than ever. He wondered if he could force Vagnarov to teach him the arts. But he knew the wizard would refuse. Orion would have to wait until his 6th year and prove that he had the powers to study them. He only hoped he truly did have the capacity. It was his only hope. But if necromancers were able to reverse the key, why wasn't it mentioned in any of the books about Dementors? Surely there would be at least a brief note about it. Maybe it wasn't that simple, maybe a necromancer needed something else to accomplish this. Orion gasped. He knew something that could surely help. The perfect tool for a necromancer, the resurrection stone. He was sure that Cadmus Peverell had to have been a necromancer to be able to create such a stone. And he had used it to bring back to life his long-lost love. It would be perfect to bring Sirius' soul back from the Dementor and to place it in his body. And Sirius' soul had never left the mortal plane. He wouldn't necessarily suffer when he came back to life like Cadmus' girl had suffered. Yes, that was the answer. Orion sighed wearily. Well, he just needed to wait until 6th year, prove that he had the powers to become a necromancer, study the arts for 2 years and find the Deathly Hallow in the meantime. It wasn't exactly a piece of cake, but he would do it. He had planned on doing it before and now he had all the more reasons. Orion looked at Tom and said, smiling, "Thank you, Tom. You're truly a genius." Tom raised an eyebrow and said arrogantly, "I have always known that and I'm glad that you've finally realized it. But may I ask how I have helped you this time?" Orion grinned at him and said, "You have told me that I need to become a necromancer." Tom widened his eyes and Orion continued, "The Hydras are tested on their 6th year to see if they have the powers to become a necromancer. If I pass the test, then I'll be learning to become one during my last 2 years. It's my only chance to bring my father back." Tom asked carefully, "And you think you have the power?" Orion sighed warily, "I don't know, but I must try. I will look on more information about them and I'll ask my headmaster. He's the one that teaches necromancy. He might tell me if it's possible to rescue a soul from a Dementor and bring the person back to life." Tom nodded his head and then asked, "With whom will you live now?" "I don't know yet. Maybe with the Malfoys if they gain my custody, because Narcissa is my aunt twice removed. I'm at the Dark Lord's manor right now," replied Orion. "What?" gasped Tom. Then he said urgently, "Have you warded your room with the spells I've taught you? You're taking a great risk in talking to me here." Orion replied hastily, "Yes, I used your spells. Don't worry, Tom. I've been careful and I won't wear your locket. I will keep it in my trunk heavily warded." Tom relaxed a little bit and asked, "But why are you here?" Orion answered calmly, "We rescued all the Death Eaters from Azkaban and they're currently staying in here. The Dark Lord told Lucius that I had to remain here until he gained my custody. Narcissa is staying here as well to take care of Bellatrix." Tom smiled broadly. "The Dark Lord has all his Death Eaters back, then?" Orion nodded, "Yes. I think he'll be planning on doing something soon. I hope he doesn't stay hidden for too long. Though we still need more allies." Tom looked at him and asked quietly, "How has the Dark Lord been treating you?" "Well, I have barely seen him. But it's as usual," replied Orion. "He's violent and nasty. And I think he has some wicked plan to use me for his convenience." "Has he harmed you?" asked Tom in concern. Orion raised an eyebrow and said tauntingly, "Why, Tom? I didn't know you cared. Didn't you always say that the Dark Lord always did what was best?" Tom scowled at him and grunted, I might care a little bit. After all the effort I have put into making you into a decent dark wizard, I believe it's only natural. Orion interrupted him with a chuckle and said, don't sweat it, Tom. It's all right to admit that you've taken a liking to me. Tom snarled, I don't like anyone. Never have and never will. Orion simply smiled at him and said softly, well, I like you, Tom, and I'm not afraid to say it. Tom's face softened momentarily, but then he snapped, will you tell me if he has done anything to you or not? Orion turned serious and replied, he tried to mark me. Tom cocked an eyebrow in surprise and asked, why? You're too young. And what do you mean he tried? Didn't he succeed? Orion replied calmly, he said he wanted me to be his follower. I displayed some powers during the break into Azkaban, and I think that it made him realize that I was a worthy follower even being so young. But when he tried to mark me, I refused. He finally just turned my ring into a portkey, so that he could summon me whenever he pleased. Tom frowned at him and asked, what powers did you display? Orion sighed, I'm not sure. I didn't do it on purpose. But when I saw that my father had been key, and I just lost control and my powers flowed from me. It was really strange. The cell was burned and my powers just swirled around me trying to destroy everything. The Dark Lord was able to come inside and snap me out of it. Tom said thoughtfully, it sounds like accidental magic triggered by emotional distress. Your powers always seem to intensify with your emotions. He locked his dark blue eyes with Orion's and said, but I have never heard of such a powerful release of magic, and you said it burned everything. Orion nodded and Tom asked, would you be able to do it again conscientiously? Orion mussed over the question and replied, I'm not sure. But I remember how I felt. Maybe I could do it if I practiced it. Tom nodded and said, you should, Orion. Try to unleash your power like that again and try to control it. Use it and mold it to do what you want. Orion nodded and Tom asked in curiosity, why did you refuse the dark mark? Orion turned to look at him in disbelief, are you kidding? I'll never allow him to mark me. I told him that I wanted to be treated like an equal and that I would never accept his mark. Tom groaned, you fool, you shouldn't have told him that. I guess that he tortured you for a while after that. Orion smirked at him and replied, he didn't. He became furious, mind you, and he told me in no uncertain terms that he would mark me in the future. But I had told him earlier that I would become his follower, so maybe he didn't torture me because of that. Tom arched an eyebrow, well, his reaction is unexpected. I guess you impressed him enough that he didn't want to lose your support. But be careful with him. You can't antagonize him so openly. Orion scowled, I wasn't antagonizing him. I just refused to be marked. I won't become his property. Tom smirked at him, there's nothing wrong in being the Dark Lord's property. You might find it appealing. Orion snorted, yes, of course. There's nothing that I desire more than to become his groveling servant. I will never allow him to turn me into one more of his Death Eaters. The way they submit to him would be unbearable to me. I would never act in such a way. Tom's smirk widened, but maybe now that he's taken an interest in you, he might treat you differently. He might consider you unique. Wouldn't you like to feel what it's like to become the Dark Lord's favorite? To be envied by the rest and have his attention lavished on you at all times. The Dark Lord can be quiet, charming and irresistible when he wants to. Orion choked and he asked horrified, are you implying that he might take a personal interest in me? That he could be interested in me in that way? Tom scowled and said dryly, what's so terrifying about that? It would be a great honor for you if the Dark Lord chose you as his lover. Orion broke into a fit of coughs and then spluttered, you're joking, right? That would be horrible. I could never be with someone like him. So. Tom spat angrily, so what? Orion looked at him wide-eyed and said, so cruel. So vicious and violent. I don't want to be with someone that would have no compunction in torturing me every time he was in a foul mood. I don't think he's even capable of loving anyone. And I couldn't be with someone who couldn't love me. Tom's face darkened and he snarled, you would prefer someone like your little vampire over a great powerful dark wizard like the Dark Lord. Orion immediately replied, of course. I know that Les loves me. He treats me gently and demonstrates his love for me in every action. He's caring and compassionate. Tom snapped, he's weak and inferior. He's no match to the Dark Lord. Orion shook his head, he might not be as powerful but he isn't inferior. He's different. Anyway, this discussion is ridiculous. The Dark Lord isn't interested in me in that way and I'm too young to have lovers anyway. Tom arched an eyebrow and interrupted him, you haven't taken the little vampire as your lover yet. Orion scowled at him and replied icily, it's none of your business. But no, I haven't. He's my boyfriend and I plan on being with him for a long time, so there's no rush. I want to feel ready before we do anything more intimate. Tom's face lightened and he said with a smirk, maybe you're not attracted to him. Orion snapped at him, of course I am. He's extremely handsome and… Tom interrupted him again and said with a smirk, and the Dark Lord isn't. Don't you feel drawn to him? Orion faltered and narrowed his eyes at Tom, I don't care if the Dark Lord is attractive. He's not my type. I don't like his personality. You didn't answer my question, interrupted Tom smugly, are you drawn to him or not? Orion huffed in indignation and replied in a low unwilling whisper, I might feel a certain pull towards his magic, but nothing else. Tom smirked at him knowingly, it sounds like attraction to me. Orion scowled and said fiercely, I don't care what it sounds to you. It isn't attraction. I abhor the man. He's extremely powerful, I admit. And his power is alluring, but he would be the last wizard with whom I would ever be involved with romantically. Besides, he's just using me and I'm just using him to reach our common goals. There won't be anything else between us. Tom asked softly, do you find me handsome? Orion dropped his jaw and looked at Tom disbelievingly. He gathered himself and looked into Tom's deep blue eyes. He could see a certain nervousness in them, a flash of vulnerability, and it shocked him to the core. He replied in a low faltering whisper, I think you're very handsome, I like you very much. Tom gave him a small warm smile and Orion felt his heart give a small jolt. He shook his head and replied in agitation, this is insane. You're just a portrait and what does it have to do with me finding the Dark Lord attractive or not? I'm going to sleep. Orion saw Tom smirking at him victoriously and he snapped the locket shut. He went to sleep muttering about crazy portraits that should mind their own business. During the next week, Orion helped Narcissa to take care of the Lestranges and many of the rescued Death Eaters were already healed and were resting while waiting for their lord to summon them. Bellatrix had already awoken when Orion wasn't in the room, but Narcissa prevented him from seeing her, saying that Bellatrix was a bit mentally unstable and that it wasn't safe for him to be around her yet. Orion was currently standing in the middle of his bedroom. He was in deep meditation, trying to summon the dark magic he had released in Azkaban. Following Tom's advice, he had practiced daily but had yet to manage any results. He closed his eyes and focused to feel his magical core. He could see it in his mind, like a great pulsing whirlwind of lights. He went further, going into layer after layer of his magic, trying to find the source of his dark magic. He could feel it in his body, somewhere deep inside him, but he hadn't reached it yet. Orion thought it must be in the center of the core, after all the layers of magic, but he had never been able to go so far. Every time he inspected it, his core seemed endless and he always ended exhausted without being able to reach its center. Orion frowned while maintaining his eyes closed. There had to be a way to call the magic up to the surface, to make it leak from the center and fill his body like had happened in Azkaban. Tom said it had been triggered by his emotions. So he started thinking about his father, his face cold and white, his empty gray eyes looking into space. He felt a shiver running through his body and sorrow started to fill his heart. But his magic didn't stir. He concentrated further and thought about the happy moments he had shared with his father. But it only brought a painful longing and despair. Orion shook his head. In Azkaban, his dark magic had roared in anger, trying to destroy everything. Orion realized that love couldn't summon it, it was hate and desire for revenge that had fueled it. He went back to that fatidic night, he remembered Pettigrew squeaking and pleading for his life. Orion started shaking in anger and disgust. Pettigrew calling Sirius the traitor, trying to convince Remus of his innocence. Orion mentally snarled. He kept going. The Dementors sweeping over Sirius, king his memories. Pettigrew justifying his betrayal, Snape willing to turn Sirius to the Aurors just to satisfy his mindless revenge, Dumbledore saying that Sirius deserved to go to Azkaban, Dumbledore disregarding his father's innocence, allowing the Aurors to restrain him, allowing a son to watch how his father was taken away to be Ed. Orion's fury increased, his desire for revenge intensified. to see Dumbledore's blood spill, to see Pettigrew writhing in pain at his feet. Orion allowed the feelings to take over his mind, then, he felt it. A tingling in his skin, a furious fire roaring inside him. He mentally inspected his core, he saw pitch-black threads of magic curling around his core. Orion concentrated harder, he pictured himself torturing Dumbledore, killing Pettigrew, and the black threads pulsed violently and got larger. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He increased his ire, violent scenarios flashing through his mind. The dark magic started taking over the core, he could see it, black swirls, no longer threads, vibrating inside him. He pulled at them and more dark magic was released. He felt it filling his body, a burning fire consuming him. And, oh, the power, the pleasurable fierce power raking his body, demanding to be used to strike down his enemies. He felt it now all over his body. His palms tingling, his fingertips lightly burning, and his scar pleasantly pulsing. Orion shivered, the sensation was unexpected, almost erotic. He felt filled with darkness and his senses became overloaded. He opened his eyes and stared at his hands. His white palms were exuding a soft dark aura. He focused to bring more dark magic to the surface. He didn't break his concentration and kept thinking about revenge, pain, blood, torture and death. The soft dark aura became dark dense swirls of blackness. He brought his palms forwards and furrowed his brow in concentration. He could feel his forehead drenched in sweat and his body shuddering in heat. Heat, Orion thought, that's what it felt like, a roaring internal fire. He focused and the dark swirls turned into black flames that licked his palms. He felt the heat on his skin but it didn't hurt him. Could he shape his dark magic into whatever he liked? Was it a real fire that could burn others? He made the black flames flick higher and aimed his palms towards a chair. He gathered more magic to his hands and wandlessly shot the flames towards it. Orion's eyes widened when he saw a beam of black flames reach the chair and quickly devour it in a cloud of black smoke. He stumbled backwards and his body sagged. He felt very drained. He looked at his palms and saw that the flames were gone. He tiredly sat down on his bed and thought about what had happened. It was clear to him that only dark emotions were able to call to the surface his dark magic and he seemed to be able to give it any shape he liked. Orion frowned. Well, maybe not any shape, he would have to practice more and see what it could be turned into. But turning it into a real fire clearly indicated that the possibility was there. And it also made sense. The dark magic theorists believed that its origin was the Earth's raw magic, so turning dark magic into a natural element seemed like a plausible thing to do. He wondered how many wizards were able to do so. He hadn't read about it, but surely if he could do it so could other dark wizards. Though it could be considered as wandless magic and not many were able to do that. Suddenly he felt a sharp burning around his little finger. Orion frowned and saw that his ring was glowing black and he sighed. Voldemort was apparently summoning his Death Eaters. Why did it have to be now when he felt so tired? He quickly stood up and cast a Scourgify over him. He grabbed the black mask he had used in Azkaban and put it on. He threw a hooded black cloak over his shoulders and pressed his wand's tip to the ring. Orion portkeyed into the summoning chamber and saw that the rest of the Death Eaters were already forming a two-row semicircle around Voldemort's throne. He could see that most of those who had been rescued from Azkaban were also there. And he recognized Valerian Vlonsky, Xander Fornix, Konstantin Kavsar and Richard Parkinson amongst the gathered. Voldemort rose from the throne and addressed his followers, pinning them with his red gaze, "Welcome back, my trusted servants. Finally our family is complete. Those of you who remained in Azkaban instead of renouncing your loyalty to me will be rewarded above everyone else." "Master," interrupted Bellatrix, throwing herself at Voldemort's feet and fervently dotting his robes, "Thank you, Master. Thank you for freeing us. I always remained loyal, always faithful. I knew you would return to us." Orion scrunched his nose in disgust. How could Bellatrix lower herself and act in such a subservient way? She was a black. She should have more pride. Voldemort looked down at her and thinly smiled while tracing a long white finger along her cheek. Bellatrix shivered in pleasure and Orion almost choked when he saw her reaction and how she adoringly looked up at Voldemort while remaining at his feet. Voldemort unexpectedly locked gazes with Orion and smirked while he ran his finger along her face. Orion almost shuddered at the intense look that Voldemort was giving him. Voldemort lowered his gaze to look at Bellatrix and said quietly, "Bella, I never doubted your loyalty. Rise and take your place at your husband's side." "Yes, my master," she simpered while she rose. "Lestranges, come forward," commanded Voldemort. Orion saw Rodolphus and Rabastan taking a few steps forwards and kneel to key Voldemort's robes, before standing up again bowing to him. Dolohov, Rookwood, Yaxley, Jugson, Avery, Mulciber, Caros, Voldemort said while those mentioned reached Voldemort and knelt in front of him, bowing their heads. Voldemort looked at them with a small smile and said, "You are my most loyal followers. You will be part of the inner circle, like last time." Then he frowned and asked, "Where is Crouch?" Yaxley replied, still bowing his head, "My lord, I saw the guards dragging his dead body out of his cell a few years ago. He is dead, my lord." Voldemort's eyes flashed in anger and he said quietly, "We have lost one of our most loyal, he will be avenged." Suddenly a short fat wizard apparated in the middle of the room carrying an unconscious woman. The Death Eaters kneeling in front of Voldemort rose and aimed their wands towards the new arrival, and the others remaining in the circle took out their wands. Orion stood on his tiptoes to see better, but he could only see the wizard's back. Voldemort narrowed his eyes into slits and hissed dangerously, "Wormtail, you have returned to me." Orion tensed and angrily took his wand out. He could see the other Death Eaters whispering angrily and twitching to torture the traitor. Pettigrew dropped the woman and launched himself at Voldemort's feet while saying in a pathetic small pleading voice, "My lord, I never left your service, I was waiting for your return." Voldemort angrily pushed Pettigrew away with his foot and snarled, "You didn't come when I first summoned my Death Eaters. You remained hidden. You betrayed me." Pettigrew whimpered and said desperately, "No, my lord. I was trying to return to you, Black. Black found me. He betrayed you, my lord. He remained faithful to Dumbledore, he wanted to avenge the Potters. He wouldn't let me return to your side." Orion tightly clutched his wand in rage and had to restrain himself from cursing the traitorous rat. Voldemort looked down at Pettigrew with disgust and said, "And you betrayed me as well, Wormtail. You sent me to the Potters knowing what would happen." "No," wailed Pettigrew clutching Voldemort's robes while remaining crouched, "I didn't know what would happen. I never imagined that the Potter boy could defeat you." Voldemort ripped his robes from Pettigrew's grasp and hissed furiously, "The Potter brat didn't defeat me. He survived by mere chance." Pettigrew squeaked and replied hastily, "Of course, my lord, I never meant to imply." "Crucio," said Voldemort aiming his wand towards Pettigrew. Orion smiled in satisfaction while he watched Pettigrew thrashing on the floor while screaming in pain. Voldemort ended the spell and said to a whimpering and sobbing Pettigrew, "You returned to me because you were discovered, not out of loyalty. Your friends discovered your treachery and seeked revenge. You have nowhere else to go. Yet you expect to be allowed back into my ranks." Pettigrew crawled towards Voldemort and said sniveling, I can spy for you, my lord. I brought a ministry employee, she has information, she can be useful. Please, my lord, please." Voldemort looked at him impassively and replied coldly, "You will have to be punished, Wormtail." "Allow me, master," said Bellatrix giddily stepping forwards. Pettigrew squeaked and crawled away from her. Voldemort looked at her with a thin smile and said, "No, Bella. I have someone else in mind for the task." He turned around and pierced Orion with his Arlet eyes, "Black, show us what you can do. You can maim him but not kill him." Orion raised an eyebrow in surprise and stepped forwards. The Death Eaters stood aside to let him through. Bellatrix swirled to face Orion and said with a frown, "A Black?" Voldemort smirked and replied, "Yes, dear Bella. Let me introduce you to your nephew, Sirius Black's son, Orion." Orion reached them and Bellatrix looked at him in disgust and spat, "The blood traitor's son." Orion looked into her dark gray eyes and hissed furiously, "My father wasn't a blood traitor. He became a Death Eater and he was loyal to the dark." Bellatrix raised her nose in the air and said snidely, "And what's a tiny little boy like you doing here? Shouldn't you be asleep in your bed hugging your teddy bear?" Orion heard many Death Eaters laughing and snickering and Voldemort was watching them with an amused smirk on his face. Orion clutched his wand in anger and spat, "Apparently not, since I was summoned here just like you." Orion didn't give her time to reply and turned around to face Pettigrew who was looking at him wide-eyed. Orion smirked viciously at him and said, "Hello there, Pettigrew. Surely you didn't think we wouldn't meet again. Pettigrew frantically looked at Voldemort and shrieked, he's a traitor. He was with his father when they prevented me from returning to you. Orion violently clutched Pettigrew's robes and said furiously, don't lie, you bloody traitor. You were hiding and never planned on returning to the Dark Lord's side. You will pay for what you did to my father, you disgusting rat. Orion threw Pettigrew to the floor and quickly said, Crucio. Pettigrew thrashed on the floor screaming for him to stop. Orion felt the dark magic rising inside him, clamoring to be used. But he pushed it down. He didn't control it fully yet and he didn't want to show Voldemort that he could summon it at will. He had only managed that today and he would need to practice it for some time before using it in front of others. And he had wished to have this opportunity for a long while. He knew exactly what to do to satisfy his thirst for revenge. Orion lifted the spell and hissed, SS's Serpentis Flame OSSSS. 4 snakes made of fire shot from his wand and rose in front of him, waiting for his instructions. He heard some Death Eaters gasping, surely the ones that had been rescued from Azkaban and didn't know that he was a Parselmouth. Orion looked at his snakes and hissed, hold him by his wrists STSSSS and anklets SS. Bite him to keep him in place. The snakes slithered towards Pettigrew and each one coiled around an ankle or wrist. Pettigrew shrieked and made an attempt to move away but the snakes bit him and his body froze when the poison entered his bloodstream and his screams soon ceased. Orion could already smell Pettigrew's flesh burning where the snakes were touching his skin. Orion knelt by Pettigrew's side and conjured a large dagger. He saw Pettigrew's eyes widening in fear and Orion smiled at him. What was it that you cut off in order to incriminate my father and send him to Azkaban for life? Ah, yes, I seem to remember. A finger, right. Pettigrew's eyes grew impossibly large and Orion smirked at him. Orion leaned over to whisper in Pettigrew's ear, this is for all the people you have betrayed. This is for my father. And he swiftly brought down the dagger's sharp blade and cut off Pettigrew's left hand in one strike. Pettigrew's body convulsed lightly and his mouth twisted to give a silent scream. Blood rushed from his severed wrist and Orion watched in fascination how the red thick blood pooled around him. Orion wasn't sure how he felt. He felt coldness creeping inside him but also a sense of satisfaction. Pettigrew deserved much worse, he knew, but he had never expected to feel rewarded when torturing someone. Orion shook his head. This was a small measurement of justice. Pettigrew didn't deserve his pity or mercy. Orion saw Pettigrew's eyes rolling to the back of his head. It had to be because of the burns and the loss of his hand and blood. He cast an enervate and Pettigrew regained consciousness. Orion quickly cast a spell to seal his wrist and then a dark spell to prevent him from ever attaching an artificial hand to that wrist. Orion aimed his wand at Pettigrew's severed left hand, which lay on the floor in a pool of blood and said, Incinerus. The hand disappeared in a ball of fire and was quickly reduced to a pile of dust. Orion stood up and flicked his wand to end the Parseltongue spell. The 4 snakes disappeared in a puff of black smoke and Orion could see that Pettigrew's wrists and ankles were burned almost to the bone. It didn't worry him, those could be healed with potions. Orion looked at his robes and pants and saw that they were drenched in Pettigrew's blood. He grimaced and quickly cast a strong Scourgify. The poison in Pettigrew's body seemed to be losing its effect already, since Pettigrew started whimpering and grabbing his wrist protectively. Orion took a step backwards and he cast the last spell he had planned to use on Pettigrew if he ever found him, Dimensia Nocturna. It was a very dark curse that would force Pettigrew to relive his worst nightmares and memories each night for 3 months. Orion hoped Pettigrew would be plagued by the Potters and serious deaths. Satisfied, Orion turned around to look at the Death Eaters. They stood silently regarding him and some shifted uncomfortably. Bellatrix was looking at him as if she had never seen him before and there was a prideful glint in her eyes. She said condescendingly, you did well, little nephew. Orion smirked at her and replied, thank you, dear aunt. Voldemort glanced at him briefly and then said coldly to his Death Eaters, someone remove Pettigrew and give him some potions. Then he turned to look at Orion and said quietly, take your place besides Bella. Orion nodded curtly and went back to the circle. He saw that Lucius was on his other side looking at him with a satisfied smirk. Voldemort stood in front of them and commanded, Avery, bring forth the witch that Pettigrew captured. The witch was deposited in front of Voldemort and he quickly cast an enervate. She woke up and gasped when she saw Voldemort's red eyes piercing her. She looked around nervously and cried, "Where am I? Who are you?" Some Death Eaters laughed and the witch rose shakily from the floor. Orion felt a stab of pity for her and hoped that she wouldn't be damaged. Voldemort aimed his wand towards her and hissed, "What's your name and what's your position inside the Ministry?" The witch looked at him in fear and stuttered, Who are you?" "You're your eyes. Crucio," snarled Voldemort, and the witch fell to the floor shrieking in pain. Orion silently sighed and prayed to Morgana that the witch had enough sense to answer Voldemort's next questions without angering him more. The spell was lifted and the witch sobbed on the floor, still having spasms from the pain lingering in her body. Voldemort coldly looked down at her and said, "If you want the torture to end, you will answer my questions without delays." The witch shook in fear on the floor but replied in a hoarse voice, "I'm Bertha Jerkins. I was on my vacations." She looked around uncomprehendingly. "I don't know how I got here." Voldemort interrupted her impatiently, "What do you do in the Ministry of Magic?" Bertha looked at him wide-eyed and stuttered, I work at the Department of Magical Games and Sports." Voldemort frowned and looked at one of his Death Eaters. "Rosier, you reported that the Ministries were planning to reinstate the Triwizard Tournament this year. Do you have any new information regarding the tournament?" Rosier calmly replied from his place at the semicircle, "Yes, my lord. Everything is settled already. Durmstrang's and Beauxbaton's delegations will be arriving at Hogwarts in October." Orion tensed. Did they have something planned for the tournament? He didn't like it one bit. Hogwarts will be filled with children and an attack during the tournament would cause many unnecessary deaths. His friends will be there as well and he didn't want them to be in any risky situation. Voldemort smirked and turned towards the witch. "Tell me what has been planned for the tasks." Bertha replied uncertainly, "I don't know much. I don't remember. There are 3 tasks, and the cup. I think there's a goblet." Voldemort looked at her with a frown and hissed, "Your department is organizing the tournament and you don't remember the details." Bertha shook with fear and blabbered, I don't have a good memory. I try to remember but I can't. I don't know." And she broke down in sobs. Voldemort looked at her disgusted and swiftly aimed his wand at her and said, "Legilimens." The witch's body tensed and rigidly remained still. Her eyes became unfocused and her arms dropped by her sides. Orion looked at Voldemort in awe. He was able to cast the spell without looking into the victim's eyes. He could see Voldemort concentrating and his eyes were glazed over, as if he wasn't in his own mind. It was fascinating to watch. After a while Voldemort broke the spell and looked at the witch with interest. "You have a strong memory charm blocking one of your memories." Bertha had recovered from the spell and looked at him wide-eyed, I have. I don't remember." One of the Death Eaters snorted and Voldemort looked at her with a vicious smirk. "I can remove it for you. Would you like me to?" he said quietly. Orion frowned. To remove a memory charm was very dangerous. The victim could suffer from brain damage if it wasn't done carefully. And Voldemort didn't seem to care if he did it with delicacy as long as he got the information that was being blocked. Orion made a move to come forwards but Lucius forcefully grabbed his arm and shook his head at him. The message was clear, he shouldn't interfere. Orion looked at Voldemort and the witch with apprehension. Bertha looked at Voldemort warily and replied, "I don't know, it could be dangerous. I don't remember much about that type of charms but—" "Enough," interrupted Voldemort impatiently, "look at me." Bertha instinctively obeyed and Voldemort swiftly placed his hand above her head. He murmured a spell that Orion didn't hear and Bertha started shrieking in pain while her body violently convulsed. Voldemort kept looking into her eyes and he clutched her head tighter. The witch screamed in agony and large tears were rolling from her eyes but she didn't seem able to close them. Orion lightly trembled where he stood. It was a horrible scene to watch. She was in such agony, her screams were torturous. "No," he whispered under his breath when he saw that the witch had started drooling from her mouth. Voldemort was tearing her mind apart. He had to stop. Orion made another move forwards but Lucius fiercely clutched his arm once more and hissed, "Stay still, boy. Let him do it. It's too late now, anyway." Orion shook his head fiercely and violently removed his arm from Lucius' grasp. Just when he took another step forwards, Voldemort stopped and removed his hand from the witch's head. She dropped to the floor like a rag doll and Orion stared at her horrified. Her face was frozen in a distorted grimace of pain and she was drooling copiously. Her eyes were wide open and seemed empty. Orion involuntarily shuddered. Her eyes looked like Sirius after the key. Orion looked up at Voldemort in anger and saw him looking back at him with a raised eyebrow and a taunting smirk on his face. Voldemort silkily asked, "Something you wanted to say?" Orion angrily clutched his wand by his side, he could almost feel his knuckles cracking. "Yes, you bloody bastard," he thought furiously, "that was unnecessary, you destroyed her mind." But what could he do now? It was too late. If he said something he would only be tortured for showing disobedience and disrespect. Voldemort smirked widely when he saw the boy's eyes flashing with anger. There stood the boy, in front of his Death Eaters, looking so small yet confident in his power and rightful anger. And he was so stunningly beautiful with his dark hair, contrasting white skin, and sparkling emerald eyes. A precious unique jewel in the midst of darkness. What remained to be seen was if he was smart as well. Orion swallowed his angry retort and curtly shook his head before returning to Lucius and Bellatrix's side. Voldemort thinly smiled in satisfaction and addressed his Death Eaters. "It seems that Bartemius Crouch was the one to place a memory charm on the witch. She discovered something very interesting when she went to his house to have some documents signed by him." He paused and continued, "Barty Crouch Jr. is alive and is being held under the imperious curse by his father." Some Death Eaters gasped in surprise and Voldemort said, "We will plan his rescue on a later date." The witch also had valuable information on the Triwizard Tournament. He turned to look at Bellatrix and said, "Bella, dispose of her." Bellatrix eagerly strode forwards and said, "Avada Kedavra." Orion closed his eyes in despair when the green light filled his vision and he felt his heart turning a little colder. He didn't mind seeing in pain those who deserved it or even causing that pain himself, but that witch had been innocent and she had tried to give them information. She had suffered a great deal and it could have been prevented. He could have acted sooner. Orion shook his head. He wasn't being realistic. He couldn't have stopped it, even if he wanted to. Voldemort would have just cursed him and continued with the mind violation. But could he justify his actions with that argument? Would he stand aside and do nothing when this happened again? Was he prepared to cast aside his principles and morals to allow these things to happen in order to avoid being tortured? Orion opened his eyes and warily sighed. He would intervene when he had to protect someone truly innocent and when he knew he could win. He gained nothing if he intervened when he could be easily stopped. Voldemort said in a commanding voice, "You can leave now. Inner Circle, stay behind. We have much to plan." Death Eaters started apparating away and Orion saw Rosier, Lucius, Bellatrix and the Lestranges remaining with some others. He gratefully strode away from the summoning chamber without looking back. As soon as he closed the door he saw Narcissa waiting for him. She approached him and gently lifted his chin. "Are you all right?" Orion gave her a small wan smile and nodded. Narcissa sighed and said, "I think you're too young to be participating in these meetings. I don't know what the Dark Lord is thinking about, letting you see those things. But Lucius assures me that you won't be summoned frequently and that today was only your introduction." Orion replied earnestly, "I don't know why the Dark Lord wants to summon me either. But I think it's because he wants me to be his follower when I'm older and perhaps he wants me to be prepared. I don't mind. It was hard but it's better for me to become used to it." Narcissa clicked her tongue and walked away with him. "You're too young to become used to those things. Draco is also getting ready to become his follower but I would never allow him to participate yet, even if the Dark Lord commanded it. And thankfully, he hasn't. I will have a serious talk with Lucius about it. He can dissuade the Dark Lord from requesting your presence." Orion looked at her and said, "I don't want to put Lucius in a sticky situation." Narcissa interrupted him, "Nonsense, we are your guardians now. You are our responsibility and we will look after your well-being." She raised her chin haughtily and said, "I won't have any of my children deprived from a normal and happy childhood. No matter how many Dark Lords I have to face in order to accomplish it." Orion looked up at her in wonder and asked, "You're my guardian? You consider me your child?" Narcissa warmly smiled at him and said, "Yes, we are your guardians. Lucius informed me, just before the gathering, that the papers had come through and that we won your custody." She cupped his face and looked into Orion's eyes. "Your family, you're a Black, and now you're my child." Orion felt his eyes fill with unshed tears and warmth spreading in his heart. Narcissa sighed and lightly stroked his hair while she looked at his face. You look so much like your father. Orion happily grinned and she smiled back at him. He was my favorite cousin when we played together as children. Always so wild and fun, and so charming. Bella and he never got along, but we were friendly before he ran away from his parents' house. And I admit that I never liked Aunt Walburga much, so I partly understood his reasons for leaving. Orion chuckled. Yes, grandmother had a very strong character and was, perhaps, a little bit mad. It does seem to run in the family. Narcissa smiled playfully. Yes, it does. Orion had already unpacked all his things and was currently observing his room in Malfoy Manor. His father was in a room next to his, already being attended by the Medowitch that Narcissa had hired, and Draco's room was across the hall from his. The Lestranges had been given quarters on another floor. The door suddenly flung open and Orion spun around and smiled when he saw Draco striding in. Draco had changed a lot. Orion briefly remembered how Draco had looked like the night he had gone to Hogwarts to rescue Sirius. Gone was the short, thin-faced boy of years past. Draco was tall and lean and his pale blonde hair hung loose around his face. He was very handsome and now there was a marked air of confidence and arrogance about him. Draco pulled Orion into a tight hug and said, I'm so glad you're staying to live with us. I haven't seen you in ages, apart from that one night. Draco broke the hug and looked at Orion appreciatively. He said with a smirk, You've grown. Orion laughed, I was just thinking the same thing about you. We aren't small boys anymore, are we? Draco quirked an eyebrow and drawled, I was never a small boy. You were, as I remember, very short. Still or a bit, he said with a taunting smile. Orion lightly smacked him on the head and replied, I'm much taller, thank you very much. Besides, I'll still grow some more. Draco led Orion to the bed where they sat together and he asked, What do you want to do this summer? Orion sighed, I don't know. I'm going to ask your father to teach me how to manage the Black Vaults and… Draco quickly interrupted him, That's boring. We have to do something fun. This is our first summer together in almost 2 years. We can practice Quidditch and I can teach you how to horseback ride. Oh, and your birthday is coming soon. He said excitedly, My mother is planning on throwing a ball for you. Orion looked at him disbelieving and said sharply, I don't want a ball. I'm not in a festive mood considering that I have just lost my father. Draco looked at him warily and said uncertainly, I didn't mean to disregard your father's death. Orion looked into Draco's silvery light gray eyes and sighed, I shouldn't have snapped at you like that. I'm sorry. He sighed resignedly and continued, If your mum wants to have a ball the least I can do is to be grateful. She has taken me in after all. Draco grabbed his hand and said, She only wants to have a ball to cheer you up. Orion silently nodded and then Draco said excitedly, And we also have tickets for the final of the 422nd Quidditch World Cup. Then he added arrogantly, We're going to be in the minister's box, you know. Orion chuckled, Of course, we are. Where would Malfoy's seat if not in the best box of the stadium? Exactly, said Draco ignoring Orion's taunting tone, and it's going to be great. Bulgaria against Ireland. Your pal Crumb is playing, I can't wait to see him flying. Orion snorted, He's hardly my pal. But he is a great seeker, I think I'll enjoy the match very much. Orion looked nervously at Draco and asked, Do you think that your father will allow me to invite a friend to stay over for a few weeks? For my birthday and all. Draco frowned and asked, Who do you want to invite? Orion replied quietly, Lysander. Draco scowled and crossed his arms over his chest, You're still with him. Orion raised an eyebrow, You know that I am. I have written to you about him since the first day we got together. Draco turned his face to look away from Orion and replied icily, I don't think my father will like it much. He doesn't come from a dark wizarding family. Orion scowled and replied, And why does that matter? He's my boyfriend and if Lucius doesn't allow him to visit me then I will go and stay with Lysander for the holidays. Draco turned towards him in anger and said, And you rather stay with him than with me? You've seen him all year. I haven't seen you in almost 2 years. Am I not your best friend anymore? Orion sighed and said gently, You are, but I also want to see him. We had a huge fight and things weren't going so well and I want to fix it. I need to spend some time with him to mend things. Then he brightened and said, And besides, I'll be going to Hogwarts with you this year. I forgot to tell you. I made it into Durmstrang's delegation. Draco frowned at him. What are you talking about? Orion raised his eyebrows in surprise. Of the Triwizard Tournament, of course. At Draco's uncomprehending stare, Orion understood what the problem was and he started laughing. Draco scowled at him and Orion said in between chuckles, "Oh, my. Dumbledore hasn't told you yet. This is priceless." Draco huffed in annoyance. "Hasn't told us what?" Orion shook his head in amusement and replied, "That Hogwarts is going to be hosting the Triwizard Tournament this year. You must have read about the tournament in some history book, Draco. The 3 tasks that have to be completed by 3 champions, one for each school, Beauxbatons, Durmstrang, and Hogwarts." Realization finally shone in Draco's eyes and he said excitedly, "Yes, yes. I read about it. And it's going to happen this year." Orion nodded and Draco's face darkened, "And the old coot hasn't told us about it yet." What was he thinking? The students have to get ready and train during the summer. Orion snickered. "I have no idea what went through Dumbledore's mind, but I guess he is going to tell the school on the first day of class." Draco huffed in indignation. "Well, he should have told us sooner. Your headmaster obviously told you ages ago." "Yes, he did," replied Orion proudly. "We had to go through a dueling tournament to get selected to be in the delegation, so I can safely say that we will be serious competition." Draco arched an eyebrow and drawled arrogantly, "Well, I'm also going to be a serious contender. You'll see, I bet I get selected as Hogwarts champion." Orion smiled at him in amusement but then said pensively, "But I still don't know if there's going to be an age restriction. Dumbledore was negotiating to set one and I still don't know what the final decision was." Draco stared at him in disbelief. "An age restriction? Whatever for?" Orion rolled his eyes and replied, "They believe that we're too young to compete. They only want to allow those who are 17 or older to put their names forward." Draco crossed his arms angrily and raised his chin haughtily. "Well, that's rubbish. I'll put my name forwards anyways. I'll find a way to bypass the stupid rule." Orion shook his head and chuckled. "Good luck with that, then. I will have a good time seeing you try to outsmart Dumbledore." They spent the rest of the day talking about their year and playing chess or flying around the Quidditch pitch. Orion hadn't felt this carefree in ages and he realized that he had missed Draco greatly. Draco could be superficial at times but his light-heartedness was refreshing and endearing. Draco didn't seem concerned about the Dark Lord or the incoming war, he just liked to enjoy his life as much as possible and it allowed Orion to catch a glimpse of what a normal childhood should be like. He could distinctly see Narcissa's influence in his friend's attitude. Narcissa had obviously shielded Draco from the more unpleasant realities of the times they were living in and Orion partly envied that. He just hoped that Draco would be ready to face the harshness when things got more serious. But Orion realized that Draco was also partly aware thanks to Lucius, even if he didn't dwell much on such matters. Draco could easily discuss Death Eaters and the war, he just didn't see much cause for concern. Draco had great faith in what his father had told him about the greatness of the Dark Lord and he was convinced that the Dark Lord could defeat Dumbledore and that the Dark would ultimately triumph. Orion was a little more skeptic. He knew that the Dark wasn't ready yet and that they needed more allies but he didn't bother in popping his friend's bubble. Orion was certain that Lucius would take care of preparing Draco for the times to come and he liked to see Draco enjoying his life unconcernedly in the meantime. Orion suddenly woke up from his nap and automatically rubbed his invisible scar. He hadn't had visions in a long while since he always went to sleep with his occlumency shields raised. He had decided that he needed some peace for a while and therefore he had started blocking his visions. But in this afternoon nap he had forgotten about raising his mind barriers. It had been a regular Death Eater meeting but the interesting part was that Voldemort had ordered Pettigrew to spy on Dumbledore in his animagus form in order to gather information on what the old wizard knew about Harry Potter. It seemed that Voldemort hadn't given up finding him yet and it worried him. Why was Voldemort so adamant about finding him? Was his theory about Snape and the prophecy correct? Orion sighed and turned in his bed. He wished people would just forget about Harry Potter, why couldn't they leave him alone? He also remembered something else. Voldemort had briefly referred to theirs plans about the Triwizard Tournament, but he hadn't said anything specific. It seemed that the inner circle had everything set already. Orion wondered what they wanted to do. How could they use the tournament? Maybe to create some havoc and terror, maybe frighten the light wizards. Was Voldemort planning on making his return public during the tournament? Did he feel prepared already? Orion frowned, but surely the Death Eaters who had children attending Hogwarts that year wouldn't want to put them in danger. They wouldn't risk an attack on Hogwarts, would they? Orion stood up and decided to push his concerns to a side. Lucius would tell him if something that could affect Draco and him happened, and Calypso would be warned by her father as well. He'll worry about it when the time came. He had another business to attend to. Orion quickly moved around the manor and reached Lucius' office. The wizard always spent all his time there, and it was the surest place to find him. Orion knocked and heard a muffled, "Enter." He opened the door and strode in. Lucius was seated behind a great mahogany desk and was perusing some parchments while holding a cup of red wine with his other hand. Lucius arched an eyebrow when he saw him and asked, "Already finished with the finance manuals I gave you?" Orion replied, "Yes, but I wanted to speak to you about something else." Lucius motioned for him to take a seat and Orion sat in front of him and involuntarily fidgeted a little bit. Lucius had been very patient with him and had dedicated long hours to teach him about the management of his vaults and the business deals that Sirius had participated in. Orion had learned a lot and respected Lucius' brilliance and mind for business. But he was sure that Lucius wouldn't be happy about what he was about to request, considering Draco's reaction when he told him. Orion looked up at Lucius and said, "You know that Narcissa has planned a ball for my birthday in a few days. And I gave her a list with the names of my friends so that she could invite them. But I was wondering if I could ask one of them to stay at the manor for a few weeks." Lucius replied calmly, "Yes, of course. I see no problem in that. Who do you want to invite?" Orion fidgeted again but said with determination, "Lysander Zeraven." Lucius frowned in thought and then said, "I don't recognize his family name." Then Lucius marginally widened his eyes and he fixed Orion with his stare. "Zeraven from the vampire clan." Orion nodded and decided that he had to be honest. If Lysander was staying, they wouldn't be hiding their relationship. "Yes, he's the son of the master vampire. And, well, he's my boyfriend." Lucius raised an eyebrow and asked, "How long have you been with him?" "A year," Orion replied quietly. Lucius pierced him with his light gray eyes and said sternly, "You can have any boyfriends or girlfriends you like while you're underage, but you shouldn't invest so much time in a relationship that you know you will have to break when you turn 17. You shouldn't grow attached to anyone." Orion frowned at him and said, "I have no desire of breaking my relationship with Lysander if we're still together when we turn 17. I don't see why." Lucius interrupted him and coldly said, "I'm sure your father already explained this to you, Orion. When you turn 17 you will be betrothed to a dark pureblood witch or wizard in order to have a powerful heir. You should break up with Lysander as soon as possible before becoming more close to him." Orion scowled and replied, "I'm already close to him and I don't want to marry anyone else. Besides, my father isn't able to conduct the negotiations anymore. I don't need to become betrothed when I turn 17. I could just remain with Lysander." Lucius looked at him with determination and replied, "Narcissa has taken charge of the negotiations for you, as is expected. When you become of age you will be already betrothed to the one we select for you." Orion looked at him angrily and hissed, "To the one you select for me. I will decide whom I marry. I won't be forced into an arranged marriage." Lucius snapped at him, "You will do as you're told. You are the head of the Black House. I won't have you mixing your blood with a vampire. He's not a dark wizard. You will do your duty and produce an heir for the black bloodline." Orion crossed his arms in front of his chest and replied angrily, "That's my decision. My father told me that he wouldn't force me into anything. I'm aware that I need an heir, but I will decide whom I marry. And if I want to marry when I'm much older, then I will. I don't need to be engaged at 17. That's too soon and I can be with Lysander in the meanwhile." Lucius snarled, "Your father was too lenient with you. As your guardians, we will choose the best candidate for you. We do this for your own good. We know who is from the best and more powerful bloodlines. You will marry when you turn 17. You can return to your vampire after producing an heir, though I discourage it. He is not the proper partner for you. And you will need to break your relationship with him as soon as possible. It has been going on for far too long. That's the end of this discussion." Orion rose in anger and glared at Lucius, "I highly respect your opinion, uncle, but I won't be forced to break up with him. When I turn 17 I'll be legally able to break any marriage contract that you sign in my name. I accept that I will have to marry a dark witch or wizard, but if you want to avoid the scandal of breaking a marriage contract, then you will present to me the candidates you have selected and I will consider your opinion when I make the choice. But the choice is mine. And I will remain with Lysander as long as I wish to. There's no reason for me to break our relationship before I get married. Lucius rose from his chair and approached Orion. He clutched his shoulders and said coldly, looking down at him, if you break a marriage contract you will bring shame and dishonor to the family. I won't allow you to do that. Orion looked up at him and said desperately, then let me choose. I have already admitted that I won't be able to marry Lysander, but at least let me choose the mother or father of my child. Lucius frowned at him and replied sternly, if we let you choose, the final decision will still rest with us. If we don't approve of the choice you have made, then you will have to choose again until we reach an agreement. Orion looked at him pensively and said, if I agree to that, will you let me stay with Lysander in the meanwhile? Will I be able to invite him over and be with him in the open? Lucius replied in a slightly frustrated tone, he's not an adequate boyfriend for you. You can be with any other dark wizard in the meantime, and you're too young for a serious relationship anyway. Any relationship you have now will have to be terminated eventually. Orion stepped back, dislodging his shoulders from Lucius' grasp, and replied stubbornly, that's my concern, it's my problem. I will be with him regardless of what you say. If you don't allow him to stay with me at the manor, I'll still see him at school. It won't change anything. Lucius silently regarded him and then said, if you agree that the final decision of selecting your spouse rests with Narcissa and me, then you can invite him over and you can remain being his boyfriend until your marriage. The final decision with my approval, retorted Orion. Lucius hissed angrily, yes. Orion smirked at him and said, very well. We have deal. Thank you. Orion left the room satisfied. Lysander would stay with him for a couple of weeks and they could be together in public without concerns. He had already predicted that the Malfoys would be selecting his future spouse, so that didn't come as a surprise. Besides, he would cross that bridge when he turned 17. He had no compunction in breaking a marriage contract if Lucius didn't keep his promise of asking for his approval first. He had given him fair warning. After the boy left, Lucius sat down in front of his desk and frowned. He didn't like it at all that Orion was so stubborn about his relationship with the vampire. And he liked it even less that the boy wanted to choose his own spouse. He was the last male Black and he was extremely powerful. The boy had proved so in several occasions. The boy needed to mix his blood with another powerful bloodline, and it would be a great and advantageous match if Orion were to marry Draco. The Malfoy line would be greatly strengthened if it mixed with the Blacks again, and the Parseltongue ability could perhaps breed true in their heir. And the Dark Lord had already told him that he would decide as well with who Orion was to be paired with. Lucius smirked. There were some types of magical marriage contracts that couldn't be broken. The boy clearly hadn't read about the matter thoroughly. I've missed you, whispered Lysander, hugging Orion as soon they had closed the door of Orion's bedroom. Lysander had just arrived by flow at Malfoy Manor, and after a quick and cold introduction to Narcissa and Lucius, Orion had taken him to his bedroom. Lysander had been given a room next to his and they had already left his trunks there. Orion nuzzled Lysander's neck and replied, I've missed you too. I'm sorry for the way the Malfoys greeted you. Lysander sighed and stroked Orion's hair. I already expected it. After you explained to me all about the dark pureblood traditions, I suspected that they wouldn't be too happy about us. Orion looked up at him without breaking the hug and said, they have no right to interfere. Lucius told me that he was okay with it. Lysander raised an eyebrow. He's okay with you becoming my mate. Orion fidgeted and answered, well, no. I didn't tell him about that. We reached an agreement where he wouldn't force me to marry anyone I didn't approve of. Orion looked up into Lysander's pale blue eyes and asked nervously, you still want me to become your mate? Lysander smiled warmly at him, of course I do. We're still too young, but when the time comes I want to bond with you. Orion asked uncertainly, but what about your parents? What about our respective duties? Lysander sighed and took Orion towards the bed. They sat in front of each other and Lysander replied, my parents were disappointed that you weren't able to visit them, but we will have to try again next year. My father won't approve of you until he meets you, but my mother is already working on him to make him see that I don't really need a vampire mate, just a powerful one. And you are powerful. When father meets you he will sense it. So I'm not too worried about it. Lysander paused and locked his eyes with Orion's. And about our duties, well, we can reach a compromise when the time comes. I'm sure we can manage. Orion beamed at him. Yes, you're right. It's simply a matter of organizing our time together when the war starts and you take your place by your father's side. Orion frowned and then asked nervously, but what about my need for a pureblood heir? Lysander scowled. Is it really that important? Won't a child with me be sufficient? Orion looked at him warily and replied, it would be sufficient for me, Lysander, but it is important for the dark wizards that my bloodline mixes with another dark one. Lysander remained stonily scowling, and Orion sighed and said, it doesn't matter now. I can avoid getting married with a dark pureblood, and perhaps when I'm 30 or older I can produce an heir with someone. It shouldn't affect our relationship. I don't want to argue because of it. I just want to be with you. Lysander's face softened and he replied, yes, those are concerns for the future. He laughed. We are really far too young to be worried about such things. Orion chuckled. Yes, it's madness. Heirs, blood, duties, war. I wish I could just forget about all that stuff and simply enjoy life. Lysander pulled him into a tight hug and lay on the bed with Orion by his side. Lysander gently kissed him and then said, I wish you didn't have to concern yourself about those things either. I wish I could just whisk you away with me and keep you at our citadel, safely protected from the outside. Orion smiled at him and traced Lysander's lips with his fingertip. Yes, I can already see the headlines, boy who lived abducted by crazy frenzied vampire. Lysander grinned and unexpectedly rolled Orion on his back, pinning him down with his body. He brought his face inches away from Orion's and purred, boy who lived madly in love with why, hot, seductive vampire. Orion chuckled and raised an eyebrow. He said tauntingly, seductive. I don't see much seduction happening here. Lysander mockingly growled before dotting Orion passionately. Orion battled for dominance with his tongue against Lysander's until he gave up and simply allowed Lysander to explore his mouth while he relished in the warm feeling of Lysander's hand caressing his chest and the taste of Lysander in his mouth. Orion mo.net against Lysander's lips when Lysander grinded his hips against his and he pulled Lysander's head to deepen the key. After a few minutes they took a break for air and Lysander looked into Orion's green eyes and whispered softly, You're so beautiful, Muanima. Orion cocked his head to a side and asked with curiosity, Muanima. Lysander grinned and replied, You're quite the linguist, you pronounced it perfectly. Though with that little agile tongue of yours I shouldn't be surprised. Orion smiled and replied, Be serious, what does it mean? Lysander leaned closer and whispered to his ear, It means, my heart, in Romanian. Orion widened his eyes and asked, Is that where your clan lives? Lysander wickedly smirked at him, I would have to bite you and make you mine if I disclosed that secret. Orion chuckled but then looked up at Lysander, Why have you never bitten me? Lysander raised his eyebrows, I didn't think you would be comfortable with it. Orion frowned, Well, I don't want you to bite me to drain me from my blood. But don't vampires bite their mates when they are together intimately? Yes, we do. We drain very little blood but it is a very intimate moment, replied Lysander earnestly. He locked eyes with Orion and asked uncertainly, You wouldn't mind? Orion smiled warmly at him and replied, Of course not. I trust you and I don't want you to restrain yourself just because I'm not a vampire. Then he smirked at him roguishly and said, I would like to experience those legendary vampire keys for myself. Lysander leaned closer and his eyes sparkled. He purred, They can become quite addictive, you know. I wouldn't want to be accosted in public by you, forever demanding to be bitten again. Orion laughed and replied, It's you who's incapable of keeping your hands away from me in the presence of others. I do think you're quite the exhibitionist. Lysander wickedly smiled, Of course I am. I want everyone to know that you're mine. Orion grinned, I am, as much as you're mine as well. Always and completely, replied Lysander before nuzzling Orion's neck. Then he whispered, Are you sure? Orion chuckled and tilted his head upwards to give Lysander more access. Yes, get on with it or I'll find myself another more willing vampire. Lysander didn't waste any more time and finally indulged in something that he had desired for a long time. Orion gasped when he felt Lysander's fangs pierce the skin of his neck, and he closed his eyes when he felt the rush of his blood. He could feel Lysander's warm lips gently king his neck, and soon felt a feverish pleasure coursing through his body. He could feel Lysander's heart beating against his chest, and he arched and Ned in pleasure when he felt a heightened arousing feeling raking his body. Orion blindly caressed Lysander's long silky hair and then felt Lysander's tongue lapping his neck. The pleasure slowly subsided and he dazedly opened his eyes. Lysander's face was inches away from his and he was grinning at him. Orion, still a little bit dazzled, said, "Wow. That was amazing." Then he shook his head to clear it and asked with a pout, "Why didn't you continue?" Lysander chuckled, "I didn't want to weaken you. When we are bonded I will be able to do it for a longer period of time without affecting you." Orion's pout intensified and he said, "Well, that isn't fair. I'm beginning to feel rather envious of the muggles you take. They shouldn't be allowed to take pleasure from you." Lysander laughed, "It would be quite unfair if we didn't give them anything in return. Their blood sustains our life after all. And stop pouting at me. You look delectable like that." Orion asked, surprised, "I do." Then he grinned, "Well, now I know just what to do when I want to get something out of you." Lysander shook his head in amusement and deeply at him. Orion relished in the metallic tang in Lysander's mouth. It was strange to think that it was his own blood, but it felt warm and he liked the taste of it in Lysander's mouth. Lysander broke the key and sat on the bed, pulling Orion to a sitting position as well. Orion looked at him with curiosity and Lysander took out a necklace from one of his pockets. "Happy birthday," said Lysander softly while giving the necklace to Orion. Orion looked at it and saw a small glass cylindrical vial hanging from it. It was filled with a dark red substance. He looked at Lysander inquisitively. Lysander said quietly, "It's my blood." Orion raised an eyebrow in surprise and he continued, "It's not enough to turn you or bond you to me, but it is useful if you ever need to heal from serious wounds. I want you to wear it always in case you need it." Orion smiled at Lysander and he hugged him tightly. "Thank you, Les. I know how much your own blood means to you. I'm honored that you trust me with it. I'll always wear it." Lysander smiled warmly at him and took the necklace to clasp it around Orion's neck. Orion thought in amusement that he seemed to unwillingly collect a lot of necklaces. He kept Tom's locket safely warded in his school trunk since he was always around Lucius, but he still wore the Deathly Hallows portkey, which was glamored into an onyx pendant. He said to anyone who asked, that it had been a gift from his father. Lysander then asked, "At what time is this ball of yours?" Orion gasped. He had almost forgotten. The ball was tonight. He quickly grabbed his wand and cast a time spell. "We only have an hour. Narcissa will skin me alive if we are late." Orion stood up and dragged an amused Lysander with him. "Come on, we have to get ready." The ball was in full swing and he hadn't stopped dancing with Lysander for a single moment. Lysander was an amazing dancer and he led him perfectly around the ballroom. Orion could see a scowling Draco being pestered by a determinate pansy. But Draco seemed to be in a foul mood this night and had refused everyone who had asked him to dance. Evander was dancing with Kara and to Orion's amazement, Victor had finally convinced a reticent Calypso to join him on the dance floor. Orion winked at her conspiratorially when Lysander and he passed the couple in one of their twirls and she just rolled her eyes at him. He had seen Blaze dancing with a handsome boy moments ago and Theo was chatting up a girl in one of the corners. The adults were either talking between themselves and occasionally looking at the young couples or dancing as well. Orion felt this had been his best birthday ever. He felt extremely happy in Lysander's arms, being able to be with him in public and knowing that Lucius couldn't chastise him for it. Then his happiness vanished and was replaced by sorrow and guilt when he remembered that his father wasn't there with him and that he was enjoying the party while Sirius lay soulless on a bed. He sniffled and burrowed his head in Lysander's neck. They kept dancing but Lysander parted a bit from Orion and gently lifted his chin and asked in concern, "Hey, why are you sad? Aren't you enjoying the ball?" Orion grimaced and replied, "Yes, very much. That's the problem, Les. I'm here enjoying my life and I forgot that my father is an empty shell that will never share these moments with me." Lysander looked at him sadly and replied, "But there's still hope. You plan on studying necromancy in order to gain back his soul. There's still a chance." Orion locked his eyes with his and said with despair, Yes, but I don't even know if it's possible, and if it is, it will take many years. How will he be like when he returns? Or, what if I'm unsuccessful? I miss him so much. I don't deserve to have fun while he's in that condition. Lysander shook his head and said with determination, "You can't do that to yourself, Orion. You must live on and fight for him. You can't drown in your sorrow. You know that you did everything in your power, and now you just need to be strong and find a way to get him back. You always succeed when you put your mind into things. You will succeed this time as well. If you try and fail, it won't be your fault either. There are some things that are irreversible and escape our control. You can't blame yourself either if in the future you fail in doing something that hasn't been done before. And you have others who love you and care for you as well." Orion nodded and gave him a small smile. "You're right, of course. I just can't help it. Sometimes I'm fine, but then I remember him and I feel so useless and impotent. What's the use of being magically powerful if I can't even protect those whom I love? If I can't even save him from death?" Lysander warily sighed and pulled Orion towards him without missing a step. "It's only natural that you feel that way. It will get better in time." Orion silently nodded and vouched that he would find a way to defeat death somehow. He would bring his father back, whatever it took. Lysander gently caressed his hair and Orion leaned towards the touch while closing his eyes. He followed the slow rhythm of the music and started to enjoy the feel of Lysander's body against his own. He goofily smiled when Lysander started whispering encouragements in his ear. Suddenly the small hairs on the back of his neck stood up and he felt an intense magical aura washing through his senses. His invisible scar started prickling furiously, but it didn't hurt much. He opened his eyes and immediately locked gazes with narrowed Arlet eyes that were watching him intently. Orion tensed when he recognized them. What in Morgana's name was Voldemort doing at his birthday ball? He looked around over Lysander's shoulder and saw that Voldemort was surrounded by some of his inner circle and other wizards that he didn't know. Bellatrix was hovering at Voldemort's side talking animatedly about something, but he saw that Lucius was watching him as well. Lucius' expression was unreadable. Orion frowned and thought about the list of guests. He realized that they were all Death Eaters or families that had supported Voldemort in the past. It wasn't surprising then that Voldemort dared to make an appearance. It was probably beneficial for him to interact with other dark purebloods and prove that he was healthy and strong. Only his higher-ranked Death Eaters had seen him so far, and if he wanted more followers he needed to show himself at some of the more exclusive gatherings. Lysander must have felt him tense since he asked, "What's the matter?" Orion quickly replied, looking away from Voldemort and his large group of wizards, "Nothing. It's nothing." He didn't want Lysander to know. Les didn't like Voldemort at all, even less when he had told him that he was the boy who lived. Orion clutched Lysander tighter and pressed a reassuring key against his neck while praying to Morgana that Lysander didn't find out. A surge of anger that wasn't his own raked his mind and Orion gasped, quickly raising higher his occlumency shields. Why did someone have to anger Voldemort right now? Orion glanced at Voldemort and saw that he was still observing him. Orion frowned in confusion. He had angered Voldemort. Why? Lysander spun them around while following the dance and Orion was cut from Voldemort's vision. Orion relaxed and kept dancing with Lysander. Then Lysander asked, "Who is that wizard?" Orion tensed and asked nervously, "Who?" "Les." Lysander turned his face to look at him suspiciously and said, "That wizard holding court with others. He hasn't stopped looking at us and he has these weird ruby-colored eyes." Orion lied smoothly, "Nobody, just one more dark wizard. No one to worry about." Lysander narrowed his eyes at him and then his eyes widened in sudden realization and he gasped, "It's Voldemort. Those eyes. Nobody else has those eyes." Orion sighed and said reluctantly, "Yes, it's him. Ignore him. Let's dance somewhere else." Lysander grabbed Orion tightly to prevent him from moving away and whispered harshly, "He's looking at you. I don't like it. He looks at you with a possessive glint in his eyes." Tom's words echoed in Orion's mind, but he cast them aside and laughed, "Don't be silly, Les. He's just watching the couples dance. And I'm the only young one that he knows personally. He's simply curious." And he partly believed his own words himself. It did make sense, though Voldemort's anger. Orion shook his head. The song thankfully ended and Orion dragged Lysander to the corner where his friends were already gathered. Draco looked highly miffed and hadn't shaken Pansy off from his side yet. Draco coldly greeted Lysander and Lysander looked at Orion inquiringly, as if asking the reason for Draco's bad mood. Orion simply shrugged his shoulders. Who knew what Draco had on his bonnet? Victor came laughing towards them and patted Orion on his back. Great party, Orion. Though these Malfoy house elves are incorruptible, I couldn't convince one to give me a small glass of scotch. Orion laughed and replied, that's not my fault. I'm sure Draco could get one for you. They have to obey him implicitly. Draco smirked at them and replied, very well, scotch for everyone if the birthday boy drinks 3 straight. Evander cheered the proposal and he was soon seconded by the other boys. Orion huffed but accepted the challenge. Draco snapped his fingers and called, Dobby, bring Ogden's scotch for everyone. Soon a house elf carrying a large tray popped in front of them, bobbing his head and looking at them with huge green eyes. Orion smiled at the elf and took a glass and gulped it down. He gasped and his eyes watered when it burned his throat. The other boys started laughing heartily. Lysander was grinning at him and Orion glared back at them and replied, that was horrible. I won't be drinking that stuff again. Oh, come, Orion, said Evander chuckling, be a man. Orion scoffed, I want to see you trying. Evander impishly grinned at him and quickly drowned a glass and looked back at Orion impassively. The others snickered and soon Orion had to drink 4 more to satisfy their demands. By the end of it Orion felt his mind a little clouded and felt a goofy grin plastered on his face. Lysander kept looking at him in amusement while shaking his head. Calypso eyed Orion in disapproval and he roguishly smiled at her and said, Fair Calypso, will you honor me with this dance? The others hooted and Orion turned to look at Lysander who had a raised eyebrow but then nodded at him with a small smile. Orion turned to Calypso and pulled her to the dance floor. Orion, I hate dancing, said Calypso in exasperation. Orion grinned at her and started dancing with her while he replied, nonsense. I saw you getting very cuddly with Victor before. You can't fool your best friend. Calypso huffed against his neck, he forced me. He wouldn't take no for an answer. Orion chuckled, have a persistent admirer, do you? Calypso snorted and said primly, too insistent for my taste. Ah, you prefer the chivalrous and gentle ones, said Orion smiling goofily at her. He stumbled a bit in his steps and Calypso looked at him with a smirk, little drunk, are we? Just pray that Mr. Malfoy doesn't learn about this. He'll give Draco a harsh scolding if he finds out. Orion chuckled, I think Draco can manage. Orion spun her around and Calypso gave a small shriek before returning to his arms and she said scowling, never do that again. Orion smiled at her broadly and twirled her around once more. When she was back with him she said, Orion, damn it. I'm never allowing you to drink again. Orion laughed and pulled her closer, my dear friend, I have never felt so happy in my life. Calypso rolled her eyes and replied, a substance-induced stupor, fantastic. Orion broke into laughter and Calypso was unable to suppress her grin. It lightened her heart to see Orion so carefree and happy, even if it was momentarily. After everything he had gone through he deserved it. They kept dancing while Orion spun her around more times much to Calypso's annoyance and in one of their twirls she got sight of something she was quite curious about. Calypso said quietly, have you seen who's here? It's amazing to see him in person. He exudes so much power and confidence. He's everything I imagined and more. Orion blinked at her and asked, who? Calypso rolled her eyes and replied, the Dark Lord of course. He looks incredible and so young. I wonder how that's possible. Orion looked around still wearing his goofy smile and saw Voldemort talking to some witch. Orion dazedly realized that he did look amazing. He was easily the most attractive man in the room, perhaps excluding Lucius, but none other had his powerful stance and dark allure. Voldemort then turned his gaze towards him and Orion happily grinned at him. Voldemort arched an eyebrow in surprise and Orion chuckled, he had never seen Voldy looking so startled before. Orion then looked at the wizard besides Voldemort and saw Lucius looking at him suspiciously. Orion beamed at him and waved his hand. Lucius raised his eyebrows and then narrowed his eyes towards Draco. Calypso immediately brought down Orion's waving hand and hissed, Orion, for Mordred's sake, stop acting like an idiot. You'll get us in trouble. Orion finally ended the evening in Lysander's arms happily dozing off in a plush couch, blissfully unaware of Draco scowling at him while Lucius harshly reprimanded him. The 2 weeks with Lysander at Malfoy Manor rushed by, and Orion had never enjoyed himself so much. Narcissa had miraculously warmed up to Lysander, which wasn't all that surprising considering all the charm Lysander laid on her whenever he was in her presence. It amused Orion greatly to see his boyfriend gallantly dotting her hand and giving her small compliments about her exquisite taste in decor and fashion. Lucius remained coldly aloof, but that was expected, and to Orion's surprise, Lysander and Draco didn't seem to get along at all. Orion was aware that Lysander had tried to become Draco's friend, more for Orion's sake than anything else, but Draco always treated Lysander coldly and with indifference. But Orion had soon stopped worrying about his friend's bad mood, and he had spent all his time with Lysander. They had explored the vast estate together, and it was Lysander who had finally taught him how to horseback ride. Orion took to it easily, but he still preferred flying on a broomstick. They had also found a charming lake and spent countless of hours lazily swimming around and pushing each other into the water. It was overall too soon for Orion's taste, but he felt closer to Lysander than ever, and they parted in high spirits. Finally it was August 22nd and Orion was climbing the stairs with the Malfoys to reach the minister's box. Earlier in the day, Draco and he had gone exploring the campsite around the World Cup Quidditch Stadium, and they had amused themselves with the weird muggle clothes that some wizards were sporting, clearly completely unaware of what they were wearing. Orion had to explain to an amused Draco that the purple nightgown that an old wizard was wearing wasn't a muggle male fashion article, and that the neoprene wetsuit that a young witch was using wasn't the latest in muggle fashion, but something to be worn in an aquatic environment. They had also laughed at the weird and funny tents of some wizards. The Malfoy tent was, of course, the most spectacular. It was a white palace in its own right, pridefully bearing the Malfoy coat of arms and with two beautiful peacocks strolling at the entrance. Orion had almost rolled his eyes when he saw it, but he understood that Lucius had an image to maintain and he could hardly complain. It was fascinating. A magical work of art in his opinion. They finally reached the box and Orion saw a short plump man with a bowler hat, dressed in a suit that seemed to have come out of a 1930s movie, saying, "I'm no great shakes at languages, I need Barty Crouch for this sort of thing. Ah, I see his house elf's saving him a seat, good job too. These Bulgarian blighters have been trying to cadge all the best places, and here's Lucius." Orion didn't have to strain his brain much to deduce that the wizard was Cornelius Fudge, the idiotic English minister of magic. What caught his attention was the elf saving Crouch's seat. The elf seemed extremely nervous and constantly looked at the empty seat by her side. Orion wondered if Barty Jr. had already been saved by the Death Eaters. He hadn't heard anything about it and he sincerely hoped the wizard was all right. He despised Crouch Sr. He had been the one to send Sirius to Azkaban without a trial, and Orion had been furious when he learned at the Death Eater meeting that the man was holding his own son prisoner under the Imperious Curse, which was highly hypocritical of him considering it was a dark spell banned by his own ministry. Orion looked at Narcissa and saw that she was wearing her social pureblood mask. She had a look that suggested there was a nasty smell under her nose, and Orion was unable to suppress his chuckle. Narcissa looked at him and surreptitiously winked at him, which only made him chuckle harder. He had come to love Narcissa dearly. She was a proper pureblood witch at all times, but also had a warm heart and could be quite funny around her family. She spoiled both Draco and him and always strived to spend some time with them, while she juggled with all her social engagements. Lucius confidently strode forwards. "Ah, Fudge," he said, holding out his hand as he reached the Minister of Magic. "How are you? I don't think you've met my wife, Narcissa. Or our son, Draco." How do you do," said Fudge, smiling and bowing to Mrs. Malfoy. "And our nephew, Orion Black," calmly said Lucius. Fudge's eyes widened and he looked at Orion and said nervously, "Ah, a pleasure, of course." Orion rigidly smiled at him and gave him a very curt and short bow. Fudge fidgeted and turned to Lucius saying, "And allow me to introduce you to Mr. Obolonsk, Mr. Well, he's the Bulgarian Minister of Magic, and he can't understand a word I'm saying anyway, so never mind. And let's see who else, you know Arthur Weasley, I dare say." It was a tense moment. Mr. Weasley and Lucius looked at each other and Lucius' cold gray eyes swept over Mr. Weasley, and then up and down the row. "Good Lord, Arthur," Lucius said softly. "What did you have to sell to get seats in the top box? Surely your house wouldn't have fetched this much." Orion and Draco snickered below their breaths, and Orion cast a glance towards the Weasley children. There was Ron, turning into a furious and ugly shade of red, and he could see the twins at the back, conspiratorially whispering to each other. There was another red-headed boy, whom Orion remembered had been the prefect that had given him the directions to Hogwarts dungeons, and the boy was hovering by Fudge's side, clearly attempting to be noticed. Orion snorted. The only fairly interesting ones seemed to be the twins. Fudge, who wasn't listening, said, "Lucius has just given a very generous contribution to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, Arthur." Draco shot Ron a contemptuous look and then took Orion to settle themselves between Narcissa and Lucius, who was beside Fudge's seat. The Weasleys sat on the row behind them, and Orion heard Ron muttering at their backs, "Slimy git." Draco coolly ignored him, as was proper in public, and he passed an omniocular to Orion. A large and energetic man charged into the box and said excitedly, "Minister, ready to go." "Ready when you are, Ludo," said Fudge comfortably. Ludo whipped out his wand, directed it at his own throat, and said, "Sonorous," and then spoke over the roar of sound that was now filling the packed stadium. His voice echoed over them, booming into every corner of the stands. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Welcome to the final of the 422nd Quidditch World Cup. And now, without further ado, allow me to introduce the Bulgarian national team mascots." Lucius quickly turned towards Draco and Orion and muttered a spell towards them. Orion looked at him inquisitively, and Lucius just smirked at him and quickly glanced towards the Quidditch field. Orion followed Lucius' glance and saw 100 Velas gliding out onto the field. They were extremely beautiful, with their white golden hair and pale white skin. They started dancing energetically, and Orion understood that Lucius had cast a spell over them to make them immune to the Velas' charms, to prevent making fools out of themselves. The dance stopped and angry yells were filling the stadium, clamoring for them to keep dancing. Orion glanced backwards and saw Ron frozen in an attitude that looked as though he were about to dive from a springboard, while absent-mindedly shredding the shamrocks on his hat. Orion sniggered and elbowed Draco to look backwards. Draco sneered at the oblivious Weasley and said under his breath, "The idiot." Orion nodded, but then his eyes zeroed on a hand that appeared from thin air and which quickly grabbed Ron's wand before vanishing. No one else had noticed, and Orion turned his eyes to the game. Orion frowned. That hand came from the seat beside Crouch's elf. Someone was there, under a disillusionment charm, perhaps. But no, the charm made the whole body invisible. It had to be an invisibility cloak. Who could possibly be there, and why did they need a wand? Crouch Sr. But that couldn't be. He was still working on the organization of the portkeys to be used after the match, according to Fudge. Orion's eyes widened in realization. Barty Jr. Merlin's staff. The poor wizard was still under his father's thumb. Had he been able to throw off his father's imperious curse? He must have, if he was able to steal a wand. And the elf was surely there to keep an eye on him. How had Barty Jr. convinced his father to let him attend the match? Orion shook his head. That was of no consequence. Should he do something to help him? No, it was best to not get involved unless the circumstances were on his favor and he could do something without getting into trouble. He turned his mind to the game and was soon following Krumm's movements with excitement and clapping at his daring maneuvers. During the game, Orion leaned towards Draco and asked in a taunting whisper, "Tell me, Draco. Are you sure you don't have any Vela blood in you?" Draco turned towards him and said indignantly, "Of course not." Orion grinned and said, nudging Draco in the ribs, "Are you sure? You do have platinum blonde hair and milky white skin, just like them." Draco arched an eyebrow and replied with a smirk, "Ah, what you're trying to say is that I'm just as handsome as they are and that I exude a powerful magnetic attraction." Orion laughed and replied, "No, you're mistaken. I saw the clear resemblance between you and the Velas when they turned into fierce raving bird-like creatures. Just like you when you were in a foul mood or wake up early in the mornings." Narcissa chuckled at his comment and Draco slapped him on the head. After the game, Draco and Orion excitedly commented on Krumm's perfectly executed Wronski feint while they all returned to their tent. They pleaded with Lucius to let them go out and join the Irish festivities, but he absolutely refused, saying that no relation of his would be seen mingling with those kind of wizards while singing at the top of their lungs. Draco and Orion finally gave up and distracted themselves going over every Quidditch movement and strategy they had seen. A while after, Lucius came out of his room dressed in a black hooded robe, grasping a mask in his hand. Narcissa trailed after him looking worried and Orion stood up. Lucius turned to address Draco and Orion and said sternly, "I want you to go to the forest with your mother and stay there until I came for you. It will be over soon." Orion frowned and asked, "What are you going to do?" Lucius smirked at him and said, "Some of us are going to indulge in some muggle sport with the permission of the Dark Lord." Orion narrowed his eyes at him and said coldly, "That's completely useless and you're taking risks unnecessarily." Lucius snarled, "It is good to keep the light wizards on their tiptoes and make them a little bit scared. No one is going to cast the dark mark, it will not cast suspicions on the Dark Lord's return." Orion chanced a glance at Narcissa but she wore a resigned expression and Draco would never go against his father. Orion sighed and replied, "Very well, but we will cast green sparks if any of us get separated from one another. Things are going to turn chaotic." Lucius strode out of the tent and Orion muttered, "This is stupid." Narcissa replied tiredly, "It is. But they haven't been able to do it in over a decade. I think it gives them a sense of camaraderie." Orion turned towards her angrily and snapped, "And what about the Muggles? They have to endure torture just because a group of immature Death Eaters want to feel young again." Narcissa warily replied, "Lucius assured me that they were only going to give them a little scare. They aren't going to torture them. They just want to cause trouble for the Ministry of Magic." Orion sighed, "Well, that was at least a worthy reason. He just hoped the Muggles wouldn't be injured, it really gave the dark side a bad reputation." The noises outside the tent suddenly changed. The singing abruptly stopped. Screams and the sound of people running could be heard. Narcissa widened her eyes and said frantically, "It has already started. Let's go." She clutched each of them by their arms and they hurriedly left the tent. As soon as they stepped out of the tent they were almost trampled over by the running and shrieking mob. Not far away, Orion could see a tight pack of Death Eaters pointing their wands upwards, where the family of the Muggle campsite manager floated in the air spinning around. The Death Eaters had been joined by a crowd of jeering and laughing wizards that seemed to enjoy the spectacle. There were a lot of tents that had been trampled over and destroyed, and others were burning. Loud shrieks of fear could be heard from the running crowd. Children were crying, anxious shouts and panicked voices were reverberating around them in the cold night air. It was pandemonium. Narcissa clutched their arms tighter and started running with them towards the woods, but the mob of hysterical fleeing light wizards was very disorderly and violent. Orion was knocked over by someone and he heard his name being shouted. He was pulled to his feet by Draco who had a pale face and concerned look. Draco yelled above the loud noise, "We have lost my mother. I can't see her." Orion looked around but it was impossible to find Narcissa in the large crowd. He tightly grabbed Draco's arm and shouted, "We have to get to the woods. She'll go there looking for us. Let's move." He took out his wand and started casting mild electrifying spells in front of him to make their way. Orion and Draco stumbled their way through and after several minutes they reached the woods. It was already very dark and Orion saw in the distance how Ministry officials were trying to reach the Death Eaters through the crowd that were cheering them on. He looked around and saw Draco catching his breath leaning against a tree. He heard someone approaching and he spun around and was faced with Ron Weasley and two other boys, which had to be Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan according to Draco's description of Weasley's lackeys. Draco strode to his side and said mockingly to the Weasley boy, "I suppose your daddy told you all to hide. What's he up to, trying to rescue the Muggles? Where are your parents?" said Ron furiously, "Out there wearing masks, are they?" Orion took a step forwards and said angrily, "Watch your mouth, Weasley. It's not smart to make false accusations." Ron rounded on him and spat, "Everyone knows that his father was a filthy Death Eater, no matter what lies he said to avoid Azkaban." Orion arched an eyebrow unimpressed and said calmly, "Mr. Malfoy was cleared of all charges and he is a respectable and influential wizard." Then he sneered at Ron, "Unlike some others. I hear that your father works at the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office. Not very impressive or important work, is it? Rather pathetic if you ask me." Ron turned red and spluttered angrily, "Better than having a Death Eater father that got what he deserved and got key. Ed." Orion whipped out his wand, took a threatening step forwards and hissed, Never dare to say anything disparaging against my father in my presence or I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life." A blast like a bomb sounded from the campsite, and a flash of green light momentarily lit the trees around them. Draco placed a comforting hand on Orion's shoulder and nodded towards Dean Thomas while saying coldly to Ron, "Hadn't you better be hurrying along, now? You wouldn't like him spotted, would you?" "What's that supposed to mean?" asked Dean Thomas confusedly. Draco snorted, "Thomas, they're after muggles and mudbloods. Would you like to be spinning around midair? Because if you do, hang around, they're moving this way, and it would give us all a laugh." Ron turned an angry shade of purple and spluttered incoherently, but Finnegan pulled him and Dean Thomas away and they disappeared into the forest. Orion turned towards Draco and said with curiosity, "You warned them. You didn't want the Death Eaters to find Thomas. Why?" Draco shrugged his shoulders and answered calmly, "I don't care either way. I just wanted them to leave." Orion nodded, "Let's get deeper into the woods. It's not safe here." They walked for several minutes when suddenly they heard someone nearby shout, "Mors Mordra." Orion's eyes widened when he saw a colossal skull, comprised of what looked like emerald stars, with a serpent protruding from its mouth like a tongue. As they watched, it rose higher and higher, blazing in a haze of greenish smoke, etched against the black sky like a new constellation. Orion cursed under his breath. No one was supposed to cast the dark mark. He frowned, the Death Eaters wouldn't have done it. Then who? Suddenly, the woods all around them erupted with screams. And Orion turned around and saw Weasley and his two friends looking confused and scared in the middle of a clearing a few feet away from them. Popping noises announced the arrival of 20 wizards, appearing from thin air, surrounding Weasley and his friends. They all roared at once, "Stupefy!" Orion pulled Draco to the ground when several stunners flew over their heads. He could see the clearing from their position and thankfully the trees concealed them from sight. Orion saw Mr. Weasley advancing towards the three boys and yelling, "Stop! Stop! That's my son! Out of the way, Arthur," said coldly a wizard with a short squared mustache. It was Crouch Sr. Orion recognized him from newspaper articles. "Which of you did it?" Crouch snapped, "Which of you conjured the dark mark?" "We didn't do anything," said Ron, who was rubbing his elbow and looking indignantly at his father. "What did you want to attack us for?" "Do not lie, sir," shouted Crouch. His wand was still pointing directly at Ron, and his eyes were popping. He looked slightly mad. "You have been discovered at the scene of the crime." "Barty," said a witch in a long woolen dressing gown, "they're kids, Barty, they'd never have been able to." "Where did the mark come from, you three?" said Mr. Weasley quickly. "Over there," said Finnegan shakily, pointing at a place not far from Orion and Draco. "There was someone behind the trees, they shouted words, an incantation." Orion didn't bother to hear the rest. He realized that Barty Crouch Jr. had to be the one to cast the dark mark. None other could have possibly done it since the Dark Lord had specifically prohibited it. And he couldn't allow Barty Jr. to be captured again. They would surely send him to be Ed. No one else was going to suffer that fate if there was something he could do about it. He turned towards Draco and whispered, "Stay here. I'll disillusion you. I'll be right back." Draco shook his head and whispered back, "Orion, no." But Orion quickly cast the spell and saw Draco disappear from his sight. He quickly ran towards the place Finnegan had pointed to. Orion could hardly see anything in the dark forest, so he quickly spelled his eyes for night vision, using a crafty little spell that Master Golmern had taught them in human transformation. He reached the place and saw Crouch's house elf stunned on the ground. He frantically looked around and gasped when he saw the body of a wizard, which was invisible from the waist down. It had to be Barty Jr. with the invisibility cloak. The stunners must have hit him. He heard a voice nearby saying, "I don't think so, our stunners went right through those trees. There's a good chance we got them." "Amos, be careful," said another voice. Orion tensed. They were coming this way. He had to get Barty away. But he hadn't learned how to apparate yet and he couldn't carry Barty's body, it would weigh too much for him. And he needed to incriminate someone else or they would keep searching the woods. Orion snatched the wand Barty had in his hand and quickly placed it in the elf's hand. No one would be so stupid as to believe that the elf had done it, but it would give him some extra time. He pulled Barty's body away from the elf and dragged him to a corner shrouded in shadows. He pulled the invisibility cloak over the wizard's body and had just finished disillusioning himself when he saw a wizard approaching. The wizard spotted the house elf and shouted, "Yes. We got them. There's someone here, unconscious. But, blimey," he said when he crouched to see that it was a house elf holding a wand. "You've got someone," shouted Crouch from the clearing. Who is it?" Orion saw the wizard picking up the house elf and grabbing the wand and striding away back to the clearing. Orion sighed in relief. He heard the wizards arguing between themselves. Some were skeptical that the elf had done it and Crouch sounded furious. The wand was Ron Weasley's and the idiotic boy was shouting his innocence. Orion grabbed Barty and pulled him further away, towards the place where Draco was waiting for him. He snapped his head around when he heard someone approaching the place where the elf had been. Orion kept still and watched through the shadows as Crouch Sr. desperately looked around. Orion frowned. Crouch must be looking for his son. He must know that it was him who conjured the dark mark. The wizard looked half-crazed while searching the woods and using his foot to step the ground to find someone hidden under an invisibility cloak. The wizard finally gave up and angrily strode away. Orion tiredly dragged Barty and reached the place where he had left Draco. Orion flicked his wand and cancelled his disillusionment charm and whispered, "Draco." Orion felt a hand grab his arm and heard Draco's disembodied voice whisper, "Yes, I'm here." Orion nodded and whispered back, "I have someone with me. We must wait for the wizards to leave before we move." "Okay," replied Draco in a low whisper. Orion laid on the ground and looked towards the clearing. "Perhaps Amos is suggesting," said Crouch, cold anger in every syllable, "that I routinely teach my servants to conjure the dark mark." The wizard that had found the elf replied horrified, "Mr. Crouch, not at all. I trust you remember the many proofs I have given, over a long career, that I despise and detest the dark arts and those who practice them." Crouch shouted, his eyes bulging. "Mr. Crouch, I never suggested you had anything to do with it." Amos muttered again, now reddening behind his scrubby brown beard. "If you accuse my elf, you accuse me, Diggory," shouted Crouch. Where else would she have learned to conjure it? After more arguments, Crouch fired his house elf and Mr. Weasley took Ron and his friends away. The other wizards started disapparating and Orion sighed in relief. He flicked his wand to cancel Draco's disillusionment charm and Draco appeared before his eyes. Draco asked worriedly, "What has happened? Who cast the dark mark and who do you have with you?" Orion knelt where he had left Barty and pulled the invisibility cloak away from the body. Draco gasped and Orion turned towards him, "Do you know who this is?" Draco shook his head and Orion said, "It's Barty Crouch Jr., he's the one who cast the dark mark. He escaped Azkaban, I still don't know how or when. But he was under his father's imperious curse. It seems that today he was able to throw it off and attempted to escape. The stunners that the ministry officials send through the woods hit him. So I went to look for him. We have to take him to the Dark Lord." Draco paled and said, "Can't we take him to my father? Or let's cast the green sparks and wait for my mother to find us." Orion shook his head, "No. We don't know where Lucius is. He must have had to apparate away. And we cannot drag Barty back to the tent, even if the tent is still up, which I doubt. Someone might see us. And if we cast the sparks we might draw the attention of someone else and if they see us with a Death Eater we are in serious trouble." Draco said worriedly, "But how do we take him to the Dark Lord? And my mother must be frantically looking for us, if we just leave she'll be worried sick. We can ask the Dark Lord to summon Lucius. Your father will take us home and your mum will be all right," replied Orion, "and the only way to take Barty to the Dark Lord is to wake him up and ask him to use his dark mark to apparate us to the Dark Lord's side." Draco sighed and replied, "Very well, let's do it." Orion nodded and said, "Take out your wand, be prepared to stun him if he becomes violent." Draco nodded and whipped out his wand. Orion cancelled his night vision, straddled the wizard's waist, placed a hand over Barty's mouth and pointed his wand towards him with the other hand and said, "Enervate." The wizard woke up with a gasp muzzled by Orion's hand and his hazel eyes frantically looked around. Orion applied more pressure on Barty's mouth and pointed his wand's tip against the wizard's neck. Orion said quietly, "Don't move. We are here to help you." Barty started struggling and Orion sunk his wand's tip painfully against Barty's neck and used his knees to trap Barty's arms, and hissed angrily, "I said don't move. You were stunned and I prevented your father from finding you. Stay still or I'll stun you and turn you in. Barty's wild eyes turned to his and he said something under Orion's hand. Orion looked at him suspiciously and asked slowly, if I remove my hand, will you speak quietly? There are still wizards around that could find us if you shout. Barty nodded and Orion removed his hand from his mouth but used it to grab Barty by his throat. Barty said hoarsely, who are you? What happened? I'm Orion Black and this is Draco Malfoy, Orion said jerking his head towards Draco. Barty's eyes widened looking from one boy to the other, and said, where's my wand? What are you going to do with me? Orion calmly replied, as I said before, you were stunned. I found you and covered you with your invisibility cloak and placed the wand you were carrying in your elf's hand. Your father came looking for you but I had dragged you away. The other wizards believe that your elf was the one to conjure the dark mark. I saved you and now you will do what we ask of you or I'll turn you in. Understood. Barty quickly flicked his tongue out and replied, what do you want? Orion frowned at Barty's weird nervous tick but replied, we are both supporters of the Dark Lord. It was very stupid of you to cast the dark mark. But we want you to use your mark and apparatus to the Dark Lord's side. You have nowhere else to go and Draco and I need to leave this place. Barty replied zealously, I cast the dark mark to show the traitorous Death Eaters that were partying around what a true loyal servant of the Dark Lord is. I went to Azkaban for my lord while the others pledged to be under the Imperious curse. They renounced him. I am his most loyal. Orion said sharply, enough. That's not important now, the Dark Lord returned and he accepted them back. Now you will take us. Barty's eyes widened and he interrupted excitedly, he's back. My master is back. Orion frowned at him and replied, surely you saw your dark mark turning darker. You must have felt your mark burning when he summoned his Death Eaters. Barty shook his head and said frantically, no. I was only able to throw off the Imperious curse for short periods of times and only this last month. I didn't know that he came back. Orion said impatiently, well, he did. Will you take us to him? Barty seemed uncertain and Orion added, the only way we are letting you go is if you take us with you. You don't have a wand and you need to use one of ours to go to him. It's your only chance to get back to your master. Barty flicked out his tongue again, just like a snake would do, and replied, very well. Lend me your wand then. Orion shot Barty a suspicious look and addressed Draco, give him your wand, Draco. What? No way I'm giving him, said Draco indignantly. Orion retorted in frustration, Draco, I'm better at dark curses and dueling than you are. If one of you needs to give him a wand then it has to be you. I can protect us much better from him than you can. Draco huffed indignantly and muttered, that's not true. I'm just as good as you are with dark curses, but he nonetheless gave Barty his wand. Orion pressed his wand to Barty's neck and said icily, no funny business. I saved your life. You owe me. Barty nodded and Orion stood up and helped him to his feet. Orion pointed his wand against Barty's chest while grabbing him by the waist and said to Draco, grab him by the waist as well so that he can apparate us. Draco complied and grabbed Barty by his other side. Barty looked down at them and pulled his left sleeve up while pressing Draco's wand's tip against his dark mark. Orion felt the familiar squeeze and they apparated into an elegant mahogany-paneled study. Orion quickly stupefied Barty, who fell to the floor with a loud thud, and just when Orion was about to turn around he heard a shouted, Crucio. Without thinking it twice he lunged towards Draco and they hit the floor painfully. Orion rolled off Draco while yelling, stop. It's Orion Black and Draco Malfoy. Stop. Another spell had flown by, missing them, but then they stopped coming. Orion huffed and stood up. Voldemort was standing up behind a large desk with his wand aiming towards them. He had his Arlet eyes narrowed at them and seemed furious. Voldemort pierced Orion with his eyes and hissed, what's the meaning of this? How did you get in? Draco had stood up beside Orion after snatching his wand from Barty and was looking at Voldemort warily. Orion dusted off his robes, which were soiled and muddy, and replied highly miffed, the meaning of this, is that Barty Jr. here, he said jerking his head towards the body on the floor, decided to escape his father after the Quidditch World Cup and also decided to show his undying loyalty towards you by stupidly casting the dark mark. He was almost discovered and I had to rescue him from his father's clutches. Voldemort cocked an eyebrow and shot a glance towards Barty before looking at Orion again. He said quietly, "You make no sense, boy. Explain it better before I crucio you." Orion huffed but said flatly, "Barty was at the Quidditch World Cup wearing an invisibility cloak under Crouch's house elf's supervision. He managed to throw off the Imperious Curse and steal a wand. After the game, when your Death Eaters were having fun twirling some muggles in the air, Orion shot him a glare and continued, Barty cast the Dark Mark. Ministry officials apparated and started sending stunning spells everywhere. Draco and I were hiding in the woods and I suspected that it had been Barty, since I had seen his hand stealing the wand. So I went looking for him. Both he and his elf were hit by the stunning spells. I placed the wand in the elf's hand and covered Barty's body with his invisibility cloak and dragged him away." He paused for breath and then added, "A ministry official found the elf and the wand. They believe she conjured the Dark Mark. Crouch Sr. knew the truth, of course, and went to look for Barty. Since I had dragged him away he wasn't found. I returned to Draco with Barty's body and when we woke him up, we asked him to bring us to you since we didn't know where Lucius or Narcissa were and we needed to get away." Voldemort smirked at him, "Quite an adventure you had there." Orion crossed his arms over his chest and replied moodily, "Yes, nothing as exciting as rescuing a fanatical Death Eater from his own stupidity." Voldemort arched an eyebrow and interjected coldly, "You could have left him there." Orion frowned at him and retorted, "He would have been key, Ed if discovered. I don't wish that to anyone. And anyway, now you have your loyal servant back." "Indeed I do," replied Voldemort while approaching Barty's body. He cast a quick enervate and Barty woke up. As soon as he saw Voldemort he lunged himself at his feet. "My lord, my master," said Barty fervently, "you're back. I knew that you were too powerful to die. I knew you would return to us." Voldemort thinly smiled at Barty and coldly petted his head. Orion looked away in disgust as Barty blabbered some more. Draco was fidgeting by his side and Orion shot him an inquiringly look. Draco whispered to him, "I wonder if Mother is all right." Orion nodded and turned towards Voldemort and his obedient pet. Orion said icily, "Excuse me for interrupting this heartbreaking reunion but I wonder if Lucius could be summoned so that Draco and I can leave." Barty shot him a glare and said angrily, "You insolent brat. How dare you address my master and such?" Voldemort interrupted him while locking his Arlet eyes with Orion's. "Yes, he is quite insolent. Maybe he needs to be taught some manners." Draco stiffened by his side and Orion fiercely clutched his wand. "Just let him try," Orion thought angrily, "I've had enough for one evening." Voldemort smirked at Orion and silkily hissed in Parseltongue, "But perhaps I could postpone that immense pleas sure for another time. After all, you did me a SSSS service today. As I'm SSS sure you'll keep SSS serving me in the future." Orion shivered at Voldemort's tone of voice. He wasn't sure what Voldemort was implying but the way Voldemort slithered his words when he spoke Parseltongue in that way, it felt almost like a caress. And there was something in the way Voldemort was intently looking at him, almost predatorily and possessively. Orion involuntarily gave another shiver and Voldemort smirked at him knowingly. His smirk turned into what Orion considered to be a seductive small smile and Orion looked away hiding his flush. Really, what was he thinking about, Voldemort's smile being seductive? He must be exhausted to have such ridiculous thoughts. Voldemort approached Orion and with a gentleness Orion would have never expected, Voldemort lifted his chin. Voldemort locked gazes with him and Orion felt as if those Arlet eyes were trying to see into his soul. His scar started prickling painfully when Voldemort's thumb started trailing along his jaw. Orion closed his eyes trying to numb the pain while reinforcing his ever-present mind barriers. Voldemort softly hissed, "Open your eyes SSSS. Let me see them." Orion opened his eyes and a small quiver ran through his skin when he saw Voldemort's Arlet eyes looking at him possessively. Voldemort silkily hissed, "Why did you turn your face away from me? What were you trying to hide?" Orion stuttered a nervous hiss, "And nothing." Voldemort kept trailing his thumb along his jaw and started to trail another finger down his neck. Orion shivered again when he felt the pleasant touch and he was starting to get very confused. He made a move to pull away but Voldemort lightly grabbed his throat and gave him an amused smirk. Voldemort hissed while piercing him with his red gaze, "It was his SSSS something." Tell me, why do you SSSS shiver when I SSSS speak Parseltongue to you? Why do you SSS shiver when I caress you? Orion was asking himself exactly the same thing. He looked into Voldemort's eyes and dazedly realized that they were beautiful, they were of a unique indescribable deep scarlet hue. As Voldemort rubbed his thumb against Orion's throat, the pain in his scar spiked and his forehead throbbed painfully and Orion was unable to suppress a small moan of pain. Orion hissed beseechingly, I don't know. Please, let me go. Voldemort frowned at him but released him. Orion stumbled a step backwards and quickly turned his face away. Voldemort paused to look at him but then turned and approached Barty, who was standing up looking at them with a dark scowl. Voldemort lifted Barty's sleeve and pressed his wand's tip to the dark mark while saying Lucius' name. After a few short minutes, Lucius apparated into the room and took in the scene before him with an arched eyebrow. He saw his son looking at Orion with a deep angry frown, Orion trying to hide his face from everyone, his lord looking intently at the boy, and another young wizard scowling at Orion. Then he realized that the young wizard was surprisingly Barty Jr. What in Morgana's name had happened? Voldemort turned towards Lucius and said calmly, Lucius, you can take your boys away with you. I'm sure Narcissa must be worried. Lucius deeply bowed at him and replied, yes, my lord. Thank you. Lucius took out a portkey and motioned the boys to take it. Orion took a last glance of Voldemort and the last thing he saw before being pulled away was Voldemort looking at him with a satisfied pleased smirk on his face. As soon as they dropped in Malfoy Manor's main parlor, both Draco and Orion were confronted by a stiff Narcissa. Only the pallidness of her beautiful face and the way her fingers jerkily clamped on their shoulders gave Orion any indication that she had been frantically worried. Where have you been? She said, her voice very quiet yet with a slight tremor. I looked for you everywhere. Ignoring her, Draco spun around to face Orion, and demanded angrily, what the bloody hell was that all about? Orion was deeply confused. What mind games was Voldemort playing with him? What did he want? Why had Voldemort caressed his jaw? Why did he speak to him in that tone of voice? It must be a trick to confuse him, to throw him off, thought Orion angrily. He was up to something and it certainly wasn't something good for him. I don't know, he replied quietly, glancing at his friend. What do you mean you don't know? Snapped Draco angrily. He was speaking in Parseltongue with you. He was touching you. One of Lucius' eyebrows slowly crept upwards, while Narcissa's restraint over her composure seemed to flake, since her voice slightly raised when she demanded, do you mind telling me what you are talking about? Where have you been? We found Barty Crouch Jr., said Draco sharply, turning towards her, and he took us to the Dark Lord since we couldn't find either you or father. And the Dark Lord threatened to curse Orion to teach him some manners and then he started speaking in Parseltongue with him. And Orion just stood there while the Dark Lord caressed him. It was disgusting. Narcissa's eyes marginally widened, and she looked at Orion with concern, her voice a mere whisper, he caressed you. Yes. No, he didn't, said Orion with frustration, shaking his head in confusion. He just asked me some things. He wasn't caressing me. Yes he was. Bit out Draco furiously, rounding on him. And you let him. You practically leaned towards his touch. Orion's eyes widened, and he replied frantically, I didn't lean towards his touch. He wasn't caressing me. He was playing mind games with me. Did you enjoy it? Snarled Draco, angrily seizing Orion's shoulders. Were you enjoying his touch? Orion shook his head in desperation. He wasn't touching me in that way. Enough, Draco. Cut in Narcissa sharply. Leave him alone. Draco released him but crossed his arms over his chest and furiously scowled at Orion, who nervously shifted his weight on his feet. What did the Dark Lord do to you, Orion? Asked Narcissa softly, lifting his chin with a long and delicate finger. Orion looked into her concerned blue eyes, and replied quietly, nothing. He did nothing. He asked me some questions and touched my jaw, but that was only to confuse me and make me reply. He didn't do anything else. Draco snorted but didn't comment. Very well, said Narcissa, sighing softly. Go to bed, you two. When the boys left the room, Narcissa turned around to face her husband, her poise calm and dignified, as she inquired quietly, what happened, Lucius? Is the Dark Lord interested in Orion? Lucius regarded her in silence, and replied evenly, he has shown an interest in Orion's powers and Parseltongue ability. He also wants to decide whom the boy is to marry. But is he interested in Orion himself? Pressed Narcissa, a slight frown crinkling her smooth face. Lucius arched an eyebrow. As a lover, she nodded, and he calmly answered, I don't know. I haven't seen any clear indication suggesting it. But he has taken lovers before and he appreciates beauty and power, and Orion has both. Orion is too young, she said, with a hint of apprehension in her voice, and the Dark Lord shouldn't be interested in him in that way, Lucius. We can't allow it. We must protect him. If the Dark Lord wants him for a while, said Lucius coldly, there's nothing we can do. Narcissa's eyes slightly narrowed, before she calmly smoothed her robes with a hand, her eyes all the while piercing her husband as she said placidly, there is something we can do. Haven't you told him that you want a match between Orion and Draco? He must know that he can't interfere with that only to satisfy a passing interest. He knows about the planned match, said Lucius coolly, but he didn't comment on it. I don't think the Dark Lord has any serious interest in the boy. But what if he has? She said, her calm voice masking her troubled worry. Maybe he wants to keep Orion for himself. Maybe he isn't planning on supporting the match between Orion and Draco. Lucius waved his hand dismissively. The Dark Lord has taken numerous lovers in the past and has never considered a serious relationship or marriage with anyone, sissy. He uses them and discards them. He has always thought that he has no equal, and he wouldn't take someone whom he considers to be inferior as a spouse. And he knows that a match between Orion and Draco would produce a powerful heir. I'm sure he doesn't plan on interfering with that. You must insist on getting his approval for Draco's and Orion's match, said Narcissa impassively, looking unconvinced by his assertion, while her voice carried a hint of hard determination. It's the only way to be sure. And if he approves, you must hint that Orion won't be allowed to have lovers in the meantime. I don't want the Dark Lord using Orion to satisfy his lust. The Dark Lord isn't gentle with his lovers, Lucius. Lucius arched an eyebrow, and coldly replied, the Dark Lord has seen Orion with his vampire, sissy. He knows that Orion is allowed to be with others until his marriage. Orion and Lysander are boyfriends, said Narcissa, a stern expression crossing her beautiful features, but they aren't lovers yet, I could tell. You will tell him that, Lucius. You must tell him that Orion isn't allowed to have lovers. She intently regarded him, and said coolly, or do you want your nephew to be used in such a way? Don't you care for him, my husband? For his, and therefore, our reputation. Her barbs seemed to strike home, since a muscle in Lucius' jaw briefly clenched. Before he replied impassively, I do care, sissy, and I will protect him if I can, but there's little that I can do against the Dark Lord if he wants to take Orion as a lover before he gets married. I will dissuade him of the notion as subtlety as I can, if I see any indication that he plans on doing that. I will tell him what you asked. Narcissa nodded in satisfaction, and after a quick peck on Lucius' cheek, she left for her bedroom. Orion dropped tiredly on his bed. He didn't understand why Draco was so angry with him. It wasn't as if he had encouraged Voldemort to treat him that way. And Voldemort hadn't exactly caressed him either. He had done it to get an answer from him, as a sort of manipulation. But why had Voldemort insisted on knowing the reasons for his shivers? It was all very confusing. Voldemort didn't do things without a good reason and his actions were unexpected. He didn't understand himself why Voldemort's hisses got such a reaction from him. It hadn't happened before, though Voldemort hadn't spoken in Parseltongue in that tone before either. Orion sighed tiredly and rubbed his eyes. He decided to consult his confidant and quickly cast warding and silencing spells around his room. He took out the locket from his trunk and laid back on his bed. As soon as he opened the locket, Tom looked at him and asked, how was the match? Orion grinned at him, it was great. Ireland won but Crumb got the snitch. It was really unexpected. Tom nodded and Orion said, we found Barty Jr. after the game. It seems that the Death Eaters still hadn't gone to rescue him. Tom raised an eyebrow and asked, the wizard that was being held under his father's Imperius. Orion nodded, yes. Apparently he was a favorite of the Dark Lord's during the First War. He took Draco and me to the Dark Lord since he had cast the Dark Mark and Ministry officials were looking around for the one who had done it. Tom pierced him with his dark blue eyes and perceptively said, Something happened with the Dark Lord and you want to ask me about it. Out with it. Orion chuckled, you know me so well. I wonder how you do it. Tom smirked at him, I've known you since you were 11, Orion. Orion raised his eyebrows and replied, that's true. Time has flown by. He gave Tom a warm smile and added, you realize that you're my oldest friend, then. Tom retorted in mock despair, yes, it's not as if I could escape your acquaintance. I'm practically your prisoner and have had to endure your babbles for many years. Alas, we portraits suffer such injustices. Orion laughed and replied, you would be extremely bored without me, Tom. Whatever would you do without me in your life? Tom smirked at him, probably sleep and have a peaceful existence. Orion rolled his eyes and Tom quickly asked, what happened? Orion was unsure as to what to say, I don't really know. Orion frowned and continued, he threatened to teach me some manners and then he spoke to me in Parseltongue, but in a weird tone, very silkily. He said something about me continuing to provide services to him, because I was the one to sort of rescue Barty Jr. Tom quirked an eyebrow, that's it. Orion fidgeted and replied softly, no, he asked me why I shivered. Tom raised an eyebrow and smirked victoriously, you shivered. Because of him. Orion flushed and replied nervously, not because of him. Well, not exactly. It was the way he spoke and the way he touched me. Tom's eyebrows shot upwards and he asked silkily, he touched you and it made you shiver. Did you enjoy it? Orion was beginning to get very flustered and he replied confusedly, he didn't touch me per se, not the way you're thinking about. He kind of caressed my jaw and neck but only to get a response from me. He frowned and added, I think he did it as a sort of manipulation. He looked at Tom and asked, does he do that sort of thing often? Tom smirked at him knowingly and replied, only to those he likes. Orion scoffed, that's rubbish. He also touched Bellatrix and Barty Jr. and it wasn't because he likes them. He treats them as his pets. And if that's what he has in mind for me, he can forget about it. I won't turn into a subservient and adoring follower like them. Tom eyed him and asked smugly, but you didn't answer the most important question. Did you like his caresses? If they made you shiver it clearly indicates that you enjoyed his attention. Orion glared at him and replied sharply, not necessarily. It was merely unexpected, that's all. 1 minute I'm expecting to be crucioed by him and the next he starts hissing in that way and caressing me. Of course I'm going to shiver. The man is completely bonkers. Tom snorted, of course he's not. He knows perfectly well what he does at all times. Orion replied warily, yes, that's what worries me. He has something in mind and I don't like it one bit. Tom smirked at him and said slyly, it sounds to me as if you like it a lot. And you still dodge my question. Did you enjoy it or not? Orion replied in frustration, yes I did, all right. I like the way he spoke to me in Parseltongue and I like the way he trailed his finger on my neck. But I won't be manipulated in such a way. If he expects me to turn into a blabbering and adoring fool just because he showed some gentleness, which is obviously faked, he doesn't know me at all. Tom raised an eyebrow and retorted, why do you think his caresses and attentions are faked? Orion snorted, come on, the Dark Lord doesn't do anything without an ulterior motive and he is vicious and cruel. An act of gentleness coming from him is to be suspected and avoided in the future. Tom scowled at him and replied, he may be vicious and cruel but that doesn't mean that his attentions towards you are insincere. Orion frowned at him and asked desperately, but then what does he want from me? Why did he act in such a way? Tom lifted an eyebrow and replied calmly, I would have thought that to be obvious. He paused and then said, he wants you. Orion's eyebrows shot upwards and he asked nervously, wants me for what? Tom gave him a wicked smirk, that's for you to discover, and enjoy. Orion became flustered and he insistently asked, wants me for what, Tom? But Tom refused to say anything else and just observed him with a pleased smirk on his handsome face. Orion shut the locket and placed it inside his trunk under powerful wards. He uneasily fell asleep dreaming of intense Arlette eyes and silky hissing sounds. It was the end of August and Orion had convinced Lucius to take him to Diagon Alley to buy a new wand. Orion had read that during the Triwizard Tournament the wands of the contenders were inspected and he didn't want anyone to look at his wand. Grigorovich had implied that it was special and Ragnarok had told him to never say anything about his wand's double core, so he needed to get a new one. Besides, having two wands could prove to be very useful. He could use the new one as a replacement, and perhaps he could learn to cast spells with his left hand as well. That would be very advantageous in a duel. Though he knew that a new wand would never be as powerful or attuned to his magic as the one he already had. Wizards usually only bonded with one wand, and a second one never worked as well as the first. He had told Lucius that his wand had started to fail sometimes and that perhaps it had been damaged during the break into Azkaban. They strode into Ollivander's wand shop, and a tinkling bell rang inside the shop. Orion stepped forwards while Lucius remained behind him. He saw thousands of narrow boxes piled neatly right up to the ceiling. "Good afternoon," said a soft voice. And an old man came out of the shadows, with wide, pale eyes shining like moons through the gloom of the shop. Ollivander looked at him curiously and asked, "Who might you be?" Orion calmly replied, "Orion Black." Ollivander scrutinized his face, and his eyes widened marginally momentarily before assuming a calm expression again. He softly said, "I was very sorry to hear that your father had been Ed. I remember the first time he came into my shop. He favored a beechwood wand, 13 inches, very pliable and excellent for transfiguration and charms. A pity it was snapped when they sent him to Azkaban. Well, I say your father favored it, it's really the wand that chooses the wizard, of course." Orion nodded. He knew these things already. Said Mr. Ollivander, giving Orion a piercing look. "Well, now Mr. Black, let me see." He pulled a long tape measure with silver markings out of his pocket. "Which is your wand arm?" "I want it for my left hand," said Orion evenly. "Very well, hold out your arm. That's it." He measured Orion from shoulder to finger, then wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit, and round his head. When he finished, he brought several boxes, and after Orion tried several wands unsuccessfully, Ollivander went to the back of the store and returned saying, "I wonder if it will work with you. Unusual combination, made of holly and with a phoenix feather in its core, 11 inches, nice and supple." Orion took the wand and felt a sudden warmth starting in his fingers, then trailing throughout his body. He brought it swishing down through the dusty air, and a stream of green and black sparkles shot from the end like a firework. Ollivander pierced him with his eerie moon-like eyes and then quickly glanced at Orion's forehead. Orion tensed and wondered why the wizard had looked at his forehead. Could it be possible that the man had some creature blood in him? It would explain his weird eyes. But could he see through his scar's glamour? Orion surreptitiously grabbed his real wand with his right hand. Ollivander said quietly, "I knew that my suspicions were correct. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Black. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand, gave another feather, just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar." Before Ollivander could finish his sentence, Orion wandlessly stunned Lucius and aimed his death and life wand, as he called it, towards Ollivander. He pocketed the new wand with his left hand. Ollivander looked at him with raised eyebrows, and Orion said sternly, "You know who I am." "I do indeed," replied Ollivander, "though it surprised me that you are a Black, though the resemblance is there. But your mother was really Lily Potter." Orion nodded, and said dryly, "I'm sorry, but I cannot let you speak of this with anyone." "I wouldn't. You would tell Dumbledore," retorted Orion harshly. Ollivander remained silent, and then said, "He could help you. Dumbledore needs to know. He has been looking for you." Orion didn't need to hear more. That had just sealed Ollivander's fate. He quickly stunned him and knelt by Ollivander's side, behind the counter. He looked into his eerie eyes, which remained open, and pointed his wand towards Ollivander's face. Orion concentrated on the memories he wanted to remove. Ollivander had looked at him weirdly since the first moment he entered the shop. He must have seen his scar since the beginning. He would eliminate all the memories of his visit, and Ollivander would never remember that he had met him. Orion concentrated harder and said, "Obliviate." Orion saw in his mind all the memories he was destroying and flicked his wand to stop the spell when the last one was deleted. He sighed and stood up, before quickly casting several spells to send all the boxes with their wands back into the shelves, including the empty box of his new Phoenix wand. If Ollivander ever opened it, he would wonder what had happened to the wand, but would thankfully never know the truth. But the problem still remained with the weighing of the wands during the Triwizard Tournament. Ollivander would probably be asked to do it. Well, he would think of a solution if he ever had to cross that bridge. He turned and knelt by Lucius' side and cast a quick obliviate to eliminate just the last memories where Ollivander spoke of his new wand and his scar. When he was done he stood up and cast an enervate. Lucius woke up and Orion helped him to rise. Lucius frowned at him, and demanded coldly, "What has happened? Why was I on the floor?" Orion looked at him innocently, and replied in a concerned voice, "I'm sorry. It seems that one of the wands didn't like me. There was a weird explosion and you fell back. I think you hit your head. I'm sorry. Are you alright?" Lucius narrowed his eyes at him, but said coolly, "Don't worry. I'm fine." He looked around with an arched eyebrow. "Where's Ollivander?" Ollivander was still stunned behind the counter and couldn't be seen. Orion replied calmly, "He went to the back store. He said he had something to do. I have already paid him. I have a wand that worked for me." "Very well, let's leave," commanded Lucius. Orion nodded and just before closing the door of the shop he sent a wandless enervate towards Ollivander. He walked through Diagon Alley wondering about his new wand. It had been truly unexpected. In short, Ollivander had said that his Phoenix wand was the twin of Voldemort's wand, of the one he had used to cast the Avada Kedavra curse and forge the link between them. Was it because of the link that the wand had chosen him? But it went beyond that. For two wizards to carry twin wands it meant that the wizards were similar at some level and that their magic was compatible. The wands recognized those similarities between the wizards when they chose them. Orion frowned. In which sense was he similar to Voldemort? Why did they have compatible magic? Orion was seating with his friends at Durmstrang's welcoming feast. They would be leaving at the end of October for Hogwarts but still had 2 full months of classes at Durmstrang. They were all commenting on their summer adventures and Evander said amusedly looking at Orion, "And our friend here got drunk for his very first time during his 14th birthday. It was hilarious." Calypso chuckled and said, "He acted like an idiot." "Really, Orion, you should definitely never drink again," she said in amusement. "You even grinned at the Dark Lord and waved at Mr. Malfoy. I was sure Mr. Malfoy was going to berate you for it." The others laughed and Lysander shot Orion an angry look. Orion asked horrified, "I grinned at the Dark Lord." Calypso raised an eyebrow and replied calmly, "Don't you remember? You were all giddy and had this goofy smile on you." Orion frowned and replied a little bit flustered, "I don't recall, I barely remember. It's all clouded by a kind of haze." Calypso said succinctly, "Well, you did." Orion looked at her wide-eyed and asked, "And the Dark Lord didn't crucio me right there?" Calypso chuckled, "He could hardly crucio you in the middle of the ball." Orion shook his head and said with a groan, "I can't believe I grinned at him. What possessed me to do that? I can't imagine anyone grinning at the Dark Lord and surviving to tell the tale." Calypso rolled her eyes, "Don't be so melodramatic. Surely he doesn't take offense when people grin or smile at him." Orion snorted, "The man would consider it a disrespect, I'm sure." Calypso scoffed, "Nonsense. I bet a lot of wizards and witches smile at him to get his attention and that he doesn't mind. He's very interesting and extremely attractive, he must have quite a crowd of people trying to entice him." Orion snapped at her, "I'm certain that I didn't grin at him to get his attention." Calypso raised an eyebrow at his outburst, "I know you didn't. You were simply drunk and in an alcohol-induced state of happiness and stupidity." The others snickered while Lysander remained stonily silent. Orion nodded and prevented himself from banging his head against the table. He had grinned at Voldemort. He had grinned. He was definitely never going to touch a glass of scotch again. After the feast, Vagnarov asked the students selected for the delegation to stay behind. The students grouped around Vagnarov and he said to them, "As you know, I will be taking you to Hogwarts on October 30th. I will remain with you throughout the tournament. Regrettably, Hogwarts education isn't up to our standards and therefore you will be port-keying back to Durmstrang to attend the classes that aren't taught at Hogwarts." He looked at Orion, Calypso and Lysander and said, "You, that are 4th-year Hydras, will be coming back to attend Dark Arts, Human Transformation, Dark Spell Creation, and Occlumency and Legilimency." Vagnarov turned to the other students and told them the classes they would be having at Durmstrang as well. When he finished he looked at the group at large and said, "You'll be taking the rest of your lessons with the Slytherins of your corresponding year and you will be sharing guest rooms that are located in the dungeons near their dorm." Then he added with a smirk, "I wouldn't subject you to the pain and bigotry of being with any other house." He ran his eyes over them and continued, "The selected champions of Hogwarts and Beauxbatons are exempt from their final exams, but that will not be the case for our champion. I will not have your grades falling just because you're indulging in the tournament. So I expect excellent marks and no excuses will be tolerated. I must impress upon you that you will be representing this school and I will have you behaving exemplary. Anyone who acts in any way that soils Durmstrang's reputation will be sent back immediately. You will proudly wear Durmstrang's uniform at all times and you will behave according to our rules. You cannot practice dark spells on Hogwarts grounds, but our ship is, under law, Danish territory and you can practice your spells there. After much negotiation, an exemption has been made, and you will be able to use dark spells during the tournament, with the exception of the Unforgivables." He pierced them with his eyes and asked, "Do you have any questions?" Calypso quickly raised her hand and said, "Yes, Headmaster. I would like to know if the age restriction is going to be imposed." Vagnarov smirked and replied, "Since 3 of our 10 candidates are 14-year-olds, we managed to convince the English Ministry of Magic that the age restriction needed to be set on 14 for us. So, Ms. Rosier, I can assure you that you will be able to put your name forth." Calypso beamed at him and Orion grinned. That was great. He still didn't know if he wanted to compete, there were a lot of other things that interested him, but at least now he had the option. And Draco would be ecstatic when he found out. No one else had any more questions and the students quickly trailed away. Orion motioned to Lysander and Calypso that he needed to speak to Vagnarov and they left him alone. Orion approached the wizard and said, "Excuse me, Headmaster. I wonder if I could have a word." Vagnarov raised an eyebrow and replied, "Of course, Mr. Black." They sat at the nearest table and Orion looked at him. "I'm aware that I cannot learn necromancy until I pass your test in my 6th year, but I would appreciate if you could answer some questions. I'll do my best to answer your questions if they don't require me to divulge information that only a necromancer has the right to know, Mr. Black," replied Vagnarov sternly. Orion nodded. "I understand." He fidgeted but then locked his eyes with Vagnarov's and said with determination, "I would like to know if it's possible to recover a soul that has been keyed by a Dementor." Vagnarov's eyebrows shot upwards and he replied softly, "I was sorry to hear that your father was keyed, Mr. Black. It was a great tragedy indeed. But such a thing has never been done before. A Dementor's key is irreversible." Orion frowned and said persistently, "But I understand that a soul that has been keyed remains inside the Dementor, it doesn't leave the mortal plane. So there could be a way of capturing the Dementor and summoning the soul out of it." Vagnarov frowned. "That is theoretically true. A soul slowly feeds a Dementor and it doesn't leave the mortal plane until it has been completely consumed by the Dementor, and that usually takes decades. But Dementors aren't simply dark creatures. It would require an extremely powerful necromancer to capture one, and even then I doubt that he could defeat the Dementor and steal the soul away from it." Orion quirked an eyebrow. "What do you mean that they aren't dark creatures? What are they?" Vagnarov pierced him with his eyes and replied quietly, "The origin of the Dementors is unclear. But the most supported theory is that Dementors were once powerful necromancers who evolved into their new form when they delved deeper into the arts than anyone else. You see, interacting with the spiritual plane irreversibly changes you. Few have the magical strength and power to survive it. That's why it's only taught to those few who possess the power. That's why the necromantic arts are so secretive. It would be catastrophic to have the knowledge of a necromancer made public." He made a small pause and continued, "It is believed, and I personally agree, that the Dementors were necromancers who got consumed by the arts. They started living more in the spiritual plane than in the mortal one, and after time, it became a need for them in order to exist. They were biologically altered by their frequent interaction with death, and the price they paid was to lose their humanity and to hunger for souls forever. A Dementor hasn't been created in centuries. They are said to be immortal in their cursed existence, but they also provide a useful service. They are the ones who act as guardians between this world and the next." Orion was in awe. He had never read that anywhere. It was fascinating. He asked quickly, "I see that they are extremely powerful, but surely a very powerful and gifted necromancer could defeat a Dementor." Vagnarov replied sternly, "The few who have dared to try in the past have failed and died. A Dementor has a much higher level of necromantic power than a necromancer for the simple reason that they interact constantly with the spiritual plane, and that reinforces their powers. Necromancers now are much more careful in their summons and have to exert restraint in order to avoid the temptation of dwelling for too long in the spiritual plane. A true necromancer is altered with each interaction, that's inevitable. But he will never interact with the spiritual plane as long and as frequently as it is needed in order for him to match a Dementor's power. And even becoming a fairly powerful necromancer comes at a high price. A dark wizard that wishes to become a necromancer needs to relinquish their hold in the mortal plane. He will conscientiously have to become isolated and will cover his body and face, rejecting human touch and interaction, in order to attain the level of concentration and mental state of mind to create a gate into the spiritual plane. A dark wizard that wants to truly become a necromancer starts behaving in this way as early as possible. Some have even started at your age. And it is a high price indeed. Orion was shocked. He was confused and angry and uncertain and wanted to rage against the world. If he wanted to help his father, he would need to renounce his humanity. He would need to become isolated from everyone else and delve in the arts until he became powerful enough to defeat a Dementor. And he would be physically affected. It was horrible. Was he willing to give up everything to have his father back? And when he had him back, he wouldn't be able to be with him. He would have to forsake Sirius, Remus, Draco, Calypso, Narcissa, Tom, Lysander, Volume. It was a cruel choice to make, but it was his only option. No, Orion screamed in his mind, there had to be another way. Orion's voice shook when he asked pleadingly, isn't there another way? Can't a dark wizard become a powerful necromancer without renouncing human contact? Without abandoning his friends and loved ones? Vagnarov looked at him and said softly, there isn't. As you can see, I studied the arts but was unwilling to pay the price to become a true necromancer. What I teach at Durmstrang are just the basics, to give those who have the power an opportunity to follow the path if they truly desire it. It is a personal choice that each has to make. But you must think hard on it. There is no turning back once you cross a certain line. Orion's heart fell. But then he remembered. He looked into Vagnarov's eyes with a new hope and whispered, but what if there was a tool? A tool that allowed a dark wizard to have more than usual necromantic powers without needing to lose his humanity. Vagnarov frowned at him. Necromancers use many tools for their summons and to open the gate to the next plane, but those tools only focus their powers, they don't create them. Orion shook his head and said fervently, I'm talking about something unique. He looked at Vagnarov uncertainly but made his choice. He needed to know. Orion whispered, I'm talking about the resurrection stone. Vagnarov's eyes widened and he asked urgently, where have you learnt about it? Orion looked at him and replied evenly, there are hints about it in several books. If one takes the time, it can be deduced from the little clues that it indeed must exist, and it seems to be the perfect tool for a necromancer. Vagnarov eyed him warily and replied quickly, its existence has never been proved. Even if it did exist, no one knows about its true powers or how it could be used. It could be extremely dangerous for one without the knowledge to use it carelessly. Orion said excitedly, but what if there was a dark wizard who studied the arts and became a necromancer, but without losing himself, without delving too deep? If one such necromancer used the stone, then it could not be dangerous for him, he would have the power and knowledge to control it. Vagnarov pierced him with his eyes. If it exists and if a dark wizard wanted to use it to defeat a Dementor and retrieve the soul inside, then he would need to become a powerful necromancer. He would need to delve deeply into the arts. There's no other way. Dementors are too powerful to be defeated by a mediocre necromancer, even if he had the stone, because he wouldn't have the power in him to use it properly. Orion was unconvinced, but he said, I understand. I thank you for your candidness. Vagnarov gave him a curt nod, and when Orion was about to stand up, he grabbed his arm tightly and said quietly, Orion, be careful. I understand the drive behind your desire to become a powerful necromancer, but don't take it lightly. The price is too high. Orion was startled by Vagnarov's use of his first name and by the concern that shone in the older wizard's eyes, but he smiled warmly at his headmaster and replied, thank you, sir. I'll heed your warning. He left a highly perturbed dark wizard behind him and went to the library to read more about Dementors and whatever he could find about necromancers. He had much to think about. His body was burning. He felt his skin tighten against his heaving chest. He felt out of breath and gave a tormented needy moan. He felt as though he was surrounded by a pleasant burning fire. He felt hands touching every part of his body. He felt the heat rise inside of him. Arlet eyes were watching him, taking in every inch of his skin. He could hear Parseltongue words hissed against his ear and he could feel a light tongue trailing his jaw, along his neck to his chest. He arched in need. He felt long fingers touching him, moving lower and lower. He let out a loud moan. Orion woke up feverishly and dazed, covered in sweat. What the bloody hell had that dream been about? He shook his head and touched his skin. It still felt very warm. He felt as if he was just recovering from a high fever. His mind felt slow and as if it didn't want to wake up too. Orion sat on his bed and rubbed his eyes. He had been having weird dreams for a while now, but soon after he forgot about them, just the sensations remained. And the sensations were disturbing to say the least. He felt he needed something. He remembered touches accompanied by pleasure, erotic pleasure. He wondered if those dreams had anything to do with being an adolescent. Perhaps the other boys also had this kind of dreams. Perhaps his mind was telling him that he was ready for something more. His relationship with Lysander was steady and they indulged in long snogging sessions and caresses, but Orion hadn't felt ready for anything more, though he knew Lysander already was. Sleep had abandoned him completely. He felt restless. He needed to do something. He looked at his nightstand and saw one of the many books that Lucius had given him during the summer, Proper Wizardry Protocol and Conduct Befitting a Pureblood. Orion sighed. Well, that would surely induce him into a slumber. But he needed to do something more physical. Orion got up and silently crept out of the dormitory. The common room was empty. He did a quick Tempest spell and saw that it was 3 in the morning. Maybe he couldn't sleep because tomorrow they were leaving for Hogwarts. The first 2 months of class had been very intense, as if the teachers wanted them to learn as much as possible before the tournament. Even the students that weren't going were very excited and always came up to the delegation students to give them tips and express their encouragement. And the students that were going had started meeting after class to go through spells together. Even Victor Crumb had approached him and extended a hand in friendship, asking for his forgiveness for having been angry at him when Orion had used the Parseltongue spell in the dueling tournament. After spending some time with Crumb, Orion saw that he was a good person, not bright or interesting in a conversation, but he was a good dueler and Orion enjoyed his conversations about Quidditch with him. Calypso had been studying furiously and always dragged Lysander and him to the library to learn more spells that could be useful. Orion smiled when he thought of her. She was nearly in hysterics, always muttering about the importance of winning the Triwizard Tournament in order to elevate the reputation of dark schools such as Durmstrang. Classes had been very interesting, especially occlumency and legilimency. Lysander excelled thanks to his natural mind barriers and Calypso had quickly taken to occlumency. Master Selvins made Orion and Lysander go ahead of the rest and start practicing legilimency. It was much tougher than occlumency, but Orion was determined to be good at it. He had seen firsthand how Voldemort used it and he wanted to be able to cast the spell wandlessly and without the need of eye contact just like Voldemort did. He was nowhere near that level of expertise, with just 2 months of practice, but in the 2 years of class that they had he was determined to accomplish it. Calypso's facility with occlumency also made Orion wonder when he should disclose some of his secrets to her. He had felt partially guilty that he had told Lysander about his Harry Potter identity without being able to tell her. But now that she was learning occlumency quickly, perhaps he could tell her the truth. She was his best friend and always confided in him and he trusted her completely. So maybe in the not-so-distant future he could tell her. Someone would find out sooner or later and she would feel betrayed that he hadn't told her, and besides, he would need all the support he could get when the cat was out of the bag. Orion decided that perhaps he would tell her this year. Orion looked around and when he saw that he was alone he quickly cast a disillusionment charm and left the 4th-year dorms. He glanced around the hallway and quickly darted towards the first classroom. He quickly conjured some candles and lit them, after flicking his wand to end the disillusionment charm. He paced around the classroom still feeling some apprehension. He had the feeling that something was about to happen this year. It could be his nervousness regarding the Triwizard Tournament, but he felt it was something else. Many things were disturbing him. From Draco's letters he had discovered that Mad-Eye Moody was teaching defense against the dark arts. That had almost made him quit the delegation. Sirius had long ago told him about the legendary Auror and his deep hatred against the dark arts, but that hadn't worried him, though he was concerned for Calypso's sake. That man had been the one to lead the attack on Rosier Manor, which resulted in the death of her mother and uncle. He was worried about how his friend would cope with Moody's presence at Hogwarts. But what he feared the most was the wizard's magical eye. He remembered Sirius telling him about some of its properties, and only after he had exhausted the entire library's resources about those types of magical aids, was he able to rest a little bit more peacefully. According to his research, a magical eye was able to see through normal glamour spells, invisibility cloaks, mildly powerful disillusionment charms, and clothes. The clothes part was still a bit disturbing in Orion's opinion, but thankfully it wasn't able to see through dark blood spells as the one he used to cover his scar. So he had no reason for concern there. But there was still the matter of Ollivander and his wand, and needless to say that an entire year under Dumbledore's watch could be disastrous if the old codger managed to uncover some of his secrets. And there was also Snape, which he still didn't know on whose side he was on. Going to Hogwarts was dangerous for him, but on the other hand the castle held many mysteries that needed to be explored. He wanted to find the Chamber of Secrets and explore it thoroughly. He also needed to steal his invisibility cloak. He hadn't forgotten about his quest of obtaining the Deathly Hallows, and though he was far more interested in the Resurrection Stone than anything else, Karkaroff had told him that he needed to get all of them. As to the why, he didn't know, but he would follow Karkaroff's advice. Orion was also concerned about Remus. The last letter he had received from him said that Remus had already made contact with the werewolf packs and that he was going to join them. Orion was glad that Remus was taking his advice and that he was returning to the packs in order to gauge the situation and try to take command, but he feared for Remus' safety. Mordred knew that Greyback was ferocious and unbalanced. He hoped that Remus would be able to subtly take control without confronting Greyback until he had enough support from the other werewolves. That had been the last letter, and Remus had told him that he wouldn't be able to communicate with him while he was with the packs, since they lived segregated from any magical or muggle communities, and he couldn't risk any owls being seen delivering letters near their camps. Orion warily carded his fingers through his hair and exhaled slowly, trying to relax. He needed to expend some energy to take his mind out of his many concerns. He inhaled deeply and started emptying his mind. He focused slowly on his inner core and prodded it. Quick black flashes started swirling around his core, and he smiled while he maintained his eyes closed. He was getting pretty good at summoning his dark magic at will. After that first time of conjuring the black flames in his bedroom at Malfoy Manor, he had never stopped practicing. At first he always ended up exhausted and with few results, but he had slowly gotten better at it, and now it wasn't so tiresome or hard to get his black magic stirring. For more powerful effects he needed to think about his rage and desire for vengeance, but he had also learned that the first stirrings of magic came easily if he was relaxed and calm. His training in occlumency had been great in order to accomplish it, and now he was using those meditation skills in order to open the source of his dark magic. He concentrated harder and lifted his right palm upwards. He thought about the shape he wanted his magic to take. When he was angry, he was able to conjure the black flames easily, but when he was calm, such as now, his magic took a new form. With his eyes closed and his mind calm and relaxed, he felt his magic sweeping through him and going up his arm. He felt it immediately in his palm and opened his eyes and grinned when he saw the results. There, floating a few inches above his extended palm, was a dark globe of moving black water. He looked mesmerized at the soft tidal movements of its surface and felt a sense of tranquility. He prodded at it with his index finger of his other hand and smiled when he felt the coolness of the water on his fingertip. He concentrated harder and made the water swirl faster until the small waves moved violently across the surface. He narrowed his eyes and the globe expanded and the waves crashed furiously against each other, and he felt the temperature drop. He felt chills running through his body as he made the water turn icy, and with a sudden movement of his palm he pushed the globe forwards and saw it turning into a jet of razor-sharp black ice as it flew through the air and crashed noisily against a wall. Orion moved forwards and knelt in front of the large shattered black crystals. He touched one and quickly withdrew the finger that had a shallow cut where it had touched one of the edges of one of the fragments. He smiled to himself. Yes, he was getting pretty good at it. Suddenly the hairs on his neck prickled and he felt a sweeping coldness around him. He quickly stood up while turning around and was faced with a ghost-like white apparition. He looked at her open-mouthed. In all his years at Durmstrang, this was the first time he had seen her since the Chamber of Whispers. The ageless, small woman with long dark hair and piercing dark eyes floated in front of him with a small smile on her face. I see you have been practicing. Not too bad, but you can do much more, she said with an unearthly voice, that was a pittance in comparison with what you can really do. Orion closed his mouth and quirked an eyebrow. How would you know? This is the first time I have met you since that day. She floated towards him and said quietly while piercing him with her black eyes, oh, I have been observing you. Always. And I know more about you than you do yourself. Orion frowned. You told me that you would answer my questions when I found you. She chuckled and her unearthly voice resounded through the walls of the classroom, but you haven't found me. I came to you. And how am I supposed to find you? Orion asked in exasperation. I have searched the castle and I haven't found anything. Why won't you tell me now what you meant all those years ago about me being something else, something unexpected? She reached towards him with her translucent hand and briefly touched his cheek. Orion felt a weird iciness where her fingers had touched him before she dropped her hand and moved away. She floated above him and calmly replied, you aren't ready yet to find me. Your questions will have to wait. Orion scowled at her. I have waited for some years now. I have the right to know what you were talking about. I don't like to be played around. She looked at him in amusement and lifted a small finger to point at his neck. First you need someone else to answer your questions. Orion looked at what she was pointing at and brought the onyx pendant out from under his shirt. He looked at her with wide eyes and said in a whisper, this the Deathly Hallows is related to you. In a way, she said succinctly. Orion was starting to lose his patience. He said sharply, just tell me what you meant about me being something unexpected. I'm not what you wished me to be. Is that why you won't tell me? She looked at him seriously and replied, you are something else but you're also who you were meant to be. Whom I and others have been waiting for. You will have your answers when you are ready and that portkey won't activate until then. Only afterwards will you be able to find me. She turned away from him and started fading. Wait, please, wait, said Orion desperately, what am I? She turned her head around and whispered softly, what we have planned for countless of centuries, Vindico Atrum. And then she disappeared. Orion stood stunned in the middle of the classroom and he felt the temperature rising to its normal level. He turned her last words in his mind. She had called him, Vindico Atrum, he mused, a Latin phrase. Atrum, meant darkness, Vindico, had several interpretations, the liberator, protector, avenger, the one to deliver. What had she meant? The liberator of darkness. The one to deliver darkness. The protector of darkness. What did it all mean? Orion wanted to scream in frustration. Why wasn't he ready yet to know things about himself? And why did she say that she knew more about himself than he did? And she knew about his powers when only Voldemort had seen them in the past. He had never told or shown anyone. She might have seen him practicing, but how did she know that he could do much more? That his powers went beyond from what he was able to do now. A pittance. She had said that. His show of magic today had been a pittance in comparison to what he was capable of really doing. Then surely he needed to practice more and see how far he could go. He frowned and looked at his onyx pendant. She was able to see it for what it truly was, a pendant of the Deathly Hallows that was really a portkey to someone. He had never thought that the spirits of the Chamber of Whispers and the Deathly Hallows were related. He might have suspect of the spirits interacting with Karkaroff in the past, but he didn't have any evidence of it. Karkaroff had never mentioned them. But now there was no doubt in his mind, the Deathly Hallows was related to the spirits and he was related to the Deathly Hallows. Perhaps he would only be able to find the spirits when he found the Hallows. Orion sighed, that would take very long. But no, she had said that he would find her after talking to the person to which the portkey was meant to take him to. So maybe he didn't need the Hallows first. But when would the damned portkey work? Orion angrily spelled away the black crystals and candles and he trudged back to his common room. When he entered the common room he halted in mid-step when he saw a small figure sitting quietly on one of the couches. The boy had his eyes closed and seemed to be concentrating or meditating. Orion silently stepped closer and immediately felt the small stirring in his inner magic whenever he was close to the other boy. It had confused him at first, that his magic reacted to the other boy's presence. Especially since he didn't know anything about him or had ever interacted with him. And most particularly because it had only started this year. He had observed the other boy during these first 2 months and a suspicion had arisen in his mind, but he had never approached the other boy. He wasn't sure, but the indications were there. How he never spoke to anyone, always chose to remain apart, never had any friends and always used large robes that almost covered him completely. Orion stood silently contemplating the dark-haired boy when his black eyes opened and fixed with Orion's. The boy scowled and said moodily, "Oh, it's you." Orion frowned at him and took a seat in front of the other boy. He calmly said, "Yes, only me." "What do you want, Black?" snapped the boy. Orion hesitated but decided that this conversation was long overdue. He pierced the boy with his eyes and said quietly, "I want to know if you're getting ready to be a necromancer, Loki." Loki fiercely scowled at him. "Why would you think that? I never understood why you dismissed all the attempts students have made to get to know you through the years. You always stay apart from the rest and you talk to no one. But I think I know the reason why. It would make sense if you want to be a necromancer," replied Orion earnestly. "You came to Durmstrang already knowing you wanted to be one, that's why you reject all human contact. I wonder how you knew from such a young age that you wanted to be one, or that you have the capacity to be one." "Oh, so you have finally figured it out, then," said Loki sharply, "and now I have to put up with all your questions just because your tiny little brain was able to come up with the reason for my behavior." Orion shrugged his shoulders. "I was just curious. Why should I tell you? What business is it of yours?" said Loki angrily. "Probably none," replied Orion calmly, "but I have felt." He wavered and looked at Loki uncertainly. "Felt what?" "I'm in no mood to put up with your games, Black," spat Loki. Orion lost his patience and said angrily, "I'm not playing games. I just wanted to have a civil conversation with you." Loki sneered, "Well, I have no wish to speak to you now or ever." "Have it your way, then," snapped Orion. "I recently felt some compatibility with your magic and I just wanted to know what it was." Orion stood up angrily and turned around to go to his dorm, but then he heard Loki say caustically, "So you have finally felt it. I wondered how long it would take you." He spun around to look at the other boy and arched an eyebrow. "So you have felt it also?" Loki snorted, "Of course I have. You must be really dense if it took you all this time to know what you are." Orion frowned and sat back on his chair. "You mean to tell me that you think I could be a necromancer?" Loki looked at him indifferently and scoffed, "Not at the rate you're going." Orion inhaled slowly, buying time to gain more patience, and then said quietly, "But this thing I feel around you is because you have the potential of being a necromancer and I have it also, and therefore my magic reacts to yours." Loki looked at him as if he were dumbest person on the world and had just uttered something completely obvious. Orion rolled his eyes. "All right. So that's the reason why." He frowned at Loki and asked, "But how did you know that you had the potential when you were only 11? "I knew even before that," said Loki sternly. Then he sneered, "That you have only found out when you're old because you're obtuse or just magically weak doesn't mean that others like us don't know from the beginning." "I'm not magically weak or obtuse," said Orion angrily. "I just didn't know much about necromancers until now." "How was I supposed to know?" Loki quirked an eyebrow. "Didn't your parents tell you and prepared you for it? Didn't they explain the signs to look for in your magic in order to know if you had the power to become a necromancer?" Orion scowled at him and said sharply, "I have never known my mother and just met my father a few years ago and I sincerely doubt that he knew anything about necromancers. And he's dead now, so I have no one to ask." "Well, I'm sorry for you then," said Loki a little bit more gently, "though not much. I guess your ignorance is not so appalling then, due to your circumstances. But I dare say that your family should have told you, they have only hindered your progress." "But how would they know?" asked Orion uncertainly. "Necromantic powers are hereditary. There must have been someone in your bloodline who was a necromancer, maybe centuries ago, but nevertheless he would have left books and journals about his experience and those would be family heirlooms. At least in dark magical families those books would be treasured and passed down to the next necromancer in line. And a family with an ancestor who had been a necromancer knows that children have to be tested to see if they have the power," explained Loki impatiently. "I was tested when I was 10, but of course, my family already knew I would be one." Orion thought over the information he had been given. Well, the powers must come from the Black line since his mother was a Muggle-born, but then why had no one mentioned it? Well, Sirius had never paid much attention to family tradition or Black history, so his ignorance on the matter was easily explained, though unforgivable in Orion's opinion. To disregard family history, especially of an important and powerful line like the Blacks, was a very disrespectful thing to do. But his father had been very immature and careless, so it was quite in character that he would have turned deaf ears to whatever his parents were trying to teach him. And Orion didn't have grandparents that could have told him. He wondered if Narcissa and Bellatrix knew something about it. Though Sirius Black bloodline was the main one and the more powerful one, his line shared much of the same history as the Blacks from Narcissa's side. But should he ask them about necromantic powers in the bloodline? That would only raise suspicions, and he wasn't sure if it was something he wanted to be divulged. He rather preferred to keep his aces in his sleeves. If no one knew and he was able to become a necromancer secretly, it would be a great advantage. And about those journals and books, he would have to go to his Gringotts vault and search it. He had never entered the Black Vault before, but heirlooms would be kept there. He looked at Loki and asked with curiosity, "Why did your family already know that you had the powers without being tested?" "Because of who my father is, of course," said Loki. When he saw Orion's uncomprehending frown, he said scornfully, "Don't you know anything?" Orion's anger flared and he said snappishly, "I think we have already established that, haven't we? I already told you that I know next to nothing about necromancers. So, no, I don't know who your father is." Loki said completely unfazed, "Well, my father is Prime Necromaster Njord, of the Necromancer Guild." Orion blinked. Guild? They had a guild? He asked sheepishly. A Necromancer Guild. Loki rolled his eyes and huffed in annoyance, "You really are clueless." Then he said impatiently, "Yes, they have a guild. How do you expect them to be organized without one? And they have this whole hierarchy, and it takes decades of experience and loads of proofs of your power to rise in the echelon. And my father is one of the 3 primes that command the guild." Orion frowned. "And what exactly does the guild do? Why the need to have an organization?" "I can't tell you that," bit out Loki. "Only a real necromancer has the right to ask for admittance or even learn about their objectives." Orion sighed. "Fine, I understand this whole need for secrecy." He looked at Loki and said perceptively, "Is that why you want to be a necromancer? To be close to your dad?" Loki's face darkened and Orion quickly added softly, "It would be understandable, you know. If my father had been one, I would have probably done as you have. I mean, from what I know, your father can't interact much with you, especially if he's so powerful. So the only way to be near him would be to turn into a necromancer yourself. It must really be tough to have a necromancer as a father." "Yes it is," said Loki quietly. "He can't touch me or speak to me. I barely see him." Then he looked up at Orion and said fiercely, "But I'm proud of who my father is. I have never recriminated him for being one and not being able to spend time with me." Orion nodded and asked uncertainly, "But are you willing to leave everything behind? You know, the whole thing about losing part of your humanity and never interacting with other people." Loki scowled and snapped, "Yes. I'm willing. It's worth it. It's a small price to pay for the great power that necromancers have." Orion looked at him dubiously and Loki sneered, "You're obviously not ready, and with all the years you have squandered without preparing yourself, I doubt you will be able to become one." Orion took no offense. In comparison to Loki, he was very far behind indeed. Loki was already completely isolated from everyone else and had no compunction in leaving everyone behind in order to fulfill his ambitions. He looked up at Loki and said earnestly, "I do want to become one, you know. Now that I know that I have certain capacity for it, I would like to explore it, but I'm not sure if I'm able to isolate myself from the ones I love." He swallowed thickly and continued softly, "I'm also doing it for my father. And if I were in your shoes, I wouldn't hesitate for a minute in becoming one if it meant I could be with my father. But my case is different. My father was keyed by a Dementor," he said and looked up at Loki, who merely nodded his head, and Orion continued, "I want to try and pry his soul from the Dementor and give my father his life back. But even if I succeeded, I wouldn't be able to be with him afterwards, because at that point I would be so completely submerged in the arts that I couldn't turn back to what I was once before. So I would live alone knowing that my father is alive, but without being able to be with him or the others I care for." Loki looked at him in understanding and said quietly, "In your case it's complicated." He sighed, "I would probably want to rescue my father as well. No matter the price, but to know that the probabilities of success are slim to none, and only knowing if you have failed or succeeded in your attempt when it is too late to turn back, when you have already irreversibly changed, well, maybe you should think more deeply about what you're willing to give up. Orion looked at his feet and said quietly, yes. It's a difficult choice. And as you said, I have lost many years, maybe I won't be powerful enough to succeed even if I took the plunge into the arts. Maybe I was too hasty to say that, said Loki uncomfortably. I mean, if you have the drive and the power, I'm sure that you could be a great necromancer one day. Orion smiled wanly at him and replied softly, thank you, Loki. Loki nodded curtly but didn't say anything else. Orion stood up tiredly and bid his good night, even if there were only a few hours until morning. Just when he was about to climb the stairs to their dorm, he heard Loki saying quietly, good luck in the tournament. Orion smiled to himself and replied without looking back, thank you. For everything. The very first thing that Orion noticed about Hogwarts was that it was very warm. After several hours of journeying under the depths of the sea, he was glad when their ship came up to the surface of the lake. He barely remembered the castle from the first time he had seen it during the horrible night of his father's capture. His mind had been completely preoccupied with more important matters. But now he could see that it was a beautiful castle, its size similar to Durmstrang's, and the magic it gave off in waves was just as powerful. Though Durmstrang was indubitably much more ancient and had a different feeling altogether. The main difference with Hogwarts was that it was light while Durmstrang was dark, from the color of the stones that made its walls to the feel of the magic of the place. Hogwarts seemed like a cozy home while Durmstrang felt like an imposing fortification. Hogwarts' feeling was that of happiness and childishness, Durmstrang felt like contained dark power and seriousness. Orion could even see it in the faces of the students. They were all carefree and relaxed. In Durmstrang everyone was always studying fiercely and always aiming to better themselves, there wasn't much place for childish pranks and games. And Orion had to admit that he preferred Durmstrang, because he knew that the type of environment that Durmstrang provided was the best to train more powerful and disciplined wizards. Even if it meant a more severe education and less time for play, it was well worth it. They were greeted by Hogwarts, students standing in rows in front of the immense steps of the castle while they gaped at their ship and murmured between them. Vagnarov had curtly greeted Dumbledore, and Orion had to hold back a snigger when he saw that those two didn't seem to get along. It was probably because Vagnarov had been ruthless in the negotiations and had gained the upper hand in many of the things he had requested. Dumbledore's eyes still twinkled merrily, but Orion could perceive the strong dislike that the old coot had for his headmaster. And Vagnarov merely scanned Hogwarts, students and the castle with cold and shrewd eyes and a small sneer on his face. Orion couldn't be any more proud of his headmaster, he was a force to reckon with. They filed together and entered the great hall. Orion saw the Beauxbatons students shivering in their pale blue silk uniforms with huge fluffy scarves around their necks, sitting at the Ravenclaw table. Orion shrugged off his expensive fur coat and straightened his dark burgundy uniform. He missed the Hydra crest on his uniform's chest. Vagnarov had told them that all order crests had to be removed and only Durmstrang's coat of arms shield had to remain on their uniforms, since no one outside of Durmstrang could know about the orders or how the students were organized. Orion always wondered about all the secrecy about his school, but he wouldn't go against the rules. He looked around and saw enormous silk banners hung from the walls, each of them representing a Hogwarts house, red with a gold lion for Gryffindor, blue with a bronze eagle for Ravenclaw, yellow with a black badger for Hufflepuff, and green with a silver serpent for Slytherin. Behind the teacher's table, the largest banner of all bore the Hogwarts coat of arms: lion, eagle, badger, and snake united around a large letter H. But the most impressive feature was the transparent ceiling which showed the evening dusk. Some books alleged that it had been Salazar Slytherin's idea and his spells which had turned the arched ceiling into a wonder of magic, saying that he had done it so that anyone at Hogwarts could feel the immensity of our world and our due place in it. Orion wondered what he had meant with that, if the account was true. The loudest table by far was the Gryffindors. They were boisterously commenting on the new students, and it got much worse when Victor Krum finally appeared from underneath his huge coat. Orion saw the red-headed idiot, Ron, gaping open-mouthed at Krum before he regained some measure of intelligence and started waving his hand at Krum and shouting for him to seat with him over the loud voices. Many others were taking out quills and parchments, obviously waiting to pounce on Crumb in order to ask for autographs. Orion saw Draco over at the Slytherin table. The Slytherins were all looking around with a supreme air of indifference, but he saw Draco's lips turn into a smile when he saw him. Orion turned to Lysander, who was getting much attention from some girls nearby, and Calypso was looking around examining the Great Hall. He nudged them over towards the Slytherin table, and when he came up to Crumb he quietly said to him, "If you wish to escape your avid fans, sit with us with some friends at the Slytherin table. I promise they won't badger you." Crumb's surly expression lightened when he turned around to look at him and said gratefully, "Thank you. I think I will." Orion wondered how Victor's thick Bulgarian accent had managed to survive all his years at Durmstrang. Classes were taught in English since most of the students were from different countries of Central and Eastern Europe and had been taught English during their childhoods. Lysander still had a slight accent which Orion couldn't pin but found endearing, and Viktor Vlonsky, though Russian, spoke English like a true Englishman. The same went for the rest of his friends. Crumb and the other Durmstrang students sat in front of Draco. And Orion, after receiving a quick hug from Draco, sat with Lysander and Calypso at his side. Dumbledore said some introductory words of welcome and wished them to enjoy the feast. Soon spectacular dishes appeared on their table and conversations rang loudly through the Great Hall. After introducing Crumb and his friends to Draco, Blaise, Theo, Pansy and Millicent, Orion's eyes turned towards the teacher's table. Vagnarov was talking cordially with Beauxbatons, headmistress, Madame Maxime, if Orion remembered correctly, and Dumbledore was speaking in low hushed tones with McGonagall. He remembered that Sirius used to speak very fondly of her, saying that she was very strict but always fair, and Sirius had loved to annoy her with his charms during his days as a marauder. Snape had a deep scowl and was glowering at everyone, and when their eyes met he saw Snape's eyes narrowing and his brows furrowing. Orion paid him no mind and kept his inspection. As his eyes swept once more and he saw Dumbledore giving him a quick side glance before continuing his conversation. Orion restrained the impulse of giving him a nasty look and he continued his inspection. His eyes narrowed when he saw Mad-Eye Moody's magical eye spinning in his head looking around. He seemed to be looking far too frequently at the Gryffindor's table. Orion felt Calypso tense at his side and he turned to look at her. She was pale and her black eyes were narrowed in hatred while she looked at Moody. Orion clasped her hand under the table and said in a whisper, "I told you he was going to be here. Are you all right?" Calypso's lips thinned and she said through gritted teeth, "Yes. I can manage. It's just that seeing him there, in the flesh, after everything he has taken from me." Orion squeezed her hand and whispered, "I understand. But you are strong, you just have to keep up appearances. You'll get your chance for revenge once the war starts." She turned her face up to look at him and her eyes flashed while she said with conviction, "Oh, he will get his due, I'll make sure of that. And I will enjoy it immensely." "That's the spirit," said Orion with a smile. Draco had been speaking with Crumb while shooting smug glances at Ron Weasley over the many heads of the students, while the other boy turned red in anger. After the conversation with Crumb had dulled, Draco turned to Orion and said with a smirk, "How's Sylvana?" Orion smiled at him, furious. "She wouldn't stop hissing at me for not bringing her here and for sending her back home. But really, I tried to explain to her that low-rated school such as this didn't admit beautiful serpents as a familiar and she didn't believe me." Draco shot him a glare and said bristling, "Hogwarts isn't low-rated." "Perhaps not," replied Orion with a smirk, "but I wouldn't change Durmstrang for Hogwarts for a million galleons. There are far too many ridiculous restrictions on magic here." Draco sniffed and said arrogantly, "Well, we learned about the Unforgivables earlier this term." Calypso scoffed and replied in a smug whisper meant only for their small group, "We learned and practiced them last year." Draco scowled moodily at them and turned around to listen to Pansy's blabbering. Orion nudged Lysander's ribs with his elbow, since he had been strangely quiet, and said to him tauntingly, "You're getting a lot of appreciative glances. Should I be concerned? So have you. I dare say that we are the handsomest boys in the room." "What a divine pair we make," said Lysander while smirking roguishly at him. Orion looked at him skeptically. He hadn't seen anyone looking at him with interest, clearly Lysander was joking. Calypso huffed when she saw his expression and said in a vexed tone of voice, "Really, Orion, you're completely oblivious when someone shows an interest in you. They would have to hit you on the head with a broomstick to get your notice. How you managed to get a boyfriend is beyond me. Lysander laughed and interjected, I almost had to hit him, that's for sure. But he finally caught on after many of my advances. Orion glared at them, I don't know what you're talking about, I'm perfectly able to distinguish when someone is interested in me. Calypso scoffed, sure, that's why you didn't notice that bunch of vapid Beauxbatons girls looking at you, or the small group of giggling idiotic Gryffindor girls fluttering their eyelashes while they glance at you. Orion frowned and looked around. He didn't see any there it was. Yep, he had seen them. He turned and said sheepishly, well, they're girls, of course I didn't notice. If any boy had taken an interest perhaps I would have. Some boys have also, retorted Calypso impatiently. Lysander interrupted her sharply, he doesn't need to know of any boys looking at him, thank you very much. I do love it when you get jealous, said Orion with a chuckle. Lysander leaned forwards to purr something in his ear when Draco interjected while casting a nasty look at Lysander, would you pass me that bouillabaisse, please? Orion nodded and handed him the large dish while Calypso looked pointedly at him. Orion frowned at her trying to discern what she was trying to convey and she just rolled her eyes to the ceiling muttering something about dense boys. Orion shrugged his shoulders and renewed his interest on his food. Once the golden plates had been wiped clean, Dumbledore stood up again. A pleasant sort of tension seemed to fill the hall now. Orion looked at the teacher's table and saw two people that had just arrived. He recognized them instantly, one was Crouch Sr. and the other was the wizard that had spoken at the Quidditch World Cup. He wondered what they were doing here. The moment has come, said Dumbledore, smiling around at the sea of upturned faces. The Triwizard Tournament is about to start. I would like to say a few words of explanation before we bring in the casket just to clarify the procedure that we will be following this year. But first, let me introduce, for those who do not know them, Mr. Bartemius Crouch, head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. There was a smattering of polite applause, and Mr. Ludo Bagman, head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. Mr. Bagman and Mr. Crouch have worked tirelessly over the last few months on the arrangements for the Triwizard Tournament, Dumbledore continued, and they will be joining myself, Professor Vagnarov, Master Vagnarov, murmured Calypso indignantly at the lack of respect for the Dark Wizard's title, and Madame Maxime on the panel that will judge the champions' efforts. At the mention of the word, champions, the attentiveness of the listening students seemed to sharpen. Dumbledore smiled as he said, the casket, then, if you please, Mr. Filch. A nasty man, who had been lurking unnoticed in a far corner of the hall, now approached Dumbledore carrying a great wooden chest encrusted with jewels. It looked extremely old. A murmur of excited interest rose from the watching students. The instructions for the tasks the champions will face this year have already been examined by Mr. Crouch and Mr. Bagman, said Dumbledore as Filch placed the chest carefully on the table before him, and they have made the necessary arrangements for each challenge. There will be 3 tasks, spaced throughout the school year, and they will test the champions in many different ways: their magical prowess, their daring, their powers of deduction, and, of course, their ability to cope with danger. At this last word, the hall was filled with a silence so absolute that nobody seemed to be breathing. As you know, 3 champions compete in the tournament, Dumbledore went on calmly, one from each of the participating schools. They will be marked on how well they perform each of the tournament tasks, and the champion with the highest total after task 3 will win the Triwizard Cup. The champions will be chosen by an impartial selector, the Goblet of Fire. Dumbledore now took out his wand and tapped 3 times upon the top of the casket. The lid creaked slowly open. Dumbledore reached inside it and pulled out a large, roughly hewn wooden cup. It would have been entirely unremarkable had it not been full to the brim with dancing blue-white flames. Dumbledore closed the casket and placed the goblet carefully on top of it, where it would be clearly visible to everyone in the hall. Anybody wishing to submit themselves as champion must write their name and school clearly upon a slip of parchment and drop it into the goblet, said Dumbledore. Aspiring champions have 24 hours in which to put their names forward. Tomorrow night, Halloween, the goblet will return the names of the 3 it has judged most worthy to represent their schools. The goblet will be placed in the entrance hall tonight, where it will be freely accessible to all those wishing to compete. To ensure that no underage student yields to temptation, said Dumbledore, I will be drawing an age line around the Goblet of Fire once it has been placed in the entrance hall. Nobody under the age of 17 will be able to cross this line. Then he added with a small smile, with the exception of Durmstrang students which have been given a special permission to participate even if they're underage. Outraged yells exploded through the Great Hall and Draco shot Orion a furious look. Orion and the rest of the Durmstrang students sat stunned. They hadn't known that an exception had been made just for them. Orion had believed that the 14 years of age restriction would be even for all the schools. Orion looked at Calypso unblinking and she seemed to be doing some fast thinking. He saw Vagnarov smirking at the teacher's table but he seemed a little bit tense. Calypso leaned towards him and said, I think Headmaster Vagnarov tried to make the 14-year-old restriction the same for everyone but perhaps Dumbledore contravened at the last moment and decided to make Durmstrang the exception, and by saying it aloud he has gained the upper hand with Master Vagnarov, since all the other students will surely hate us for it and think that Durmstrang is cheating or something. Orion nodded, that would make sense, it was all a political move to disprestige one another and turn students against a dark school. Orion shot Dumbledore a dark glare and the old coot finally silenced the loudly complaining students. This is done for your safety. Now, I wish to impress upon any of you wishing to compete that this tournament is not to be entered into lightly. Once a champion has been selected by the Goblet of Fire, he or she is obliged to see the tournament through to the end. The placing of your name in the goblet constitutes a binding, magical contract. There can be no change of heart once you have become a champion. Please be very sure, therefore, that you are wholeheartedly prepared to play before you drop your name into the goblet. Now, I think it is time for bed. Good night to you all. Hogwarts. Students seemed still very peeved at the whole situation and Draco had risen quickly from the table. Orion grasped his arm to turn him around and Draco snarled, You told me that the 14-year-old restriction would apply to Hogwarts as well. I'm sorry, Draco, said Orion softly while looking into Draco's angry silver eyes, I truly believed it. I didn't know it was only going to be applied to. Draco violently withdrew his arm from Orion's grasp and he said furiously, I trained during these 2 months for the tournament after I received your letter confirming the new age restriction. I even told my father. He expects me to become Hogwarts champion. And now I will have to disappoint him and it's all your fault. He spun around and stormed out of the Great Hall. Blaise, Theo and Millicent gave Orion apologetic glances and followed Draco, while Pansy looked at him under her nose with a smug smirk on her face. Orion stood sadly looking at the direction in which Draco had left. He knew very well how excited Draco had been and how much he longed to make Lucius proud of him. It made him sorrowful that Draco had gained such expectations just because he had given for granted that when Vagnarov told them about the new age limit, he had thought that it would be the same for everyone. He felt Lysander's hand squeeze his shoulder. Calypso said quietly, Don't worry Orion, he'll come around. It's hardly your fault, one of us came to the wrong conclusion and we don't even know when they made the change, it could have been a short while ago. He merely nodded his head and one of the Slytherin's prefect escorted them to their guest rooms in the dungeons. While Crumb and the other boys of the delegation were busily organizing their clothes, Orion cast silencing spells around them and pulled Lysander towards him and made him sit on his bed. No one paid them much attention, they had been very open about their relationship at Durmstrang and they were one of the steadiest couples at the school. What has you concerned, Les? Asked Orion worriedly, You have been extremely quiet since we reached Hogwarts. Lysander looked at him and warily replied, Orion, I'm a vampire in a light school. Have you even considered that? Orion's eyebrows shot upwards and he said shamefully, I'm sorry, Les. It hadn't even crossed my mind. Do you think someone will cause you any, problems? Lysander shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, I can manage if anyone complains. Orion clutched Lysander's hand and said fiercely, And I will hex anyone who dares to say anything disrespectful towards you. Thanks, my savior, said Lysander mockingly, I think I'm better at protecting myself than you are at defending me. Really, you know that I'm stronger than you are. Orion huffed, Physically yes, but I'm wickedly good at casting dark spells. So am I, said Lysander arrogantly. Orion quirked a smile, Never as good as me. Who beat you at the dueling tournament, EH? Conceited brat, replied Lysander with a small smile. Then he turned serious and said, I don't really expect much trouble. None of our schoolmates is going to say that I'm a vampire. Headmaster Vagnarov made sure of that and he assured me that it would be kept a secret. Not even Dumbledore knows. Orion looked at him wide-eyed and then smirked pleasantly. Our headmaster is outwitting Dumbledore. I believe he is, said Lysander with a grin. But would it really be so bad if Dumbledore knew? Asked Orion, wondering what the old coot could possibly do against his boyfriend. Lysander rose from the bed to pace in front of him. Of course it would be. He's a light wizard through and through and he has never in his life campaigned for any dark creature's rights. Orion frowned and said, but I think he has no prejudice against werewolves. Though I think it's in self-interest, not for any real ideological reason. Lysander snorted and looked at him. Of course it's because it's convenient for him. Werewolves can be swayed into the war and he wants them at his side. We vampires are much more independent and quite frankly, much more dangerous and valuable as fighters. Dumbledore knows perfectly well we won't ever go to his side. The light side has always showed us their contempt towards us. They were the ones to hunt some of our clans to extinction. If he ever suspected that I'm a vampire he could ask for my removal from school grounds, or even worse yet, he could try to manipulate me. The removal might be a problem but Dumbledore couldn't possibly manipulate you into doing anything you don't want to do, Lysander, said Orion sternly. He's not omniscient, you know. For Mordred's sake, in a battle of wits and wills I believe you would be the victor. And you have Master Vagnarov's support. He would stand by you against him and I'm sure he has enough political clout to prevent Dumbledore from kicking you out of Hogwarts if he ever found out. Lysander sat at his side and said quietly, I know that I have Master Vagnarov's support, that's why I came, because he adamantly refused to deprive me of the experience just because of the bigotry of light wizards. And my father wanted me to come as well. To learn about the light wizards, to have a dark creature that they despise under their very noses with them being none the wiser. I didn't know that you had even contemplated not coming to Hogwarts, said Orion softly, casting his eyes downwards. I'm really a lousy boyfriend, aren't I? I always come to you with my problems but I didn't even perceive that you were going through all this shit. Lysander lifted Orion's chin up and said with a small smile, I like it when you come to me with your problems. Don't ever doubt that. And it was my fault that you didn't know. You had already so many things in your mind, I didn't want to add something else. Orion eyed him softly and then said against Lysander's lips while looking into his pale blue eyes, I want you to tell me your troubles as well. Don't ever worry about me having too much on my mind, you're a priority to me and I want to be a support to you as much as you have always been one for me. Lysander gently eyed him back while softly caressing his hair. They broke from the tender and Lysander smiled at him roguishly. Thanks, I believe some of my worries have already flown out of my mind. Orion slapped him on his arm and said, you idiot, I wish my would do the trick. I would be ing you senseless all the time, then. You, dotting me senseless. Said Lysander with an arched eyebrow, I believe I'm the one who you until your mind becomes numb in this relationship. Orion chuckled but then became serious. Do you really think Dumbledore could find out? I don't know. If I competed perhaps he would. My lack of injuries and my physical strength could become suspicious, said Lysander earnestly, that's why I'm not submitting my name. What? No. That's not fair to you. Said Orion indignantly. I know it isn't, but it's a small price to pay in order to remain in the shadows, retorted Lysander calmly. Orion sighed in resignation, I guess you're right. But why did you come then? If you knew from the start that you wouldn't be entering in the tournament, why did you leave Durmstrang? Lysander rolled his eyes, to be with you, of course. Orion smiled warmly at him and Lysander continued with a wicked glint in his eyes, and to see what the other schools have to offer as well. I have constantly heard Kara yapping about how exquisite the Beauxbatons boys are, why would I deprive myself of the pleasure of seeing them? Or perhaps sampling them. Orion lunged at Lysander and pinned him to the bed, jerk. And here I was thinking about how wonderful you were. He smirked at Lysander and said, I have seen a few interesting boys as well, you know. There's one particular tall Hufflepuff with a toned body and stunning smile. He couldn't finish the sentence when Lysander abruptly reversed their positions and aggressively eyed him. And Orion happily admitted to himself that his mind did go numb on these wonderful occasions. The next day was Saturday and Orion and the rest of the Durmstrang delegation, with the exception of Lysander, submitted their names in the morning. They had just gone in when the Weasley twins came out of the door laughing at each other's ridiculously long beards. The red bumbling buffoon, as Orion had taken to call Ronald Weasley, had scowled at him when they had crossed paths. He had heard him jeering at him and saying something about his father, but Lysander had calmly pushed Orion forwards to ignore the jibes. Draco was still giving him the cold shoulder, but Blaise and Millicent seemed to be fed up with his attitude and had taken Lysander, Orion and Calypso through a tour around the castle and grounds. They had a very pleasant day and Orion had plenty of ammunition for his verbal spats after seeing the buffoon drooling after a beautiful Beauxbatons girl, which seemed to entice quite a lot of boys. Orion was fairly certain that she must have some Veela blood in her to get that mindless reaction from the male half of the population while getting angry and vexed glares from the female half. Vagnarov called them to their ship to have a few last words with them before the Halloween feast and the announcement of the champions. They entered the Great Hall, walking behind Vagnarov in a disciplined formation, proudly wearing their uniforms. When they entered the candlelit Great Hall, it was almost full. The Goblet of Fire had been moved. It was now standing in front of Dumbledore's chair at the teacher's table. They sat at the Slytherin table and everybody seemed to be eating in a hurry, as if the sooner they got through it the sooner they would know who the champions were. Draco completely ignored Orion and concentrated on eviscerating his filet mignon. After several attempts to speak to him throughout the day, Orion had finally given up and was content to simply ignore him until he came around his tantrum. At long last, the feast ended and the golden plates returned to their original spotless state. There was a sharp upswing in the level of noise within the hall, which died away almost instantly as Dumbledore got to his feet. On either side of him, Master Vagnarov and Madame Maxime looked as tense and expectant as anyone. Ludo Bagman was beaming and winking at various students. Crouch, however, looked quite uninterested, almost bored. "Well, the goblet is almost ready to make its decision," said Dumbledore. "I estimate that it requires one more minute. Now, when the champions' names are called, I would ask them please to come up to the top of the hall, walk along the staff table, and go through into the next chamber." He indicated the door behind the staff table, where they will be receiving their first instructions. He took out his wand and gave a great sweeping wave with it. At once, all the candles except those inside the carved pumpkins were extinguished, plunging them into a state of semi-darkness. The Goblet of Fire now shone more brightly than anything in the whole hall, the sparkling bright, bluey whiteness of the flames almost painful on the eyes. Everyone watched, waiting. A few people kept checking their watches. "Any second now," Calypso whispered besides Orion. Orion turned towards Krum, offering him his hand while saying, "Good luck, Victor." Victor shook his hand and replied, "Thank you, good luck to you too. Let the best wizard win." "And which?" added Orion, giving Calypso an encouraging hug. Calypso smiled brightly at him, but she seemed to be a bundle of nerves. The flames inside the goblet turned suddenly red. Sparks began to fly from it. Next moment, a tongue of flame shot into the air, a charred piece of parchment fluttered out of it, the whole room gasped. Dumbledore caught the piece of parchment and held it at arm's length, so that he could read it by the light of the flames, which had turned back to blue-white. "The champion for Beauxbatons," he read, in a strong, clear voice, "will be Fleur Delacour." There were loud claps from many of the boys and some whistle calls. The buffoon was clapping madly while wearing a foolish grin on his face. Some of the Beauxbatons girls broke into sobs as the girl who so resembled a Veela got gracefully to her feet, shook back her sheet of silvery own hair, and swept up between the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff tables. When Fleur Delacour had vanished into the side chamber, silence fell again, but this time it was a silence so stiff with excitement you could almost taste it. And the Goblet of Fire turned red once more. Sparks showered out of it, the tongue of flame shot high into the air, and from its tip Dumbledore pulled the second piece of parchment. "The Hogwarts champion," he called, "is Cedric Diggory." The uproar from the Hufflepuff table was too great. Every single Hufflepuff had jumped to his or her feet, screaming and stamping, as Cedric made his way past them, grinning broadly, and headed off toward the chamber behind the teacher's table. The Gryffindors seemed sullen and didn't applaud. Orion saw one bushy-haired girl clapping avidly amongst them. The red buffoon seemed to be glaring at her, but she ignored him completely and got some of those around her to clap as well. Crumb turned to Blaze and asked, "Who is her?" "Ah, that's Granger," replied Blaze calmly. Orion arched an eyebrow, the highly intelligent Muggleborn. Draco snorted and said moodily to no one in particular, more like the nosy unbearable know-it-all mudblood. Crumb shot him a glare and Orion ignored Draco and asked in curiosity, "She doesn't get along with the Weasley idiot?" Blaze smirked, "None at all. I dare say she has more sense than any Gryffindor I have ever met. They have hated each other since first year when the Weasel taunted her for being an annoying bookworm. Anyway, anyone is a bookworm when compared to that moron." "Who are her friends?" asked Orion, and Draco shot him a look. "She gets along mildly well with the Gryffindors except with Weasel's mates. She has more friends in Ravenclaw, though she seems to spend much of her time helping Longbottom after class or at the library," replied Blaze. "Longbottom?" Neville remembered Orion. He quickly asked Blaze to indicate where he was, and he saw a quiet, nervous boy sitting by Granger's side. "So he is possibly the other one, if my suspicions are correct." Draco interrupted his musings when he snidely said, "What? Interested in mudbloods as well, now? Not happy enough with your half-breed?" Lysander stiffened by his side and Orion turned angrily towards Draco and hissed furiously, "Don't you dare insult my boyfriend, Draco. I don't know what stick you have up your—" His angry words were swallowed when Dumbledore called out loudly, "And Durmstrang's champion is Orion Sirius Black." All the students at the other tables except Slytherins seemed to freeze. Crumb clapped him on the back and congratulated him. Lysander gave him a prideful smile and Calypso shrieked in excitement and tightly hugged him, while some of the Slytherins and his Durmstrang fellows clapped loudly and cheered for him. Orion straightened his back, and as he passed along the tables he heard fearful murmurs. "Sirius Black's son, Death Eater, deserved the key. The murderer, the Potter's betrayer, he's dark as well." He didn't let any of it bother him and simply smirked at some of the students while he confidently strode along the tables. As he passed the teacher's table, Dumbledore pierced him with narrowed blue eyes and Snape looked at him as if he were a flubberworm under his shoe. Orion nastily smirked at them both and continued towards his headmaster. Vagnarov looked extremely pleased and said quietly to him, "Well done, Orion. I'm sure you'll make Durmstrang proud." Orion smiled at him and said, "Thank you, headmaster, I'll do my best." Vagnarov patted him on the back and Orion descended the stairs towards the chamber where the other champions were waiting. He found himself in a smaller room, lined with paintings of witches and wizards, and filled with cups and prizes. A handsome fire was roaring in the fireplace opposite him, and Cedric Diggory and Fleur Delacour were grouped around the fire. Cedric was standing with his hands behind his back, staring into the fire. Fleur Delacour looked around when Orion walked in and threw back her sheet of long, silvery hair. "You're Durmstrang's champion," she said. "I was sure Zat Crumb would be the one." Orion looked at her and said calmly, "No, it was me in the end." He smiled charmingly at her while thinking in amusement that he could use some of Les's charming ways to ingratiate himself with the Vila. Surely allies in the tournament could come in handy. He took her hand gallantly while placing a soft key on it and said, "Orion Black, pleased to meet you." Fleur looked at him with a raised pale eyebrow and her lips quirked into an amused smile. Fleur Delacour, enchanted. Orion chuckled, an ironic use of the word for a Vila. He turned around and faced Cedric, who was looking at them. Cedric shook his hand while saying, "Cedric Diggory, nice to meet you." "Likewise," replied Orion. "You're the Hufflepuff Seeker, right?" Cedric looked startled and Orion added, "I have heard that you're pretty good." "I like Quidditch myself and prefer the Seeker position too." Cedric smiled at him and replied, "Yes, I am. We should play a match one of these days." Orion nodded and said, "That would be fun." The three of them were startled when they heard loud noises coming through the door. It seemed as if the Great Hall was in an uproar. Curious, considering it had been absolutely silent just a moment ago. They heard uncertain footsteps and a nervous boy came from the stairs and looked at them with a dismal expression on his face. Orion recognized him but was utterly perplexed as to the reason why he was here. Fleur looked at the boy and asked impatiently, "What is it? Do they want us back in the hall?" He shuffled his feet and stuttered, "And no. I was." He gulped and seemed unable to utter anything else. The poor boy seemed to be on the edge of having a nervous breakdown. Fleur had an exasperated look on her face and Cedric merely waited for the boy to say something more. Then there was a sound of scurrying feet and Ludo Bagman entered the room. He took the boy by the arm and led him forward. Extraordinary. Bagman muttered, absolutely extraordinary. Gentlemen, lady, he added, approaching the fireside and addressing them. May I introduce, incredible though it may seem, the fourth Triwizard champion. He beamed at them as if he were enjoying a great show and said while pushing the boy to the front, Neville Longbottom. Orion frowned but didn't have much time to muse over this unexpected development when a large group of people came through the door. Dumbledore, followed closely by Crouch, Master Vagnarov, Madame Maxime, McGonagall, and Snape. Orion heard the buzzing of the hundreds of students on the other side of the wall, before McGonagall closed the door. Madame Maxime, said Fleur at once, striding over to her headmistress. They're saying that this little boy is to compete also. Neville flushed in embarrassment and Madame Maxime drew herself up to her full, and considerable, height. What is the meaning of these, Dumbledore? She said imperiously. I'd rather like to know. That myself, Dumbledore, said Vagnarov with a steely smile, two Hogwarts champions. I don't remember anyone telling me the host school is allowed 2 champions, or have I not read the rules carefully enough? Say impossible, said Madame Maxime, whose enormous hand with its many superb opals was resting upon Fleur's shoulder. Hogwarts cannot, Avenue 2 champions. It is most unjust. We were under the impression that your age line would keep out younger contestants, Dumbledore, said Vagnarov icily. After all your touching proclamations of your concern for your younger students during the negotiations and your refusal to use Durmstrang's age restriction as a standard, I would have thought that this sort of thing wouldn't have happened. It makes me wonder if it was all a plot to have 2 Hogwarts champions instead of 1. You haven't much to complain about, Vagnarov. After all, you managed to create an exception for your own school. If Longbottom isn't allowed to compete then Black shouldn't either, considering they're of the same age, said Snape sharply while his black eyes narrowed towards Orion. Orion looked back at him indifferently, he was sure that Vagnarov wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Thank you, Severus, said Dumbledore firmly. Snape's eyes still glinted malevolently through his curtain of greasy black hair. Dumbledore looked down at Neville, who cast down his head. The old man placed a hand on his shoulder and asked gently, Did you put your name into the goblet of fire, Neville? No, said Neville softly. Did you ask an older student to put it into the goblet of fire for you? Said Dumbledore. No, said the pale boy who looked as if he wanted the earth to swallow him right there. Ah, but of course, he is lying, cried Madame Maxime. Snape sneered. Longbottom isn't able to cast a simple levitation charm without mucking the spell. He couldn't have possibly entered his own name in the goblet. Dumbledore shot him a sharp look and Snape went quiet though his lips curled in distaste for the boy and Neville seemed to be on the verge of fainting under his dark gaze. He could not have crossed the age line, said McGonagall sharply. I am sure we all agree on that. Dumbledore must. Avenue made a mistake with Z line, said Madame Maxime, shrugging. McGonagall said angrily. That's nonsense. Professor Dumbledore didn't make a mistake and he believes that Neville did not persuade an older student to do it for him. I'm sure that should be good enough for everybody else. Mr. Crouch, Mr. Bagman, said Vagnarov coolly, you are objective, judges. Surely you will agree that this is most irregular. Crouch, who was standing outside the circle of the firelight, his face half hidden in shadows, said in his curt voice, we must follow the rules, and the rules state clearly that those people whose names come out of the goblet of fire are bound by a magical contract to compete in the tournament. Then I insist upon resubmitting the names of the rest of my students as well as Beauxbatons, until each school has 2 champions, said Vagnarov. I'm sure Victor will appreciate the opportunity and surely Madame Maxime has more students as excellent as Ms. Delacour who also deserve the chance. Madame Maxime nodded her approval but Bagman said, but Vagnarov, it doesn't work like that. The goblet of fire's just gone out, it won't reignite until the start of the next tournament. In which Beauxbatons will most certainly not be competing, said Madame Maxime angrily. Vagnarov smiled thinly at Dumbledore, I share Madame Maxime's sentiment. I have half a mind to leave now with my champion and I shall be lodging complaints with the Ministry of Magic and the International Confederation of Wizards. Empty threat, Vagnarov, growled a voice from near the door. You can't leave your champion now. He's got to compete. They've all got to compete. Binding magical contract, like Crouch said. Convenient, Moody had just entered the room. He limped toward the fire, and with every right step he took, there was a loud clunk. Convenient, said Madame Maxime, I'm afraid I don't understand. Moody said quietly. It's very simple, someone put Longbottom's name in that goblet knowing he'd have to compete if it came out. Evidently, someone, who wished to give Hogwarts 2 bites at the apple. Retorted Madame Maxime. I quite agree, Madame Maxime, said Vagnarov. If anyone's got reason to complain, it's Longbottom, growled Moody, but funny thing, I don't hear him saying a word. Orion mentally rolled his eyes, of course he's not saying anything. Neville had shrunk away from the angry adults and looked about to pass out. Why should he complain? Burst out Fleur Delacour, stamping her foot. Is the chance to compete, hasn't we haven't you all been hoping to be chosen for weeks and weeks? The honor for our schools. 1,000 galleons in prize money, this is a chance many would die for. Maybe someone's hoping Longbottom is going to die for it, said Moody, with the merest trace of a growl. An extremely tense silence followed these words, and Orion honestly thought that it wouldn't take much to achieve it by the way the boy looked. According to Draco, Longbottom was a dismal student and had little power. He wondered why anyone would want to kill him. Well, there was one wizard that could perhaps be interested in Longbottom's death, but did Voldemort really think this pathetic boy could be a threat to him? Putting his whole prophecy-wild theory to aside, the hard facts were that the Longbottoms had gone into hiding just like the Potters, under Dumbledore's orders. And Dumbledore must have had a very good reason for it. Did the old coot seriously believe that Neville could grow up to be a powerful wizard? Orion inspected the boy shrewdly and couldn't fathom how anyone could consider him anything more than a mistake in the Longbottom pureblood line. The boy was completely spineless and seemed to crack under the smallest amount of pressure. Had Dumbledore started training him? Perhaps Dumbledore had finally given up in his search for the boy who lived and now wanted to make Neville the icon of the light. Politically it was a smart move. The Light Wizards had counted on having the boy who lived, and if they believed him dead, then Dumbledore's side would benefit from having another boy hero. And Neville's parents had been powerful. The general masses didn't really know about Neville's non-existent magical ability. Dumbledore could use Neville's family name in order to give hope to the light wizarding community. Manipulating the masses correctly, Dumbledore didn't even need to give proof of Neville's magical abilities. He could simply use him to motivate his side, without requiring Neville to fight in any battles. Well, then, in that case Neville did have some value, and perhaps Voldemort also recognized this. And what better way to crush the light side's hopes than to kill Neville as well? Dumbledore would be out of saviors then. Orion did somewhat pity the boy. He was standing in the way of a clash between titans. Orion smirked, much like himself, but at least he had gained a good position in the dark side and he wasn't allowing anyone to manipulate him. He was working arduously to become a titan himself and screw the other two when he accomplished it. And while Neville's predicament was Dumbledore's and Voldemort's fault, it was also his own. Orion had had a much tougher childhood and he had managed to get through everything. Having the upper hand, while Neville had been raised in the magical community, having many more opportunities than he had had. If Neville hadn't grasped them, it was his own fault, and it was even worse if he was allowing Dumbledore to use him as a pawn. Neville's fate is his own doing, Orion concluded. He couldn't feel any real sympathy for those who didn't help themselves, and besides he was the enemy. He couldn't feel pity for the enemy, Orion said to himself. And Frank Longbottom had been ruthless and vicious towards dark wizards. Poor Bellatrix, such potential spoiled because of her insanity. Insanity caused by Frank Longbottom. And Bellatrix was family. No matter how nasty she was now, she was first and foremost a Black. He wouldn't lift a finger to help Neville, let Dumbledore take care of his own. The old bastard, thought Orion angrily, always using others, and worse, using children. It seemed that the old coot was not satisfied in ruining Harry Potter's childhood and was now also manipulating another boy. Someday he would get his due. The others had continued arguing during his musings, but he had hardly missed anything important. There was really nothing that could be done, and Orion was sure that Vagnarov already knew this and was just using the situation to bring Dumbledore down a few notches and to win Madame Maxime's support. He vaguely wondered if Vagnarov was a Death Eater. How this situation arose, we do not know, said Dumbledore, speaking to everyone gathered in the room. It seems to me, however, that we have no choice but to accept it. Both Cedric and Neville have been chosen to compete in the tournament. This, therefore, they will do. Ah, but Dumbledore, said Madame Maxime. My dear Madame Maxime, if you have an alternative, I would be delighted to hear it. Dumbledore waited, but Madame Maxime did not speak, she merely glared. She wasn't the only one either. Fleur looked furious, Snape livid, Bagman, however, looked rather excited. Well, shall we crack on, then? He said, rubbing his hands together and smiling around the room. Got to give our champions their instructions, haven't we? Barty, want to do the honors? Crouch seemed to come out of a deep reverie. Yes, he said, instructions. Yes, the first task. He moved forward into the firelight. Close up. Orion thought he looked ill. There were dark shadows beneath his eyes and a thin, papery look about his wrinkled skin that had not been there at the Quidditch World Cup. He must be really worried about his son having escaped. If anyone found out, his career would be over. The first task is designed to test your daring, he told Orion, Cedric, Fleur, and Neville, so we are not going to be telling you what it is. Courage in the face of the unknown is an important quality in a wizard, very important. The first task will take place on November the 24th, in front of the other students and the panel of judges. The champions are not permitted to ask for or accept help of any kind from their teachers to complete the tasks in the tournament. The champions will face the first challenge armed only with their wands. They will receive information about the second task when the first is over. Owing to the demanding and time-consuming nature of the tournament, the champions are exempted from end-of-year tests, except for the Durmstrang champion. Orion grinned at Vagnarov to let him know he didn't mind at all, he rather understood it. Cedric and Fleur looked at him pityingly, but he just simply shrugged his shoulders and smiled. Crouch turned to look at Dumbledore. I think that's all, is it, Albus? I think so, said Dumbledore, who was looking at Crouch with mild concern. Are you sure you wouldn't like to stay at Hogwarts tonight, Barty? No. Dumbledore, I must get back to the Ministry, said Crouch. It is a very busy, very difficult time at the moment. You've left young Weatherby in charge. Very enthusiastic, a little overenthusiastic, if truth be told. Orion held back his snigger at hearing about Weatherby. Professor Vagnarov, Madame Maxime, a nightcap, said Dumbledore. But Madame Maxime had already put her arm around Fleur's shoulders and was leading her swiftly out of the room. Orion could hear them both talking very fast in French as they went off into the Great Hall. Vagnarov beckoned him while saying coldly to Dumbledore, I think not, Dumbledore. I hope you manage to not turn the whole tournament into a mess. Though if the first day is anything to go by, I'll be sure to lower my expectations to your standards. Oh, how he loved his headmaster, Orion thought in amusement. Dumbledore's twinkle momentarily left his eyes, but then he turned to address Orion in a gentle voice. My dear boy, I'm happy to see you again. I see that you're doing well. Perhaps we could have some tea in my office to discuss some matters. Vagnarov icily interrupted him while placing a hand on Orion's shoulder. Excuse me, Dumbledore. But Orion is Durmstrang's champion. I hardly think it's appropriate for him to be discussing anything with you. You don't see me kidnapping your numerous champions, do you? He didn't wait for a reply and took Orion away with him. Orion looked up at Vagnarov while he was being escorted to the guest rooms and saw that his headmaster had a serious expression on his face. Nicely played, Headmaster Vagnarov, said Orion with a grin. Vagnarov looked down at him and said with a smirk, of course, how could a Gryffindor outsmart a Hydra? Orion quirked an eyebrow. You were a Hydra. And Dumbledore had been a Gryffindor. He had thought that the old man had been a Ravenclaw, though he also had Slytherin qualities, if all his manipulations were anything to go by, but Dumbledore being a Gryffindor would explain his extreme dislike for the dark arts and for the Slytherins. Yes, they had reached the portrait of the guest rooms and Vagnarov placed his hands on Orion's shoulders and said seriously, Orion, I want you to come to me if you see anything unusual. More unusual than Longbottom being a champion? Asked Orion amused. Vagnarov shot him an annoyed look and Orion turned serious and said, I'm sorry, Headmaster. I'm aware that there's something going on. Do you think that there's some real danger? Vagnarov pierced him with his dark eyes and quickly cast a powerful silencing spell around them and said, I truly don't know. But I don't like Dumbledore's interest in you. Is there any particular reason for it? Orion hesitated but then realized that if Vagnarov was a Death Eater then he probably knew about what had happened with Sirius at Hogwarts, and if he wasn't he was still a dark wizard and was his main supporter. We have met before. On the night my father was captured by the Aurors. He saw me using dark spells and, some wandless magic. Vagnarov didn't seem surprised. I'm well aware of your abilities, Orion. The teachers report to me periodically about the students. It doesn't surprise me that you can cast some spells wandlessly. But you shouldn't use wandless magic during the tournament or powerful dark spells. You don't want to attract more attention than necessary. Orion nodded. Yes, I was already planning on doing so. And you can't let anybody know that you're a Parselmouth, added Vagnarov sternly. Of course I wouldn't. If Dumbledore discovered it, it would be terrible. Orion said dismayed. It was possibly the most dangerous secret for Dumbledore to discover. That he was powerful could be explained in many ways due to his black heritage, but his Parseltongue ability was entirely a different matter. Oh, the Dark Wizards believed it had to come from the Black or Valquois line, and Voldemort had been so pleased to have a Parselmouth at his side that he didn't seem to dig too much into it, at least as far as Orion knew. But Dumbledore on the other hand could only get more suspicious. And while everyone knew that the boy who lived had a lightning-shaped scar, the only one who had ever seen it personally had been Dumbledore when he was a baby. Voldemort had died just when he got the scar, so Voldemort only knew about the scar because of the newspapers. Voldemort had never been able to see it or even suspect it was anything else but a cursed scar. Dumbledore had, and Orion didn't really know how much the old coot suspected or knew about the nature of his scar. When he had been a baby, Dumbledore had probably taken the opportunity of inspecting his scar before dumping him with the Dursleys, so he could suspect about the mental link or a transfer of powers. His Parseltongue ability would only make the old man more suspicious of him, and if he clued everything together he could be able to deduce that he was Harry Potter just with the new clue that he was a Parselmouth. Lucius had told him over the summer that the Death Eaters were keeping to themselves the secret that he was a Parselmouth, under the Dark Lord's orders. Not even Snape knew about it since he had never been present when Orion was summoned. That had been quite revealing. It was clear that Voldemort was still suspicious of Snape. Good. I'm glad that you can see that you would be discriminated if the Light Wizards knew you were a Parselmouth, said Vagnarov. Orion merely nodded his head and bid his headmaster a good night. After the short celebration with his Durmstrang fellows, Orion drew the curtains around his bed and cast anti-spying and silencing spells. He rested on the bed and opened the locket. Hello Tom, he said pleasantly. Tom arched an eyebrow and asked impatiently, well? Orion gave him an arrogant smirk. I'm Durmstrang's champion. Tom smiled proudly at him and said warmly, congratulations, Orion. I have no doubt in my mind that you'll win. Thanks for the vote of confidence, said Orion pleased. Then he added, but the strangest thing happened, Tom. Hogwarts has two champions. Cedric Diggory is one and he seems to be an able chap, but the other was Neville Longbottom and he's my age. And Dumbledore drew an age line for Hogwarts and Beauxbaton's students, so there's no way that Longbottom was able to submit his name. Tom turned thoughtful and said, and you think this has something to do with the Dark Lord? Orion sighed, I don't really know, but it's very suspicious. The teachers are in a fit and Longbottom didn't faint by a miracle. No one seems to know what's going on. I don't know what the Dark Lord's plans are. I haven't been summoned after that first time and Lucius didn't say anything during the summer. Tom said unconcerned, well, then you shouldn't interfere with whatever is happening. If the Dark Lord didn't tell you then it's none of your business. How can it not be my business when I'm a champion as well? Said Orion angrily, I want to know if the Dark Lord is planning anything for the tournament. My friends are here, Tom, I don't want them to be in dangerous situations. Tom snapped at him, if you go sticking your nose where it doesn't belong you could muck the Dark Lord's plans. Don't tell me that you feel you must protect the Longbottom boy. Orion said dismissively, I don't care what happens to him, he's Dumbledore's problem, not mine. Then he added sternly, but I don't appreciate being kept in the dark. I know that the Dark Lord has taken an interest in the tournament after he saw into Bertha Jerkin's mind. Perhaps when the Dark Lord learns that you're one of the champions he'll summon you. said Tom unconcerned, but regardless of that, he doesn't have to share his plans with you. If he's keeping them a secret it's for a good reason. I suppose, said Orion unconvinced. Then he locked eyes with Tom and said with determination, I want to know about the Chamber of Secrets, Tom. Tom blanched momentarily and then narrowed his eyes at him and grunted, why? Orion snapped, you know why, Tom. You refused to tell me anything about it years ago but I need to know where it is. One of the reasons I wanted to come here was to discover the Chamber of Secrets. I won't let this opportunity pass. There's nothing for you in the Chamber of Secrets, hissed Tom angrily. Orion looked at him with narrowed eyes and said, why are you so opposed to the idea of me going into the chamber? Tom answered nonchalantly, I could be dangerous for you. Orion scoffed, yeah, right. You know I can take care of myself. That's not it. He regarded Tom silently and added, what are you afraid I'll discover? Tom bristled and replied, you'll discover nothing. There's nothing there. It's just an empty chamber. Orion laughed mirthlessly, empty chamber, my ass. The Dark Lord obtained his body there and I want to know how. It's none of your business. Snarled Tom furiously, if you keep sticking your nose in his affairs you'll end up badly. Orion waved his hand dismissively, he won't know. Then he said excitedly, besides, I want to see the chamber that Slytherin built. It must be very impressive and maybe there's a library or a secret place with his hidden journals. There's nothing of the sort in there, said Tom sternly, it's not interesting at all. Orion shot him a look and said coolly, that's right, you went into the chamber when you were a student here. So you know where the entrance is. You must tell me. Tom glared at him darkly and said in clipped tones, I won't tell you anything and you'll stop asking me about it. Orion scowled at him, fine. He's mad if he thinks I won't go looking for it, thought Orion mutinously, and he's afraid of something, there's something in there that he doesn't want me to see, I wonder what it is. You won't go looking for it then? Asked Tom sternly. Orion looked at him and gave him his sweetest smile, if it bothers you so much, I won't. I don't want you to be mad at me. Tom narrowed his eyes at him suspiciously but didn't say anything. Orion stretched on his bed and started plotting how he could discover the chamber. He would ask Calypso to help him, she would know all about it after the whole Chamber of Secrets affair all those years ago. And he could ask Draco again about what had happened that year at Hogwarts. There must be clues somewhere indicating the entrance to the chamber. And there was also Salazar Slytherin's portrait. He would have to speak to it again. What are you thinking about? Asked Tom quietly. Orion came out of his musings and replied vaguely, about Dumbledore, then he remembered something that he had always wanted to know and added, you never told me why you hate him so much. It's a thing of the past, said Tom indifferently. Yes, and you have never shared your past with me, Tom, said Orion gently, tell me about your childhood. First tell me about yours, said Tom blandly. Orion sighed and closed his eyes, you already know everything. The chores, the beatings, the starvation, the verbal use, the attempted beat, the insults. That was it. What did the muggle call you? Asked Tom through gritted teeth. Orion replied softly without opening his eyes, freak. Then he swallowed thickly and added, and that day, when he tried to, well, you know what, he continually whispered in my ear something that I didn't understand what it meant at the time. Then when I grew up I remembered the words in my nightmares. What was it? Asked Tom softly. He said to me that I would become his pretty little whore, said Orion unfeelingly. Tom remained silent for a while and finally said quietly, I was an abomination. That was what the muggle caretakers at the orphanage called me. Orion slowly opened his eyes and looked at Tom with understanding, what happened in the orphanage? Tom's face darkened and he said, I was powerful, even as a child, my accidental magic occurred frequently and it scared the adults. They thought I was possessed or that I was evil, or some such muggle religious superstitious crap. Go on, said Orion gently. According to them they tried to cure me, continued Tom quietly, they left me locked up for days in a tiny dark room, isolated from the rest of the children, without food and water so that I could repent from my sins. Every time I did sporadic magic they beat me to an inch of my life to teach me that unnatural deeds didn't go unpunished, said Tom crisply. At first, I remember that I tried to control my magic. I was terrified every time something unusual occurred because I knew what the consequences would be, but I was unable to do anything to prevent it. In time, I began to see that I could control it and use it to defend myself from others, so I did. The older children always bullied me because they saw that the adults hated me. So I used my magic to frighten them. When they hurt me, I hurt them back, by destroying a favorite toy, killing a loved pet, anything that would do the trick. But it was never enough, they always hurt me much more than whatever I could do to them. Not a single adult or child ever took my side. Orion asked gently, did the scars of the beatings go away? Tom pierced him with his dark blue eyes and said, not all of them. Before my portrait was made, I still had the word, abomination, carved on my left arm. It was barely visible because I took several potions when I was older to make it fade, but I still could discern the letters if I really looked carefully. I still see mine as well, said Orion softly. He never used a knife, but the belt welts did leave the skin on my back somewhat marred. And my ribs will always be prone to fracture since they had been broken several times without receiving medical attention. He sighed and added, but the most evident result is my stunted growth. I'll never be tall or physically strong. Tom remained quiet and Orion asked perceptively, Dumbledore knew, didn't he? You hate him with a passion. Was it because you told him and he refused to help? Tom's eyes flashed in rage momentarily before settling down. He growled, Dumbledore was the one who came to the orphanage to tell me that I was a wizard. I was very excited when I discovered that what I could do wasn't evil but that it was real magic that was taught at a special school. I saw it as my opportunity to learn everything I could so that no one could ever harm me again. I was so happy at the time that I stupidly told him about what I could already do. And then I saw the fear in his eyes. Even then he feared me because I could control my magic already and because I was aware of what I could do with it to protect myself from others. He saw the conditions in which I lived in at the orphanage. He saw the bruises on my arms, but he didn't ask me anything about them. He gave a small pause and then continued, he was the Transfiguration professor at the time but also the deputy headmaster. On second year, when the beatings escalated, I didn't want to go back to the orphanage. During the holidays, Headmaster Dippet had taken a leave of absence to cure his dragon pox and Dumbledore was left in charge. I asked him if I could remain in the castle and I told him that the orphanage's environment wasn't good for me. He refused my request and it was during those holidays that one of the muggles used a knife to carve, abomination, on my arm. When I came back and Dumbledore asked me if it had been all right, I lied and told him I was perfectly fine. It was already too late and I knew then that he had never cared for me. He always showed such gentleness and caring for some students, but never towards me. He always watched me, always waiting for me to do something that would incriminate me. From that day onwards I became the perfect role model student while I learned the darkest and most powerful magic by myself, so that I would never need protection from anyone, never depend on anyone, and so that I could become the one people feared instead of being the one they despised. And I have never regretted it. Later on, I took my revenge on everyone that had ever hurt me. Orion sighed and closed his eyes. It was worse than he had imagined. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at Tom. His expression was closed but Orion could now see, through Tom's dark blue eyes, the vulnerable used child of the past. He asked softly, you killed the muggles of the orphanage. Tom narrowed his eyes at him and said as if expecting a confrontation, yes, and others that had hurt me as well. Orion nodded his head and said quietly, I understand, Tom. I don't condemn you for it. He sighed warily and added, I think that you're stronger than me in that way. You were able to take revenge without remorse, that's difficult to do. Even though I hate the muggle that did that stuff to me, I still don't know if I could kill him. And in a sense that makes me weak. Tom's expression softened and he said, yes, that is what I was always trying to make you understand. And you were right. I understand it now that I'm older, said Orion while he ran his fingers through his dark hair. Perhaps one day I will go back and take revenge, just to prove to myself that I'm capable of doing it. That I'm strong enough and that he doesn't frighten me anymore, that he doesn't hold that power over me. Tom smiled indulgently at him, I think you should. There's nothing more liberating than finally taking revenge upon those who have harmed you. It lifts a huge weight off your shoulders. It makes you freer in a sense. Orion laughed, or perhaps it just means that you have already lost all sense of morality and that you can go into a murdering rampage without your conscience even tweaking a bit. Tom quirked an eyebrow, well, that sounds ideal to me. Orion rolled his eyes and murmured, "Of course it would." Then he asked with curiosity, "Were you able to take revenge upon Dumbledore?" "No," Tom grunted. "Well, I'm sorry for it. You're probably dead or too old to take revenge upon him now," said Orion. "I'm not too old," said Tom indignantly. Orion rolled his eyes. "Fine. If you're alive you're around your 70s, and though that's still younger than Dumbledore, I don't think the real you has many chances. Besides, don't worry, I'll make the old coot pay for both of us," said Orion with a winning smile. Tom quirked his lips into a small smile. "Very well, you shall be our avenger." Orion chuckled, "All right." Then his expression turned thoughtful. "It's weird, isn't it? How much our childhoods are alike. I ended up in the care of the abusive muggles because my father went to Azkaban and Dumbledore did nothing to prevent it. Nor did he care for my well-being enough to check on me, and you had to remain with abusive muggles because Dumbledore didn't do anything to help you either. And we both turned dark. I mean, we have dark blood in our veins, but other dark wizards have been brought up like light wizards and changed sides. But we had no idea that we were wizards, and when we discovered it we both went dark without even considering turning towards the light, at least in my case. And to think that Dumbledore could have prevented all of that. If he hadn't feared your powers and if he hadn't neglected me, it could all have turned out so differently." Tom frowned at him. "Would you have liked that? Would you have preferred that Dumbledore had taken care of you and brought you up as a light wizard?" "Well, I would have had a more pleasant childhood, that's for sure," said Orion in earnest while hiding a yawn, "but I would have never learned to love the dark arts. I would have never met my friends, or my boyfriend, or consider the Malfoys like my family. I would have been brainwashed and I would have turned out to be a bigot and Dumbledore's puppet. So, no, I prefer it this way." Tom smirked victoriously and said under his breath, "That's all I wanted to hear." Orion looked at him sleepily and said softly, "Thank you, Tom, for confiding in me. It means a lot to me that you were finally able to share your childhood with me. I know it must have been very difficult for you and I appreciate it." Tom said with a small smile, "You're welcome." Orion furrowed in his bed and held the locket closer. He looked at Tom smiling at him and it made his heart fill with warmth. Tom was so similar to him and yet so different. He couldn't help feeling a deep admiration for him. He must have been someone extraordinary in real life. It was such a pity that he would never meet him, that they were separated by decades of age. Even if he was still alive he would be an old man, already in the last decades of his life. Tom was so strong and sure of himself. He never regretted anything and had strong beliefs. He was extremely handsome, intelligent, witty and cunning. And while Tom had an aggressive and cold personality, he had started to show that he cared for him. Orion sometimes wished that Tom could be real. He sometimes wished that he could hug Tom or lean into him while they talked through the hours of the night. And now that Tom had opened to him, Orion felt that he needed to convey some of his feelings to Tom. Orion gently touched the edge of the small portrait and said softly, "You mean a lot to me, you know. I can confide in you and I feel I trust you. You understand the darkest parts of me, you know the worst of my past, and you make me want to be stronger and better." He looked into Tom's dark blue eyes and continued, "I have never told you directly how much I care for you, but I do, deeply." Tom's eyes sparkled and he said in a warm low voice, "I care for you too, Orion. I think that you're the only one I have ever truly cared for." Orion beamed at him and said in a whisper before falling asleep, "I sometimes wished you were real." Tom looked at the beautiful sleeping young man and whispered, "I am, and someday you'll be mine." The next few days were a whirlwind of activity. The Red Buffoon taunted him every chance he got. Draco continued to ignore him. The Hufflepuffs looked at him as if he would jump at them to cast the killing curse. The Gryffindors murmured at his back about him being a Death Eater or possibly the next Dark Lord. The Ravenclaws looked at him as if he was some interesting specimen to be examined. Some girls blushed when he glanced at them and whispered about his dark mysterious ways. Snape glowered at him from the teacher's table, and Dumbledore kept shooting him twinkling glances. Orion had to practice great restraint to not hex them all into oblivion. Classes seemed ridiculously easy to him and he had already assigned the task to learn everything she could about the Chamber of Secrets to Calypso. She had been extremely excited at the prospect of finding it and scampered to the library every time she could. He thanked Morgana daily for Lysander's presence by his side. Today, in the morning, Vagnarov had pulled him apart to let him know that the weighing of the wands was to occur after the day's last class. Orion still had no clue what to do about it. Finally he had concocted a desperate plan. He had taken notice of his friend's wands and had discovered that Lysander's wand had a similar length and color to his death and life wand. After breakfast he pulled Lysander into an empty classroom after making certain there weren't any portraits and then cast silencing spells around them. "Les, I need you to do me a favor," said Orion urgently. Lysander arched an eyebrow and said, "Well, what is it?" "I need to borrow your wand today and also for the tasks," replied Orion. Lysander frowned. "Why? Just use your wand, Orion." Orion shook his head. "No, I can't. Today's the weighing of the wands and I don't want anyone inspecting mine. It's powerful, you see, and Vagnarov told me to keep a low profile." "But Orion, my wand won't work too well for you," said Lysander. "You need a good wand for the tasks." "That doesn't matter, I won't be using powerful spells anyway. Your wand will be sufficient," replied Orion, "and during the tasks I will be keeping my real wand hidden somewhere in case I need it." Lysander looked at his wand and then at Orion's. They do look somewhat similar, but if someone inspected them closely they would see they're different. "I'll use my wand during classes because the teachers never pay attention to the students' wands and during the tasks everyone will be watching from a safe distance, so no one will know that I'm switching wands." "Please, Les, do me this favor," said Orion pleadingly. "The weighing of the wands will be after classes but it's best if we switch wands now so that no one notices." "All right," said Lysander while giving his wand to Orion, "take it." Orion smiled at him, "Thanks." But then he was reluctant to give his wand to Lysander. He didn't know why but he didn't want anyone else touching it. He opened his school bag and searched for the Phoenix wand. He gave it to Lysander. "Here, use this one." Lysander cocked an eyebrow. "You have another one?" "Yes," replied Orion impatiently, "but I stole it, so keep it out of sight from Dumbledore and Ollivander, though you won't be seeing him so there's no concern for that." Lysander gaped at him and whispered urgently, "You stole a wand? Are you insane? And who is Ollivander?" Orion quickly described the man and told him what had happened that day at the wandmaker's store. "He saw your scar?" asked Lysander in wonder. Then he added urgently, "And you'll be seeing him at the weighing of the wands. How will you keep your scar hidden?" Orion grimaced thinking about his plan and said, "I have it covered already, don't worry." Then he looked at Lysander and asked, "Your wand is a Grigorovich creation, right?" Lysander nodded and replied, "Yes, its core is made of thestral blood." Unusual but not shockingly so. "Grigorovich uses unconventional cores, it'll pass examination," said Orion pensively. During the day's classes Lysander could barely make Orion's Phoenix wand work and Orion discreetly cast the spells for Lysander and no one noticed. Orion could use Lysander's wand but it really wasn't powerful in his hands, but well, it would only be for that day. During the tasks the classes were cancelled so they wouldn't have to go through this again. Finally, they had the last class of the day. A class that was instrumental for Orion's plans to hide his scar. Calypso, Lysander and Orion walked calmly towards their first potions class at Hogwarts. Regrettably it was a double potions class with the Gryffindors. "Ah, look, boys, it's the Death Eater spawn," said Weasley to Finnegan and Thomas the moment he got within earshot of Orion. "How they allowed him to become a champion I don't know. Probably used a dark spell to confound the Goblet of Fire. But well, it's probably for the best. Half the Triwizard champions have died. How long do you reckon you're going to last, Black? I just hope you go down slowly and painfully, nothing less than your kind deserves." Finnegan and Thomas guffawed and Calypso took out her wand quickly and aimed it at Weasley. "Shut your trap, Weasel," she spat angrily. "He's a champion and a magnificent dueler. He could easily complete any task and could whip your ass in a blink of an eye. And I don't know who you think you are. You come from a pathetic family of blood traitors. If anyone deserves pain it's you." Ron turned red in anger and threateningly advanced towards her while saying, "Need your little girlfriend to protect you, Black. Can't stand up for yourself." Orion was calmly standing by Calypso's side and he said with a cold smirk, "I would personally love to see her hexing you into oblivion. So I'll defer to her and let her have all the fun." The Slytherins that arrived stood besides them and the Gryffindors were behind Weasley. Just at that moment Draco decided to make his appearance and he took in the scene with an arched eyebrow, and then he looked at Longbottom, who was unobtrusively standing behind the bunch of Gryffindors. The boy had had a couple of rough days as well. Almost the whole of Hogwarts had turned against him, proclaiming him to be a cheater while they proudly supported Cedric. Only Granger and a few other Gryffindors took his side. Draco smugly pointed at a large badge on his chest that flashed the words, "Support Cedric Diggory, the real Hogwarts champion." He flashed the Gryffindors a nasty smile and said, "Like them, Longbottom. And this isn't all they do, look." He pressed his badge into his chest, and the message upon it vanished, to be replaced by another one, which glowed green, "FATBOTTOM stinks." The Slytherins howled with laughter. While Draco passed them more badges and each of them pressed their badges too after pinning them on their robes, until the message "FATBOTTOM stinks" was shining brightly all around them. Orion had to admit that Draco was creative, and he saw that Calypso and Lysander looked amused. The Gryffindors weren't laughing, but they weren't sticking up for Longbottom either. Granger broke through the crowd and said sarcastically to Pansy and her gang of Slytherin girls who were laughing harder than anyone, "Oh, very funny, really witty." "Want one, Granger?" said Draco, holding out a badge to Hermione. "I've got loads. But don't touch my hand, now. I've just washed it, you see, don't want a mudblood sliming it up." "Fununculus!" Longbottom unexpectedly yelled. "Dansaggio!" screamed Draco. Jets of light shot from both wands, hit each other in midair, and ricocheted off at angles. Longbottom's hit Goyle in the face, and Draco's hit Granger. Goyle bellowed and put his hands to his nose, where great ugly boils were springing up. Granger, whimpering in panic, was clutching her mouth. "Hermione," said Longbottom while he hurried forward to see what was wrong with her. He dragged Granger's hand away from her face. It wasn't a pretty sight. Her front teeth, already larger than average, were now growing at an alarming rate. She was looking more and more like a beaver as her teeth elongated, past her bottom lip, toward her chin. Panic-stricken, she felt them and let out a terrified cry. "And what is all this noise about?" said a soft, deadly voice. Snape had arrived. The Slytherins clamored to give their explanations. Snape pointed a long yellow finger at Draco and said, "Explain." "Longbottom attacked me, sir." "They attacked each other at the same time," shouted some Gryffindor. "And he hit Goyle, look." Snape examined Goyle, whose face now resembled something that would have been at home in a book on poisonous fungi. "Hospital wing, Goyle," Snape said calmly. "Malfoy got Hermione," said someone. Longbottom looked shaky under Snape's hard gaze, but he made Granger remove her hand to show Snape her teeth. Pansy and the other Slytherin girls were doubled up with silent giggles, pointing at Granger from behind Snape's back. Even Weasley and his mates were quietly sniggering. Snape looked coldly at Granger and then said, "I see no difference." Granger let out a whimper, her eyes filled with tears. She turned on her heel and ran all the way up the corridor and out of sight. Snape turned to look at them and said sternly, "Now, all of you, get into the classroom before I start taking points." Orion saw Snape catching Draco's badge with his eyes, and the wizard's lips curled into a nasty amused smirk. Calypso, Orion and Lysander sat at the Slytherin side of the classroom and started getting their things out. Orion froze when he searched his school bag and didn't find his potions textbook. He remembered Narcissa buying the new textbooks that were used at Hogwarts and sending them by all to Durmstrang. Orion frowned. Had he left it at Durmstrang? "Antidotes," said Snape, looking around at them all, his cold black eyes glittering unpleasantly. "You will prepare your recipes now. I want you to brew them carefully, and then, we will be selecting someone on whom to test one." Snape's eyes met Orion's, and Orion knew that Snape had the intention of poisoning him in front of the whole classroom and make him drink the worst brewed antidote of some student. Probably Longbottom's, he thought wryly. Orion raised his hand and said politely, "Excuse me, Professor Snape. It seems that I left my textbook at Durmstrang. Is it all right if I share one with someone for this lesson?" Snape sneered at him, "Too high and mighty to remember to come prepared for classes, Mr. Black. I'm sure they spoil you at Durmstrang, but I will not have you disrupting any of my students for your benefit." He pointed towards a shelf filled with tattered old books and bit out, "You'll use one of those." Orion nodded and calmly strode towards the shelf. He absent-mindedly took one and went back to work on his potion. He opened the book and saw that the margins were filled with words written in small scrunched letters. Comments were inserted in the author's brewing instructions. Orion frowned and looked at the cover. It was a Newt-level potions textbook. Well, he wasn't about to ask again for another book. He remembered this potion from his Durmstrang's lessons, so he started brewing the antidote. He had also taken out the key ingredients for his plan. He just had to wait for the perfect occasion. Snape went on with his class and Calypso intently listened to him. When Orion looked at her, he saw that she seemed to be mesmerized. Orion's eyes widened and he looked from Snape, to her, and back. He held back a bark of laughter and elbowed Lysander while jerking his head towards her. Lysander looked at her and his eyes glinted in amusement. While Snape was busy inspecting cauldrons, Orion leaned towards her and whispered, "Has someone caught your interest, little Calypso?" She blushed but said stoically, "I haven't the foggiest idea of what you're referring to." Orion chuckled and said tauntingly, "I think someone is developing a crush." Calypso turned up her nose at him and replied smoothly, "You're delusional. Now leave me alone so that I can finish this." Orion shook his head, "I can help you, you know. I can shorten your skirt with a spell and pop some buttons from your blouse and you just have to lean over his desk and while you flutter your lovely eyelashes, and say to him with a shivering voice, 'Potions master, please, I see that you have been through a couple of dry ink years, would you like to dip your quill in my inkpot?'" Lysander exploded into laughter and Calypso blushed fiercely while she repeatedly slapped Orion on his head and shrieked, "Orion! You're disgusting, lewd, obscene." Snape spun angrily towards them and snarled, "Ms. Rosier, Mr. Black, why are you disrupting my class?" Calypso sniffed and turned up her nose indignantly. Her face was completely flushed and she seemed unable to look at Snape. Orion took pity and said, "Excuse me, sir, it was my fault." Snape malevolently sneered at him, "Of course it was, not that I expected any better considering who your father was. You're an undisciplined, arrogant, insolent mutt, just like him." Weasley and his chums broke into sniggers but the Slytherins remained silent. Orion furiously clenched his hands into fists but maintained a composed and blank face. He would not give Snape the satisfaction of seeing how much it angered him, how much it hurt him when anyone criticized his father. He would be revealing a weakness if he did. Seeing that the boy wouldn't bite the bait, Snape angrily snapped, "Detention with me, Black. Tomorrow after class." And he swirled around to continue his inspection of the cauldrons. After a while of more silent brewing, the moment came for Orion to take action. He inspected his potion. The dragon blood would react just like he wanted when he added the aconite. He surreptitiously and wandlessly cast shielding spells for his face and body, leaving only his forehead unprotected. He took a deep breath and threw the aconite in. The reaction was instant. The potion bubbled dangerously and immediately a small explosion burst through the cauldron, while potion splashed on Orion's forehead. He hissed when he felt the burning pain. Snape was bellowing at him for his incompetence while adding more detentions when someone knocked on the dungeon door and burst in. It was a small Gryffindor. "Yes," said Snape curtly. "Please, sir, I'm supposed to take Neville Longbottom and Orion Black upstairs," said the small boy. Snape stared down his hooked nose at the boy and said coldly, "They have another hour of potions to complete, Mr. Creevy. They will come upstairs when this class is finished." The boy went pink. Sir, Mr. Bagman wants him," he said nervously. "All the champions have got to go, I think they want to take photographs." Very well, Snape snapped. "Black, leave your things here, I want you back down here later to test your antidote." "Please, sir, he's got to take his things with him," squeaked the boy, "all the champions." "Very well," snarled Snape. "Longbottom, Black, take your bags and get out of my sight." Orion put his used potions book in his bag and cursed his luck. He had thought he would have been able to get out of the class and go to the infirmary before he was called. He thought they would have waited for the champions to finish their classes. He had conjured a napkin to remove the potion but the skin on his forehead was burnt and it stung painfully. He needed to get a bandage over it. Ollivander could see through glamours but he couldn't see through clothes and therefore, wouldn't see through the bandage. He had discovered in a book about magical creatures that the old man had harpy blood in him. The man's weird eyes had been the giveaway. And Moody could see through the bandage but not through his blood glamour. He had thought that the solution was perfect, pain aside. A potions accident was quite usual, so nobody would suspect anything. He left the classroom giving reassuring smiles to Calypso and Lysander, and when he was in the hallway he said to the small boy and Longbottom, "Look, I have to take care of this injury first. Tell them I'll be there as soon as possible." "Where are they?" The small Gryffindor replied, "In the old Transfiguration classroom. Do you know where it is?" "Yes, thanks," said Orion before sprinting towards the infirmary. The school nurse, Madame Pomfrey, while clicking her tongue and complaining about careless students, easily remedied his injury by applying a thick ointment and wrapping a bandage around his forehead. She told him that by tomorrow night his skin would be as good as new. When he entered the classroom he saw Bagman sitting on one of the chairs in the middle of the room, talking to AB, on which that Orion had never seen before, who was wearing magenta robes. Longbottom was standing quietly alone and Cedric and Fleur were in conversation. She looked a good deal happier than Orion had seen her so far. She kept throwing back her head so that her long silvery hair caught the light. A paunchy man, holding a large black camera that was smoking slightly, was watching Fleur out of the corner of his eye. Bagman suddenly spotted Orion. "Ah, here he is at last. This is Rita Skeeter," he said, gesturing toward the bee, on which in magenta, "she's doing a small piece on the tournament for the Daily Prophet." "Maybe not that small, Ludo," said Rita Skeeter, her eyes on Orion and Neville. Her hair was set in elaborate and curiously rigid curls that contrasted oddly with her heavy-jawed face. She wore jeweled spectacles. The thick fingers clutching her crocodile skin handbag ended in 2-inch nails, painted crimson. "I wonder if I could have a little word with Orion and Neville before we start," she said to Bagman, but still gazing fixedly at Orion. "The youngest champions, you know." "Certainly," cried Bagman. "That is, if they have no objections." Said Longbottom. Orion looked at Rita contemplatively. He had read her articles before and he had despised the things she had written about his father after the key, and he could see a nasty glint in her eyes that didn't forebode anything good for him, but she could have her uses. After all, a journalist held a lot of power to sway public opinion. She could become an asset. Orion simply nodded his head. "Lovely," said Skeeter, and in a second, her Arlette taloned fingers had Orion's upper arm in a surprisingly strong grip, and she was steering Longbottom with her other hand out of the room and opening a nearby door. "We don't want to be in there with all that noise," she said. "Let's see, yes, this is nice and cozy." It was a broom cupboard. Orion shook his arm from her tight grip and said coldly, "I think not, madam. If we're going to give you juicy information you could at least find somewhere decent where to conduct your interrogation." She looked at him startled, as if she hadn't expected to be contradicted by a little boy, before giving him a false sugary smile. Of course. She opened another door that led to an empty classroom and Orion confidently strode in while Longbottom trailed behind Skeeter. "Lovely," said Skeeter while dragging 2 chairs in front of her and seating in one facing them. "Let's see now." She unsnapped her crocodile skin handbag and pulled out a small roll of purple parchment and an acid green quill, which with the wave of her wand sprung into midair and rested its tip on the floating parchment. "You won't mind if I use a quick quotes quill. It leaves me free to talk to you normally." "As you please," said Orion indifferently. Skeeter's smile widened. "Testing, my name is Rita Skeeter, Daily Prophet reporter." The moment Rita Skeeter had spoken, the green quill had started to scribble, skidding across the parchment. "Attractive bee. Owned Rita Skeeter, 43, whose savage quill has punctured many inflated reputations." "Perfect," said Skeeter, and then she turned to Longbottom. "So, Neville, what made you decide to enter the Triwizard Tournament?" I didn't enter," said Neville hesitantly while looking at the quill in apprehension, which was dashing across the parchment, and in its wake Orion could make out a fresh sentence. A frail, unsure boy, tormented by his tragic past, trying and failing to live up to his father's reputation. Orion held back a laugh. The woman was priceless. "Ignore the quill, Neville," said Skeeter firmly. "Now, why did you decide to enter the tournament?" "I didn't," said Neville quietly. "I don't know how my name got into the goblet." Skeeter raised a heavily penciled eyebrow. "Come now, Neville, there's no need to be scared of getting into trouble. We all know you shouldn't really have entered at all. But don't worry about that. My readers will love it." "But I didn't," repeated Neville nervously. "I don't know who." How do you feel about the tasks ahead? Said Rita Skeeter. Champions have died in the past, haven't they? Do you feel excited? Nervous? Nervous, I suppose, said Neville, squirming uncomfortably. Skeeter, watching him closely, said, how would you say that your parents' situation affected you? Said Neville while his eyes filled with sadness. Do you think that the trauma in your past might have made you keen to prove yourself? To live up to the Longbottom name? Do you think that perhaps you were tempted to enter the Triwizard Tournament because you've always been in your father's shadow? Even if he's out of commission now, completely unaware of his surroundings, he used to be an important Auror, perhaps you felt the need to prove yourself, said Skeeter. Neville interrupted her a little bit forcefully. I didn't enter and my father isn't out of commas. Are your parents aware of you when you visit them at St. Mungo's? Did they know who you are? Said Skeeter, talking over him. No, said Neville curtly while his body shook a bit. How do you think they'd feel if they were able to know that you broke the age line and entered the Triwizard Tournament? Proud, worried, angry, frowning, Neville avoided her gaze and Orion looked down at words the quill had just written. Tears fill those doe-like eyes as our conversation turns to the parents that were driven into insanity under the Cruciatus curse. Stop writing about my parents, cried Neville shakily. Skeeter lifted an eyebrow and turned to Orion. And you, what a surprise. The unknown son of the only convicted Death Eater that managed to escape from Azkaban only to receive the Dementor's key, afterwards. How did he escape from Azkaban? How did you feel when you heard that your father had been key, Ed? Orion tensed but replied with a blank face and even voice, I felt appalled at the English Ministry of Magic's lawlessness. My father never received a trial and therefore his conviction and the Dementor's key he received were a clear breach of the law and his wizarding rights. She looked at him in interest. Your father was a close friend of the Potters. How did you feel when you learned that it was his betrayal to his friends that caused the Potters to be murdered by you-know-who and ended in the disappearance of the boy who lived? That your father was responsible for the boy's presumed death. My father was their friend, said Orion nonchalantly, but it was never proven that he betrayed them. He never had the chance to defend himself against the charges, did he? Isn't it a little bit fishy that the Ministry didn't give him a trial when all the other suspected Death Eaters were? Are you implying that the Ministry was behind the Potter's assassination and proceeded to use your father as an scapegoat? Said Skeeter with a delighted glint in her eyes. Orion waved his hand dismissively. None at all, I was merely pointing out the Ministry's incompetence at following their own laws. Then he added to stir the questions to the subject he wanted to broach, and if the English Ministry is able to break their laws with impunity, it isn't so surprising that the same is happening at Hogwarts during the tournament. Certainly, said Skeeter excitedly. How do you feel about Neville breaking the tournament's rules and entering the competition? Orion smiled at her. I don't really think it's his fault. After all, it was Dumbledore's responsibility to protect his younger students and prevent such a thing from happening. Indeed, said Skeeter joyfully, do you share the opinion that Dumbledore is getting too senile and is slacking in his duties? Orion smirked at her mischievously. I don't know much about him, but what happened with Neville seems to indicate neglect from his part. He made his face take a thoughtful expression and added, perhaps his inaction should be inspected more closely. After all, this is not the first time that his students have been put in danger and that he wasn't able to protect them. I remember reading something about a girl that disappeared during her first year. Yes, said Skeeter excitedly, the poor Ginevra Weasley who apparently opened the Chamber of Secrets and was devoured by the monster inside. Before Skeeter could continue her interrogation, the door was pulled open and Dumbledore stood looking down at them. Dumbledore, cried Skeeter, with every appearance of delight, but Orion noticed that her quill and the parchment had suddenly vanished. How are you? She said, standing up and holding out one of her large hands to Dumbledore. I hope you saw my piece over the summer about the International Confederation of Wizards Conference. Enchantingly nasty, said Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling. I particularly enjoyed your description of me as an obsolete dingbat. Skeeter didn't look remotely abashed. I was just making the point that some of your ideas are a little old-fashioned, Dumbledore, and that many wizards in the street. I will be delighted to hear the reasoning behind the rudeness, Rita, said Dumbledore, with a courteous bow and a smile, but I'm afraid we will have to discuss the matter later. The weighing of the wands is about to start, and it cannot take place if two of our champions are hidden in a classroom. Regretful that the subtle Dumbledore bashing session with Skeeter had to end, Orion stood up. While Neville trailed after Dumbledore, he turned towards Skeeter before leaving the classroom and told her in a whisper, "You know, I'm sure some of the Slytherins could give you interesting information about the tournament in Dumbledore if you manage to get into Hogwarts, grounds undetected." Skeeter's eyes sparkled in delight and she gave him a small devious smile. "I think it could be arranged, and perhaps you could continue to give me your refreshing views upon matters." Orion smiled at her charmingly. "Of course, it would be my pleasure to work with such a renowned and respected journalist." "Excellent," said Skeeter with a sugary smile, "I'll be owling you soon to make the arrangements." "I'm already looking forwards to it," replied Orion with a conspiratorial smirk. When Orion entered the room, the other champions were now sitting in chairs near the door, and he sat down next to Cedric and made sure that his bandage was in place. He looked up at the velvet-covered table, where 4 of the 5 judges were now sitting: Master Vagnarov, Madame Maxime, Crouch, and Bagman. Rita Skeeter settled herself down in a corner and Orion saw her slip the parchment out of her bag again, spread it on her knee, the end of the quick quotes quill, and place it once more on the parchment. "May I introduce Mr. Ollivander," said Dumbledore, taking his place at the judges' table and talking to the champions. "He will be checking your wands to ensure that they are in good condition before the tournament." "Mademoiselle Delacour, could we have you first, please?" said Mr. Ollivander, stepping into the empty space in the middle of the room. Fleur Delacour swept over to Mr. Ollivander and handed him her wand. He said. He twirled the wand between his long fingers like a baton and it emitted a number of pink and gold sparks. Then he held it close to his eyes and examined it carefully. "Yes," he said quietly, 9.5 inches, inflexible, rosewood, and containing, dear me, an heir from Z.E.A.D. of Avila," said Fleur. "One of my grandmothers." Ollivander ran his fingers along the wand, apparently checking for scratches or bumps, then he muttered, "Orchideas." And a bunch of flowers burst from the wand tip. He continued checking the wands and finally it was Orion's turn. Said Ollivander while holding Lysander's wand, "This is a Grigorovitch creation, unless I'm much mistaken. A fine wand maker, though the styling is never quite what I however." He lifted the wand and examined it minutely, turning it over and over before his eyes. "Yes, Thestral blood." He shot at Orion, who nodded. "Rather unusual, quite rigid." Avis. A number of small, twittering birds flew out of the end and through the open window into the watery sunlight. Orion saw Vagnarov shooting him an inquiring look and Dumbledore had a somewhat thoughtful and puzzled expression on his face. Then they went into a photo session that seemed to take ages and Orion was finally free. Orion smiled in triumph. His plan had worked and Ollivander was none the wiser. The next day he was sitting with Calypso at the library while they worked on some essays. Skeeter's article had been in the Prophet's morning issue and Orion was very pleased with himself. Skeeter had cast him in a favorable light, saying that he was a sensible and clever boy with good chances of winning the tournament and that had had to suffer great injustices at the hand of the Ministry of Magic. It touched the subject of the lack of trial for his father and then denounced the ministry's incompetence. But it was mostly centered in portraying Dumbledore as a senile old fool that couldn't protect his students anymore. She basically worked on the ideas that Orion had fed her, bringing up again the Chamber of Secrets affair and the death of Ginevra Weasley and then Neville's participation in the tournament. She depicted Neville as a poor perturbed child, traumatized by his parents' tragic situation that had resorted to enter into the dangerous tournament because he was in want of attention. All in all, it was an excellent article, just what Orion had wished for. He had told Calypso about the whole thing with Skeeter and she had been delighted with his idea. She thought that Skeeter could be a great tool and was already planning on things to tell her. Calypso also thought that it would be a good idea to bring Draco with them when they met Skeeter, since as a Malfoy she would value his opinion. Now they only had to wait for Skeeter's letter. Orion turned to Calypso and asked with curiosity, "Yesterday you called the Red Buffoon a blood traitor. Is it just because his family is light and they defend muggles?" Calypso frowned at him. "Don't you know about the Pruitts?" "Who?" asked Orion in confusion. Then he remembered something. "Ah, yes, there were some Pruitt brothers that died during the last war, right?" Calypso nodded and said, "Yes, they fought for the light side. Weasley's mother was their sister. So Weasley is from their line." The Pruitts were a very old dark pureblood line. Some time ago they started marrying into pure-blooded light families, so in time their bloodline lost its dark magic and their descendants started being born with light magical blood. That's why they're considered to be blood traitors, because they allowed their dark magic to die and they turned their bloodline into a light one. Why would they do that? They basically weakened their own bloodline. They lost their dark magic, exclaimed Orion. It was for political reasons. When the Dark Wizards started losing ground against the Light Wizards, some families chose to turn sides and ingratiate themselves with the light magical community instead of staying firm in their beliefs, explained Calypso, so they basically betrayed their ancestors and their own magic just to be accepted by the side that was winning and have a more comfortable life. And considering that we are a minority and our bloodlines need strengthening, the actions of those families that betrayed our kind are considered to be unforgivable. We are few as it is in comparison to the Light Wizards, and the loss of an old pureblood dark bloodline is catastrophic for us, because it limits our dark blood pool and forces us to intermarry more to prevent the extinction of our magic. I see, said Orion, that's horrible, it really is a betrayal of the worst kind. Calypso nodded her head and said sadly, it is. We have been losing ground for many centuries now. In the past, I used to fear that if we didn't do something soon more families would start turning to the other side, just to be on the winning side. Then she added brightly, but now we really got a chance. With him back we have the opportunity of finally winning and being the dominant wizarding kind, and in time that would mean that more families would turn dark and our dark magic will be as strong as it was before. But how can light families turn dark? Asked Orion. No dark pureblood family would ever marry into one because their heirs would be weaker. The light families can marry into weaker and pure dark lines, and in time their descendants would have enough dark magic to marry into the more pure dark lines, and thus our community would grow, said Calypso patiently. Orion retorted pensively, that makes sense and it's a good plan. Then he looked at her. This war really is a war for the survival of our magic, isn't it? It is for us, replied Calypso. For the Light Wizards it's for dominance and to maintain the status quo. Orion mused over the information and then said excitedly, it could also work with the Muggleborns, couldn't it? Calypso said with distaste, our kind mixing with Muggleborns. I think not. But Calypso, think about it, said Orion persistently, if light families can turn dark, why couldn't it be the same with Muggleborns? Because they have no type of magical blood to speak of, Orion, said Calypso sternly, their magic is neutral, and thus doesn't have the power that light or dark blood has. But they have magic, insisted Orion, we simply don't understand where it comes from. It must be a mutation from the magicless blood of the Muggles, a sort of evolutionary step. And they can just as well mix with impure dark bloodlines and start having dark-blooded descendants. But they are still far too different from us. And their culture, said Calypso with a disgusted expression, just imagine them tainting our traditions with their prejudices and ignorance. Orion huffed, they can be taught. Perhaps, but they're raised as Muggles, that isn't something easily changed, replied Calypso curtly. Orion turned thoughtful and said, if they were raised in the magical community from infancy it wouldn't be a problem. Calypso raised an eyebrow and Orion continued, we can detect when magical children are born into a Muggle family, can we not? They are detected when they have their first outburst of accidental magic, answered Calypso. Then they could be taken away from the Muggles and adopted by a dark magical family. Maybe not by the purer families, but by the lesser ones. They would be raised as one of us and our numbers would increase, said Orion excitedly. And don't you think that's a little bit cruel? To just take a child away from his Muggle parents? Replied Calypso unconvinced. Not really, said Orion calmly, I think we would be doing them a favor. While some Muggleborns are accepted by their parents, there are many that aren't. Then he added bitterly, they're considered weird and frowned upon by their relatives. And they wouldn't go through the whole culture shock and identity problems. They would know from a start that they're wizards, it wouldn't be thrown upon them at 11, and they would be able to naturally fit in our community. And what about their parents? Don't you think they would have something to say about the kidnapping of their children? Asked Calypso with a frown. They could be obliviated, said Orion nonchalantly, magical children don't belong with Muggles, Calypso. They need to be in a magical environment so that their magic stabilizes from infancy, so that they're magically stronger. I know that, said Calypso with a sigh, but I really don't see any of the dark purebloods willingly adopting Muggleborns, Orion. Orion shrugged his shoulders. Not the most important families, perhaps, but the lesser ones could. It's a matter of policy. If we had control of the Ministry of Magic, laws could be passed and agencies could be established. Incentives could be created, and if it was seen with favorable eyes, the Emperor Dark families would start adopting just to have a better social and political standing. Perhaps it could work, said Calypso contemplatively. Orion grinned at her. Think about it, Calypso. I believe it could be a solution to the Muggleborn problem. We wouldn't have the safety issues we have now, about the families of the Muggleborns yapping about our existence. And all the discrimination against Muggleborns would end. It would be beneficial for them and for us. Maybe, said Calypso, eyes shining with interest. I would have to research more about their blood and type of magic, just to make sure that it's safe for us to mix our blood with theirs and to see the long-run repercussion to our bloodlines. Orion smiled at her. Then research all you like and let me know of your discoveries. I will, said Calypso with a grin. It's not a bad idea, but it needs to be supported by evidence. We cannot jump into it without knowing how it will affect our magic. Orion nodded. I agree. It's something that needs to be studied carefully. It's just an idea for the future. Then he added with a sigh, anyway, we first need to win the war. Yes we do, said Calypso tersely. She left to write some essay in her dormitory, and Orion remained at the library silently musing about it. He broke from his reverie when he was confronted by Granger. The bushy-haired girl regarded him with narrowed brown eyes and said, I overheard your conversation. Orion cocked an eyebrow and motioned for her to take a seat. She sat primly in front of him and said, I don't think you have any idea of what you're talking about. Muggles don't discriminate magical children, and your idea about kidnapping children and obliviating their parents is insidious. Orion snorted and replied coldly, I think I have a very good idea about how Muggles treat magical children. I was raised by them. Granger's eyes widened, and then she said suspiciously, You're a pureblood, how's that possible? My father spent all my childhood in Azkaban. I'm sure you've heard of him, said Orion with a smirk. Granger shifted uncomfortably in her seat but nodded, and Orion continued, I was left in a Muggle orphanage, and believe me when I tell you that they didn't think that my magic tricks were cute. He regarded her coldly and added, they tried to beat the magic out of me. She gasped but then said softly, orphanages can be horrible places, but magical children aren't treated that way by their relatives. Orion's eyes flashed and he interrupted her angrily, some are. Granger's eyes widened at his outburst, and Orion calmed down and continued, I assume that your parents are nice to you and have accepted you, but not all Muggles react that way. You can't be naive enough to think that. I have heard of cases where the children's own relatives rejected them and physically used them because they were considered abnormalities, even though they knew that the magical world existed. She looked at him with intelligent eyes. You speak from personal experience. I thought you said you were raised in an orphanage. Orion looked at her in concealed wonder. She was sharp indeed. He waved his hand dismissively and replied, I wasn't speaking from personal experience. I'm a pureblood and I don't have Muggle relatives. I was just sharing with you something I've heard. She didn't seem convinced but said, those cases are regrettable indeed, but it's not fair to remove magical children from parents that love them. I would agree with your ideas if they were only applied to the mistreated children. And how would you detect them from the others? Asked Orion. There's no way to know. Used children are too scared to call for help, and abusive relatives always cover their tracks. And besides, don't tell me that you don't feel torn between the two worlds. Don't tell me that you wouldn't have liked to know that you were a witch from the beginning and that you didn't suffer through your first year when confronted with such a different world. You would have been more magically powerful if you had been raised in a magical household. You wouldn't have been discriminated against if you were part of a wizarding family. Granger frowned and replied, it was difficult and of course that I would have liked to know from the start, but I wouldn't give up my parents just to have the advantages that you speak of. Of course not now, anyway, because you grew up with them. But if you had been adopted when you were a child, you would have loved your wizarding parents just as much. And in the case of the used children, they would have been saved from a world of pain, said Orion calmly. Magical children are never used in dark families. You mustn't think only of your case, think about all the other that aren't as lucky as you are and that don't have understanding parents. I still don't think it's morally correct, insisted the girl. Orion sighed, it may not be but it's the best solution. It's either that or what is happening now, purebloods looking down their noses at Muggleborns and Muggleborns trying to cope with everything. And with the constant threat that Muggles might discover us and hunt us down. Granger frowned and said, Muggles wouldn't kill us. Orion snorted and replied, you can't be for real. Muggles wouldn't hesitate of using us or killing us if they perceive we're a threat. They outnumber us by millions. They could easily use us as lab rats to study how we became magical in order for them to gain our abilities, or they could be scared shitless of us and kill us with the punch of a button. Muggle history shows that they always destroy what they don't understand or what they think is dangerous for them. How easy it would be for them to kill us with machine guns and drop bombs at our communities. Not even the strongest of wards could shield us from Muggle nukes. You seem to know a lot about Muggles, said Granger, shooting him a suspicious glance. Orion replied evenly, as I said before, I was raised in a Muggle orphanage. Of course I know what their technology is capable of doing and how their minds work. She hummed and Orion added, look, ponder about what I said to my friend and I'll be glad to hear about any other satisfactory solution that you may come up with. He rose from his seat but she asked, was it true? Orion looked at her expectantly and she continued, about the extinction of your magic. Orion pierced her with his green eyes and replied truthfully, it is. And about the different types of magic, and that for dark magic to continue dark families must marry into other dark families. Yes, it's all true, replied Orion patiently. She turned pensive and said, but isn't dark magic, used for evil purposes? Orion snorted, that's crap. It's simply a different kind of magic, an earthbound type of magic. More raw and wild but also more powerful. It can only be controlled by wizards with dark blood, so that's why light wizards fear it. But magic in itself isn't evil, it's the wizard that decides how it's used. And wouldn't the dark wizards subject us to an age of terror if they ever took over? She asked briskly, they killed thousands of innocents in the last war. They tortured Muggles and Muggleborns for their own sadistic pleasure. The light wizards were the only ones who did something to protect. Orion interrupted her and said tartly, the light wizards killed just as many of our kind. They outnumbered us greatly and didn't spare our innocents either. They aren't the immaculate saviors that they like to portray. Just think about all the magical and dark creatures that are currently under their yoke. House elves, she said under her breath, while being denied equal rights. He sighed and continued, you've been brainwashed, Granger. You're in a light school, so I didn't expect anything else, but I would have thought that a witch as intelligent as you're reputed to be was capable of independent thought. I would advise you to form your own opinions and learn more about dark magic and dark wizards before spouting whatever biased and bigoted ideas you're being fed. Granger frowned but didn't reply. Orion stood up once again and said, bye, Granger. Hermione, she said, extending her hand. Orion looked at her with an arched eyebrow and shook her hand, Orion. She gave him a small tentative smile and said, I'll think about what you've said. I honestly didn't know much about what I've heard here, but I think it's interesting and I always strive to know as much as I can about magic and wizarding kind. Orion raised his eyebrows while returning her smile and said, you're unusual, Hermione. And I say that in the best sense. You're not what I expected either, for a dark pureblood, she said. Orion smirked at her, what an interesting pair we make. Then he left her to her own musings. Weeks flew by and Orion started a tentative acquaintance with Hermione. He had to admit that despite her bias against the dark wizards, he had started to like her. After all, her prejudiced opinions weren't completely her fault. She was closed-minded and it took a lot of debates to sway her opinions, but at least she was interested in learning the truth. She had pestered him for books. Since Hogwarts' library didn't contain books about the dark wizarding community or their magic, and Orion had relented and had lent her some of his favorite books on their history. They surreptitiously met, after Orion's insistence of keeping their meetings a secret since he didn't want Dumbledore to find out, to discuss what she had read, and Orion proudly realized that she was progressing and becoming a little bit more objective about the dark wizards. Lessons were easy, and though Snape was always nasty with him, he couldn't find anything to criticize about his potions. Orion wasn't excellent, but he could easily follow instructions and his potions always turned out alright. He had immediately purchased by all his potions textbook, but he still kept the tattered old one. He had started to read it during the nights, not the text itself but the writings the student had made. The owner of the book was someone that called himself the Half-Blood Prince, and Orion had to admit that he had been brilliant. The boy had created a lot of useful dark spells and his insight of potions was amazing. The classes he attended at Durmstrang, using the portkey, were becoming more interesting. In human transformation they were beginning to study the animagi transformation, and Orion was surprised to discover that dark wizards used a ritual to discover their inner animagus, if they had the ability of becoming one. The professor had told them that they would be going through the ritual after Christmas holidays, and Orion wondered if his revealed animagus would be his eagle form or another. Was it even possible to have several forms? He couldn't ask the teacher since he didn't want anyone knowing that he was already an animagus, so he would have to wait patiently for the ritual. At occlumency and legilimency, Orion kept practicing his legilimency and was slowly but constantly improving. They had also learned how to use a pensieve and the ways of seeing memories, making duplicates, manipulating and altering them. Orion had known only the basics, and those lessons had been fascinating. Dark spell creation and the dark arts classes were as interesting as ever and were still his favorites. Orion had also received a letter from Skeeter, where he was surprised to discover that she was an animagus and she had asked to meet some students in her beetle form. He had written to her saying that Calypso and Draco would be meeting with her to give her information for her articles. He had other things to take care of. Draco had accepted the task, but he was still acting weirdly around Orion. On November 21st, the first Hogsmeade weekend and 3 days away from the first task, Orion decided to confront Draco. Before they were about to leave the castle with the group of Slytherins, he pulled him into an empty classroom and after casting silencing spells around them he asked, "Draco, what's going on with you? I know that I screwed up with the whole age restriction thing. I'm really sorry that you couldn't compete." Draco said quietly without facing him, "I know that it wasn't your fault." Orion frowned. "Then why are you still mad at me?" "I'm not mad at you, not anymore. I was angry at the beginning because of the whole age line issue, but I realized that you couldn't have known about the change," replied Draco tonelessly, "and Father wrote to me saying that he isn't too disappointed, that I will have other ways of showing my worth." Orion grabbed Draco's shoulders and turned him around. Draco's face was unreadable. He wore a stoic mask, but Orion could see some tendril of emotion in his eyes, a kind of fear and uncertainty. And Lucius' words to Draco sounded a bit harsh to Orion's ears. "You don't have to show your worth, your father is already very proud of you," said Orion in an attempt to reassure his friend. Draco laughed mirthlessly. "Is he really? Do you think I can't see the disappointment in his eyes when he looks at me?" "That's ridiculous, Draco," said Orion in agitation. "You are extremely intelligent, you get excellent grades, you are a leader in Slytherin House and a good seeker." Draco cut him short. "A Muggle-born Gryffindor girl surpasses me in some of my classes. I'm not as good a dueler as you are. I have no special dark abilities, I haven't even learned how to cast Unforgivables. You have time to learn the dark arts and you can practice in order to become an excellent dueler, Draco," said Orion, "and Granger doesn't matter, you're still one of the top students." "You don't understand, Orion," said Draco in exasperation, "everything comes so easily to you. I see the interest that my father takes in you. You're a Parselmouth, which is a highly desirable and unique dark gift. You go to Durmstrang and you know more about the dark arts than anyone our age. You won Durmstrang's dueling tournament and you are a Triwizard champion. You are my age and you're already included in the Dark Lord's circle. Don't you see that my accomplishments mean nothing next to yours? I didn't think that it would bother you so much that I became a champion," Orion said uncertainly. "I'm not jealous of you because of that. I'm not jealous of you at all," said Draco angrily. "Don't think that I'm so immature as to be bothered by that. I'm not as shallow as you perceive me to be. I have never thought that you were," Orion said softly. Draco interrupted him with a snort. "I know the image that I portray, the rich spoiled pureblood that has no concerns above how he's going to fix his hair for the day." He paused and said tensely, "I know what's coming, Orion. I might appear to be carefree and unconcerned, but I know that things are going to get serious very soon." He sighed. "I don't know if I'm ready for it. I don't know if I'll survive." Orion's eyes widened and he clutched Draco's upper arms while whispering urgently, "You're concerned about the impending war. That's why you've been acting so weirdly. Draco nodded and said in resignation, I'm concerned about not having what it takes to be a Death Eater. Father has always expected me to become the Dark Lord's right hand, just as he is now. Orion pierced him with his eyes, but what do you want, Draco? Excuse me, but bugger your father, it's your life. You don't have to become a Death Eater just to fulfill his expectations. Draco scoffed, do you really think that the Dark Lord would allow me to turn him down? Are you insane? He would torture me and punish Father if I ever rejected the Dark Mark. Orion sighed. As much as it pained him that was the truth, especially for someone like Draco who came from a very powerful and pure dark bloodline. Voldemort would never allow him to escape his clutches. But do you dislike the idea of becoming a Death Eater? I don't know, said Draco truthfully. I have been brought up with wonderful heroic tales about the Dark Lord and his loyal followers who fight for our rights. From infancy I knew that my father expected me to follow his path. But I'm not blind. I have seen my father coming back from Death Eater gatherings barely able to walk due to the lingering pain of the cruciatus. That was not what I had imagined and I don't know if I have the stomach for it. You have already been to Death Eater gatherings. Only to 2, interjected Orion, but Draco continued, and you did very well. I heard Father talking to Uncle Rodolphus over the summer about it. You impressed them. You're my age and you're able to stand in the Dark Lord's circle and do what is required of you. Orion shook his head. Draco, I'm not as strong as you believe. I was horrified about the things I saw and it was really hard for me, but I think that in time one can become used to it. I was only able to torture Greyback and Pettigrew because I have personal reasons to hate them. Do you really think I could easily induce pain to anyone else? To some stranger? Perhaps I could, but not without feeling sick for it, at least at first. But I understand that in the end I'll have to stomach it, there's no other way. I came to the conclusion that I can't feel guilty for my actions during the war because to be a good fighter one need to be indifferent to the pain of others. But sometimes I wonder if I'll be able to live with the memories of what I have done when everything ends. But at least you're prepared for it, both mentally and magically, insisted Draco. You're extremely good at the dark arts and even my father respects you for it, but what do I have to say for myself? Will I crack under the pressure? Will I be powerful enough to become an inner circle Death Eater? Will I even survive the bloody war? You will, Draco, said Orion with determination. I'll make sure of it. You're not alone in this whole thing. I'll always be there in Calypso and some of our friends as well. And your father will help you also. He loves you, Draco, never doubt that. And I know he's proud of you. He might not show it, but I know that he truly is proud of you and that he loves you very much. Draco looked uncertain and said, if he does, why does he want to put me in a dangerous position? Why does he want me to become a Death Eater? You answered that question yourself a while ago, replied Orion calmly. The Dark Lord will want you to become a Death Eater and your father knows that, so the only path that's left for him is to make you as good as a Death Eater as you can be. He has already started giving you lessons in the dark arts. By preparing you he's protecting you the only way he can. And besides, he believes in our cause and I think he wants you to be involved because after all it's our responsibility to change things for the better. If we want our kind to prosper we have no choice but to fight. Draco smiled wanly at him. Maybe you're right. He still seemed very despondent and Orion wondered if Draco would really be able to manage the horrors of being a Death Eater. He was powerful and smart but had been sheltered his whole life. The transition would be very tough on him. Maybe there was something he could do to spare Draco from taking the dark mark. He would have to convince Voldemort somehow. Orion hugged him and whispered, we'll manage, don't worry. I share your concerns as well, you aren't alone in this. Draco hugged him back tightly and sighed softly against Orion's hair. They stood embracing for a while and Orion finally broke the hug to look at Draco in the eyes. Is everything all right between us, then? Draco smiled. Yes, everything's fine. Then he frowned and added sourly, I still don't like your boyfriend, though. Orion rolled his eyes and asked beseechingly, could you at least try to be civil towards him? Draco huffed in annoyance, why don't you just ditch him? Why do you dislike him so much? Asked Orion in exasperation. Draco seemed to hesitate and then he looked at Orion and said evenly, he's not good for you. Is this just because he's a vampire? I never thought you were prejudiced against dark creatures, Draco, said Orion angrily. Draco scrunched his nose and replied, I have nothing against the half-breeds. Draco, said Orion in warning. Draco simply waved his hand dismissively and continued, as I was saying, I have nothing against dark creatures, but I think that dark wizards shouldn't mix with them. I simply think you could do better. Well, that's my decision to make, isn't it? Said Orion defensively, I don't criticize your choice in partners. Draco rolled his eyes, that's because I don't have one. Orion smirked and gave a false cough that sounded like, pansy. Draco glowered at him and hissed, she isn't my girlfriend. Could have fooled me by the way you let her coil around your body every time you stay still for 2 seconds, said Orion scathingly. Draco elegantly arched a pale eyebrow and said silkily, jealous much? Orion scoffed, of that empty-headed little twit. Sure, as much as I'm envious of the red buffoon's mental skills. Draco snorted and Orion asked with curiosity, why don't you have a partner? I know that you have a horde of girls and boys pinning after you. You're the Slytherin prince after all. So why don't you date? I've dated and I've fooled around a lot, Draco said with a smug smirk, but I'm simply not interested in them. He scoffed, there isn't anyone at Hogwarts who catches my attention enough to have a relationship with. Orion arched an eyebrow but didn't comment. Draco's love life was his own affair after all. Then he said, will you behave around Lysander? I want to spend this year with you but I won't be able if you're going to be antagonizing him every second. Draco scowled at him and bit out, fine, I'll leave him alone. Then he added dryly, for the time being. Orion shot him a glare but decided to take what was being offered and he patted Draco on the back, thanks. Now, let's go to Hogsmeade. As the two of them walked towards Hogwarts, immense oak doors to join their friends that were waiting for them outside, Orion saw from the corner of his eyes the Weasley twins huddled together in a corner whispering between themselves. Those two were always conspiring about something and it always made him curious. Looking at them he saw that they were staring at some piece of parchment. He slowed his pace and surreptitiously flicked his wand to cast a listening spell and their voices traveled to his ears as if he were standing right beside them. Gred, look, Filch is moving in the 3rd floor corridor, shouldn't we wait after Hogsmeade? No, I want to set those dung bombs before, but we have to track Bagman down, Forge, and he'll be at Hogsmeade now. You're right about that dear brother of mine, alright, let's go, Mischief managed. Orion's eyes widened and he cancelled the spell just when he went through the doors. He almost tripped on the stairs from the shock. Those two had the Marauder's map. By Mordred's wand, how did they manage to obtain it? Sirius had said that Filch had taken it during their Hogwarts schooldays. Blessed Morgana, that map was priceless. It could help him avoid the teachers during his search for the Chamber of Secrets. How could he get hold of it? He couldn't plan much since Draco and the other Slytherins dragged Orion, Lysander and Calypso all around Hogsmeade, barely giving them time to absorb everything they were being shown. It was around midnight and Orion was seating alone at Durmstrang's dorm common room. He was thinking about all the things he had to do and he still didn't have a clue of how to go about aside. He needed to retrieve his invisibility cloak from Dumbledore's clutches, find the Chamber of Secrets, get the Marauder's map and somehow discover what Voldemort was up to. He had been thinking about starting to lower his occlumency shield during the nights. He didn't have any visions anymore because his shields were always raised and it was a blessing to be able to sleep peacefully, but perhaps he should lower them for a few nights. But he was still reticent because he remembered that in the past Voldemort's mind had sometimes jerked, as if trying to get rid of an itch, when Orion's emotions got too strong during the visions. He didn't think that Voldemort suspected anything since he quickly drew up his occlumency barriers to block his emotions when that happened, but if it happened more times Voldemort would soon detect a foreign presence in his mind. But Voldemort hadn't summoned him yet and he should already know that he was a champion. He wrote to Narcissa and Lucius frequently and even if Lucius hadn't told Voldemort, which Orion was certain he must have, Voldemort would have seen the article in the Daily Prophet. But yet, no summons. He didn't have a choice, he needed to know what was going to happen, so he decided he would start lowering his barriers. Orion stood up and paced the room, he needed to clear his mind, perhaps a stroll in the night breeze would help him. He grabbed his wand and cast a disillusionment charm and left the dorms. He reached Hogwarts' entrance and snuck out. The night's cool air soothed him immediately and he sat down at the stairs contemplating the stars. There was Sirius Star, he thought melancholically, he would give anything to be able to speak with his father, to tell him all that had happened. At least his father's body was in perfect health according to Narcissa's letters, and here he was at Hogwarts, where his father had spent the best years of his life. He could imagine a carefree and young Sirius strutting around with James and Remus. Orion smiled, he could almost see them in his mind, Sirius charming the teachers, girls giggling and casting glances at him, James with his ruffled hair and his snitch trying to get Lily's attention. Sirius sneaking out of Gryffindor Tower with James's invisibility cloak, meeting Lily at midnight in that room that Sirius had often spoken of, the room of requirements, Padfoot, Prongs and Moony running wildly through the forbidden forest. Orion grimaced, of course Wormtail didn't appear in his fictional memories. And Lily, his mum, he knew so little about her, only what Sirius had told him, but that wasn't enough to get a clear picture of her personality, her mannerisms, likes and dislikes, her interests. Orion sighed and ran his fingers through his hair. He was suddenly startled out of his musings when he saw a huge man and a boy coming towards the castle. Orion quickly stood to a side, and as they approached he saw that it was Hagrid and Neville. Neville was pale and visibly shaking. Orion frowned. What had happened to him? Hagrid said something to Neville and turned around towards his hut while Neville quickly entered the castle. Orion shrugged his shoulders and decided that he should get back as well. As he went inside he suddenly crashed into something and fell painfully to the floor. He looked up and saw that he had crashed into someone, and it was Moody. Orion's eyes widened when Moody's magical eye zeroed in on him. Damn it! The wizard could see through his disillusionment charm. Moody grabbed him by his pajama top, pulled him up to his feet, and grunted, "What are you doing walking around the castle in the middle of the night, Mr. Black?" Orion hated the man, for his bigotry and hatred of the dark arts, but especially because he had killed Calypso's mother and uncle. The classes with him were all right, he guessed, but that didn't lessen his dislike. He scowled at him and replied, "Just out for a midnight stroll, to clear my mind. Surely there's nothing wrong with that." Moody released him and said roughly, "Go back to your bed, boy, before I give you a detention. I don't want to see you sneaking around the castle again, or next time I won't be so lenient." Orion shot him a nasty look but then froze when he saw Moody's tongue quickly flicking out of his mouth. He gasped and looked at Moody with wide eyes. Orion regained his composure and whipped out his wand to quickly cast silencing spells around them. Moody had instantly taken out his wand as well and was aiming it at Orion. Orion hissed angrily, "For Merlin's sake, Barty, point that thing elsewhere." Moody's real eye widened and he growled, "I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Black." Orion rolled his eyes and said in exasperation, "Barty, you have this kind of nervous tick where you flick your tongue out. You idiot. Your father has been around. What if he had seen your tick, He would have recognized you immediately. He would have told Dumbledore. You must do something about it or you'll be discovered." Moody dropped the hand that was aiming the wand at Orion and spat, "I think I'm able to manage my father, Black. I'm doing just fine. Look, just take a calming draft or something that will help you with it," said Orion impatiently. "It's something that can be easily fixed and you're jeopardizing whatever mission you have by not taking care of it." Then he cocked his head to a side and asked, "What are you doing here anyway? Why are you impersonating Moody?" "That's none of your damn business," growled Moody. "I'm under our Lord's order to keep my mission a secret." "Your Lord," said Orion under his breath. Then he looked up at Barty and said, "Fine, but do a better job at it. Does he know that I'm a champion? Is he going to summon me?" Moody sneered at him, "He knows that you're a champion, but do you really believe that he's going to summon you to share his plans with you? This is adult stuff, Black, not children's games. Keep your nose out of it." "Whatever," said Orion dismissively and then narrowed his eyes at him. "What are you using, anyway?" "Polyjuice potion. I hope you're not nicking ingredients from Snape's store room. The man checks them regularly according to Draco and you could be caught." Moody snarled, "I don't need advice from you." Orion cocked an eyebrow. "Or does Snape know? Is he helping you with your mission?" "He doesn't know," said Moody angrily, "and you'll keep your trap shut if you know what's good for you." "Fine, I understand," snapped Orion. "I was only trying to help you. Next time I won't bother." Orion spun around and went back to his dorm. "Really?" thought Orion angrily. "I saved his ungrateful ass and now I have to put up with his bad moods. Should have left him to fend for himself at the Quidditch World Cup," he thought mutinously. "And what the hell is he doing here? How is he managing to frequently get hair from the real Moody? Where is the real Moody? Well, at least it's clear now that Voldemort is planning something for the tournament. That's it, my mind barriers are going down. I need to know what's going on. Finally, the day of the first task arrived. After his friends had wished him good luck, Draco hugged him tightly, Lysander snogged him to death and Calypso spewed a barrage of spells that could be useful for any situation. Vagnarov led him into the champion's tent and patted him confidently on the back. Fleur was sitting in a corner on a wooden stool. She didn't look nearly as composed as usual, but rather pale and clammy. Neville looked green as if he were about to throw up all his breakfast and Cedric was pacing up and down. When Orion entered, Fleur gave him a small smile, which Orion returned. And Bagman was almost jumping up and down from excitement. "Well, now we're all here, time to fill you in," said Bagman brightly. "When the audience has assembled, I'm going to be offering each of you this bag." He held up a small sack of purple silk and shook it at them, "from which you will each select a small animated model of the thing you are about to face. There are different, varieties, you see. And I have to tell you something else too. Yes, your task is to collect the golden egg." Orion frowned and Cedric looked at Bagman in confusion. Orion noticed that only Fleur and Neville hadn't reacted at all. And in no time at all, hundreds upon hundreds of pairs of feet could be heard passing the tent, their owners talking excitedly, laughing, joking. Bagman opened the neck of the purple silk sack and said happily, offering it to Fleur, "Ladies first." She put a shaking hand inside the bag and drew out a tiny, perfect breathing model of a dragon. Orion and Cedric gasped. "Dragons. We have to face dragons," thought Orion in shock. Well, that was unexpected. He looked at it and saw that it was a Welsh green if he remembered his Durmstrang lessons correctly. It had the number 2 around its neck and Orion knew, by the fact that Fleur showed no sign of surprise, but rather a determined resignation, that she had known beforehand what the task would be. And the only ones to possibly know were their own headmasters and headmistresses. So Madame Maxime was cheating, was she? The same held true for Neville. He pulled out a Hungarian horntail. It had a number 3 around its neck. He paled but didn't even blink, just sat back down and stared at the ground. Orion frowned. Who had told Neville, then? Dumbledore perhaps. He wouldn't put it past him, but then he remembered last night, the shaky Neville with Hagrid. Hagrid had told him. Under Dumbledore's orders. Cedric put his hand into the bag, and out came a bluish-gray Swedish short snout, the number 1 tied around its neck. And Cedric's eyes widened. He clearly hadn't been told, so that ruled out Dumbledore then. Orion guessed that if the old man told Neville he would also tell Cedric. So Hagrid must have told Neville of his own accord. Orion sighed with resignation and put his hand into the silk bag and pulled out Arlet Chinese Fireball, the number 4. His eyes widened. It was possibly the most vicious dragon, only the horntail was up to par with it. It stretched its wings as Orion looked down at it, it bared its minuscule fangs. Orion chuckled, it was really a cute little thing. He knew just what to do with it when he was done with the task. "Well, there you are," said Bagman. "You have each pulled out the dragon you will face, and the numbers refer to the order in which you are to take on the dragons, do you see? Now, I'm going to have to leave you in a moment, because I'm commentating. Mr. Diggory, you're first, just go out into the enclosure when you hear a whistle, all right." Bagman left them and shortly after a loud whistle was heard. Cedric moved forwards, looking green and tense, and Orion wished him luck as he walked past. Cedric didn't even acknowledge him, not that Orion didn't understand, he was the first one to go, after all. Orion and the other 2 sat there and listened. The crowd screamed, yelled, gasped like a single many-headed entity. And Bagman's commentary wasn't helping either. "Ooh, narrow miss there, very narrow. He's taking risks, this one. Clever move, pity it didn't work." And then, after about 15 minutes, Orion heard the deafening roar that could mean only one thing. Cedric had gotten past his dragon and captured the golden egg. Very good indeed. Bagman was shouting. And now the marks from the judges. But he didn't shout out the marks. 1 down, 3 to go. Bagman yelled as the whistle blew again. "Miss Delacour, if you please." Fleur was trembling from head to foot and Orion wished her luck as well. She paid him back with a smile and then left the tent with her head held high and her hand clutching her wand. Orion tuned out the sounds and concentrated on planning what he was going to do. He already knew how to get the egg when he had already incapacitated the dragon, but how to make the dragon harmless was the question. I can't hurt it because maybe it would crush the eggs, so that rules out dark offensive spells. I could transfigure it into another animal, and even though I could easily do it, it requires a lot of power and I can't show that I'm powerful enough to do that. I doubt that even McGonagall would be able to do it. There are a couple of Parseltongue spells that would work, but then again, can't use them, damn it. I could use switching spells, I have very good aim, switch his fangs into small kitten-like teeth, and transfigure its tail into a dog's tail. At least it's not a complete transfiguration, it wouldn't raise suspicions, and the wings, must do something about the wings, again, transfiguration, no other spells could get through its hide. But what about its breath of fire? I could use Augmenti any time it shoots fire at me. Well, that's it, a series of spells and I'm done. Poor thing, it won't be a pretty sight when I'm done with it. He heard the crowd erupt into applause once more. Fleur must have been successful too. Then, for the third time, the whistle. Neville shakily stood up. He really didn't look well. Are you all right? Asked Orion. Said Neville absent-mindedly. Yeah, fine, know what to do. As soon as Neville left the tent, Orion switched wands. There was no way he was confronting a dragon with Les's wand. He hid Lysander's wand in his inner pocket and the next minutes flew by and the whistle blew for the last time. Orion walked out of the tent with his head held high and in confident strides. He entered the enclosure and there were hundreds of faces staring down at him from the stands that had been magic there. And there, was the Chinese fireball, at the other end of the enclosure, crouched low over her clutch of eggs, her Arlette wings half furled, her evil, green eyes upon him, a monstrous, scaly, crimson lizard, thrashing her spiked tail, heaving yard-long gouge marks in the hard ground. The crowd was making a great deal of noise and he quickly raised his wand and shouted, Accio Firebolt. Soon, his broom came speeding through the air from the dungeons and Orion mounted it mid-air. The crowd was making even more noise, Bagman was shouting something, but Orion was solely concentrated on his dragon. As he soared upward, as the wind rushed through his hair, he looked down at the clutch of eggs and spotted the gold one, gleaming against its cement-colored fellows, residing safely between the dragon's front legs. Okay, Orion told himself, barrage of spells, here we go. He dived towards the dragon's head and quickly cast a powerful jet of water when she released a huge breath of fire. He swerved to a side to avoid her snapping jaws and to get a good aim and quickly cast the switching spell, and her long threatening teeth became tiny in her large mouth. Her crimson spiked tail flashed in the air and as it was going to crash with him he shot upwards with his broom while he cast another spell and transfigured her tail into a fluffy tail that looked quite ridiculous on her. Great Scott, he can fly! Yelled Bagman as the crowd shrieked and cheered. Orion soared higher in a circle, the Chinese fireball was still following his progress, its head revolving on its long neck, while shooting jets of fire that Orion easily avoided. The crowd gasped and shrieked each time he dived or swerved to avoid her fire. He used Augmenti a couple of more times and looked down at the dragon. She didn't seem to want to take off, she was too protective of her eggs. Well, he needed to change her wings just in case. He dived towards her and swiftly transfigured her wings into large thin bat wings that would be unable to support her weight. She looked now like a weird monster from some child's nightmare, with the body and head of a dragon, the fluffy tail of a dog, tiny teeth and large useless bat wings. But she wasn't hurt or furious, she just seemed highly irritated. Now he had to get the egg. She was hunched over the eggs on her four legs. Her claws were still a threat. He dived towards the ground and pulled up just a foot above it and sped horizontally towards her. He quickly dodged another shot of fire and she opened her jaws threateningly, but only bared tiny pearly white teeth. Before the dragon knew what he had done, he shot a spell that shrunk her large claws, while he sped towards her as fast as he could go, towards the eggs now unprotected by her small harmless claws. He took his hand off his firebolt and swiftly seized the golden egg, and with a huge spurt of speed, he was off with his egg, soaring over the stands. For the first time, he became properly aware of the noise of the crowd, which was screaming and applauding as loudly as the Irish supporters at the World Cup. Look at that! Bagman was yelling. Will you look at that? One of our youngest champions is quickest to get his egg. And completely unharmed as well. And what flying skills. Well, this is going to shorten the odds on Mr. Black. Orion saw dragon keepers rushing forward to reverse all the spells he had used on the Chinese fireball and casting stunning spells to subdue her. He flew back over the stands, the noise of the crowd pounding in his eardrums, and came in smoothly to land on the front of the champion's tent. As soon as he dismounted his firebolt, he saw Calypso, Lysander, Draco, Blaze and Crumb rushing towards him. "Orion, you were brilliant," Calypso said while hugging him. "You were amazing. You really were." Lysander cupped his face as soon as Calypso released him and said, "I nearly had a heart attack watching you out there. I'm never letting you get into these kind of dangerous situations again." Then he proceeded to give him a deep key that left him dazed but with a deliriously happy smile on his face. Draco spun him around and gave him a hug while saying, "You were incredible. The best without a doubt." He broke the hug and smiled warmly at Orion. "Come on, they'll be putting up your scores soon. I want to see how you humiliate the others with your perfect scores." "Great flying," said Crumb with a pat on his shoulder. "Van we get back at Durmstrang, you have to play for your orders team. The headmaster will never forgive you if you don't." Orion nodded his head and Crumb said with a grin before leaving, "And party tonight at Durmstrang's dorm. They will win the cup for sure." "Party at Slytherin's common room," yelled Draco at Crumb. "We will fit more comfortably there and we also want to celebrate with Orion." "All right, I will see you there," said Crumb before disappearing into the crowd. Picking up the golden egg and his firebolt, feeling more elated than ever, Orion and his friends walked towards the edge of the enclosure. Calypso started talking fast. "You were the best, you know, no competition. Diggory did this weird thing where he transfigured a rock on the ground, turned it into a dog. He was trying to make the dragon go for the dog instead of him. Well, it was a pretty cool bit of transfiguration. But yours were much better," interrupted Draco smugly. "Your spells were more powerful and impressive because you transfigured a living dragon's parts. I even saw McGonagall looking at you proudly. And she's a tough one to impress." "Yes, well, as I was saying," continued Calypso with a glare towards Draco for interrupting her, "Diggory's transfiguration sort of worked, because he did get the egg, but he got burned as well. The dragon changed its mind halfway through and decided it would rather have him than the Labrador. He only just got away. And that Fleur girl tried this sort of charm. I think she was trying to put it into a trance. Well, that kind of worked too. It went all sleepy, but then it snored, and this great jet of flame shot out, and her skirt caught fire. She put it out with a bit of water out of her wand. And Longbottom at first seemed to freeze when he saw his dragon. Only when the Gryffindors started yelling at him, he reacted, but he was too late to avoid a jet of fire that burned his left arm. Then he acioed a huge poisonous plant with large fangs from the greenhouse. Remember the one that we saw that day in herbology class? The one that almost took a bite out of Pansy? Well, that was the one. He levitated the plant towards the dragon, but in mid-air his spell failed. I think it was because he was nervous. Luckily for him the plant's pot didn't crack. Finally he managed to place the plant in front of the dragon and it took a bite. The dragon fell asleep but only after it went trampling around in pain and squashed half the real eggs. They took marks off for that. He wasn't supposed to do any damage to them. Calypso finally drew a breath as they reached the edge of the enclosure. Now that the dragon had been taken away, Orion could see where the 5 judges were sitting, right at the other end, in raised seats draped in gold. "It's marks out of 10 from each one," Draco said, and Orion, looking up the field, saw the first judge, Madame Maxime, raise her wand in the air. What looked like a long silver ribbon shot out of it, which twisted itself into a large figure 8. "Not bad," said Blaze as the crowd applauded. Draco huffed. She should have given him a 10. He wasn't injured and he finished first. Crouch came next. He shot a number 10 into the air. "Well, at least he's objective," said Calypso. "You'll win, love," said Lysander to him while he squeezed his hand. Orion flashed him a smile. "Next, Dumbledore." He put up a 9. The crowd was cheering harder than ever while Draco huffed indignantly. Ludo Bagman, 10. And finally Vagnarov, who Orion saw, even from here, sending Dumbledore a satisfied smirk, gave him a 10. The crowd exploded into a bang of cheers and Calypso said over the noise, after doing fast calculations in her mind, "You have the first place. Lysander Key. Ed him again, and when he came back to Earth, Orion turned around to face Draco. He was scowling at Lysander, but as soon as he saw Orion looking at him he assumed an innocent expression on his face. Orion rolled his eyes and dug into his pocket to retrieve what he wanted to give to Draco. With his hand closed around the gift he said with a smile as he revealed it, "Here, for your collection. Just something more to feed your unhealthy obsession with them." Draco looked down at Orion's opened hand and saw a little breathing model of the Chinese fireball that Orion had faced during the task. He looked up at Orion with sparkling silver-gray eyes and said, "Really? You're giving it to me? Don't you want to keep it as memorabilia?" Orion grinned at him, "No. Come on, take it. I know you're dying to have it." Draco beamed at him, "Thank you." He gently took the little dragon in his hand and petted it with his fingertip. The Arlet dragon belched a little ball of fire and Draco laughed delightedly. Orion returned to the champion's tent as the others hurried back to Slytherin's common room to get everything ready for the party. One side of Cedric's face was covered in a thick orange paste, which was presumably mending his burn. And Neville had a thick bandage wrapped around his arm. Fleur only had a few mild burns on her legs, lightly covered in the same paste. "Well done, all of you," said Ludo Bagman, bouncing into the tent and looking as pleased as though he personally had just got past a dragon. "Now, just a quick few words. You've got a nice long break before the second task, which will take place at 9:30 on the morning of February the 24th, but we're giving you something to think about in the meantime. If you look down at those golden eggs you're all holding, you will see that they open, see the hinges there. You need to solve the clue inside the egg, because it will tell you what the second task is, and enable you to prepare for it. All clear?" "Sure. Well, off you go, then." When Orion left the tent he was confronted with Rita Skeeter. She was wearing acid green robes today, the quick quotes quill in her hand blended perfectly against them. "Congratulations, Orion," she said, beaming at him. "I wonder if you could give me a quick word. How you felt facing that dragon. How you feel now, about the fairness of the scoring. I noticed you didn't use any dark spells, I was rather looking forward to seeing some. Do you feel that the dark arts shouldn't be used openly, is that's why you didn't use them?" Orion sighed and ran his fingers through his hair. He was already feeling tired and he had a long night ahead of him, especially with Draco being in charge of the party. He was sure that he wouldn't be able to sneak out of it to have a nice well-deserved restful sleep. "Rita, can't we do this another time?" said Orion, "I'm really tired." Come, Orion," said Rita sweetly, "my avid readers will want to know everything about you now that you're on the first place. And we had a deal, remember?" "Fine," said Orion in defeat, the scoring seemed fair and facing the dragon wasn't too bad either. "I didn't use dark spells because, well, there are many prejudices against dark magic, especially here, if you catch my drift, but apart from that I have no problems in using dark spells openly, they're magic, just like any other kind." "Ah, so you're saying that Dumbledore wouldn't like it if you used dark magic in his school?" said Rita with glinting eyes, "that he's prejudiced." Orion gave her a smirk and winked at her. "Your words, Rita, not mine." "Of course," she said with a satisfied smile. Then her eyes sparkled wickedly and Orion just knew that something unpleasant was coming his way. She adopted a sugary tone of voice and said, "And do you have any romantic interests, Orion? I saw you very chummy with the Malfoy heir, any comments?" "I will not be discussing my love life with you, Rita. Surely there are far more important things to write about," said Orion firmly. She gave him a nasty smile and pressed on, "But the evidence is overwhelming. You live with the Malfoys now, you spend a lot of time with him, and now he hugs you in public, and you seem to very close to Victor Crumb. Perhaps there's some romance going on there as well. After all, he goes to Durmstrang with you, or maybe that handsome boy that was grabbing your hand when they were giving you the scores. Who is he? What's his family name? Or maybe that black-haired girl." Orion narrowed her eyes at her. Should he tell her that Lysander was his boyfriend? But his last name is Zeraven, she would recognize immediately that it isn't a pureblood family name, and if she ever dug for more information on him, could she discover that Zeraven was a vampire clan? No, he would never give her his name. "They're all simply my friends, Rita," said Orion calmly, "I have no love interest at the moment." Rita smiled at him, but he could already see, by the glint in her eyes, that she would write whatever her imagination came up with. Very well, said Rita, I'll be speaking with Draco Malfoy soon. Perhaps he'll be able to tell me a little bit more about this relationship you two have. As you wish. He'll tell you the truth, that we're just friends, said Orion dismissively. He went to Durmstrang's dorm first to get a nice long shower and change his clothes. When he reached Slytherin's dorms, Crabbe and Goyle were standing as if doing guard duty in front of Slytherin's portrait. Goyle grunted the password and Orion could feel Slytherin's eyes on him. But evidently the portrait wouldn't say anything to him while others were around. He would speak to it soon. The party was in full swing. All the Slytherins and Durmstrang students were there, and as soon as they caught sight of him they started clamoring for him to open his egg, which he had brought with him. Finally relenting, he opened the egg and instantly the most horrible noise, a loud and screechy wailing, filled the room. People bellowed for him to shut it and he immediately did. What on earth was that? Asked Blaise horrified. It sounded like a banshee, said someone. No, like a Vila, you know, when they transform into those ugly bird-like creatures, piped in a girl. Calypso approached him and said, let me see that. Orion thankfully handed her the egg. He really had no idea what that had been. She inspected the egg and made a move to open it again when Pansy shrieked, don't you dare open that thing again. It was horrible. It has already given me a terrible headache. Calypso snapped at her, well, how do you pretend that we find out what the next task is if we don't open it again? I don't care, it's not my problem, said Pansy angrily. Why, you selfish little, started retaliating Calypso. Orion interrupted her, it's fine, let's enjoy the party. The task's on February the 24th, I still have time to figure it out. Calypso huffed, fine, but I'll help you and you should really solve it before leaving for Christmas holidays. Orion nodded and stuck the egg on a corner. Draco came towards him with an older boy and said, Orion, this is Marcus Flint, my Quidditch captain. Marcus, nice to meet you, said Orion extending a hand. Marcus shook it, likewise. Great moves on your firebolt. Do you play Quidditch at Durmstrang? No, replied Orion, I've been too busy, but perhaps next year I will. I like it a lot. Another older boy approached and Draco said, this is Adrian Pusey. As the party progressed, Orion and the rest of the Durmstrang students were introduced to almost all the Slytherins. They all got along splendidly well, though it was to be expected since some knew each other from childhood or were distantly related in some way. Butterbeer and food circled all around and Orion finally cuddled with Lysander on one of the black leather couches and fell asleep exhaustedly while Lysander gently carded his fingers through his hair. He was seated on his throne, looking directly at the only wizard in the room, as Dumbledore still seeing the boy after class. As soon as he said the words Orion realized that he was having a vision. Well, it finally paid to have lowered his barriers. His scar didn't even hurt much, possibly because Voldemort was rather calm at the moment. Yes, my lord, but I couldn't find out why Dumbledore is spending so much of his time with the boy, replied Snape. This worries me. I thought that with Harry Potter dead, Dumbledore would stop his manipulations, but now it seems that he thinks that the Longbottom boy could stop me. He pierced Snape with his crimson gaze. Does Dumbledore truly believe the boy could defeat me, Severus? He is uncertain, but since he's the only one left, he has taken the task of preparing him. Is the boy powerful? Asked Voldemort impatiently. Does he have any unusual talents? Snape's lips curled into a nasty smirk. He's practically a squib, my lord. He's no match for you. But Dumbledore must have some faith in him, said Voldemort contemplatively. The old man is desperate, my lord. All his assumptions regarding the prophecy proved to be incorrect when the Potter brat died, so now he believes that perhaps the prophecy spoke of Longbottom all along. Orion mentally gasped. His theory was correct. There was a prophecy about him and Neville. Finally some answers. Yes, that damned prophecy. And still you're unable to convince Dumbledore to tell you what it said. Voldemort hissed furiously, we only know the beginning and that's not enough, especially if Dumbledore is taking the prophecy at face value. You must renew your efforts to learn the complete prophecy, Severus, or I'll make you very sorry for your constant failure. Snape bowed deeply, yes, my lord. Voldemort's eyes narrowed and he snarled, and Dumbledore truly believes that Harry Potter is dead, are you certain of this? Yes, master. He has stopped all attempts to look for the boy. He thinks he must have died in the streets a few years back. There has been no sign of him anywhere and too many years have gone by. Yes, murmured Voldemort, my spies have come up empty-handed as well. The boy simply vanished, he must be dead. Then he said aloud, you may leave now, Severus. Thank you, my lord, said Snape humbly before disapparating. Voldemort turned around and said, you can come out. Barty Jr. appeared from thin air, neatly folding his invisibility cloak, and Voldemort asked, did Severus tell me truth? Yes, master, as far as I could tell. But he omitted something that perhaps he knew, said Barty. Well, what is it? Asked Voldemort impatiently. Dumbledore has asked me to tutor Longbottom in defense against the dark arts. He told me that the boy was sorely lacking in that area and that he wanted him to come up to par with the rest of his classmates, replied Barty. Then Dumbledore truly wants to use him against me, said Voldemort quietly. Then he narrowed his eyes at Barty. The boy completed the first task. Yes, master. I subtlety hinted to the half-giant to tell Longbottom about the dragons, and the next day I pulled the boy into my office to offer him some advice. Apparently he's only good at herbology, so I suggested that he used a poisonous plant. Everything went as planned and he passed the task. And what about the second task? Asked Voldemort curtly. I gave him a herbology book that will help him as well, replied Barty. I think this task will be easier for him. Very well, I'm pleased with you, said Voldemort coldly. Barty's face shone with devotion. Thank you, master. Voldemort narrowed his eyes at him, and no one is suspicious of you. Not even Severus. Barty froze and said shakily, Snape doesn't know, but Voldemort hissed furiously, you were discovered. By who? No one important, master, said Barty with a pale face. Voldemort quickly aimed his wand at Barty and hissed, Legilimens. Orion saw flashes of his encounter with Moody, when he discovered that he was Barty. And then flashes of the first task from Barty's point of view. Whoa, he thought in wonder, did I really look so small while facing the dragon? Voldemort cancelled the spell and gave a small laughter, ah. Little sharp Orion. So he was the one to discover your true identity. Then he narrowed his eyes at Barty and snapped angrily, and the boy was right. Are you taking a potion to fix your nervous tic? Yes, my lord, said Barty, still shaken from the mind invasion. And did you steal ingredients from Severus to brew the polyjuice potion? Hissed Voldemort. Master, said Barty pleadingly, I didn't know that he checked his inventory. He's a potions master, you fool. Snarled Voldemort angrily, of course he keeps a tight control of his ingredients. Crucio. Barty fell to the floor with a shriek and started convulsing violently. Orion felt a sharp intense pain, the scar reacting to Voldemort's anger. Voldemort flicked his wand and hissed, get up. And never steal ingredients from Severus again. He must already know that someone is brewing polyjuice, thanks to your stupidity. Even Orion had more sense than you. Barty got to his knees and said in a hoarse voice, forgive me, master. I'll buy the ingredients. If you're discovered because of this I'll be very displeased with you, said Voldemort threateningly. I will not tolerate another one of your slips. Barty bowed his head. Yes, my lord, I will not fail you again. Voldemort pierced him with his eyes. You'd better not. Are you ready for the third task? I know which spell to use and I'll be able to cast it before the task. I only have to make sure that the boy gets it first, replied Barty. Orion is not be harmed, said Voldemort coldly. You'll make sure of that or you'll pay with your life. Barty blanched and stuttered, perhaps, if UT told him. Voldemort waved a hand dismissively and calmly replied, I'll let him know what he needs to know when the time comes, just like with the others. It's too soon yet, I want this to be kept as secretly as possible. Yes, my lord, replied Barty with a low bow. Orion woke up with a muffled gasp. Lysander's hand was pressed on his mouth and he was looking at him with concern. He removed his hand and asked in a hushed voice, did it happen again? Orion nodded his head and rubbed his forehead. There was still some lingering pain. He looked around and sighed in relief when he saw that no one was looking at them. He turned towards Lysander and asked, didn't anyone notice? Lysander shook his head, no, as soon as you started squirming I tried to wake you up. I thought you were having a nightmare. When I saw you wouldn't wake up I placed my hand on your mouth just in case you screamed as you usually do when this happens to you. Orion beamed at him, thanks, Les. Don't thank me, Orion, said Lysander with a hard voice. I don't like it when this happens. It could be very dangerous. What if he detects you? What if he tries to hurt you through the link? You have to make it stop. Orion squirmed and said quietly, I had to do it. I needed to know. Lysander interrupted him by grabbing him forcefully by his upper arms, and he said angrily, do you mean to tell me that you did this on purpose? What were you thinking, Orion? Of all the stupid things. Orion snapped at him, I needed to know, all right. I learned a lot of useful information. It was only once. I won't do it again unless I have to. It was well worth it. Nothing is worth your pain. Or the possibility of him finding out. Spat Lysander furiously. Orion shook his head and exclaimed, you don't understand. He looked around and then looked back at Lysander, I'll tell you later, when we're alone, but you'll see that the information is extremely valuable. Lysander didn't relax his grip and he said sternly, this is getting very bloody tiresome, Orion. Orion's eyes widened in hurt and he said in a small voice, what do you mean? Our relationship is getting tiresome for you. Then he narrowed his eyes, and hissed angrily, am I too much of a burden for you, Les? Me and all my problems. He quickly stood up and shook his arms from Lysander's grip, you know what, perhaps you're right. I have too many things to worry about right now and they don't concern you. You would probably be better off without me and I would have more time to concentrate in the things I must do. He took a step to turn around but Lysander grabbed his arm and said angrily, oh, no you don't. You won't walk away from this conversation. Get off me, bellowed Orion, wrenching free from Lysander's grasp. The party seemed to come to a halt. Everybody was looking from Lysander to Orion and back. Lysander had withdrawn his hand and was looking at Orion angrily. Orion quickly spun around and without looking at anyone he walked away briskly and left the Slytherin common room. He was fuming and deeply hurt. With all the things he had on his mind, and Lysander chose now to get difficult. And King Voldemort was up to something. And the bloody prophecy existed. And the King Red-Eyed Moron hadn't even heard the complete prophecy before acting on it. He wrenched open the door of his dormitory and angrily started disrobing. Voldemort doesn't want to share his plans with me, does he? Well, he can stuff it. I'm sick and tired of the man. He rubbed his forehead angrily. And I'm sick of this bloody link. Why should I be in pain whenever he gets angry? Sod it. It should be the other way around. Let's see how he likes it. And what the hell is Barty doing trying to help Longbottom get through the tasks? And bloody Dumbledore is preparing Neville for the war. Orion laughed mirthlessly. Have they all gone insane? The old goat must be really senile if he thinks Neville has a chance against Voldemort. What a laugh. I would pay to see that. He practically ripped the sheets from his bed and got inside. Then, as his head rested on the pillow, it hit him. Lysander is tired of me. His heart clenched painfully and he swallowed a sob. Well, what did I expect? It was too good to be true. I always lay all my problems at his doorstep, of course he would get fed up with me at some point. And really, what's the point anyway? I've got too many issues, too many concerns. It isn't fair of me to ask him to be my support, to always remain by my side. He deserves to enjoy his life, not to be involved in all my problems. He's not even a dark wizard, for Morgana's sake. He shouldn't have to deal with Voldemort, however indirectly. But without him his throat tightened. Oh, Merlin, without him I would feel so empty. To see him and not hug him. Not him, not confide in him. Mordred, can I do it? Orion shook his head. I must. It's for the best. It's for his sake, as well as mine. How could I have been so stupid? I have too many things to deal with. I can't have a boyfriend. Not now. I must concentrate, that's it. Think, Orion, think of what you have to do. First I must deal with the egg and get the map. Then, find the Chamber of Secrets. Afterwards, retrieve the cloak. And I have to keep practicing my magic, just like the spirit said. Okay, then, how to go about it? For the egg and map I can use Calypso's help. For the cloak I have to speak with Phineas' portrait during Christmas holidays. For the Chamber of Secrets I must talk with Slytherin's portrait. Alright, so concentrate on doing these things and forget about Lysander. And what about the prophecy and Neville? Well, there wasn't much he could do to learn about the prophecy. If Voldemort himself, with all his resources, wasn't able to learn about it, what real chance did he have? None at all. So forget about the prophecy for now. And, Neville, well, let Voldemort and Dumbledore do whatever they want with him, it's not my problem. And Voldemort's plans about the tournament. Voldemort had asked Barty to keep him safe, so again, not much cause for concern there, he would leave it alone for now as well. The next few days Orion avoided any attempt Lysander made to speak with him, and he dodged his friends' questions about their fight. He simply went to class, did his essays, and plotted. He had started staying at Slytherin's common room to avoid Lysander as much as possible. He was now sitting next to Calypso, who had been wise enough to not pester him about his fight with Lysander, and he was eyeing the egg. They had read books about Velas and Banshees and those kinds of creatures but had found nothing. Orion sighed and took out his Half-Blood Prince book. He welcomed the distraction and the spells were interesting. He was leafing through the book, which he had almost finished, when Calypso turned around and asked, "What's that?" "Ah, remember the first potion class when I didn't have a textbook? This is the used book that I took from Snape's shelf," replied Orion. "But why are you reading it? You have your new textbook," said Calypso. Orion leaned towards her to show her the book. "I'm reading what the past owner of the book wrote. See, it's full of dark spells that he either created or that were popular during his time at Hogwarts." Calypso frowned while she read the scrunched letters. "This handwriting seems familiar. Who is the owner?" "I don't know," replied Orion, "I just says the Half-Blood Prince. And he's brilliant at potions as well, see how he improved many of the brewing instructions." Calypso looked at Orion with wide eyes and squeaked before rushing away, "I'll be right back." And she did, while waving an essay in front of him. She sat down and looked at the book, then at the essay, and back, and gasped, "Morgana's tits. I was right." Orion looked at her in shock. Did you just swear?" Calypso turned to look at him with an arched eyebrow. "I'm around you all the time, Orion, what did you expect?" Orion huffed, "I've never used that expression. It's extremely vu-gar." Then he looked at her with amusement and said tauntingly, "And what happened with my sweet little Calypso anyway? I'm the bad influence here, not the other way around." Calypso chuckled, "I grew up. Besides, this is the result of your influence." Then she added excitedly, "And never mind that now, look. Look at the writing on my essay and at the writing on the book." Orion frowned and looked at her essay. It was a graded potions essay. What did it have to do with? He gasped. Snape's commentary on her essay, his writing, it was the same as the one on the book. "No, it can't be," said Orion, shaking his head. "No way." "Yes it is," said Calypso in excitement and started to ramble, "it makes perfect sense. I don't know how I didn't realize it before, but his features, Orion. Half-Blood Prince, from the dark pureblood line. He's a prince. He has some of their distinctive features. The black piercing eyes, the straight black hair, the thin body, the high cheeks. Only the nose is different. He's the last living member of the Prince bloodline. And he's a half-blood. Well, that's unexpected. I thought he was a pureblood, but it matters little, he's so brilliant and powerful." Orion gaped at her and then broke into fits of laughter. She sharply turned her head to look at him and scowled, "And what's so funny?" "Merlin's Beard, Cal YPSO, he said, choking on his laughter, "you have it bad. What in Mordred's name are you babbling about?" She snapped. His laughter subsided and he looked at her with a taunting smirk. "Calypso, did you hear yourself talking about Snape's body and high cheeks and sparkling deep dark eyes? And how brilliant, powerful, strong, magnificent, he is." Calypso blushed fiercely and huffed, "I did not say all those things." "You most certainly did," said Orion merrily. "Can we get back to the issue at hand?" She snapped. Orion chuckled, "All right, but only if you admit that you have a crush on him." "I'll admit nothing of the kind," she said primly. "Now, this is his textbook." "That's certain. What are you going to do with it?" Orion arched an eyebrow. "Keep it, of course." Calypso glared at him and said heatedly, "You must return it to him. It's his and I'm sure he would like to have it back." "You're bonkers if you think I'm going to relinquish this book," said Orion, "it's a treasure." "But it doesn't belong to you," interrupted Calypso angrily, "and if anyone found out that he had written dark spells in his potions textbook and then left it lying around for a student to find it, even if it wasn't on purpose, what do you think will happen to him? He's a professor in a light school. It could get him in trouble. He could be sacked." Orion looked at her thoughtfully. you're right about that, it would get him in trouble, not that I wouldn't mind seeing him in a tight spot. Calypso shot him a nasty look and he continued in an appeasing voice, I will return it to him, but first I'll make a copy. You mustn't, interjected Calypso. I'll remove his name and change his writing. Calypso, said Orion soothingly, don't ruffle your feathers, I won't get your paramour in trouble. He's not my paramour, said Calypso indignantly, but she couldn't avoid the dark blush that spread over her cheeks. Orion looked at her knowingly and replied, there's nothing wrong with it. If you're into dark, brooding, ill-humored, nasty men. He isn't nasty. Orion rolled his eyes, whatever, I'll return it after I make a copy, alright. Fine, make sure you do, she bit out. Now, I need your help, said Orion while casting silencing spells around them. He proceeded to tell her about the Marauder's map that was in possession of the Weasley twins. How it was a map that had been made by his father and some friends and that it showed the position of every single person inside the castle as well as all the rooms and hidden passages. That's amazing, said Calypso in awe. It is, said Orion proudly, but you must understand that no one must know about this map. He eyed her seriously and said, not even your father or any other dark wizard. Calypso looked at him in confusion, why? Because it was my father's and by right it's mine, said Orion sternly, it's like a family heirloom and it could be dangerous in the wrong hands. I think I'm in my rights to claim ownership. Wouldn't you do the same if it belonged to your dad? Wouldn't you keep it a secret? Calypso softened her expression and said softly, I understand that it must mean a lot to you. All right, I won't utter a word about the map to anyone, not even my father. Orion smiled at her, thanks. Now, how do we get it back? Calypso turned thoughtful and said, well, you want to claim it, remember that spell in second-year blood rituals. The one used to protect possessions. Orion widened his eyes and said excitedly, yes. I know the one that you're thinking about. I can claim ownership over the map if I place a drop of my blood on it while casting the Cruer Mew dark spell, then if anyone else but me touches it, they would get burned. It's perfect. That way no one would be able to use it but me. Exactly, replied Calypso with a satisfied smile. But the problem still remains of how I get my hands on it in the first place, said Orion pensively. That's easy, first cast a disillusionment charm on it and then accio it, replied Calypso calmly. Orion frowned, I would need to wait until I saw the twins take it out again and then we need a distraction, so that they won't notice when I cast the spells. I could probably distract them, retorted Calypso. Orion shot her a look, how? Starting a fight with them, of course. That way when they realize they lost it they would think they lost it during the fray, and not that someone stole it. If I just bump into them or something like that they could get suspicious. And besides it would be easy to start a fight with them. I would just criticize their brother and say something scathingly about their family and that's it, explained Calypso nonchalantly. I sounds like a good plan but I don't want you to be dueling 1 against 2, replied Orion uncertainly. Calypso huffed, I can hold my own, Orion. I'm not a little girl. I think I can manage 2 light wizards. They're not stupid, not like their brother. They're quite ingenious and they would prank you endlessly to get even, interjected Orion. We're always around Slytherins, said Calypso, if I start a fight with them I'm sure some Slytherins would soon get into it as well, so I won't be alone. And then they would need to prank a whole bunch of people, who will afterwards retaliate as well. And we would be starting a prank war, finished Orion. Calypso smirked at him, yes, so what? It would be fun. Orion laughed, I've created a monster. 3 days afterwards, they got their chance. They were walking with their group of friends from Slytherin towards the Great Hall to have breakfast when Orion saw the Weasley twins in front of a painting of a bowl of fruits, painting that Orion knew led to kitchens, since Sirius had been the one to discover it. He saw one of the twins quickly hiding the map in his robes pocket when they caught eye of the Slytherins. Orion elbowed Calypso and she immediately understood. She turned towards Draco and said in a loud voice, I'm really tired of that Weasley boy. He's an unbearable prat, I don't know how you've been able to stand him all these years. He's barely literate and wears such tattered clothes, he's pathetic, all of them are, what a family. Disgusting blood traitors. I would have drowned myself during infancy if I had ever been born to them. The Slytherins laughed and started making more scathing remarks when the twins strode towards them angrily. A verbal spat ensued and wands were quickly drawn. Orion swiftly went to a corner and while spells started flying by, he used a levitation charm to bring the map out of the twins' pocket, just a little bit, enough so that he could see it and cast the disillusionment charm on it. Once done, he quickly acioed the invisible map. He grinned in satisfaction when he felt it in his hand. He dug his nails on his palm to break the skin and rubbed his bloodied palm on it while pointing his wand at it and whispering, "Cruer mew." A.S. Arlette Hayes surrounded the invisible map before dying away and Orion knew it had worked. He immediately pocketed it. The twins had managed to hex quite a few of the Slytherins but not unscathed, and just when things were going to get nasty, McGonagall came walking briskly towards them. Everyone stopped, hid their wands and adopted an innocent expression. She wasn't fooled at all and deducted a whole bunch of house points before sending them away. During the following week, a prank war erupted. Slytherins unexpectedly turned into large squeaking green canaries or sprouted horns and devil tails. Gryffindors found themselves wearing Slytherin colors while sporting green hair or having kitten whiskers and ears while meowing anytime they spoke. When the pranks started getting nasty, boils, contagious rashes, swollen heads, bleeding noses, Dumbledore put a stop to it by deducting house points and threatening with making the Slytherins and Gryffindors sit in their dorms during the next tasks. After that, the houses glared at each other but peace reigned again. Meanwhile, Orion and Calypso had spent the whole week exploring the castle at night under disillusionment charms and using the map to avoid detection. They explored the hidden rooms, the passages, the room of requirement, every single corner but found nothing. On the last night of the week, Orion snuck out of his dorm under the disillusionment charm and went to speak with Slytherin's portrait. When he was in front of it he hissed politely, "Good evening, Lord S's Slytherin." Slytherin narrowed his dark green eyes, while looking around. "Where are you, boy? I can't SSS see you. I'm under a disillusionment charm. I think it's SS safer if I'm not SS seen speaking to you. I'm SSS sure that Dumbledore makes SSS the other portraits SSSSSSPY for him. I hope you don't mind SSS speaking to me like this," hissed Orion respectfully. Slytherin smirked at him. "I'm glad that you were able to SSS see through the old man. But I wish to SSSS see you. Do you know how to create a disillusionment bubble?" "Yes," replied Orion, "I'll cast it immediately." He took out his wand and extended the disillusionment charm so that it covered him and the portrait, allowing Orion and Slytherin to see each other while those outside of the spell wouldn't see them. "Good to SSS see you," said Slytherin with a smirk. "I was wondering when you would be paying me a visit." "Forgive me for taking SSSS so long," replied Orion. Slytherin nodded in acceptance and hissed, "Tell me, my heir, what do you want to know?" Orion frowned. "Excuse me, SSSIR, but I'm not your heir." "And how I SSS it then that you're a parcelmouth?" said Slytherin with a knowingly smirk. Well, I don't really know," said Orion uncomfortably under Slytherin's piercing gaze. He couldn't tell Slytherin about Voldemort and his scar. "But I came here to ask you about the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets SSS." Slytherin's eyes hardened. "Why do you wish to find it?" "To look for SSS some ANSSSSWERSSS, replied Orion calmly, "and because it ISSSS a historical place, it is unique." "I can't help you," interrupted Slytherin coldly. "I once told my heir where it was and he USSSED the knowledge for his own purposes, disregarding my order SSSS. I will not make the SSS same mistake twice." Orion's eyes widened in realization. "It was you who told Tom Riddle about the chamber." Slytherin arched an eyebrow in surprise. "Yes. How do you know about him?" "A friend told me. Her grandfather had been Thomas' friend," lied Orion evenly, "and he told her about how Tom had opened the chamber while he was at Hogwarts SSSS. "Yes, and Tom went against my wishes and he called Orsana and ordered her to kill a Muggleborn," hissed Slytherin angrily. Orion cocked an eyebrow. "Orsana?" Slytherin smirked at him. "My precious SSSS and loyal basilisk, who guards SSS my chamber." Orion widened his eyes. "It is true then. About the basilisk that can only be controlled by your heir." "It ISSSS, said Slytherin succinctly, "but my heir was not meant to USSSSE her for his whimus. SSSSHE was meant to protect Hogwarts SSSS, as a last resort if Muggles SS ever attempted to attack the SSS school." Orion nodded. Yes, I suspected that was your real objective when I read that you had supposedly left a dangerous creature here. Slytherin arched an eyebrow and said with a small smile, you did. Good, I'm glad to SSSE that you have SSS some essence. I would never do anything to harm her and I can't control her anyway, so there's no reason why you SSS should think that I would go against SSST or with SSS Hess. I SSS simply want to SSS see the chamber, said Orion in earnest. I can't take the risk SSSK, replied Slytherin sternly. Orion sighed and then frowned. You SSS said that Tom made the basilisk kill a Muggleborn. Who was the Muggleborn? And why did Tom do that? SSSSHE was a Muggleborn girl, quite annoying from what I heard, always SSS crying. I can't remember her name. Martha, perhaps SSS. SSSSHE was a Ravenclaw, said Slytherin nonchalantly. I believe Tom wanted to test his control over Orsana. He wanted to SSS see what SSSSHE could do. He was quite satisfied when SSSSHE killed the Muggleborn with her gaze, and I think that the Muggleborn had discovered something about him that he didn't want anyone else to know, that's why he targeted her. Orion didn't like the idea of Tom having killed so ruthlessly, but if the girl had known a secret, well, it would be just like Tom to shut her up irrevocably. He hummed and asked, did he order Orsana to kill anyone else? No, he had the proof already that Orsana would obey any command. SSSSO he had no need, hissed Slytherin. Orion nodded and then said pleadingly, won't you at least SSST tell me SSS something that could help me find the entrance? I assure you that I have no intention of releasing Orsana, even if I could. Slytherin pierced him with an appraisive look for a long time and then said, I SSSS see that you're SSS sincere about your intentions SSSSS. Very well, I'll give you a clue, find the Muggleborn and you'll find the entrance. Orion frowned. Find the Muggleborn. She was dead. She became a ghost. But he hadn't spoken to any ghosts. The only ones he knew were the Bloody Baron and the annoying poltergeist Peeves. He had seen others floating around but he hadn't paid them much attention. Orion bowed and said respectfully, I thank you, Lord Slytherin. I promise that won't go against your wishes in regard SSSS to Orsana. Slytherin gave him a curt nod, I'll hold you to it. Then he pierced him with his dark green eyes, you will be able to control her. You refuse to SSS see that you are my heir SSSSSO I'm telling you now that you are. So make sure that you don't release her by accident. If you call for her at the Chamber of S's Secrets SSS, S shall come to you and S shall obey any command you give her. You only have my permission to USSSSE her if it is to defend the castle or to help our kind, but don't fall into Thomas' folly, don't USSSE her for your own benefit. Orion was startled and he hissed incredulously, but I can't be your heir. I don't have your blood. Slytherin interrupted him curtly, I matters SSS little how you came to be my heir, but you are. I'm able to SSSSSE and SSSSE who belongs to my bloodline, there's no doubt in my mind. Orion frowned and returned to his dorm deeply confused. How could he be Slytherin's heir? It wasn't possible, unless the Black bloodline derived from Slytherin. But that couldn't be true, the Blacks would have proudly announced it to the world. It had to be because of the link with Voldemort, but the link was purely a mind connection, it made no sense. When he entered Durmstrang's common room, Calypso was waiting for him. He cancelled his disillusionment charm and quickly explained what Slytherin had told him, leaving out the whole heir issue and their discussion about Tom. So you think that the Muggle-born girl became a ghost and that she knows where the entrance is? Asked Calypso with a thoughtful expression on her face. Orion sighed and carded his fingers through his hair. I don't think she knows where the entrance is. The most probable is that she's haunting the place where she died and therefore if we find her we find the place where the entrance is located. Orion could almost see the wheels turning in Calypso's mind. She finally frowned and asked, what was her name again? Martha or something like it, replied Orion tiredly, she cried a lot according to Sleeth. Calypso widened her eyes and gasped, what fools we have been, Orion. We had it in front of our noses the whole time. Orion cocked his head, what are you talking about? Remember the wall Draco showed us, where the words that the Chambers of Secrets had been opened had been written, according to him. She said excitedly. Orion nodded and she continued, 2 nights ago, when we split and explored that floor, I went into a girl's bathroom that no one ever uses. There was a ghost there of an annoying and crying girl. She's Ning Myrtle, Orion. Myrtle, not Martha. And it makes perfect sense, the bathroom is near that wall. And how can a basilisk move around the castle undetected and unseen? Through the pipes, of course. And pipes begin at bathrooms. If the basilisk killed her, the basilisk had to come out of a pipe. And if she died in that bathroom, it means that there's some huge pipe hidden there. A pipe that leads to the Chamber of Secrets, added Orion with excitement. Callisto smirked at him victoriously. Exactly. Orion fiercely hugged her. You're a genius. Calypso laughed and Orion immediately stood up. We must go there now. To be certain. It's 1 in the morning, Orion. Calypso Ned in dismay. Orion grabbed her hand and dragged her with him. Now's the perfect time. No one will be around and I have the map. Let's go. They disillusioned themselves and before entering the bathroom, Orion asked, is there any way to make the ghost leave? I don't want her to know that we've found the entrance. She could tell Dumbledore. Leave it to me, said Calypso's disembodied voice, wait till I tell you to come in. Orion stood patiently outside the bathroom and soon he heard Calypso whispering his name. He went in and Calypso visibly stood there with a satisfied smirk. Orion looked around and cancelled his disillusionment charm. She's not here. What did you do? Used a convenient little spell, said Calypso with a glint in her eyes while twirling her wand. I conjured the image of the bloody Baron and as soon as she saw him she fled away wailing. Orion chuckled, quick thinking. Excellent. Calypso grinned at him and then said, all right, let's see where this pipe is. She inspected the bathroom stalls while Orion went to the sink. It looked like an ordinary sink. He examined every inch of it, inside and out, including the pipes below. And then he saw it. Scratched on the side of one of the copper taps was a tiny snake. And he knew he had found it. Open, said Orion in a low hiss. At once the tap glowed with a brilliant white light and began to spin. Next second, the sink began to move. The sink, in fact, sank, right out of sight, leaving a large pipe exposed, a pipe wide enough for an adult basilisk to move in. Calypso had come to stand by his side and she gasped, this is it. It's the entrance. You found it. We found it, said Orion smiling at her, couldn't have done it without you. Calypso beamed at him but then said uncertainly, you want to go in now? Orion frowned, we should perhaps leave it for another day. The pipe goes vertically downwards, we should bring our brooms next time to have a way to come back. And he wanted to go in with Tom's locket, just in case he would need his help. He still wasn't sure if he could command the basilisk, regardless of what Slytherin had said, and if Orsana was out and about, perhaps she would obey Tom, even if he was just a portrait. Calypso nodded. Orion closed the entrance and they returned to their dorms with satisfied smiles on their faces. The next day, before breakfast, Vagnarov called all the delegation to the ship. They sat in one of the ship's largest rooms and Vagnarov stood up from the round table to address them. As I informed you last week, the Yule Ball will take place in 2 days. It will start at 8 o'clock on Christmas Day and finishing at midnight in the Great Hall. It's a traditional part of the Triwizard Tournament and an opportunity for us to socialize with foreign wizards and witches. I encourage you to use this occasion to create contacts that would be useful to you in the future. Now, the ball will be open only to 4th years and above, and you may go with a student from Hogwarts or Beauxbatons if you wish. You'll wear Durmstrang's uniformed cape over your dress robes and I expect you to uphold the standards of behavior expected from Durmstrang students. He looked at Orion and added, traditionally, the champions and their partners open the ball. I expect you to be ready. Orion nodded but was inwardly cursing. He had forgotten all about the ball. Now when would he go into the chamber? Perhaps tomorrow. Everyone would be too worried about the ball. He could easily sneak out to the girls' bathroom. But now he had to find a partner. He had expected to go with Lysander but they weren't speaking to each other at the moment. During the 2 weeks after their argument, Lysander had tried to talk to him but Orion had completely ignored him. Since the night of their fight he had made up his mind that it was probably for the best, he needed to concentrate on other things and Lysander would be better off without him. Orion cast a sidelong glance to Lysander and saw that he was sitting with a straight back and looking with determination to the empty space in front of him. Orion's heart clenched. He had been very curt with Lysander, and Lysander had finally given up trying to speak to him a few days back. But Orion had missed him greatly. It had been very hard to pretend not to care about the other boy when he was around, to prevent himself from grabbing his hand, hug him. He missed his company, his gentle touches, and their long evening conversations. But he still felt hurt from what Lysander had said. Orion sighed bleakly and looked at Calypso. "Who are you going with?" Calypso turned around to face him and smirked playfully. "It's a surprise." Orion cocked an eyebrow, and then she said in a worried voice while casting a glance towards Lysander, "Who are you going to invite?" "I don't know," said Orion, shrugging his shoulders. "I completely forgot about the ball." "You should speak to him," said Calypso in a stern voice. "I don't know why you two fought, but I think you should resolve your issues. You're acting as a pair of immature brats." Orion harshly interrupted her while standing up. "It wasn't me who started the fight, and besides, he told me that he was tired of me. I think he made it perfectly clear that he isn't interested in me anymore. There's nothing to resolve." He spun around to return to Hogwarts for breakfast when Lysander came behind him and grabbed his arm forcefully while he said angrily, "I didn't mean that I was tired of our relationship, Orion. You misinterpreted my words. I've been trying to explain myself, but you keep ignoring me." Orion turned to face him and said acidly, "And what did you mean, Les? I clearly recall you saying that it was getting very bloody tiresome. And you know what, I've thought about it and I think this is for the best. You don't understand all the things I have to do, and it's unfair of me to ask you to be there for me." He wrenched his arm from Lysander's grasp and looked at him in the eyes. It wasn't a wise thing to do. His anger started fading away as he gazed into Lysander's pale blue eyes, and his resolve started crumbling. He shook his head and said softly before sprinting towards Hogwarts, "You're better off without me, Les." When he reached the Great Hall, almost all the students were already eating their breakfast. As soon as Orion came in, he heard whispers and giggles, and glances were cast his way. He frowned and sat by Draco's side. Pansy shot him a murderous look from the other side, but Draco seemed to be quite content. He was happily eating his breakfast, ignoring the glances that some were giving him as well. Orion looked around in confusion. Why were people looking at Draco and him with speculative glances? Then he saw a group of girls huddled together reading the Daily Prophet while shooting looks at him and giggling. He soon found out what was happening. The Daily Prophet was violently thrown at his plate and Lysander was towering above him. He said furiously, "Is this the real reason why you have been ignoring me these past few weeks, Orion?" And there, on the front page of the Daily Prophet, Orion saw a large picture of himself and two smaller pictures on each side. There was a huge heart that grouped the three pictures together, and the title of the article read, "Durmstrang's champion torn between his love for the Malfoy heir and the Quidditch international star Victor Crumb." When the initial shock passed, he started fuming and silently cursing Rita. Orion turned around to face Lysander. He had his arms crossed over his chest and his eyes were narrowed dangerously, but Orion could see the hurt in them. "Les, I don't know what," started saying Orion. "All this time I've been trying to get back together," interrupted Lysander angrily, "and all the while you've been seeing him." He spat, pointing a finger towards Draco. Orion stood up and shook his head. "No, Les. I don't know what the article says, but Draco has nothing to do with why I was ignoring you. Don't lie to me," hissed Lysander furiously. "I'm not blind. I've seen the way he looks at you." Orion blinked at him without understanding, and Draco swiftly stood up to face Lysander and sneered, "Look, Les, Orion obviously wants nothing to do with you. He's finally realized that you're not worth it. So why don't you just leave him alone and scamper back to your—" "Stay out of it, Draco," snapped Orion impatiently. Lysander took a threatening step towards Draco, and Orion hurriedly grabbed his arm and said beseechingly, "Les, please, listen to me. I've not been seeing anyone." He looked around and saw that most of the students were avidly watching them and added, "Please, let's talk. Let's get out of here and discuss this." Lysander looked down at him and nodded curtly before spinning around and stamping out of the Great Hall. Orion sighed and followed him. As soon as he crossed the doors of the Great Hall, Lysander pulled him into an empty classroom and cast silencing spells around them. He grabbed Orion's upper arms and bit out angrily, "Are you seeing Draco?" "No," said Orion in exasperation. Lysander narrowed his eyes, "You're not interested in him. By Mordred's wand I'm not, Les." exclaimed Orion, this is ridiculous. Why would you believe what some stupid article said about me? Well, what did you expect? Spat Lysander, you've been avoiding me. Because we fought, exclaimed Orion, because you said that you were tired of our relationship. Lysander shook his head and said in frustration, I'm sorry, alright. I didn't mean it that way. He cupped Orion's face and added softly, I'm not tired of you, Orion. I want us to be together. What I meant that night was that I was tired of the whole Link situation, not of you. Orion looked into his eyes to gauge his sincerity and asked uncertainly, you still want to be with me? Lysander smiled warmly at him and said softly, yes, I do. Never doubt it. Then Orion shook his head and said sadly, but you say that you're tired with the Link situation, as you call it, and that's part of the problem, Les. I have the Link. It will never go away. And I will use it to my advantage. But I can make it go away, said Lysander regarding him quietly. Orion looked up at him in confusion, what? Lysander slowly caressed his jaw while locking gazes with him and said softly, if we bond I believe the Link would disappear. My blood would give you natural mind barriers, nothing can go through them. Orion widened his eyes, bond. You want to bond with me now? Lysander smiled at him, yes, why wait? I love you, Orion. I want you to be my mate. There's no doubt in my mind that we belong together. But we're too young, Orion said nervously, I don't know if I'm ready and your parents, Les. What would they say? Once they meet you they'll accept you, replied Lysander calmly. Orion gulped and shook his head, I appreciate the offer, Les, but I think it's too soon. He saw the hurt in Lysander's eyes and quickly reassured him, I love you too, Les, but we should think about it carefully and I would like to have your parents' consent before doing it. Then he added with a sigh, and there are still many things between us, Les. Like it or not, I want to have this link with Voldemort for the time being. It's useful at present. He looked up at Lysander and added quietly, I avoided you because I thought you didn't want to be with me, but that wasn't all. You know who I am, you know that I have many things that I need to do, but you don't understand, Les. You got angry simply because I used the link once. That's nothing in comparison with what I'll be doing in the future. I'll be meeting with Voldemort regularly and I'll be in dangerous situations frequently. That night, after our fight, I realized that I really shouldn't have a boyfriend, not with everything that's going on. It isn't fair to you, Lysander. You have nothing to do with Voldemort and by being with me you're getting involved. You shouldn't have to worry because of me. What I told you before was the truth, you truly are better off without me. Lysander frowned and remained silent. Then he said, Voldemort is always an issue between us, isn't he? I know that you want to fight for your kind and I know that I won't be able to persuade you not to, but I still hate to see you in pain because of the link you share with him. Orion made an attempt to interrupt him but Lysander held out a hand and continued, I know that you're about to say that the link is useful and worth the pain it causes you, and perhaps it is. He sighed and added, despite everything I still want us to be together. I'll try not to oppose your decisions regarding Voldemort. I'll be more supportive, and I don't care about being indirectly involved in the war through you. I'm not better off alone without you. I missed you greatly. I couldn't bear to just be your friend. I want you to be with me always, even if you have to participate in the war. Are you sure, Les? It's too much to ask of you, said Orion uncertainly but he couldn't prevent the smile showing on his face. Lysander smiled back at him and replied, I'm sure. Then he proceeded to key. Orion deeply and Orion willingly lost himself in the key, thinking that perhaps they could work it out. If Lysander really supported him without getting angry at the things he had to do, then everything would go well. And by Morgana, how he had missed Lysander's key. The following night, Orion and Calypso snuck out of their dorms with their brooms for their Chambers of Secrets adventure. Orion had been battling with himself about telling Lysander that they had found it. But he decided that they had just made up, there was no need to strain the relationship further, since Lysander would certainly be concerned about going into the place in which Voldemort had resurrected and obtained a body. After frightening Ning Myrtle once more with the conjured image of the Bloody Baron, they cancelled their disillusionment charms and Orion pocketed the Marauder's map and made sure that the locket was safely hidden in his robe's inner pocket. He hissed and the entrance opened once more. Orion and Calypso stood at the edge of the pitch-black abyss created by the huge pipe and looked down in trepidation. It was wide enough for them to use brooms, but it would be difficult, especially for Calypso, to fly down. "I think you should slide down first," said Orion. "I need to hover behind with the broom to close the entrance once we've gone in, just in case someone should come into the bathroom. I'll take your broom so that it's easier for you." Calypso nodded and gave him her broom. Then she said nervously, "All right, here I go." Orion squeezed her hand and said softly, "You'll be fine. I'll be right behind you." She squared her shoulders to gain confidence and slowly lowered herself into the pipe, and then she let go. There was a rushing sound and he soon lost sight of Calypso. He mounted his firebolt, held Calypso's broom with his other hand and entered the pipe. Hovering in midair inside it, he hissed, "Klaus," and at once the circle of light above him disappeared as the sink got back into place. The pipe was completely dark now. Orion tried to fly down the pipe, but it was extremely difficult without being able to see. He needed to dive down, but he wouldn't be able to see if the pipe took turns since his hands were already occupied with the brooms and therefore he couldn't take out his wand to cast a Lumos. So he swiftly dismounted his broom and painfully hit the pipe and started sliding down. It was like rushing down an endless, slimy, dark slide. As the held the brooms tightly against his body with one arm, he took out his wand and cast Lumos. Now he could see more pipes branching off in all directions, but none as large as theirs, which had started twisting and turning, sloping steeply downward, and he knew that he was falling deeper below the school than even the dungeons. And then, just as he had begun to worry about what would happen when he hit the ground, the pipe leveled out, and he shot out of the end with a wet thud, landing on the damp floor of a dark stone tunnel large enough to stand in. Calypso was standing in a small circle of light that formed around her wand, robes dirty and disheveled, but she was unharmed and wore an excited expression on her face. As she took her broom from Orion she said, "We must be at the very foundations of Hogwarts, Orion. It's amazing. I bet you anything that there must be another entrance to the chamber." Orion didn't reply. He knew that there was another entrance. He had seen how Voldemort had opened it in his vision years ago. But that entrance was on the outskirts of Hogsmeade and he couldn't have gone looking around for it because his absence during their day at Hogsmeade would have raised suspicions. And he couldn't have asked for Calypso's help because he had no way of explaining how he knew about it, since she didn't know about his link with Voldemort. He picked up his broom after standing up and held up his wand, which still shone with light, to look around. The tunnel was so dark that he could only see a little distance ahead and the floor was littered with small animal bones. Orion led the way forward and around a dark bend in the tunnel there was an outline of something huge and curved, lying right across the tunnel. It wasn't moving. The light slid over a gigantic snake skin, of a vivid, poisonous green, lying curled and empty across the tunnel floor. "Merlin's beard, it's the basilisk skin," said Calypso excitedly as she stepped closer to examine it. "It's priceless as a potion's ingredient." Orion rolled his eyes and said in dismay, "Calypso, we're not stopping in order to harvest the skin." Calypso puffed her chest in indignation and Orion added, "To make a compromise, you'll be able to collect some of it once we get back, okay? Now let's get going." They walked through the dark tunnel, while Calypso muttered about people who didn't value unique ingredients, and then, at last, as they crept around yet another bend, Orion saw a solid wall ahead, on which two entwined serpents were carved, their eyes set with great, glinting emeralds. He stood in front of them and hissed, "Open." The serpents parted as the wall cracked open, the halves slid smoothly out of sight, and they walked inside. "It's magnificent," gasped Calypso. Orion concurred. They were standing at the end of a very long, dimly lit chamber. Towering stone pillars entwined with more carved serpents rose to support a high ceiling lost in darkness, casting long, black shadows through the greenish gloom that filled the place. They aimed their wands ahead of them and moved forward between the serpentine columns. Every careful footstep echoed loudly off the shadowy walls. Then, as they drew level with the last pair of pillars, a statue high as the chamber itself loomed into view, standing against the back wall. Orion had seen it before, in his vision, Slytherin's statue. And between the feet, face up, lay a small, black-robed figure with flaming red hair. "It's the Weasley girl," said Calypso impassively regarding the body. "Her body seems to have been perfectly conserved. Must be due to the chamber's insularity and cold temperature. What should we do with it?" But Orion was barely listening to her. There, near the body, laid an open black book. The diary that had helped Voldemort's other piece of soul attain a body. Finally he would have a clue as to how Voldemort had managed that. "I'm going to look around, Orion," said Calypso, "to see if there are any hidden rooms." Orion absent-mindedly nodded and he knelt in front of the diary. He used his wand to cast several revealing spells but all came up with nothing. The diary didn't have any magic in it. He started flipping the pages and frowned when he saw that they were all blank. Wasn't it supposed to be diary? Then why hadn't anyone written in it? And why didn't it have any magic? If it had helped Voldemort return, why was it just a simple blank book? He picked it up and closed it. It had a black leather back. He turned it around and on its cover, at one of the corners, he saw small elegant silver letters, TMR. His throat dried, his stomach fell, and he felt his blood drain from his face. Immediately, hundreds of thoughts rushed into his mind, as if something had broken inside. He was barely able to cope as his mind assimilated hundreds of thoughts he had had in the past, suspicions long held, conclusions reached, all of which he hadn't remembered until now. He staggered and fell to the ground, as they swirled unbridled in his mind. The locket's power spikes when Tom got angry, Tom's knowledge about Voldemort and the inner workings of the Death Eaters, Tom's defense of Voldemort's ideas and actions. Tom's and Voldemort's gaunt heritage, their shared Slytherin ancestry, their resembling facial features, their similar mannerisms and inflections of voice, and finally, the staggering realization that Tom had been and was Lord Voldemort. Orion dropped the diary, clutched his pounding head and gave a piercing scream of rage, hurt, and betrayal. Calypso had rushed to his side and was shaking his shoulders. "Orion, what happened? Are you all right?" Orion looked up at her, unaware of the tears streaming from his green eyes, and he said in a hoarse voice, "I'm fine. I just." He shook his head and said dryly, "Did you find anything?" Calypso looked at him in concern but replied, "No, nothing. No hidden rooms or closets, not even broom cupboards." Orion swallowed thickly, to get his dry throat working, and said quietly, "You should go collect the basilisk's skin now, Calypso, while I look around. So that we don't waste any more time. I'll meet you there." "Are you sure, Orion?" she said uncertainly, "You don't look too well." "I'm fine, Calypso," snapped Orion, "just go." She shot him one last glance before hurrying out to get her ingredients. As soon as she left, Orion ordered the chamber's door to close, and with trembling fingers he took out the locket and snapped it open. Tom rested his eyes on him and asked concerned, "What happened to you?" Orion pierced him with his narrowed eyes and hissed furiously, "How could you, Tom? How could you do this to me?" Then he bellowed as tears started streaming again, "I trusted you. I shared my whole life with you. And all this time, you've been lying to me. All this time you were him." "What are you talking about?" said Tom wide-eyed, startled at the outburst. "You're Lord F. King Voldemort," yelled Orion. Tom's jaw dropped as Orion continued furiously, "Have you been spying on me for him? What was your plan? What are you and what the F.K. did you do to my mind?" Tom was extremely pale and seemed unable to answer. Orion gripped the locket tighter, whipped out his wand and aimed it at Tom's face. He said savagely, "Morgana, help me, Tom. If you don't answer my questions right now, I'll destroy you this instant without a second thought." How did you find out?" said Tom softly while warily looking at the wand. "You don't King ask the questions here." "I do," bellowed Orion, "now answer them." Tom reassumed his coolness and said calmly, "I was Lord Voldemort, but I have not been spying on you. He doesn't know you have me and I have no connection with him. I'm just his portrait." Orion laughed hysterically and then said, "Do you truly believe me to be such an idiot?" Then he yelled, "I know perfectly well that you're not a portrait. You're something else. So stop bullshitting me and tell me the truth." Tom shook his head and said truthfully, "I am not spying on you. He really doesn't know that you have me and I have no means to communicate with him." Orion assessed him and perceived that he was saying the truth. He narrowed his eyes and spat furiously, "What did you do to my mind?" Tom contemplated him and replied, "You must understand that it was dangerous for you to know that I was Lord Voldemort. I cast a compulsion web on your mind, to lock into a corner of your mind all your suspicions about me being Lord Voldemort. Your thoughts were there, you were simply unaware of them. Though I guess that you discovered something conclusive enough to make your mind fight the compulsion of forgetting about it, and that broke the mind web. What else were you able to do? Asked Orion enraged. What else have you done to me? Nothing else, exclaimed Tom in earnest. I'm not capable of doing anything else. I was only able to do the compulsion web because I could look frequently into your eyes and thus manage to build the web, but besides that I can't cast any other spell. Have you ever used legilimency on me? Hissed Orion angrily. Tom shook his head. No, I can't cast it wandlessly. Orion snapped. You don't need a wand. Voldemort doesn't need one to cast legilimens. I don't have his powers, cried Tom. Not when I'm still. He closed his mouth shut and didn't continue. Not when you're still what? Snapped Orion. Then he roared, what are you? But Tom didn't reply. Orion inhaled slowly to calm down and think clearly. He closed his eyes and revised his rediscovered thoughts while mixing them with what he already knew. Tom was telling the truth as far as he could tell. He had magic, he was able to do one type of mind magic but nothing else. Voldemort had been Tom Riddle. Orion felt a painful stab in his heart at that, but he pushed it away for now. Tom hadn't want him to find out. He didn't want him to enter the Chamber of Secrets, the diary. Of course, that's what Tom feared he would find, because then he would have seen his initials, the diary that had helped Voldemort's soul. Orion gasped. No. The diary that had held Voldemort's soul. That was why the diary was magicless now. The soul had been harbored in the diary, and when the soul got out and regained a body, the diary remained empty, a normal diary once again. The Weasley girl hadn't been possessed like Quirrell. She had used the diary and the soul had used her life to gain a body. Morgana, help us all. What kind of magic is that? He had never read or heard about anything that staggeringly powerful, that unfathomable dark. And Tom, a portrait in a locket with unexplainable magic, a diary with powerful magic. Orion froze. A locket and a diary, Voldemort's experiments in search of immortality, a diary that held a soul, a locket that held a soul. Orion snapped open his eyes and saw Tom looking at him right back, and he gasped out, "You're his soul." Tom blanched and his eyes widened, and Orion said sharply, "Don't bother denying it. I know it. I'm certain of it." It wasn't a question but an affirmation. Then Orion remembered and said steelily, "There's something else that you're capable of doing. You could have used my life force to come back to life. Why didn't you?" After a long silence during which Tom regained his composure, he replied, "I needed to evaluate the situation first. I was safe in your hands, you kept me secret, you kept me hidden. No one would find me with you, and you wouldn't let anyone take me away or destroy me. Then you told me that Lord Voldemort had gained a body, and I could feel it as well, so I didn't need to come to life anymore." "And if he hadn't?" asked Orion acidly. "If he hadn't been successful, would you have used me and killed me in the process to come back?" Tom didn't reply, and Orion shut his eyes as a tear streamed down his cheek. Tom's silence said it all. Orion heard Tom say softly, "Orion, I wouldn't do it now. Not now that I know you and care for you." Orion opened his eyes and snapped furiously, "You don't care for me, Tom. Don't try to delude me. What you have done, it's unforgivable. You're Lord Voldemort. You're his soul. I can scarcely believe it. By Mordred, I came to care for you, to love you even. And you're him. That vicious, ruthless wizard. That killed my—" He shook his head and said sorrowfully with a sharp pain in his chest, "What happened to you, Tom? How did you become him? What did you do to yourself? You fractured your soul in 3 pieces, I don't even know how, but you massacred yourself. Your soul, Tom, the most important and pure part of a wizard, and you shredded it to pieces." "I did it to attain immortality," said Tom quietly. "It was the only way and a small price to pay for it." He paused and continued, "Regardless of what you might think about me. Believe me this, I do care for you." Orion locked gazes with him and saw the beady truth in Tom's dark blue eyes, and his heart clenched. Orion closed his eyes and whispered shakily, "Morgana, help me, but I care for you too, despite everything." He let out a choked sob. Tom smiled warmly at him, but inside Orion was torn with conflicting emotions. Tom, his mentor, his confidant, his oldest companion, was Lord Voldemort. The wizard that had killed his mother, that had tried to kill him, and that perhaps would try to kill him again when he found out he was Harry Potter. The Dark Lord that had ruthlessly killed so many others and who tortured his own followers without batting an eyelash. The Tom he loved had become the terror of the wizarding world. And he knew now, that he loved Tom in some way. The piercing pain he felt in his chest confirmed it. Orion looked at Tom, eyes brimming with unshed tears, and said quietly, "But it doesn't change the fact that you deceived me, Tom. And that, I can't forgive." Tom narrowed his eyes and interrupted him, "And you haven't?" "No," started saying Orion. "What a little hypocrite you are, Orion," sneered Tom angrily. "Now that we are revealing ourselves to each other, you could at least try some honesty." Orion was startled. "I don't know what you're referring to." "You are smart and perceptive, Orion," interjected Tom coldly, "but you forget that I'm sharp as well. You didn't expect that I would never find out, surely." Orion tensed and bit out, "Find out what?" There were several things that he kept secret from Tom, to which of them was he referring? Tom eyed him coolly and replied, "Why, that you're Harry Potter, of course. Don't tell me there's even more to you." Orion gasped and dropped the locket in shock. Out of all the possible things, that, he hadn't expected. When he came to himself, he quickly picked up the locket. Tom was glaring at him and said sarcastically, "Oh, thank you for dropping me, because I haven't had enough rocky moments for an evening." Orion snapped at him angrily, "You used legitimacy on me." "No, I haven't," hissed Tom furiously, "I already told you I can't." "Then how?" started saying Orion shakily. Tom smirked at him, "Really, Orion, I've known you since you were 11. The clues were there, believe me. I doubt anyone would have pieced them together, but then again, I'm not anyone, and I know things about you that no one else does. You were able to open me, which only myself could do. You're a Parselmouth when no one of the Black Line has ever been one. You were able to know what goes on at Death Eater gatherings and you never explained how. Harry Potter survived the Avada Kedavra with only a scar. A unique curse scar. That explains your Parseltongue abilities and perhaps a way for you to see through Lord Voldemort's eyes, and that's how you know about the gatherings. And it also explains your urgency to learn occlumency. Harry Potter fled from his Muggle caretakers when he was 10 years old and then disappeared, around the time when your father escaped from Azkaban and took you with him. You told me you lived in a Muggle orphanage where they used you, when in reality you lived with your Muggle relatives, and I imagine it was your uncle that beat you and tried to beat you, and that's why you fled. And you hate Dumbledore because he was the one to put you in their care. There's also your opinions on Muggleborns, which no pureblood would share, but which are understandable given that your mother was Lily Potter, your father was Sirius Black. I don't doubt that. You have black features, but your mother had to be Lily Potter since you lived with her when you were a baby and she died to protect you. Only a true mother would have done that. That also explains why you were opposed to Lord Voldemort's methods, since he killed her." He paused and asked, "I guess that you're using a blood glamour to cover your scar." Orion nodded, dazedly, and then came to himself and asked quietly, "Why didn't you tell me you knew?" "I was hoping that one day you would confide in me," said Tom quietly, "besides I gained nothing if you knew that I had already figured it out." "Do you think Voldemort knows?" asked Orion in apprehension. "He doesn't," said Tom assuredly, "he would have confronted you by now if he knew. But if you spend long periods of time close to him he might find out." Orion frowned, "By spending time with him. Why?" Tom ignored the question and said sternly, "You should tell him." Orion snapped, "Are you mad? He would kill me." "Not when he knows that you're on his side of the war," said Tom calmly. Orion said in realization, "You've been making sure that I was firmly on the dark side. That's why you asked me if I would have liked to be rescued from the Muggles by Dumbledore and raised in a light family." Tom nodded, "I'm certain now, with everything that I know about you, that you would never turn to the light side." "But Voldemort isn't," bit out Orion. "I mean, he knows that I want to be on the dark side, but if he ever discovered that I'm Harry Potter I don't know how much weight it would have. And I'm not ready yet." Tom sighed tiredly, "You have to tell him at some point." "When I'm ready, now's too soon," replied Orion with determination and then snapped, "I'm not giving you to him, if that's on your mind." Tom arched an eyebrow, "I wasn't going to ask for that." "You can't give me to him until you tell him that you're Harry Potter." "Exactly," replied Orion curtly, "and even then I might keep you." Tom smirked at him, "Miss me, would you?" "Not when you get cocky like now," snapped Orion, shooting him a glare. Orion carded his hair with his other hand and sighed sorrowfully. I still can't believe you're him. You're so different. We're the same, said Tom sternly. You are prejudiced against him. I have always tried to make you see that he's not a monster, yet you refuse to acknowledge. Orion narrowed his eyes at him and said angrily, why, you conniving, little fiend. I forgot about that. All those conversations about Voldemort and you were basically throwing flowers at yourself. Tom didn't look remotely abashed. You needed to see things objectively. Orion scoffed. You wanted me to see things from your point of view. Tom arched an eyebrow. So, what's wrong with that? Orion rolled his eyes and then said sternly, I need to go now. I've taken too long. But this isn't over. You're not off the hook yet. Tom smirked at him. You aren't either. After all, you can't blame me for keeping my identity a secret when you did the same. Orion shot him a nasty glare and snapped the locket shut. He turned to look at the diary on the floor. It was useless now and it was dangerous if anyone else found it because of the initials on it. Even if he was the only one capable of opening the Chamber of Secrets, he wasn't taking any chances. He conjured his black flames in his palm and shot them towards the diary. He watched as it burned and turned to dust. He glanced at the body and decided to leave it where it was for now. When he met with Calypso by the basilisk's hide, she was waiting impatiently for him and had a heavy conjured rucksack filled with the skin. He told her that he had been very thorough in his exploration of the chamber and that's why he took so long. They used the brooms to fly up the pipe and finally reached their dorms undetected. The last thought Orion had before falling asleep was that Tom was still hiding something from him. After all, why would Voldemort be able to discover that he was Harry Potter just by spending long periods of time near him? And why was he able to open the locket when only Voldemort could? Could the link account for it? But it didn't make sense. It was only a mental connection, not a blood connection or anything of the sort. The following evening, Orion was standing in his shared dorm in front of the mirror while the others were buzzing around getting ready for the Yule Ball. He tied Durmstrang's cape over the dress robes that Narcissa had sent him. His dress robes were rich dark green. Narcissa always insisted that green was his color, with delicate silver lining on the cuffs and collar. The robes had a velvety quality to them that made them extremely pleasant on the skin. He was fixing his dark hair into an elegant hairstyle, as he had seen his father do countless of times, when someone grabbed his waist from behind and purred, "You look amazing. Don't even think that I'm letting you out of my sight tonight." Orin locked gazes with Lysander's reflection on the mirror and softly smiled at him. He turned around and assessed his boyfriend. He was wearing dark blue dress robes that brought out his pale blue eyes and made him look like charming prince, though the charming aspect was overpowered by the roguishness brought about by Lysander's mischievous smirk. And Orion loved it. Orion heaved a disappointed breath and said, "Well, I suppose you'll do. Too late now to find someone more fitting to escort the champion." Lysander playfully growled, "I'll show you how fit I am for you after the Yule Ball." And he pressed him tightly against his body, surrounding him with strong arms, and keyed him deeply. When they came out for air, Orion said loftily, "Promises, promises." They were interrupted by Crumb that was looking at them amusedly. "They have to leave now. Headmaster Vagnarov is waiting in the ship so that they can enter all together." Lysander took his cape and they went down to the common room where they met the girls. Calypso was looking stunning with her hair held high and a black satin dress that showed under her cape. She grinned at them when she approached Crumb and took his offered arm. Orion arched an eyebrow and mouthed at her, "Crumb." She simply smirked at him and left the common room escorted by Crumb. Lysander and Orion followed behind along with the rest of the delegation. When they reached the ship, Vagnarov assessed them and seemed to be satisfied. They walked towards Hogwarts, Vagnarov leading the party, followed in precedence by Orion and Lysander and then the rest of the delegation. When they reached the oak front doors, they opened swiftly and Orion saw that the entrance hall was already packed with students, milling around waiting for 8 o'clock, when the doors to the Great Hall would be thrown open. Those people who were meeting partners from different houses were edging through the crowd trying to find one another. Vagnarov left them to meet with the other teachers and Orion inspected the crowd. He caught a glance of Hermione who was being escorted by Neville. She looked very different from her usual looks. She had done something to her hair. It was no longer bushy but sleek and shiny, and twisted up into an elegant knot at the back of her head, and when she grinned Orion could see that her teeth were smaller than when he had first met her. She had probably shrunk them after she got hit by the Denswago spell. Fleur was looking very beautiful in robes of silver gray satin, and she was accompanied by a Ravenclaw boy, and he saw Cedric with a pretty Asian girl. He smiled when he saw the group of Slytherins coming towards them. Draco was in front. He was wearing dress robes of black velvet that looked extremely good on him, and was walking with an air of confidence and arrogance that reminded him of Lucius. Pansy Parkinson in very frilly robes of pale pink was clutching Draco's arm with a satisfied smug look on her face, though Draco didn't seem too pleased by this. Crabbe and Goyle were flanking them, and Blaise had brought his on and off Ravenclaw boyfriend. Theo was escorting Millicent, who looked quite nice with a black dress that flattered her strong constitution. Before Orion could greet them, McGonagall's voice called, "Champions over here, please." He grabbed Lysander's hand and went towards her. McGonagall, who was wearing dress robes of red tartan and had arranged a rather ugly wreath of thistles around the brim of her hat, told them to wait on one side of the doors while everyone else went inside. They were to enter the Great Hall in procession when the rest of the students had sat down. Fleur and her date stationed themselves nearest the doors. The older boy looked so stunned by his good fortune in having Fleur for a partner that he could hardly take his eyes off her. Cedric and the Asian girl were talking animatedly between themselves, and Neville was nervously checking his dark crimson dress robes. Orion surreptitiously winked at Hermione when she cast a sidelong glance at him. She gave him a small smile in return and turned back to reassure her date. When the doors to the Great Hall opened, once everyone else was settled in the hall, Professor McGonagall told them to get in line in pairs and to follow her. They did so, and everyone in the Great Hall applauded as they entered and started walking up toward a large round table at the top of the hall, where the judges were sitting. The walls of the hall had all been covered in sparkling silver frost, with hundreds of garlands of mistletoe and ivy crossing the starry black ceiling. The house tables had vanished. Instead, there were about 100 smaller, lantern-lit ones, each seating about a dozen people. Dumbledore smiled happily as they approached the top table, and Orion realized that out of all the judges, one was missing. Crouch wasn't there. In his stead, sitting pompously and looking down at the students, was Percy Weasley. When Orion reached the table with Lysander, Vagnarov pointedly indicated them to take a seat by his side. As the feast started, he heard Percy Weasley smugly saying that he had been promoted and that his boss, Crouch, wasn't too well and was currently resting, since he had had a great personal shock with the misbehavior of his house elf during the Quidditch Cup. While Fleur was criticizing the Hogwarts decorations to her date, who only nodded stupidly at anything he said. When all the food had been consumed, Dumbledore stood up and asked the students to do the same. Then, with a wave of his wand, all the tables zoomed back along the walls, leaving the floor clear, and then he conjured a raised platform into existence along the right wall. A set of drums, several guitars, a lute, a cello, and some bagpipes were set upon it. The Weird Sisters now trooped up onto the stage to wildly enthusiastic applause. They were all extremely hairy and dressed in black robes that had been artfully ripped and torn. As they picked up their instruments, Orion and the rest of the champions stood up with their partners and walked onto the brightly lit dance floor. The Weird Sisters struck up a slow, mournful tune, and Lysander seized one of his hands while placing an arm around his waist. They started dancing slowly around the dance floor while the rest of the students stood to a side watching them and commenting. Soon, the rest of the students came onto the dance floor and Orion saw Calypso dancing with Krum nearby. Not far from them, Hermione was wincing frequently as Neville trod on her feet and Vagnarov was waltzing with Madame Maxime. He was so dwarfed by her that the top of his head barely tickled her chin. However, she moved very gracefully for a woman so large. Moody, well, Barty was doing an extremely ungainly two-step with the astronomy teacher, who was nervously avoiding his wooden leg. Orion heard the final, quavering note from the bagpipe and applause filled the hall as the Weird Sisters stopped playing. As Lysander went to bring them some drinks, he approached Calypso and Krum and asked her for a dance. He took her by the waist and started dancing with her as the Weirding Sisters started playing again. He looked down at her and asked playfully, "So, Krum, that was your big secret. What happened to poor Snape?" Calypso rolled her eyes. "I can hardly ask a professor to be my date, can I?" "Ah, so you are interested in him?" asked Orion with an amused smirk. Perhaps, said Calypso with a small smile. Anyway, I came with Victor because he wanted to ask that Granger girl, but she had already been invited by Longbottom. So he asked me and I accepted. He's all right, not that our conversations are profound or anything, but he has become our friend, hasn't he? Yes, replied Orion, he's a good lad. We didn't interact much with him at Durmstrang, but we are always around students our own age there, so we didn't have much opportunity. But he has been very supportive of me. He didn't hold a grudge against me when I became the champion. Calypso nodded and Orion said teasingly, so tell me, what are your seduction plans to ensnare the elusive potions master? Calypso smacked him on the head and said with a chuckle, he is elusive, isn't he? I have not seen him here. I wonder where he is. Orion snorted, probably assigning detentions to unsuspecting students. Then he turned serious and asked, you are really interested in him? Tell me the truth. Calypso sighed, Orion, he's an older man. Even if I am, there's nothing much that I can do about it. But this is the first time that I have seen you taking a real interest in anyone. If you truly like him, his age doesn't matter, replied Orion. I don't care for his age, but he would never be interested in me, said Calypso. I'm just a little girl in his eyes, and besides I go to Durmstrang and he's a professor here. After this year I won't see him again. Well, you will see him when you're older, at the gatherings, you know, replied Orion, and since you want to participate before you graduate, I dare say that only a year or two would pass before you saw him again. And by that time you would be 17 and legally an adult. So you could start a relationship with him. Calypso laughed, you're such a romantic optimist. Surely in 2 years he'll be with someone. And he won't even remember me. Orion said pensively, he doesn't look as if he had anyone right now, and besides we know the activities he does for him are dangerous. I don't think he has much time for romance or the disposition for it. And if you want him to remember you, then simply talk to him about potions after class. You're one of Durmstrang's top students in potions. I'm sure there are a lot of topics for you two to talk about. Calypso eyed him speculatively and asked, and why are you so interested in getting me together with him? I thought that you hated him. Orion sighed and said quietly, I don't hate him. I don't like him either. I just understand him. I think he's had a rough life, and as you said so many times before, he's brilliant and powerful. I think he deserves something better. Besides, I could easily imagine you with him. I think you would fit perfectly together. You're too bright and mature to be with someone our age. A boy would bore you. Easily. You're right about that, replied Calypso, but I could say the same thing about you. I don't imagine you with someone our age either. Orion looked down at her with a frown. Well, I'm currently with someone my own age, and I can tell you that I'm not bored. Calypso hummed and said, not now, perhaps, but in time. You don't think that Lysander and I make a good couple? Asked Orion, surprised. Calypso regarded him and said carefully, I like Lysander, don't get me wrong, but I've seen you with him, and while you're happy, you're not in love with him. I think he's an infatuation. I am in love with him, interrupted Orion with conviction. Calypso eyed him with intelligent eyes and said perceptively, maybe you believe yourself to be but truly aren't. I think you'll realize this when you meet the one that you're supposed to be with. In your relationship with Lysander, he's usually the one that seeks you out. The one who always wants to be with you, and you accept it and welcome his attentions, but you don't actively seek him. And besides, you two have very different futures. I don't know if you've thought about it, but what will you do when he has to go back to his clan and you have to fight in the war? You see, you're from two different kinds. You don't fit together. Why does everyone keep saying that? Said Orion with exasperation, those things can be resolved by mutual agreement. Lysander and I have talked about our future, and he supports my involvement in the war. Well, at least he does now. And maybe he doesn't completely understand, but he is willing to allow me to fulfill my own ambitions. But that's just it, replied Calypso, he doesn't understand your ambitions or the importance that this war has for us. He views it from the outside, and their kind doesn't want to get involved. And as you said, he allows you to fulfill your ambitions. Don't you see how that sounds? You would need to constantly explain the reasons for your involvement in the war, and I think that he would keep trying to get you away from it. She sighed and added, Orion, I think he's a wonderful person, but the reality of the situation is that you're a dark wizard, and only dark wizards understand each other. Only another dark wizard will understand what drives you. During Orion's musings about what she had just said, Draco came up to them. The music had just stopped and another song was about to begin. Draco looked at Orion and said quietly, "Can I have this dance?" Sure," said Orion, startled out of his thoughts. Calypso broke away from Orion and looked from one to the other and then said quietly to Orion, "I'll go find Les and ask him to dance with me." And then she scurried away. Draco took Orion's hand and circled his waist with an arm and started leading him around the dance floor. Orion could see that the top table was now empty. Dumbledore was dancing with McGonagall, Madame Maxime with Hagrid, Ludo Bagman with the herbology teacher, and Vagnarov was nowhere to be seen. Orion looked up at Draco and saw that he was intently watching him. He smirked at the taller boy and said, "So, Pansy, and you told me that she wasn't your girlfriend." Draco grimaced and replied, "She blackmailed me. I had no choice. Thankfully, I finally managed to escape her clutches." Orion laughed heartedly, "She blackmailed you? The Slytherin prince? My, she must have some juicy information to have accomplished that." Draco glared at him and said sarcastically, "Glad to see that my predicament amuses you." Orion chuckled and said merrily, "It does. Then he cocked his head to one side and asked, "What does she have on you?" "Nothing too important," said Draco dismissively. Orion arched an eyebrow in disbelief but let it go. "So, you got back with Lysander?" asked Draco tensely. "I did," replied Orion happily. "We resolved our issues and we're fine now. It really was a little bit stupid. I should have listened to him sooner." Draco didn't comment on that but he said quietly, "You realize that this is the first time that we have danced together?" Orion's eyebrows shot upwards in surprise. "You're right. I hadn't thought about that." Then he smiled at Draco, "But I'm glad that we're dancing now. You really are an excellent dancer. Just as good as Lysander, and that's a compliment indeed." Draco drawled arrogantly, "I'm a much better dancer than he is." And to prove his point he swirled Orion around and expertly caught him back in his arms. Orion laughed, "Okay, I believe you now." Draco smirked at him, "You're a good dancer as well. Few can follow my steps as fluidly as you do. I think we make a good dancing pair." "We do," admitted Orion with a grin. Then he asked, "Have your parents owled to you recently?" "Yes," replied Draco, "I guess they've told you that we're going to Malfoy Manor in Moscow to catch part of the winter season." Orion nodded, "Yes, your mum told me." Then he sighed, "I suppose that there'll be balls and all." Draco chuckled, "Why don't you like balls when you're able to dance like you do?" "I don't dislike them," replied Orion in earnest, "it's just that sometimes they can get a little bit boring and tiresome. And I like to spend holidays quietly, in family activities, rather than with complete strangers." "I understand," said Draco with a nod, "but I don't think you'll be able to escape it this time." He glanced around and surreptitiously took out his wand and cast silencing spells on him and Orion. Then he added in a whisper, "There's a lot of activity going on to get more supporters for our side and the balls are a front for that purpose." Orion's eyebrows shot upwards and he whispered back against Draco's neck, "Like what happened at my birthday ball." "Similar but on a larger scale," replied Draco in a low murmur. "They're interested in the foreigners, so a lot of people will be invited besides the usual crowd. And I guess that they'll be having secret meetings inside rooms while the ball goes on." "And will he make an appearance?" asked Orion in a barely audible whisper. "Yes," replied Draco quietly, "he's the one who ordered my aunt and uncle to step it up." "Well, that's definitely interesting," murmured Orion. "I'm glad to see that things are progressing. Do you think that we'll be included?" "I don't know," said Draco silently, "it's really up to him to decide. But I know that Father wants us to learn how they deal with the negotiations." "He told you that?" asked Orion in a surprised hush. "Lucius wants you and me to learn about their diplomacy." Draco nodded and said quietly, "Yes. As you said to me, he's preparing me and now he also wants you to learn about it." "And he doesn't believe we're too young?" asked Orion in a disbelieving whisper. "Not for this, not for politics," replied Draco quietly, "the sooner we learn the better. And I'm rather happy about it. I like politics and diplomacy. I've always found it fascinating. Father has instructed me since I was 10 years old but I have never been included in any real negotiations before. It will be a great learning experience if we're allowed to watch." Orion nodded dazedly, "You're right, it would be incredible. Then he asked concerned in low whisper, but isn't it dangerous to give such large gatherings of dark wizards all in one spot? If any of the invitees yapped about it to the wrong person it would be catastrophic. Draco shook his head and said in a barely audible whisper, there are security measures. For starters, the manors where the balls will take place have ancient wards that repel any attack, the guests will be safe inside. Even those who escaped from Azkaban will be attending. Another measure is that all those who accept the invitation have to sign a magical binding contract that doesn't allow them to discuss the gathering with anyone else. They can't talk about what's discussed or who attended or where it took place. Orion frowned and asked in a hush, and what's the penalty if they break the contract? Death, replied Draco in a calm whisper. Orion gasped and then whispered back with incredulity, and people sign this when they know that their own magic will kill them if they break the contract. Yes, replied Draco quietly, it also serves to screen those who aren't truly sincere in their support. Once you open the invitation you have to either sign the magical contract, thus accepting the invitation, or you sign that you refuse. Those who sign their refusal are bound by a spell that doesn't allow them to say that they had received an invitation, so they can't even leak to anyone about the Dark Wizards gatherings. So no one will find out that we're recruiting. Wow, said Orion amazed, they have really planned it thoroughly. Indeed, retorted Draco smugly, they aren't taking any chances. Just then, someone tapped Orion on his shoulder and he turned his face around to be confronted by a glaring Lysander. Orion widened his eyes and realized that during their whole whispered conversation, Draco and he had been speaking very close to each other, both of them whispering at the other's ear. Because even though Draco had cast silencing spells one could never be too careful when discussing such matters. He broke away from Draco and used his wand to cancel the spells. Draco stood with his arms crossed over his chest looking tauntingly at Lysander and Lysander shot him a nasty look before grabbing Orion by his arm and pulling him away towards the entrance hall. Lysander remained stonily silent while they crossed the open front doors of the school and entered the rose garden at its edge. The fluttering fairy lights in the rose garden winked and twinkled as they walked through the garden. They found themselves surrounded by bushes, winding, ornamental paths, and large stone statues. Orion could hear splashing water, which sounded like a fountain. Here and there, people were sitting on carved benches. Lysander dragged him along one of the winding paths through the rose bushes and then stopped and turned to look at him. What was that all about? Asked Lysander icily. Orion sighed and replied wearily, nothing, Les, we were just talking about the winter holidays. Lysander glared at him, and that merited the need to be pressed tightly against him. Or talk into each other's ears. Orion ran his fingers through his hair, unaware of the mess he was making, and said tiredly, we discussed some delicate matters that no one could hear about. He looked at Lysander to convey his meaning, you know what type of things I'm alluding to. Lysander narrowed his eyes at him and said, you expect me to believe that you were whispering in his ear things regarding the war? Yes, said Orion in exasperation, that's exactly what I did and that's exactly what I expect you to believe. Then he added tiredly, we've been through this before. I'm with you. I don't want anyone else. So you should stop suspecting that I'm going behind your back because I would never do that to you. Lysander was about to retort when Orion heard a familiar voice and he instantly covered Lysander's mouth with his hand as he strained to hear better. Don't see what there is to fuss about, Vulcan, said Snape's voice indifferently. Severus, you cannot pretend they aren't looking for him and that he's not in danger. Vagnerov's voice sounded anxious and hushed. Your friend dug his own grave, said Snape's voice coldly, there's nothing you or anyone can do to help him, Vulcan. He'll be punished, possibly killed, and that's all there is to it. But Igor never meant to give out their names, said Vagnerov's voice sternly, he doesn't deserve to be punished by something he had no control over. They fed him food with Veritarism, Severus. I just ask you to let him know that. He knows but it won't change his mind. Treason is treason and as such he considers it unforgivable, replied Snape's voice calmly, my only advice is to tell him to remain well hidden, just as he has been doing so far. Snape and Vagnerov came around the corner. Snape had his wand out and was blasting rosebushes apart, his expression most ill-natured. Squeals issued from many of the bushes, and dark shapes emerged from them. 10 points from Ravenclaw, Fawcett. Snape snarled as a girl ran past him. And 10 points from Hufflepuff too, Stebbins. As a boy went rushing after her. Just as Orion started grabbing Lysander to hide away, Snape caught sight of them. "And what are you two doing?" said Snape with narrowed eyes. Vagnarov, Orion saw, looked slightly discomposed to see them standing there. "We're walking," replied Orion evenly, "not against the law, is it?" "Keep walking, then," Snape snarled, and he brushed past them, his long black cloak billowing out behind him. Vagnarov took a step towards them and ordered curtly, "Not a word to anyone about what you've heard." He made a move to return to the castle, but Orion placed a hand on his arm and said quietly, "Will he be safe?" Vagnarov looked down at him with narrowed eyes and Orion continued softly, "It's just that he helped me once. I don't want them to find him. I hope he remains alive." Vagnarov's expression softened and he replied, "I hope so too." And with that he continued down the path. Orion sighed wearily and Lysander, all arguments forgotten, placed a hand on his shoulder and asked quietly, "They were talking about Karkaroff, weren't they?" Orion turned around to face him and said quietly, "Yes. When the Aurors held him in the Ministry's cells they gave him low doses of Veritaserum in his food, so that on the day of his trial he would blabber all the names of the Death Eaters he knew about. The Lestranges, amongst other, were thrown into Azkaban with the information he provided. And now, well, now they seem to be hunting him down. But Master Vagnarov is right, it truly wasn't Karkaroff's fault." Then he added in apprehension, "I really hope they never catch him. He doesn't deserve what they would do to him." Lysander nodded and threw an arm over Orion's shoulders to offer him comfort. "If he has been able to hide for this long then his chances for survival are high. Don't worry." Orion gave him a wan smile and nodded. But he knew that Karkaroff would be discovered someday, Voldemort wouldn't give up the search. And he felt he owed the wizard something. After all, he had given him the Deathly Hallow Portkey and told him to search the Hallows and to practice his dark magic and never fear it. In a way, Karkaroff had been the one to help him the most. At least Vagnarov seemed to be helping Karkaroff somehow. He hadn't known that those two had been friends. And Vagnarov had asked Snape to plead Karkaroff's case with Voldemort. That meant then that Vagnarov wasn't a Death Eater. But on the other hand, he called Snape by his first name so they knew each other. It was probable then that Vagnarov was a supporter who had never taken the mark. And well, Vagnarov was a powerful wizard that could manage to give his allegiance to Voldemort while refusing the mark. Orion and Lysander returned to the ball when the Weird Sisters had just finished playing at midnight. Everyone gave them a last, loud round of applause and started to wend their way into the entrance hall. Many people were expressing the wish that the ball could have gone on longer, but Orion was perfectly happy to be going to bed. A lot of things had happened these last few days and he felt exhausted. When he went into his bed, Lysander followed him and they comfortably snuggled under the duvet. Orion closed his eyes and hummed in enjoyment as Lysander started threading his fingers through his hair. Lysander chuckled at his sounds and gave him small keys on his neck and then trailed towards his chest as he unbuttoned his pajamas top. Orion groaned. He had missed Lysander's touches so much, it felt wonderful. He opened his eyes and gave his boyfriend a warm smile. Lysander smiled back at him and swiftly removed the pajamas top and started caressing him. Orion groaned his approval again and tightly embraced him as he started to key Lysander's neck. In a swift move, Lysander moved on top of him and keyed him passionately. Orion slowly removed his boyfriend's shirt and then trailed his fingers on his back, enjoying the feeling of Lysander's warm skin under his fingertips. It seemed it had been so long since he had touched Lysander. How he had missed him. He sighed happily and playfully bit Lysander's earlobe as Lysander started dotting his neck again. Orion placed his arms around his boyfriend's neck and pulled him in for another deep and passionate key. As Lysander's tongue skillfully moved against his in his mouth, he felt him caressing his sides, reaching towards his waistband. Orion was getting increasingly aroused as Lysander played with his pajamas waistband, while continuing to key him. He felt Lysander's beak against his and groaned as his boyfriend started grinding his hip. He pressed Lysander's body tightly against his and bucked his hips when he felt Lysander's hand slipping under his pants. They had never gone this far but it felt incredible. He didn't want it to stop, ever. Lysander's fingers wrapped around his beak and Orion arched his back and a loud moan escaped from his throat. Lysander stopped and looked into Orion's his half-lidded eyes. He said softly, "Are you comfortable with this? Do you want me to continue?" Orion dazedly nodded and said throatily, yes. It feels amazing. Lysander smiled at him and continued his ministrations while Orion keyed at him deeply and wrapped his arms around his shoulders. Orion could barely have a coherent thought. Lysander's warm fingers around his beak were driving him crazy. He bucked against Lysander's slowly moving hand and whispered, Les, bite me, please. Lysander smirked at him roguishly, and while he continued moving his hand, he nuzzled Orion's neck, and without waiting for long, he sunk his incisors in Orion's smooth and warm skin. He felt Orion's blood rushing into his mouth as he gently net against Orion's neck when he tasted his exquisite blood. Orion felt a strange warmth around one of his fingers but was barely aware of it as he felt Lysander's king his neck in the heightened state of arousal that it brought. Lysander started moving his hand faster and Orion bucked and net loudly in pleasure. Orion was lost in all the sensations that coursed through his body at once and was barely aware of the insistent burning around one of his fingers. He caressed Lysander's head as his hips bucked once again against Lysander's hand that was firmly gripping him. Lysander stopped king his neck, and as the height caused by Lysander's vampire key started fading, Orion finally realized that his finger was painfully burning. He dazedly brought his hand in front of his face and saw his ring glowing darkly. Lysander looked at him with wide eyes and gasped, Orion. But Orion didn't hear the rest of his words because in that instant his body shifted through space and he dropped on his hands and knees on an unfamiliar cold floor. He was utterly startled. He wasn't in his bed anymore. Where was he? How did he get here? He shakily stood up and shook his head to dispel it from its lust-induced haze. He was still painfully hard and he pulled his waistband higher as the coldness of the room hit his bare chest. When he was about to finally look around to decipher where he was, he heard a cold voice say behind his back, I don't appreciate that I have to wait for you when I summon you. I expect you to be here instantly the next time. Orion spun around and gasped in horror when he saw Voldemort standing before his throne a few feet away from him. No, Orion thought in desperation, not him. Not now. When Voldemort saw him he narrowed his eyes at him, and I expect you to be properly attired as well. Orion still looked at him open-mouthed and with wide eyes. Voldemort's intent crimson gaze slowly trailed up and down Orion's body, taking in every inch. Orion immediately wrapped his arms around his body. He felt so exposed, so vulnerable, and he prayed to Morgana for the persistent beep straining his pants to go away before he died of mortification. Voldemort approached him and Orion saw his Arlet eyes locking on his neck before he felt a bursting pain in his scar. He bit his tongue to prevent his scream and backed away from Voldemort, whose face now had a murderous expression as he advanced towards him. Orion hit the wall behind him and looked up in fear at Voldemort. Voldemort grabbed his throat tightly and made his head move to a side. Voldemort's Arlet eyes blazed with rage and he hissed furiously, what is this? You allowed that vampire to bite you. Orion had raised his mind barriers to block the intense pain caused by Voldemort's fury, but it wasn't enough. He could taste his own blood in his mouth as he bit on his tongue more forcefully to prevent his pained scream. His head felt as if it was splitting in two. Voldemort forcefully grasped his bare shoulder with his other hand and shook him against the wall. Answer me. You allowed him to bite you. Orion cried in desperation, yes. Now stop it. You're hurting me. He tried to pry Voldemort's hand from his throat but his grip was too firm. Then he used his hands to shove Voldemort's chest, but Voldemort gripped his wrists and pulled them down. Voldemort released his throat and forcefully made him look up, while still clutching his wrists painfully. Orion's pain-filled green eyes locked with Voldemort's and Voldemort hissed furiously, no one marks you, you hear? You're my follower. No one but me has the right to mark you. Orion shook his head and said, it's not a mark. It's just a bite. Voldemort angrily pushed him against the wall and snarled, a bite is a mark. This is the last time he bites you and you'll stop seeing that vampire. Orion furiously wrenched his wrists from Voldemort's grasp and tried to push him away while saying, I won't stop seeing him. Whom I'm with is my own affair. Voldemort clutched Orion's upper arms and he said enraged, it is not your own affair. You're the last remaining Black from the Prime line and therefore you will be with whom I choose for you. And it certainly isn't going to be a vampire. Orion narrowed his eyes at him and spat angrily, I will marry for convenience because I am the head of the Black House, but in the meantime I can be with whomever I fancy. And you have nothing to do with it. I am your lord and you will obey me. Snarled Voldemort. Orion hissed at him furiously, you're the leader of the dark side and I am on the dark side but you're not my lord. You're not my master. I'm not one of your groveling Death Eaters that you can command at will. If you force me to do something I don't want then I won't support you anymore. That was our deal. Voldemort pierced him with narrowed Arlet eyes and hissed angrily, I don't tolerate threats. If you leave my side I'll kill you. Your side is the dark side and I won't ever leave it, replied Orion sternly, so you have no cause to kill me. But that I'm on the dark side doesn't mean that I'll mindlessly obey your orders. I've told you before and I repeat again, I want to be your follower but I won't be treated as a possession. Voldemort's eyes flashed and he said quietly, oh, but you are a possession. My possession. Orion bristled and tried to push Voldemort away, I'm not yours. I'm not anybody's. Voldemort smirked at him and gently caressed Orion's jaw while he hissed, are you sure of that? Then he cupped Orion's face and said in low hiss as he locked his eyes with Orion's, if I wanted to make you mine IEASSSSILY could and you wouldn't oppose. He looked at Orion intently and added silkily, you would want me to take you and you would be powerless to stop me. Orion's eyes widened, still locked with Voldemort's, and he couldn't prevent the shiver that ran through his body at Voldemort's hissed words. And as he regarded Voldemort's face in shock he saw Voldemort's resemblance to Tom. The same face, the same voice, but different eyes, different words uttered to him. And as he became aware that Voldemort was Tom, his heart clenched in pain, because this wasn't his Tom. But yet, as he looked into those crimson eyes, he could somehow see Tom in them. And it confused him because he despised Voldemort, he despised the way Voldemort had treated him, but when Voldemort had caressed him gently, Tom resurfaced again. And how many times had he longed for Tom to be real? How many times had he wished that he could somehow touch Tom? And without being aware, he reached for Voldemort's face and softly touched his cheek. Voldemort's eyes widened and he stepped back from Orion. He had felt a pleasant jolt when Orion unexpectedly touched his cheek tenderly. Why had the boy done that? Why had he touched him like that? He looked into the boy's beautiful emerald eyes and saw confusion, hurt and longing swirling in them. And he didn't understand it nor his own reaction to the boy's touch. Orion's eyes widened when he realized what he had done and his hand dropped to his side. He stepped away from Voldemort, horrified by his action. Voldemort was looking at him with an indescribable expression on his face. Orion swallowed thickly and said shakily without looking at Voldemort, I'm sorry. I don't know why I did that. He inhaled slowly several times to calm down. After a few moments, he forced himself to regain his composure and he looked up at Voldemort with a blank face. Then he asked calmly, you summoned me here. What did you want to see me for? Voldemort turned around and sat at his throne. Then he looked at Orion impassively and said, I have a task for you. I want you to observe Neville Longbottom and then report to me what you find out about him. Focus on discovering the boy's abilities and powers. I also want you to see if Dumbledore takes him to his office frequently. Orion nodded, I can do that. It'll be easy. I was also planning on speaking with Phineas Portrait during Christmas holidays. He'll be able to tell me about Dumbledore's meetings with Longbottom and what they discuss. I'll give you a full report after I speak with the portrait. Very well, you can leave now, said Voldemort imperiously. Orion frowned and said, I don't have my wand. I can't activate the portkey. Voldemort stood up swiftly and approached him, show me your ring. Orion held up his hand and said, before you send me back. Can you tell me how I was portkeyed in here if I didn't activate it? When you didn't answer my summon I activated your portkey from here, snapped Voldemort, let it be the last time. Orion nodded but then said with a frown, is there any way that I can activate the portkey without you summoning me? Like what some Death Eaters can do with their marks. Why would you need to do that? Asked Voldemort suspiciously. To come to you to give you my reports, replied Orion impassively, and well, if something important happened it would be beneficial for me to have a way of contacting you first. Voldemort pointed his wand at Orion's ring and muttered a spell under his breath and the ring glowed black for a moment before going back to its normal state. He curtly said, it's done. And without waiting any longer he pointed his wand again and activated the portkey and saw Orion disappear from his sight. Orion appeared in the middle of his dorm and saw Lysander sitting on his bed with an extremely worried expression on his face. He surreptitiously cast glamours for the bruises on his shoulder and the one he felt on his throat. He maintained his cool facade and approached the bed. When Lysander saw him, he immediately stood up and hugged him tightly. What happened? You just vanished. Where did you go? I was so worried. Nothing much, Les, replied Orion calmly against Lysander's neck, my portkey activated. Voldemort just wanted to give me an assignment, a small task. Lysander broke from the hug and checked him with concern, are you alright? He didn't do anything to you. He didn't hurt you. Orion shook his head, no, he just told me what my task was and dismissed me. Lysander sighed with relief, thank Merlin. Okay, let's get back into bed. Orion stopped Lysander's movement and said beseechingly, I'm exhausted, Les. I just want to sleep alone tonight. Then he smiled playfully at him, I don't think I'll be able to get much sleep if you're with me, I wouldn't control myself. So just for this night, alright. Well, if you're sure, said Lysander frowning uncertainly. Yes, replied Orion with a warm smile and then gave him a quick key, thank you for understanding. Lysander smiled back and nodded, before turning around and getting in his own bed. Orion's smile disappeared and his facade crumbled as soon as Lysander got into his bed and closed the curtains around it. He shakily moved towards his bed and burrowed under the covers. He was dismayed and appalled at what had happened with Voldemort. Utterly confused and horrified. Merlin, what have I done? Thought Orion in despair, what possessed me to do that? Morgana, help me, this is too much. I need to talk to someone. He took the locket out and after casting his curtains firmly shut and putting silencing spells around him, he opened it. He didn't wait for Tom's greeting and he rushed out, I think I'm going mad, Tom. It's too weird. Merlin, I don't even know why I'm telling you this. But you're the only to whom I can talk about it. I don't know what came over me. I saw him and then I saw you in him. Orion shook his head and said desperately, I wasn't ready to meet him so soon, not after recently discovering that you're him. But at first I didn't see you in him. He was as tough as always but then he changed. Orion let out a mirthless bark of laughter, but he was still himself, not you really, because he was manipulating me just as he had done that first time. Hissing softly and caressing gently and I knew he was playing his little game again but I couldn't help it. I saw him differently. I saw you. And Morgana helped me, but I was so confused, I'm still so confused. I don't know what possessed me. I just wanted to touch him, to touch you really, because you were finally real. Orion shook his head again, but I was mistaken. He isn't you. But it's all so confusing. How can I see you in him just because he turned gentle? I shouldn't because he uses his gentleness to manipulate me. I know it's not real. But I couldn't help it, I just reacted. And I was so horrified afterwards. Merlin, I think he was horrified himself. He backed away from me, for Morgana's sake. That's funny now that I think about it. The Dark Lord backing away from a caress. If the Light Wizards only knew they would simply smother him and puff. Dark Lord dead by extreme shock. Or perhaps disgust. There's no way to know, Merlin, what am I saying? Ended Orion shoving his face in his pillow. From what I could discern from your ramblings, said Tom with amusement, I take it that I summoned you and the encounter didn't go as you expected. Orion looked at him in disbelief, didn't go as I expected. I caressed Voldemort's cheek. What do you think? It went horribly. And it wasn't an encounter with you. It was an encounter with him and there's a huge difference in that. Tom cocked an eyebrow and gave him a slight triumphant smirk, you caressed me. Orion said through gritted teeth, I didn't caress you. I caressed his cheek, nothing else. And stop trying to make me see you in him because it won't work. Tom smirked at him, it sounds to me as it already has. Orion glared at him and snapped, this is your fault. Feeding me all your stories about how Voldemort isn't so evil and then insisting that he's you. You're trying to confuse me more than I already am. I don't need you to tell me that you two are the same. I need you to tell me that you're different. And that I shouldn't see you when I look at him. Why would I tell you that we're different when that's not true? Replied Tom calmly, and it seems that even you realize this since you were the one to see it and react to it. There's nothing wrong with it. You're finally breaking through the prejudices you had of him. And that's a positive thing. It might be confusing at first but in time you'll acknowledge that he is me. Orion hissed angrily, no, he's not. He was once you but now he's twisted in every way. Why do you want me to like him? Don't you see how he treats me? I can't afford to like him. I can't afford to acknowledge that there might still be some part of you in him. Because I would be at a disadvantage, he would use it against me. He doesn't care for me. He manhandled me today, he physically hurt me. How can you say that he's you when he treats me in such a way? If I manhandled you it must have been for a good reason, replied Tom nonchalantly. You and your sodding good reason, snapped Orion, you always say that whatever he does is for a good reason and that's a lie. There aren't good reasons or bad reasons with him, only self-centered reasons. Do you know what he said to me? The gall of the man. He said I was his possession. He wanted to dictate who my partner should be. He ordered me to stop seeing Lysander. Tom cocked an eyebrow. Well, I can't say I disagree with myself. After all, I've been telling you that Lysander isn't good for you for quite a while. But pray, why Lysander in particular? Just because he saw the tiny little bite that Lysander gave me, said Orion in exasperation, and he just lost it when he saw it. Started hissing about marks and that no one had the right to mark me but himself. Can you believe it? What does he take me for? A cow. That has to be branded with his owner's mark. Is he insane? Tom let out a small laugh and said, You're so naive, Orion. Don't you see that he lost it, as you put it, because he doesn't want anyone else to have you. He wants you for himself. And his possessiveness of you is quite revealing. He wouldn't have reacted that way if he didn't like you. Orion snorted, I don't know who you're trying to delude, me or yourself. He doesn't like me and he certainly doesn't care for me. He thinks of me as a thing that he believes he owns and doesn't want anyone else touching. Well, I'm not a thing. And I'm certainly not his. Tom smirked at him and said under his breath, You don't know how wrong you are. But Orion heard him and he asked angrily, And what's that supposed to mean? Are you saying that I'm a thing? No, said Tom with a small smile and glinting eyes, you're definitely not a thing. Orion narrowed his eyes and hissed angrily, So you're implying that I'm his? I'm not implying anything, retorted Tom dismissively, you're overreacting to the whole situation. So I got mad at you and said you were mine. It was something I said in anger, surely. You don't have to take it literally. Stop referring to him as you. Hissed Orion, I won't speak to you anymore if you continue to do that. I won't allow you to manipulate my thoughts in such a way. Tom sighed in exasperation, fine. I won't do it again. But you must understand that it's really hard for me to not think of him as myself and to not talk in first person. You've been doing a pretty decent job all these years, snapped Orion angrily, I think you can manage. All right, said Tom rolling his eyes, so he got mad at you and said some things you didn't like. Then he added sarcastically, I think you'll survive. Orion huffed in exasperation. There was really no point in trying to make Tom understand the seriousness of the situation. Look, all I'm saying is that I hate it when he treats me like one of his minions. Since the beginning I told him that I want to be his equal. I won't stand to be treated as anything else. Tom drawled arrogantly, he'll never consider you his equal. And why is that? Snapped Orion angrily, I'm powerful enough. You believe that you're equal in power to Lord Voldemort just because of your display of dark magic at Azkaban? Asked Tom snidely, a display of accidental magic that you have no way of reproducing. Orion replied quietly, I've been practicing, just as you suggested, Tom. I'm capable of some control now and I'll master it in time. Tom narrowed his eyes at him, you never told me that. I would have told you eventually, retorted Orion dismissively. Well, it doesn't matter. Even if what you say is true and you can be as powerful as him, he'll never willingly acknowledge it, replied Tom earnestly. Then I will make him admit it. Hissed Orion. Tom looked at him in concern, you can't antagonize him openly, Orion. You are powerful but you're still young. He has decades of experience and a deep and vast knowledge of the dark arts. Those are his advantages over you. If you confront him, he'll harm you to put you in your place. But he needs to see that I'm powerful enough to be his equal, Tom. Said Orion impatiently. I think he knows already, that's why he's so interested in you. But he'll outmaneuver you every time to be on top of the game, interjected Tom, you have to tread very carefully around him. Show him that you're powerful but don't defy him openly, don't give him reasons to attack you. How can I not defy him when he spouts ridiculous and twisted ideas about owning me? I won't allow him to treat me that way," said Orion in frustration. Tom cocked an eyebrow. "Did he torture you? Did he threaten to kill Lysander if you didn't obey him? And in the end, after your row with him, did he insisted that you obeyed his commands?" Orion frowned and replied, "No. But that was only because of the whole cheek caressing thing. He was too disgusted and horrified by it. He just wanted me to leave as quickly as possible." Tom smirked at him. "I don't think he was disgusted by it. But anyway, my point is that he didn't treat you as a possession in the end, did he?" "Because he was in shock," replied Orion with conviction. "I'm sure that as soon as he gets his senses back, he'll start hissing again that I'm his." "Perhaps, but you can't take offense," replied Tom nonchalantly. "You'll have to wait and see how he conducts himself next time." "Fine," replied Orion moodily, "that's what I'll do. But he has another thing coming if he thinks that I won't fight him every step of the way if he keeps treating me like he did today." Tom gave him a sly smirk. "I'm sure he'll enjoy the challenge." "I know I would." Orion rolled his eyes and bid Tom a good night as he shut the locket. "It's a miracle if I don't go bonkers," thought Orion wryly as he fell asleep, as if one Voldemort wasn't enough. "Now I have to put up with two of all the sneaky twists of fate, and I just had to get both of them at the same time." The following day, some students started leaving the castle for their Christmas holiday week. Calypso was returning to Durmstrang to spend some time with her father, while Lysander would be going back to his clan. Draco and Orion would be port-keying with Narcissa to Malfoy Manor, and from there they would flow to Moscow. Calypso and Lysander had already left, and Orion was wandering around the castle, spending the hour left before Narcissa came to pick them up. He was rather excited about the holidays. He had finally received a letter from Remus where he asked to meet him at Black Manor, and he was very curious about how Remus was doing with the werewolf packs. And now, for the first time, he was looking forward to the winter season's balls. He just hoped Draco and he would be included in some of the adults' meetings. As he walked through a corridor, looking with interest at some of the portraits, he caught sight of purple robes from the corner of his eye. He inwardly groaned. He had been very careful in avoiding Dumbledore, but it seemed that the old coot was taking the opportunity of ambushing him while the castle was partly deserted. "My dear boy," said Dumbledore merrily as he approached Orion, "what a happy coincidence that I stumbled upon you. Would you join me for tea while you wait for your guardian?" Orion mentally snorted. "Coincidence, my broomstick." He shot the portraits a nasty look. One of them surely alerted Dumbledore of his presence in this corridor. He looked up at Dumbledore and said with a smile, "Of course, Headmaster. I would be delighted." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled and he said merrily, "Excellent. My office is this way." Orion followed Dumbledore in silence while the old man happily babbled about something or other, until they stopped before a large and extremely ugly stone gargoyle. As soon as Dumbledore stepped in front of it, the gargoyle sprang to life and hopped aside as the wall behind him split in two. Even dreading his conversation with Dumbledore, Orion couldn't fail to be amazed. Behind the wall was a spiral staircase that was moving smoothly upward, like an escalator. As he and Dumbledore stepped onto it, Orion heard the wall thud closed behind them. They rose upward in circles, higher and higher, until at last, Orion saw a gleaming oak door ahead, with a brass knocker in the shape of a griffin. They stepped off the stone staircase at the top, and the door opened silently before Dumbledore. Orion followed him inside and inspected the office. It was a large and beautiful circular room, full of funny little noises. A number of curious silver instruments stood on spindle-legged tables, whirring and emitting little puffs of smoke. As Orion looked around, he wondered where the old goat had the invisibility cloak stashed. The walls were covered with portraits of old headmasters and headmistresses, all of whom were eyeing him in interest. Orion saw Phineas, but neither acknowledged each other, as it should be since Dumbledore was watching him like a hawk. There was also an enormous, claw-footed desk, and, sitting on a shelf behind it, a shabby, tattered wizard's hat, which Orion realized had to be the famous Sorting Hat. And standing on a golden perch behind the door was a decrepit-looking bird that resembled a half-plucked turkey. Orion moved towards it and stared at it in interest. The bird looked balefully back, making a gagging noise. Its eyes were dull and, even as Orion watched, a couple more feathers fell out of its tail. "He is Fawkes," said Dumbledore behind his back. "He's a phoenix," cut in Orion, nodding his head, "and he's in one of his burning days." As he said those words, the phoenix burst into flames, and with one last shriek there was nothing but a smoldering pile of ash, with a tiny bald head poking from it. Orion turned around and Dumbledore motioned for him to take a seat. "It's a shame you had to see him on a burning day," said Dumbledore, seating himself behind his desk. "He's really very handsome most of the time, wonderful red and gold plumage." Then he added with a smile, "But you already know about phoenixes. After all, you have a phoenix patronus, which is most unique. But having two, a phoenix and a basilisk, is quite remarkable." Orion had taken a seat on one of the plush armchairs in front of Dumbledore's desk, and he tensed at the words. He took the cup of tea that Dumbledore had conjured for him and pretended to give it a sip. Who knew what the old man had put inside? He didn't put it past the old coot to have dosed his tea with veritaserum. He settled the cup down and said loftily, "Yes, I was quite surprised myself. Could never cast them back, though. Must have been due to the circumstances." Dumbledore fixed Orion with his penetrating light blue stare from behind the desk. He suddenly and swiftly moved forwards over the desk and caught Orion's left arm while lifting his sleeve. He saw nothing but smooth unmarred skin. Orion wrenched his arm from Dumbledore's grasp and hissed furiously, "How dare you!" As Dumbledore settled back on his high chair, he said unfazed, "Forgive me, my boy, but I had to make sure." Orion glared at him and Dumbledore slightly narrowed his eyes at Orion's right hand and said, "That ring contains dark magic, my child. I think it would be safer for you to get rid of it." Orion withdrew his hand from Dumbledore's desktop and said scathingly, "Of course it has dark magic. It's the Black Air ring, a family heirloom. My dear father gave it to me and I'll always wear it. Remember my father, Dumbledore." Dumbledore sighed and assumed a sorrowful expression. "I was very sorry for what happened to your father, Orion. I knew him as a boy. He was one of my favorites and I loved him dearly." Orion bristled and bellowed, "Don't you dare say that you loved my father when you participated in his capture. When you allowed the Dementors to key him." Dumbledore gave him a sad look and said gently, "Your father was a Death Eater, my boy." The Aurors checked his arm and saw the dark mark. "I could not have prevented his capture even if I would have liked to. You knew that Pettigrew was alive. I'm sure Snape told you as soon as he saw you," said Orion furiously, "and even knowing that my father was innocent of the crimes he was convicted for, you allowed the Aurors to take him. You could have stopped them. You could have told them that Pettigrew was alive." Dumbledore looked at him pityingly over his half-moon spectacles. "Regrettably, your father was unbalanced due to his years in Azkaban and he turned to the dark side, my boy. It pained me greatly, but it had to be done. It was for the best. A Death Eater can't be allowed to interact with civil society. And whose fault was it that my father spent 10 years in Azkaban?" Hissed Orion as his hands clenched into fists. "Who was it that didn't lift a finger to give him a trial? As a member of the Wizengamot you had the power to request one. And yet, you did nothing. If he was one of your favorites, as you say, why didn't you help him?" Dumbledore sighed and said softly, "Those were dangerous times, my child. Everyone suspected everyone else and it was very difficult to tell who was a Death Eater. The evidence against your father was so conclusive." Then he added sorrowfully, "I admit that I made a mistake. I will carry that cross for the rest of my life." "As you should," spat Orion angrily, "but admitting that you were in the wrong doesn't change the fact that you had the chance to make up for your mistake and help my father this time and you didn't. He might have been a Death Eater but he had committed no crime." "He escaped from Azkaban," replied Dumbledore quietly. "Even if it was proved that Pettigrew was alive, your father was still a convicted wizard that broke from Azkaban. Where he didn't belong in the first place," snapped Orion angrily. "Even so," said Dumbledore gently, "it's still a crime punishable by wizarding law." Orion fumed furiously in silence. There was no point in discussing the subject with Dumbledore. The old man would say anything to excuse his own behavior and no matter what he said, Orion would not be swayed from his conviction that Dumbledore was a manipulative old bastard that deserved the worst of fates. Dumbledore took his silence for agreement and then changed subjects. "How are your guardians treating you, my boy?" Orion looked at him suspiciously. "I'm very happy with the Malfoys. Draco and I have become good friends. I'm glad that they are taking good care of you," said Dumbledore with twinkling eyes. "I was rather surprised that they asked for your guardianship." Orion replied smoothly, "I was surprised as well. I had never met them before but Mrs. Malfoy told me that she felt it was her duty since she is my last living relative. Dumbledore smiled at him. Dear Mrs. Malfoy, just as enchanting as her sister. You might be happy to learn that the excellent Mrs. Tonks was also interested in being your guardian. Orion looked at him in faked surprise. She was. I assume that Mrs. Tonks is Mrs. Malfoy's sister. Dumbledore nodded. She's Andromeda Tonks, née Black, and has a lovely family. I think you would get along splendidly well with her daughter Nymphadora. He chuckled benignly and added, she's quite a character, very fun to be around. Orion nodded silently, wondering when the old man would get to the point. He didn't have to wonder for long as Dumbledore kept speaking. They would have provided you with an excellent environment. I believe your father would have preferred that you were living with a light family. I know that he had wished that for himself, and I believe that he would have wanted that for you. Orion inwardly bristled but said calmly, perhaps you're right. But there isn't much that can be done about it now. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled as he said, my dear boy, if you wanted to change guardians you would only need to submit to the ministry a signed document expressing your wish to be taken care by the Tonks. Orion smiled at him, thank you for the information, but the Malfoys are taking excellent care of me. I have nothing to complain about. I'm quite happy with them. Very well, replied Dumbledore calmly, just remember that you have the option if you change your mind in the future. You might feel more comfortable with a light family instead of a dark one. Orion looked at the old man and said sweetly, I'll remember. Thank you for your concern. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled at him and Orion wished he could rip them out of their sockets and make the old man choke on them. While Orion envisioned many tempting scenarios in his mind, Dumbledore said impassively, I believe that the Malfoys are taking you to Moscow for the winter season. If that is what they have planned, they haven't told me yet, replied Orion smoothly, but I hope not. I've heard that those balls are quite tedious. It would be quite a bore in my opinion. Dumbledore slightly narrowed his eyes at him but said merrily, well, I'm sure you'll have a fantastic time anyway. Orion smiled, perhaps I will. After a pause of silence Dumbledore said with a grandfatherly smile, I was quite impressed with the transfiguration abilities you displayed during the first task. I must commend you for it. Thank you, replied Orion, my father was very good at transfiguration, I believe he passed it on to me. Indeed, retorted Dumbledore, he was a top student in Professor McGonagall's class. It's a pity that she won't have the pleasure of teaching you when you return to Durmstrang. Orion eyed him speculatively and replied, I'll miss her class. She's an excellent teacher. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled as he said, I was surprised that your father sent you to Durmstrang instead of Hogwarts. He had great fun during his school years. He and James Potter were quite popular. I'm glad that you had the chance to come here and see Hogwarts for yourself. What do you think of the school? I like it so far, replied Orion, already knowing where this was headed. It's quite different from Durmstrang but it's nice. Dumbledore smiled at him, now that the Malfoys are your guardians and that you're friends with Draco, maybe they would like you to attend Hogwarts. And I'm sure your father would have liked it as well. You would enjoy it as much as he did in his days. It was just what Orion had expected, so he simply replied, I don't know if the Malfoys are planning a change of schools for me, but I would prefer to stay at Durmstrang. I already have good friends there. Friends are very important, indeed. A good friendship is one of the delights of life, replied Dumbledore with a grandfatherly smile. I'm sure you could have great friends at Hogwarts as well. Your own father met his best friends here. As thick as thieves they were. Orion, already extremely tired of Dumbledore using his father at every instant to manipulate him, snapped, not that it did him much good, did it? One of them betrayed them, one of them died, and the other didn't believe in his innocence until it was too late. I think I'll stick with Durmstrang. Thanks. Before Dumbledore could reply, Orion made a show of looking at his wristwatch and said, oh, look at the time. He stood up and said politely, thank you for tea, headmaster. I wish you a happy Christmas. Dumbledore smiled at him benignly, thank you, my boy. Merry Christmas to you too. I hope we have another opportunity to have tea in the future. Orion strained his face to smile warmly at him, I hope so too. Then he spun around and left the office. It was clear to him now that he couldn't put in action his plan to tell Dumbledore that he was Harry Potter in order to gain information on the Order of the Phoenix and the prophecy. He had never been too sure about that plan, the risks were great, but he had considered it as a possibility. But now it would be completely disregarded. The old man was too controlling. If even just as Orion Black, the old coot already wanted to send him to the Tonks and bring him to Hogwarts, then as Harry Potter he would be powerless to prevent it. Dumbledore would move mountains to get his way. No, he would never tell Dumbledore. He would have to find another way to get information. As soon as Orion reached his dormitory he quickly scrawled a note for Draco telling him to wait for him and left the piece of parchment on his bed. He quickly took out his wand and activated the portkey. He landed in the middle of Voldemort's study. The wizard was sitting behind his desk, writing on a long parchment as he leafed through the pages of one of the many documents and plans on his desk. He raised his face to look at Orion, arched an enquiring eyebrow and said coldly, "You have something to report already." Orion moved forwards until he stood in front of Voldemort's desk and said urgently without looking into the wizard's eyes, "Not on the task that you gave me, but I think this is important. Dumbledore took me to his office for a chat and he was fishing for information about Moscow." He paused uncertainly but then added, "I think he suspects that something will be going on there. He wanted to know if the Malfoys were going." Voldemort rested his back on his high chair and looked at him with his piercing crimson eyes. "And what do you think Dumbledore suspects?" Orion frowned. "About the gatherings, of course, and the meetings that will take place there." Voldemort narrowed his eyes at him and asked curtly, "And who told you about the meetings?" Orion paled. No one. Narcissa told me that we were going to Moscow and that the Lestranges were going as well. So I thought that if the Lestranges were going then it must be because there would be meetings." Voldemort interrupted him and said in clipped angry tones, "Don't lie to me." "Who told you?" Orion heaved a breath and said, "Draco." Then he rushed out, but it wasn't his fault. I battered him until he had no choice but to tell me. He adamantly refused to tell but I was too persistent and Voldemort raised a hand and said sternly, "Enough. I won't punish Draco for telling you. The Malfoys would have told you eventually so there's no harm done." Orion sighed in relief and Voldemort added curtly, "Now, you say that the old man took you to his office. What did he want with you?" Orion carded his fingers through his hair, "Many things. But the most important was that he checked my arm for the dark mark. I don't know why he suspects me." He shot Voldemort a quick look and said, "You have a spy in your ranks. That would explain why he suspects me and why he knows about Moscow." He frowned and added, "And it isn't Snape. He has never seen me here and the other Death Eaters would have never told him about me." Voldemort cocked an eyebrow and asked quietly, "And why do you think Snape is another spy?" Orion hesitated. He didn't want to get Snape in trouble but the truth was that Voldemort needed to know that Snape was passing information to Dumbledore. So he said carefully, "I think he walks a fine line between you and Dumbledore. I think he passes information to the both of you and therefore he can't be trusted for now. But he's still valuable. You have never summoned him when I'm here so I guess that you know this already." He paused and then asked, "Does Snape know about the gatherings?" Voldemort replied quietly, "He doesn't. I'm taking all security measures." Then he pierced Orion with his eyes and said, "What else did Dumbledore want?" "He has taken an interest in me," said Orion sourly. "He said that I would be better living with the Tonks instead of the Malfoys and then implied that I should attend Hogwarts." Then he added as he started pacing the room, "It's obvious that he wants me in his clutches but I don't know why. It could be because he saw that I was powerful the night I went to Hogwarts to help my father but he has never seen my true power, not like you have, so there must be something else. Or maybe he simply wants to get as many allies as he can. After all, having a black on his side would reassure some dark families if they wanted to change sides. And it would be seen as a victory by the light side. It worries me, this interest he has in turning me to the light side. I have to practice great restraint when I'm around him. He's so manipulative and controlling that I just want to curse him into the next millennium. If he keeps ambushing me to have tea I might just snap in." "Orion," said Voldemort sharply to stop his ramblings. Orion turned around to look at him and Voldemort continued, "I knew already that Dumbledore would be interested in you. But he can do nothing to remove you from the Malfoys or to have you at Hogwarts. So there's no cause for concern." Then he added with a malicious smirk, "As for cursing him, well, I share your sentiment, but you'll have to put on your best mask and suffer him in silence." Orion sighed and nodded. Then he looked at Voldemort and said, Well, that was all I had to report. Voldemort nodded but remained silently regarding Orion. Voldemort carefully inspected the boy who hadn't looked into his eyes once. He wondered why Orion couldn't meet his eyes. He remembered yesterday's confrontation. He remembered the lost and confused expression on the boy's face while they looked into each other's eyes, just after he had started manipulating the boy with his caress and hisses. He was still startled at his own reaction when he saw the boy's bite mark. All his followers were his to command, that was true, but he had never felt that flare of possessiveness towards any of his followers before. The way he had reacted to the boy, it revealed a weakness that could be exploited by others. The boy was nothing to him after all. He was a tool in his hands, a worthy follower that needed to be molded. The boy was beautiful and extremely powerful, that was true, but he was merely one more pawn in his plans. Voldemort inwardly smirked. How easily he could manipulate the boy with caresses and silky hisses. The boy's shivers proved that he was susceptible to them. He would use it to make Orion bow at his feet. The boy will learn to obey and respect him. He had to have Orion completely ensnared in his thrall. Such a powerful creature couldn't belong to anyone else but him. And there was still much that had to be changed in Orion to make him a perfect follower. The boy had too much innocence, too much compassion. He remembered Orion's horror at what he had done to the Ministry's witch. That needed to be changed. Orion was to become one of his Death Eaters, probably the most powerful one. The boy needed to be cold-hearted and ruthless. He would have to start shaping Orion into a ruthless and obedient Death Eater, so that in time he could be in his inner circle. And he had other plans for the boy as well. He shrewdly inspected the boy again and smirked maliciously. Yes, the boy was powerful, exquisitely so. The dark magic he had felt coming off in waves from the boy in Azkaban was truly enticing and flabbergasting. Never had felt such raw dark power. Maybe he should reevaluate what he wanted to do with Orion. He knew Lucius wanted to attach the boy to his spawn. The Malfoy brat and Orion would certainly produce a powerful heir, but it would also be a waste to marry. Orion to Lucius, boy. Orion was much more powerful than the Malfoy whelp. Voldemort impassively trailed his eyes over Orion. The boy was extremely beautiful, young perhaps, but that mattered little when he held such power in his lithe body. Orion needed to be paired with someone that had just as much power or more. He had never deigned to have a consort before, he had never found anyone powerful enough to be his match, and he had taken measures to be immortal. Eventually he would need to have an heir and train him to rule at his side. Once he conquered the wizarding world, he would never relinquish his hold over it, but his bloodline had to continue. He couldn't allow Salazar's great bloodline to end with him. And maybe this boy could be the means to accomplish it. He smirked in satisfaction. But first, Orion had to be molded, broken and fixed up to his liking. All in good time. Orion resisted the impulse to squirm under Voldemort's Arlet gaze. There was a calculating and devious glint in Voldemort's eyes that he didn't like at all. He wondered what the wizard was plotting. He uneasily waited for Voldemort to finish his appraisal and say something. After a few more tense moments for Orion, Voldemort said dismissively, returning to his reading, "You may leave." Orion nodded and took out his wand to point it at his ring. Then he paused, shot Voldemort a glance and asked, "What will you do about Dumbledore knowing about the meetings? And about the unknown spy?" "That's not your concern," replied Voldemort coldly, without looking at him. "Now leave. I have work to do." Orion shot him a glare before disappearing from Voldemort's study. As he appeared in his dormitory, Orion thought that his first meeting after the incident, as he called yesterday's summon, had gone rather well. He had not even once thought of Voldemort as Tom. Well, that could also be because he had not even dared to look at Voldemort in the eye. When Orion had looked at him, he had concentrated on the man's forehead or chin, anywhere except his crimson eyes. But Orion was quite satisfied nonetheless. He just had to keep doing that and he could easily meet Voldemort without problems, and he could happily continue his existence considering Voldemort and Tom as two separate entities, just like it should be. And Tom had been right. Voldemort hadn't said anything about owning him or some such absurdity. He seemed completely uninterested in him in a personal level. Which was completely fine as far as he was concerned. But on the other hand, Voldemort had looked at him in a calculating way. Well, whatever Voldemort was planning, he would eventually find out and oppose it if it didn't benefit him. Let Voldemort believe that he only wanted to be his follower and become his equal in power. But he wanted much more. He wanted to be powerful enough so that Voldemort could never dominate him, never attempt to rule his life. Voldemort might be the Dark Lord, but he would become someone important and powerful as well. He would make sure of it. Draco, who was in the middle of Orion's dorm, with arms crossed above his chest, said impatiently, "Where have you been? Mother has been waiting for us at the entrance for 10 minutes already." "Sorry," replied Orion, "I just had something to do." Then he remembered something and cursed. He went to his trunk and retrieved the book. He turned to look at Draco and said, "Can you take my trunk with you? I'll see you at the entrance. I won't take long." He didn't wait for a reply and ran out towards Snape's office. He knocked on the door and heard a muffled and exasperated, "Enter," from the inside. He quickly opened the door and entered the room. Snape's office had endless shelves along the walls filled with books, glass jars containing weird animal parts and ingredients, and strange instruments which Orion guessed were used for potion making. It was gloomy and dark, and strongly smelled of aconite and wormwood. Snape was sitting behind a desk, slightly hunched over a book he was reading while taking notes on a parchment, with his veil of long greasy hair covering part of his face and almost reaching the desk's top. He lifted his face and scowled darkly when he saw Orion. "What do you want, Black?" snapped Snape irritably. Orion advanced forwards and with a loud thud placed the Half-Blood Prince book in front of Snape, right under his hooked nose. "I came to return this to you, sir," said Orion calmly. "I thought you would like it back." Snape frowned and looked at the book. His eyes widened and he sharply looked back at Orion and hissed furiously, "Where did you get this?" "From your shelf, during that first class of potions with the Slytherins and Gryffindors," replied Orion nonchalantly. "Quite an interesting read." Snape sneered at him. "I doubt that you understood anything that was written in there. It's a Newt-level potions textbook, way out of your limited scope of understanding." Orion cocked an eyebrow and smirked. "Oh, I wasn't referring to the potion brewing instructions, though those were interesting as well. No, I meant the dark spells." "Your dark spells?" Snape narrowed his eyes dangerously and hissed, "I don't know what you're implying, Black. This is only a used textbook of some old student. If there are any spells written in here, I'm sure they are for play and don't actually work." Orion calmly took a seat in front of Snape's desk and then took his time to regard him in silence. Snape was looking back at him with an increasingly darkening scowl. "I didn't invite you to sit down, Black. Now get out of my office." Orion leaned forward over the desk, and with his face just inches away from Snape's, he said quietly, "It is a great book. The dark spells are remarkable. The person who created them is brilliant, and I think we both know who that person is. I returned it to you because it could cause you problems if anyone else found it." Then he looked directly into Snape's black eyes and said in a low whisper, "You're a prince, the last one, and you're turning your back to your own blood. You're allowing Dumbledore to manipulate you. You'll have to choose sides soon, and I hope you don't betray your own kind." Snape sharply stood up and looked down at Orion with a fierce expression. He snarled, "I don't know what you're talking about, Black. But I see you're poking your nose at other people's business, just as arrogantly and impudently as your disgusting mutt of a father." Orion forcefully grabbed Snape by the collar and hissed, green eyes flashing in anger, "I've put up with your derogatory comments about my father for a very long time, Snape. But I've just had it. I've forgiven you for your part in my father's capture. But don't push me." Snape wrenched Orion's hand away from his collar and sneered, looking down at him from his hooked nose, "As if I care that an insolent little whelp like you forgave me or not. Your father was a Death Eater and deserved his fate. He betrayed no one," hissed Orion with narrowed eyes, "and as for being a Death Eater, so are you. Though not one at heart, are you. You need to reconsider your true allegiance. Dumbledore is using you, turning you against our kind. How can you, a prince, turn against your blood and ancestors?" Snape had narrowed his eyes into vicious slits and interrupted him by roughly grasping him by the collar of his robes. Snape dragged him through the office and wrenched the door open. "Out!" hissed Snape furiously while pushing Orion through the threshold, "Never come into my office again." Orion stumbled out of the office while the door clashed shut behind him. Well, that hadn't gone well at all, thought Orion wryly as he walked to the entrance hall. He wasn't concerned about Snape telling Dumbledore about their little chat. It didn't incriminate him at all. He had only revealed that he considered himself dark, which due to his bloodline Dumbledore already knew, and that he knew that Snape was a Death Eater, but Sirius could have easily told him that, so again, it didn't indicate that he was Voldemort's follower. But Snape needed to come to their side. There had to be a way. Well, the only way would be to reveal that he was Harry Potter and to convince him that Dumbledore manipulated his love for Lily to keep him loyal. Orion sighed. He couldn't do that yet. Voldemort would need to know before Snape, and he wasn't ready to disclose his true identity to him. But would Snape change sides just because he was Harry Potter? Could he convince him? Besides removing Snape's blind to Dumbledore's manipulations, which Snape had to be aware of at some level, the fact that the boy who lived was on the dark side could also sway Snape. Snape was a survivor after all. He wouldn't cast his lot with the losing side. And the light side without the boy who lived was weaker in comparison. Orion sighed again, so many things to do, so many plans. And what would happen when his identity was revealed? What would Voldemort and Dumbledore do? How would the wizarding world react? He could see it already. Voldemort torturing him until he was satisfied that he was truly on his side, Dumbledore attempting to get his clutches on him, wanting him to be at Hogwarts under his thumb, the wizarding world horrified that he was dark but nonetheless demanding that he took the mantle as their savior. And all because of a prophecy that he knew now existed. The wizarding world didn't know about it, but they knew that he had defeated Voldemort once and therefore expected him to do it again. Never mind what he truly wanted, never mind that he was just a boy. He was expected to give his life for them. Orion snorted. He would play hero for no one. Even less for a bunch of light wizards that wanted to cowardly crouch behind a boy. Wizards that would happily see dead his own kind. Dumbledore was the biggest threat of all. According to what Snape had said in his vision, Dumbledore was preparing Neville for the role that he had hoped Harry Potter would have fulfilled. When Dumbledore discovered that the boy who lived was alive and kicking, he would snatch him immediately. He was 1,000 times more powerful than Neville. The old goat would rejoice in his good luck. Dumbledore would indubitably try to brainwash him against the dark. He would use his father's and his mother's memory. He would take him out of Durmstrang. Orion wearily rubbed his forehead. Damn that prophecy. What did it say? Why did Dumbledore place such faith in it? And how on earth will he ever be able to discover it? Orion took a deep breath and calmed down. Whatever it said, he would not allow anyone to use him. He was powerful already, he would be even more powerful when he managed to control his dark magic better. He would stand up to Dumbledore, Voldemort and the whole wizarding world if he needed to. And Tom would help him, he would guide him. But Tom was Voldemort, Tom. He hadn't even thought of asking him about the prophecy. Orion frowned. But Tom was only 20 years old or so, and Snape had told Voldemort about the prophecy sometime before the night of the attack on the Potters. So Voldemort had been around 50 at that time. Tom wouldn't know about the prophecy. Orion sighed. Well, somehow he would find out. He meet a scowling Draco and a patient Narcissa by Hogwarts, entrance doors, and they portkeyed with the trunks to Malfoy Manor. Orion quickly went to his room and snatched Phineas' shrunk portrait and placed it inside one of his trunks. Then he helped the Medowitch flow with Sirius to Moscow, grateful that Narcissa had decided to take Sirius with them for Orion's peace of mind. After settling Sirius in a room besides his and after dismissing the elves that had unpacked his belongings, Orion notified to Narcissa that he would be spending an hour at Black Manor to ascertain that the elves were keeping the place as he had instructed, before coming back and getting ready for the evening's ball. As soon as Orion stepped out of the fireplace of Black Manor's main parlor, he checked the time. Remus wouldn't be arriving in another 15 minutes. He looked around and hated the empty feeling of the manor. There was no Sirius to greet him with a warm hug and barking laughter. No father to tell his worries or to playfully annoy. Orion sighed. The place didn't feel like home anymore, not without Sirius. He slowly walked towards Sirius' study. He had instructed the elves to keep it clean but untouched, and he hadn't dared to enter after his father's death. He stood uncertain before the door. The memories would be painful to bear. But perhaps he needed this. He opened the door slowly and went inside. It was just like Sirius had left it. He could even pretend that his father was somewhere else in the manor and that he would be coming back shortly into the study. Orion approached the desk and sorrowfully touched his father's belongings. He could almost hear Sirius' laughter echoing in the room. He sat down on his father's high chair behind the desk and looked around despondently. He closed his eyes and rested his back on the chair. As sorrowful and depressing thoughts entered his mind, he became aware of a tingling of magic. He opened his eyes abruptly. He had felt a nearby concentration of wards. He frowned and passed his hand over the desk. There. The magic came from the last drawer. He took out his wand and started tearing down the wards. The last one was based on blood magic. He used a letter opener and pinched his finger. He pushed the fingertip against the drawer and smudged his blood on it, and with a click the drawer opened. Orion's eyes widened when he saw his father's pensieve inside. He hadn't given it a thought. As soon as his fingers touched the rim, a piece of parchment popped into existence, hovering in mid-air in front of his face. Orion blinked in surprise and grasped it. The blood drained from his face and tears started streaming from his eyes as he read it. "My young pup, I'm writing this as I get ready to go to Hogwarts once more. If you're reading this, then forgive me for breaking my promise to you, but I can't idly stay at the manor while I know that your mother's and James's betrayer remains free and unpunished. I hope you understand that I need to do this. I'm aware of the risks involved, that's why I'm leaving my most precious memories behind, in case I get captured by the Dementors or that Peter takes me to Voldemort. I don't want them to take these memories away from me, all my memories of my friends, all my times with Lily, and all my memories of you, I leave behind because I treasure them above anything else. I know we've never seen eye to eye about Voldemort and the war, but I want you to know that whatever path you choose, I'll be proud of you because I know you'll make the right choices. You have your own destiny to fulfill and I know you'll be great. Whatever happens to me, remember that I love you more than life itself. You gave me a reason for living when I thought I had nothing left. You've made me so proud and happy that I have blessed each moment that we have spent together. Please don't worry about me and enjoy your life. I'll always love you. Your father, Sirius." Orion dropped the letter on the desk and with blurred vision looked down at his father's pensieve. It was full at the brim with silvery swirling memories. Half his father's life seemed to be there. He could only be grateful that his father had taken the precaution of leaving his best memories behind because the Dementor would not feed on them. He would be able to place them back once he rescued his father's soul and resurrected him. After that last thought, he broke into heaving sobs and sagged against the desk. His father had known about the risks, he hadn't acted recklessly as Orion had once believed. Then why had Sirius preferred to risk his life to get revenge instead of being safe and remaining at his son's side? He didn't understand. "Orion," said a concerned and gentle voice. Orion lifted his tear-stained face and saw Remus standing in the study's threshold. When Remus saw his face, his alarm grew and he quickly crossed the room and knelt by his side. Remus cupped Orion's face and said softly, "What happened? Why are you crying?" Orion merely sobbed harder and with shaky hands he gave the letter to Remus. The older wizard's eyes widened as he read the letter and then they filled with unshed tears. "Oh, my cub," said Remus with a shaky voice as he embraced Orion and pulled him to the floor with him. "He knew, Remus," said Orion between sobs against Remus' chest. He was aware of the danger. But he left featuring me. He abandoned me. He preferred to execute his revenge instead of taking care of me, instead of loathing me. He loved you more than life itself, cub, said Remus tremulously while he tightened the embrace and stroked Orion's hair, but Sirius was always very restless. It must have been very hard for him to stay at the manor while he knew Peter was at Hogwarts, so near his grasp. You must forgive him, Orion. His heart was in the right place. He lived only for you, but he couldn't go on while knowing that Peter remained unpunished. He needed to avenge your mother's death. You must understand that his decision doesn't mean that he loved you any less. Orion grasped Remus' robes and he burrowed further into the werewolf's chest. After a while he said in a broken muffled voice, I think I understand, but it doesn't hurt less. Remus sighed and slowly carted his fingers through the boy's hair. The pain will dull in time, my cub. Orion looked up at him, eyes red from crying, and asked softly, did it go away in your case? Remus' sad eyes looked into space and he replied quietly, no. It's still there. I don't think it'll ever go away, but one learns to live with it. One goes on with his life. He paused and said with a small smile, come, I have much to tell you. Orion nodded and Remus pulled him up from the floor and took him to the only couch in the study. Orion really looked at Remus for the first time. He had never seen him so well before. His face wasn't marred by scars and he looked younger and healthier. "You look different," said Orion quietly while he inspected him, "you look happy and healthy." Remus gave him a soft smile and replied, "I feel happy. It has been a couple of strange but good months." "Then it went well with the werewolf packs?" asked Orion puzzled. "Yes," replied Remus with a larger smile, "more than well. I have never felt this good. It's hard to explain, Cub. I had never formed part of a pack before. When I went to Hogwarts I transformed alone, except during the last years, when James and Sirius adopted their animagus form and accompanied me. And after James and Lily died and Sirius went to Azkaban, I fled from the country and spent my years hidden in a remote cottage. Those were the worst years of my life. I had no one and the transformations scared me. I tried to fight it but it was inevitable and very painful. I hated myself for my condition. I thought I didn't deserve to be around normal people. I never expected the transformation to be any different in a pack." His eyes glinted as he continued, "But it's so different. We don't take the Wolfbane potion, none of us has the money to buy it. We group together during the full moons and transform at the same time, but there's this shared feeling of belonging between us that makes it bearable, almost painless. They don't fight it, not like I did. I had to learn to let go of my fears and I finally managed to transform with minimum pain, with their help. The best part is that when we're werewolves together we don't attack each other or ourselves. There's this sense of family that binds us together and appeases the wolf. We merely hunt for small animals during the night and end up sleeping on the ground, grouped together and content. It's marvelous." Orion grasped his hand and said with a smile, "I'm so happy for you, Remus. I'm glad that you're not denying the wolf any longer. Quote, I have you to thank, Cub. I would have never gone to them if you hadn't convinced me," said Remus gratefully. Orion shook his head, "You have nothing to thank me for. I didn't know that the transformations were easier when you belonged in a pack." Remus smiled warmly at him, "Nevertheless, I thank you." Orion shrugged his shoulders and asked, "Tell me more about the packs." "There are 4 in England and more abroad. The pack I went to is composed by Muggle and Wizard werewolves," explained Remus. "The Muggle werewolves manage to have low-income day jobs since werewolves are unknown in the Muggle world, so they provide some money for the pack. They aren't learned because they were thrown out of their homes by their families or they fled when they were bitten and had their first transformation. But together, they manage to save money for the pack. The Wizard ones, however, can never keep a job unless it's in the Muggle world, since in wizarding communities they're quickly detected and turned to the Ministry. As you know, by wizarding law, a werewolf can't have employment or be accepted in a magical school. The wizard werewolves never had the opportunity I had, so I spent most of my time teaching them how to cast spells. I bought wands for them and gave them my old Hogwarts textbooks. We live in tents with basic commodities in a large forest, away from Muggle cities and wizarding communities. We are absolutely isolated from any other humans for our protection and theirs." Then he added with a grin, "After my stay with them they came to consider me as a sort of mentor figure. They were thrilled to finally learn how to use their magic." "So you became their alpha?" asked Orion excitedly. "I did," said Remus with a content smile. "They look up to me for guidance since I'm the most learned one in magic and I'm the one who knows more about the wizarding world. They also respect my knowledge of the Muggle world since I used to go into Muggle villages when I lived in the cottage during all those years." "That's fantastic, Remus. You did it!" exclaimed Orion proudly. "Yes," replied Remus, but then he sighed, "but there's so much to change, Cub. We live almost in poverty and they're uneducated. I have to help them more. I'm teaching them magic but I want to set up a classroom in our campsite, for both the Muggle and Wizard werewolves. I will train a few for more months until they're ready to teach the others. And I want to give them better facilities." Orion grinned at him and pulled out a small black velvet sack from his robes and handed it to Remus. "I anticipated that you would need some funds. This is linked to the Black Vaults in Gringotts. It will refill whenever the level is low. Take it and buy Muggle and Wizard textbooks. Set up your classroom and improve the living conditions for your pack." Remus shook his head and made a move to return the sack. "I can't accept it, Cub. You have already helped me too much." Orion pressed the sack into Remus' hands. "Don't be a fool, Remus. Your family. This is nothing. I have too much money as it is, sitting in Gringotts doing nothing." This is for a good cause. Then he added with a grin, besides, Sirius would kill me if he knew I wasn't doing anything to help his best friend. Please accept it for him as well. Remus sighed and replied, I'll return every sickle as soon as I can. You don't have to, said Orion sternly. I mean it, Remus, you are the only one I have left. I want to help you as much as I can. Money means nothing if it isn't used for a good purpose. I infinitely prefer to know that you're using it than spend it in trivialities. When he saw that Remus was about to retort, he quickly changed subjects. But you haven't told me about Greyback. Have you seen him? Remus shot him a look to make him understand that the matter wasn't forgotten, but he replied, Greyback leads another pack. I haven't gone to them yet. He isn't well liked in my pack. Greyback tried to convince some to join his pack, but they refused because they heard that they transform in the middle of Muggle towns to purposely attack them and convert them. I have been visiting the other 2 packs and I think it's viable that they'll want to join ours. We're still negotiating, but the prospects are good. That's wonderful, said Orion with a smile. What are their views on Voldemort and the incoming war? My pack was led by an old wizard werewolf that was approached by Voldemort during the First War, replied Remus. As you can imagine, he wasn't satisfied with the promises Voldemort gave him, and the others don't trust Voldemort to keep his word. It doesn't help that they know that Greyback is his staunch supporter. They don't want to be used as killing machines. Orion hummed, well, that needs to be changed. If the other 2 packs join yours, how many would you be? And how many does Greyback have? We would be around 100 and Greyback currently has about 30, replied Remus. Orion raised his eyebrows in surprise. That's a lot. I never expected that they were so many. Then he smiled conspiratorially. If you manage to merge the 3 packs, you'll be able to defy Greyback and convince his pack to join yours. I'm sure that once they see your improved campsite and how your pack is being educated, they'll want you as their alpha as well. You're doing great, Remus. Once you have them, you can begin negotiating with Voldemort. You'll be the leader of all the packs in England. You'll have the power to make Voldemort acquiesce to your demands. Remus gave him a small smile. Yes, perhaps I will. I'm sure you'll manage it, Remus, said Orion excitedly. You're perfect for the task. And you'll have me inside Voldemort's ranks. I'll be able to pass you information. I'll convince Voldemort to let me participate in the negotiations. Then he added thoughtfully, in time you'll need to contact the foreign werewolf packs. I'm sure Dumbledore and Voldemort will send envoys to gain their allegiance. You have to meet them first and present a common front during the negotiations. Remus sighed, yes, in time I'll do it. There's so much to be done. How long will it take you to convince the other packs in England to join yours? Asked Orion. The other 2 won't take too long, if all goes well, replied Remus pensively. Greyback's will be the hardest because I will have to fight him before assuming the role of the alpha werewolf of his pack. Perhaps a year in the best case scenario. Orion widened his eyes in concern. You would need to kill Greyback. That's too dangerous, Remus. What if he hurts you? Remus smiled at him. Don't worry, cub. I only need to defeat him, not kill him. It would be a fight in our werewolf forms, and I'm much stronger now that I'm living with my pack. I'll be ready and fit when the time comes. But it's still dangerous. He's vicious, Remus, said Orion worriedly. He's insane. He paused to look at Remus and said quietly, I could kill him for you. I could probably do it without the Death Eaters finding out. Remus clutched his shoulders and said in apprehension, You will kill no one, Orion. You're a boy. I won't let you kill anyone. And even less if it's for me. I can manage him. Remus, said Orion wearily, I will kill eventually during the war. I've accepted it already. And I have no compunctions in killing someone like Grey. Remus grasped him tighter and said in alarm, You don't have to kill anyone, even if it's during the war. This is exactly what your father and I feared when you decided to support Voldemort. He'll want to turn you into a murderer, but you can't allow it. You're Sirius and Lily's son. They would never want you to kill anyone. They would be appalled if they knew that the dark side was turning you into a killer. Orion let out a mirthless bark of laughter. And what do you think the light side would want me to do if they ever discovered that I was Harry Potter? He pierced Remus with his green eyes and continued, Dumbledore would want me to kill Voldemort. The light side is exactly like the dark. They would use me in the same way. At least with the dark I would be killing to fulfill my own goals, to help my kind. And besides, I won't allow Voldemort to use me either. If I kill it will be because I deem it necessary, not because Voldemort commands me to. But you're just a boy, started saying Remus frantically. I was never a boy, interrupted Orion sharply, not just a boy. I'm the boy who lived, the one who inexplicably felled the Dark Lord during the time his powers were in his height. Lily's sacrifice, started saying Remus. Had nothing to do with it, finished Orion sternly, I have already researched it to exhaustion. A love sacrifice can't block the killing curse. I think it only makes my scar prickle painfully when I'm around the person she was trying to protect me from, when I'm around Voldemort, as a sort of alarm system. It was me, my powers, that saved me. And I already have an idea how. Remus frowned at him confusedly and Orion added in a confidential quiet voice, Remus, I'm something else. Besides the Parseltongue ability that Voldemort involuntarily transferred to me that night, I have unique powers. Remus frowned and shook his head, I don't understand what you're trying to say. Orion grasped his hands and looked into Remus' amber eyes. He said softly, I thought that my dark magic, that what I could do with it wasn't uncommon. That perhaps others could wield it as I do. But I have looked into every dark arts book that I could find and not a single word was said about my powers. I've never shown you. I've never shown anyone for that matter. Voldemort saw an uncontrolled display of my powers when I wasn't even aware of it. But I have started to control them now. I'm able to summon my dark magic at will. I still have much to learn but in time I'll master them. You see, I think it was my dark magic that saved me that night. Even as a baby, I had it in my magical core. And in times that I have needed it, it has risen inside of me. I believe that I perceived a threat to my life. That night and that my dark magic protected me. Not even Voldemort's killing curse could shatter the protection my magic gave me. He paused uncertainly and added in a whisper, Voldemort's dark magic is similar to mine. I don't know why but when I feel his magic I somehow recognize it. It feels familiar. It feels enticing, as if our magic was of the same kind, as if it was calling to each other. But on the other hand, Voldemort isn't capable of doing what I can. If he has my type of dark magic in his magical core, he isn't able to summon it and use it wandlessly like I can. I'm sure he would display it if he was able to. Remus looked bewildered and horrified at the same time. Orion, Voldemort isn't like you. He's corrupting you. How can you possibly find his dark magic enticing? Orion released Remus' hands and sighed, Voldemort isn't corrupting me. I don't even know if he feels the same when he senses my dark magic. I have only used it once in his presence. He hasn't had the chance of feeling anything. Then he added with a grimace, and I'm not saying that he's similar to me. Merlin forbid. I don't want to be like him. I'm just saying that out of all the wizards I have met, his dark magic is the most similar to mine. I'm not sure if it's such a good idea for you to be on his side, Orion, said Remus in apprehension. I should perhaps come back to Black Manor and be here for you. I could hand the money to my pack and... Orion interrupted him angrily, Remus, I didn't tell you this so that you became concerned for me. If I had known I wouldn't have told you anything. You have nothing to worry about. I'm perfectly able to manage Voldemort. He is the most powerful wizard out there but I can wield magic that he can't. If he ever hurts me, I'll hurt him back. He looked at Remus and added sternly, you have your duties to your pack and I have mine to my kind. I won't allow you to abandon your pack and plans just because you're worried about me. I have friends and others that care for me. I'm not unprotected. You only have the Malfoys who would turn you to Voldemort if he commanded it. Retorted Remus with apprehension. Orion sighed, that might be true but I can hold my own against Voldemort. Remus looked at him disbelievingly and Orion added snappishly, I won't discuss this further with you, Remus. I'm not leaving the dark side and you're not leaving your pack. This war is greater than both of us and we have to be prepared, we must go along our respective plans. I'll contact you if I ever need your help. Orion stood up, I must leave now. The Malfoys are expecting my return by now. Remus grabbed his arm and said gently, I don't want us to part in bad terms, cub. Orion smiled at him and gave him a tight hug, we will never be in bad terms, Remus. I just ask you to have some faith in me. I'm not bragging about my powers. What I told you is the absolute truth and I can take care of myself. Remus sighed in resignation, promise me that you'll contact me if you're in danger, if you need my help. Orion broke the hug and looked up at Remus, giving him a warm smile. I promise. Good luck with the packs. When you get the chance, write to me with your news. Remus nodded, and as Orion was about to throw the flow powder in the study's fireplace, he murmured, just as stubborn as your father. Orion peered around his shoulder to look at him and said with a happy grin, indeed I am. As soon as he came out from the fireplace of Moscow's Malfoy Manor, Lucius, who was calmly reading the Daily Prophet at the tea table, said, all is well at Black Manor. Orion scourgified his robes and replied calmly, yes. I gave some more orders to the house elves, but they're already doing a good job. Lucius shot him a glance from behind the newspaper and said, very well. Draco is waiting for you at the library. The ball will be in 2 hours, I expect you to be ready by then. Orion nodded curtly and left for the library. Draco was seating in one of the many plush and ornate armchairs, reading a thick document. Oh, you're finally here, drawled Draco lazily. Here, we have to read this before the ball. He handed Orion a thick document, much like the one he was reading. Orion sat in front of him and asked with a raised eyebrow, and this is? Draco smirked at him, a dossier on the wizards that will be at the meeting. We'll be able to attend then? Asked Orion excitedly. Yes, but father told me that we are to observe quietly without speaking, replied Draco, and then he added with a huff, and this is the only meeting we'll be allowed in. What? Said Orion in disappointment, there will be 2 other balls this week. Draco sighed, I know. We have to mingle and make contacts during those balls while the meetings go on. Orion said in resignation, well, it was too good to be true. How many balls will there be after we leave? A couple more throughout the rest of the winter season, replied Draco. My parents and the Lestranges will be staying here to participate in them. Then he stretched out his hand to give something to Orion. Ah, and father says you have to wear this. Orion frowned and grasped it. His eyes narrowed angrily when he saw it was his father's ring. It had a rare and unique black sapphire with a small, ornate, silver bee encrusted in it. It was larger than his black air ring but elegant and masculine nonetheless. Lucius took this from my father? Asked Orion, voice shaking in anger. Draco looked at him and said sternly, yes, he said you were refusing to take it, but you must wear it, Orion. At least for this type of social engagements. It denotes that you're the head of the Black House. I don't care. Spat Orion, he had no right. Draco scowled at him, my father did it for your benefit. It's necessary. I'm wearing my Malfoy air ring. I won't, said Orion angrily, it's my father's. He's not dead yet. I won't take his place. You already have his place. Said Draco impatiently, he's not dead, at least not physically, but he stopped being the Black House head by law when he was key. Ed. If you don't wear it, I doubt that my father will allow you to attend the meeting. Orion angrily clenched his fist around the ring and then pocketed it in his robes. Draco narrowed his eyes at him, will you wear it? Yes, snapped Orion moodily. Draco seemed satisfied and continued reading his dossier. Orion angrily started leafing through his and after a while he said, there are many. I only recognize a few family names. 3 Americans and 3 French. I don't know why they bother, said Draco. The American wizards have always been isolationists and only enter wars when a bunch of them gets killed. They couldn't care less about what happened in Europe. Then he added with a scrunched nose, and the French aren't much better, bunch of conceited chauvinists in my opinion. Orion chuckled, the same could be said about us, the English. Draco shot him a glare and Orion smirked at him, but it makes sense. The French would soon get involved in the war and Dumbledore has a greater base there because it's filled with light wizards. True, replied Draco, and at some point we'll need the Americans as well. How so? Asked Orion with interest. Well, many of the dark pureblood families that were hunted down centuries ago migrated to North America and established colonies there, explained Draco, so there are some powerful families there. They changed their family names to avoid persecution and start with a clean slate, so that's why you can't recognize any of the names, but most of them come from branches of our English dark families. This Commodus Conrad, for example, I know that he's related to my family somehow. My father has had business deals with him in the past. The American wizards are much more relaxed in their opinions about the Muggles and Muggleborns, but the dark families keep to themselves and are quite wealthy. You think they'll help us? Asked Orion with a frown. If it's in their interest, yes, replied Draco. They care more about wealth than anything else, but they're greatly outnumbered by the light wizards and that makes them uncomfortable, and it's also bad for business, you see. I think that if they saw that we are strong in Europe they'll lend funds and probably convince their Congress to side with us and send fighters. Orion frowned, but how can they convince their government if they're a minority? Draco smirked at him. They're a minority but they're the wealthiest and own the most important businesses. They have great political clout due to that. Politics there is much more to my liking. Who has the money gets obeyed, that supersedes the light's prejudices against the dark. Their whole economy would crumble without the dark wizards and the light wizards are aware of this. So they might kick and scream that they don't want to support the Dark Lord, but in the end the dark wizards will bribe them and threaten them into voting what they want. Orion hummed. And the French? Who's this Sebastien Valois? He's the youngest in the dossier, said Orion while he looked at the French magazine clipping of the magical picture of an aristocratic and handsome 20-something-year-old wizard with dark wavy blonde hair and light hazel eyes. Draco huffed. He's a very conceited wizard, the head of the Valois pureblood family, ever since his parents died about 5 years ago. The Valois had been royalty during the 1300s to the 1500s in French Muggle history, though the Muggles didn't know that they were dark wizards, of course. They mixed with Muggles? Asked Orion in surprise. Not in their bloodlines. They're dark purebloods through and through, replied Draco. They assumed the Muggle throne merely to have more power and to enrich themselves. When things turned bloodier between the Muggles, they left the throne and returned to the magical community. The Valois are the most important dark family in France, they lead the others. Then he added in distaste, if Sebastien Valois supports the Dark Lord then we would have all the other French dark wizards on our side and even some of the light families as well. He's very well connected. Have you met him? Asked Orion with curiosity. By the way you speak about him it seems that you have. I met him during the last winter season. You didn't come to the last two, many new wizards attended them. Our families have always competed with one another. The Valois is the most important family in France, just like the Malfoys in England, so there's always been a historic rivalry between us, replied Draco. Then he added nastily, Sebastien Valois is conceited git, a frivol playboy that believes he's Merlin's gift to wizards. Orion cocked an eyebrow and said with amusement, what, asked him for a dance and he refused. 2 pink blushes appeared on Draco's cheeks and he scoffed, nothing of the sort. He danced and flirted with every good-looking wizard under the age of 30, that's why I said he's a playboy. Besides, his romantic escapades and affairs are printed in every French wizarding magazine. Haven't you ever read about him? I'm not interested in gossip magazines, Draco, said Orion with a chuckle. I bet you read Weekly Witch as well. Draco glared at him and said with indignation, of course I don't. But unlike you I read foreign newspapers and magazines to keep up to date. Orion waved his hand dismissively. Is he intelligent and powerful? Draco shot him a suspicious look. He went to Beauxbatons and was a top student. They say he's well versed in the dark arts, probably learned with a tutor since they don't teach it in Beauxbatons, and that he's a powerful dark wizard. But he doesn't seem the kind to be a good dueler, too lazy and vapid for that. Probably just learned for appearance's sake. Then he narrowed his eyes at Orion and said snappishly, don't tell me you're interested in him. Orion blinked. Of course I am. He's the one that determines if the French will support us in the war. It's advantageous to know about him as much as possible. Draco groaned. I meant if you're attracted to him. Orion looked at him in disbelief, from looking at a magazine clipping. He broke into laughter and then said, by Merlin's staff, Draco, I'm not obsessed with wizards, you know. And I have my hands full with Lysander at present. Besides, it's Valois' opinion on the war that interests me, not his good looks. So you admit he's good looking, said Draco with suspicion. Orion cocked an eyebrow and smirked. He is. I dare say most wizards and witches would believe the same. What do you propose? To seduce him to our side? Draco snorted. Hardly. Too full of himself. Though I bet that the Dark Lord will try. Orion's eyes narrowed and he snapped. What, does the Dark Lord take to his bed all those he wants to convince? Draco arched an eyebrow and replied calmly, I don't think he would have any qualms if it meant the support of the French. But I haven't heard of the Dark Lord having any lovers this time around. And during his first rise? Asked Orion quietly with a frown. Draco eyed him speculatively. From what I've heard, he had numerous lovers before but never a steady one. I think my aunt was the only one to keep his bed warm for more than a few nights. Orion choked and gasped out, Bellatrix. Yes, replied Draco nonchalantly, she has always adored him and her marriage with Uncle Rodolphus was an arranged one. They each kept their own lovers. But the Dark Lord soon got tired of her as well, though that didn't diminish her affection for him. Then he added with narrowed eyes, why are you so interested in the Dark Lord's lovers anyway? Orion pulled a blank expression on his face and said dismissively, I'm not. I was just curious. He added, changing subjects, the rest of the wizards in the dossier are from Central and Eastern Europe. I guess that's because the dark wizards are stronger there, right? Yes, said Draco with a nod, the Russians and Germans would be our best allies, as well as the dark wizards from the smaller countries surrounding both countries. The dark wizards have more power in those countries than anywhere else as their laws concerning the dark arts are more relaxed. In Germany as well. After what happened with Grindelwald? Asked Orion, I thought that the German dark families left the country after his defeat and that ruthless laws were established. They fled to other countries at first, but slowly returned. Some of them remained in Austria and Poland, explained Draco, again in his element, and the laws were very harsh at the beginning but the dark wizards gained more power with Russia's support and now they're more even in number with the light wizards. As you know, Russia has the largest community of dark wizards and they're politically stronger than the light wizards, so they're able to lend support to other dark wizarding communities and it was in their interest to help the Germans. As you saw in the dossier, there is one wizard each for Ukraine, Romania, and Bulgaria. That's because dark wizards are stronger there thanks to Russia as well. Orion nodded. He had read much about modern wizarding history after all, but Draco seemed to know quite a bit as well. Then he said thoughtfully, the world's most ancient and powerful dark communities are in Egypt, China and India. I guess that the Dark Lord first wants to conquer England and the rest of Europe before turning to look at the rest of the world. And Europe can't be conquered without being certain that the Americans won't support the light side. Then he added in dismay, it will take us decades at best. It will, at least a decade, I believe, replied Draco pensively, but if we have some of the dark creatures' support it might be faster. The Dementors are already on our side, so that's a benefit. And the giants supported the Dark Lord on the last war, I'm sure he'll manage to convince them again. The werewolves' support would be great, since they're almost in all countries and are feared by all wizards. Orion said sternly, yes, but we would have to be fair to the werewolves. If the Dark Lord doesn't fulfill his promises I'm sure they would retaliate. Draco smirked at him, the Dark Lord has been able to get deals with dark creatures before and then renege on his promises without action being taken against him. I'm certain he'll benefit from the werewolves' support this time and then do whatever he likes once he's in power. Orion didn't reply. Not while I'm here, he thought darkly. If Voldemort even attempts to cheat on the negotiations he'll be sure to let Remus know. He supported the dark but that also included helping the dark creatures who had been just as crushed by the light wizards as the dark wizards have been. Draco interrupted his angry musings, we have to get ready, Orion. The ball will begin in 30 minutes. My mother left your dress robes in your room. Orion nodded and took the dossier with him. He would use some time to memorize the pictures and information on the wizards, it would be extremely useful for the meeting. Draco and Orion were standing with Kara, Evander, Calypso and Victor, at one side of the beautiful and enormous ballroom of Fornix Manor. Their parents were also attending the meeting, and Evander, after greeting the guests with his parents had slipped away to join them. After talking about the first task of the Triwizard Tournament and all the going-ons in Durmstrang, they spent the time commenting on the guests. Orion whispered impatiently to Draco, when will the meeting start? Father will get us before it begins. A bunch of wizards can hardly disappear as soon as the ball starts. Don't worry and stop fidgeting, replied Draco in a murmur. Orion sighed and straightened his dress robes for the umpteenth time. The robes were really beautifully. Narcissa as always had exquisite taste and she had somehow managed to get a dress robe of the same color of his eyes, though still elegant and masculine. And he was wearing his father's ring, much against his will. But he couldn't avoid fidgeting while impatiently waiting for the meeting to begin. He had refused anyone who had asked him for a dance, the ball held no interest for him, it was the meeting that he was longing to start. Calypso nudged his ribs and said with envy, "You're so lucky that Mr. Malfoy is taking you to the meeting." I pleaded with father but he refused. He said that the Dark Lord had only allowed you and Draco after Mr. Malfoy's request. "You must tell me everything afterwards." Orion smirked at her, "And what do I get in exchange?" "You'll deny your best friend the information. After everything she's done for you," said Calypso in a sweet voice, "after all the warm and sisterly feelings she has for you." Orion grinned at her, "Tisk tisk. I'm not susceptible to emotional blackmail, little Calypso. I'll tell you if you deal with the blasted egg. It's driving me crazy, no matter what I do it keeps shrieking." Calypso huffed and rolled her eyes. "Agreed, but I was going to help you with it anyways." "I just wanted to hear you ask nicely," said Orion with a grin. "I know you would have pestered me to death until you extracted the information about the meeting. Now, I just got rid of the annoying egg without giving you anything in exchange which I wasn't already planning to." "Like a true Slytherin," said Draco proudly. Then his eyes shot forwards and he groaned, "Merlin, not him." Orion turned to look at Draco's cause for annoyance and saw a tall and well-built young wizard in pale blue silk dress robes approaching them. He smirked with amusement at Draco when he recognized that it was Sebastien Valois. Orion leaned towards Draco and said in a taunting whisper, "Don't worry, Drakey, I'm sure that if you ask nicely he'll agree to dance with you this time." How could he refuse a Malfoy twice? Draco shot him a dark glare before assuming a stoic mask. "We meet again, Malfoy," said Valois with a seductive smirk as he looked at the others, "and who are your enchanting companions?" Draco curtly made the introductions and while Kara gazed fascinated at Valois while being scowled at by Evander. Valois' eyes returned to Orion and he said silkily with a very mild accent, "Orion Black. The head of the most noble and ancient house of Black, I assume." Orion's lips quirked with amusement at Draco's fastidious expression and he replied, "The one and only." Valois smiled at him and said while offering his arm, "May I have Z's dance, Zen?" Orion widened his eyes in surprise and gave him a tentative small smile, "Of course." As Valois led him to the middle of the ballroom where the rest of the couples were dancing slowly, Orion could almost feel Draco's furious eyes piercing the back of his head. Valois gently took his hand and circled an arm around his waist as they started dancing. Orion looked up at him and said with amusement, "You were trying to annoy Draco, confess." "Whatever do you mean?" asked Valois with a wicked smile. "Why would dancing with you annoy Malfoy?" Orion smirked at him, "Because we were talking together and I bet you love to get a rise out of him." "I care little about Malfoy," said Valois earnestly, "I just wanted to get to know you." He smiled at him and added, "I've read about the Triwizard Tournament and you. Is it true that your heart is breaking for Boz Malfoy and Krum?" Orion laughed and shook his head. "No, what a predicament that would be. I think that I couldn't cope with just one of them, let alone the two." He looked at Valois thoughtfully and asked, "Do you know Fleur Delacour?" "I know her family," replied Valois, "but not her personally. I've heard that she's a good student at Beauxbatons. How is she doing at the tournament?" "She's on third place after the first task," said Orion. "She seems able, I like her." Valois arched an eyebrow. "One more that has fallen in her Zeral." Orion chuckled, "Hardly, she's not my type. I prefer wizards." Valois' hazel eyes glinted with interest and he asked silkily, "And what type of wizard would that be?" Orion looked up at him, slightly confused with the change of Valois' tone of voice, and replied uncertainly, Well, I don't think I have a type. A dark wizard preferably, I think. But I've never been with a dark wizard before so it's all a guess." "You've never had a boyfriend?" asked Valois with a pleased smile. "I currently have a boyfriend, my first one really. But, he's not a dark wizard," replied Orion. Valois leaned his head forwards and said in a low whisper, "You'll find that dark wizards are the most interesting ones." He looked into Orion's eyes and said softly, "You really are a beautiful boy. Those pictures don't do justice to your amazing eyes." Orion briefly tensed in Valois' arms and couldn't prevent the light flush creeping on his cheeks. Valois looked at him with amusement and asked, "Does my forwardness make you uncomfortable?" "Maybe a bit," replied Orion truthfully. "Only my boyfriend has ever told me that he considers me beautiful, Valois. It's strange hearing it from a stranger." "Ah, But we're not strangers anymore, Orion, said Valois with a warm smile, and please call me Sebastian. Then he added silkily, and you should be told more often, until you believed it, at least. Orion shrugged his shoulders, I don't care much for that sort of thing. If my boyfriend believes it, it's enough for me. How very refreshing you are after all the tedious wizards that I normally meet at these type of gatherings, replied Sebastian with a sly smirk, I think you've become my favorite dancing partner. You're going to be engaged with me for all your future dances. Orion, having gained more confidence in Sebastian's banter, replied with a taunting smirk, quite sure of yourself, are you? Perhaps I find you just like all the others and prefer to dance with my good friend Draco. Sebastian arched an eyebrow and said with a small self-assured smile, a Malfoy preferred over a Valois. I'll never see the day. He added seductively, and let me assure you that I'm very different from anyone else you have ever met. He lowered his voice to a whisper and said, if you ever allowed me the chance to show you just how much. A discreet cough interrupted him and Orion was startled to see Lucius before them. Lucius looked at them impassively and said in a low murmur, the meeting is starting. If you'll accompany me, I'll lead you to it. Sebastian nodded while he withdrew his arm from Orion's waist. As they followed Lucius, Sebastian arched an inquiring eyebrow at Orion's presence while Orion simply smirked at him. As soon as he entered the room, Orion spotted Draco seating far away from the head of the table. He quietly sat beside him and immediately felt Voldemort's familiar aura as the wizard entered the room seconds after them. Sebastian winked at Orion as he sat near Voldemort and Orion saw that the group seemed to be complete. The Lestranges and the Inner Circle Death Eaters that had been rescued from Azkaban were seated amongst the new wizards and he spotted his friends' fathers as well. He glanced at Voldemort and had to admit that the wizard looked very intimidating and held a commanding presence. Voldemort's magic felt stronger than usual. Orion suspected that he was letting it out a bit so that the rest could feel it. As the group fell silent, Voldemort rose from his high chair at the head of the table and said quietly, welcome, my friends, to our first meeting to address issues that concern our dark magical communities. He looked at the faces of the wizards and his voice got stronger as he continued, we are gathered to reach an agreement between the most powerful dark communities and present a united front against the wizards that have been suppressing our beliefs in magic for centuries. The time has arrived to stand up for our rights before our bloodlines weaken further and we lose more political ground to the light wizards. They would gladly see our bloodlines and dark magic extinguished, and for too long we have allowed them to ban our practices and condemn the use of our magic. If we come together we'll be able to defeat them in the imminent war and then shape the wizarding world to our liking. Our kind would dominate the others, the Muggles and Muggleborns would be subjugated to our will, and our word would be law. We would practice our dark magic freely without facing prejudices, we would re-establish our families into the position of power and respect that they deserve, and our children will be magical stronger with each passing generation until our bloodlines carry the power and purity they once held. This is the magical world I envision for us if we succeed in these negotiations. Many nodded in agreement while others refrained from commenting. The silence that had ensued was broken by the first courageous one, a 40-year-old attractive French witch, which was Sebastien Valois, and according to the dossier. Sophie Amboise said in a melodic clear voice, that sounds wonderful, your lordship. But the question is how will the British manage to overpower Dumbledore? Removing him is the first step for the war, since none of us has a light wizard as powerful as Dumbledore in our countries. The dark wizards in England have to prove that they are able to defeat him, preferably kill him, before the French, at least, get involved in the war. Dumbledore is nothing, replied Voldemort calmly, I will easily dispose of him when my plans come to fruition, but our alliance needs to be established before that. We have little time and much to plan for, to delay everything just because Dumbledore still lives. Dumbledore defeated Grindelwald, interjected Dietrich Emmerich, an 80-year-old imposing German wizard, and Gellert was supposed to be invincible. I've asked there during their duel, Dumbledore will not be easy to defeat. Lucius answered with a small sneer, Dumbledore doesn't have the same powers he had decades ago, Dietrich. He's an old man and he's no match for my lord. Ah, but what of Harry Potter? Retorted Sebastien Valois, casting a sly smirk towards Lucius, Dumbledore wasn't able to beat your lord during the First War, but excuse me your lordship, he said with a curt bow to Voldemort, but Harry Potter managed to kill you, though thankfully not permanently. The filthy half-blood is dead, interjected Bellatrix in a high pitch, and it was his mudblood whore of a mother that saved the whelp. Orion clenched his fists in fury, but Voldemort silenced her with a warning glance and said quietly, Harry Potter survived because his mother died to protect him. He had no extraordinary powers and he is dead now. Voldemort's calm tone belied the anger Orion knew he was feeling, since his invisible scar had started twitching painfully. But how do they know that the boy is really dead? Asked Gunnar Inchgard, the Swedish wizard. According to the papers he simply disappeared, they never found a Voti. Romulus Rosier replied calmly, if the boy was still alive, Dumbledore would have found him and the spies we sent into Muggle London would have found at least one clue. Dumbledore has already given up the search, so it's quite safe to believe that the boy is dead, and if he's not, then he has never been magically educated and therefore doesn't represent a threat to our plans. In the event that Harry Potter was still alive, then we would need to persuade him to our side, said Sebastian Valois with conviction. It doesn't matter that he's untrained, he's still an icon for the light and as such he gives them hope. They would rally to him and expect him to lead the war with Dumbledore. That can't be allowed. The half-blood is dead, interjected Bellatrix impatiently, and if he's not, he's merely a powerless snotty little street urchin. It was the mudblood's sacrifice that saved him. Let the light keep him if they find him, he's useless anyway. Sebastian sneered at her, even if he's powerless he has political value. We can't allow the light to have him. Besides, a killing curse can't be stopped by a mother's sacrifice. I would have expected that someone rumored to know so much about the dark arts would have realized these already. He stopped the killing curse himself. A tense silence overtook the room and Orion's scar was prickling more painfully than ever. Voldemort seemed to hate where the conversation was going, but he had a perfect mask of tranquility on his face. It's useless to speculate about Harry Potter, said Constantine Cavsir calmly. If he ever shows up, then we'll plan what to do with him. Until then, we should discuss more pressing issues. Ja, I agree with Constantine, retorted Ludolf Weidner, the Austrian wizard. Potter is the English's problem. As for Dumbledore, no one's a match for him except your lordship, so they will leave him to you as well. The rest of us can worry about sending you fighter GHS for the English VAR before it erupts in Europe. Anatoly Kusakov, a Russian wizard that reminded Orion of Karkaroff, said gruffly, I would like to knov Vic countries would be the first to revolt after you've taken England. I think it's more important to know about the kind of governments that are going to be established after the war, interjected Didier Benoit, an old and sophisticated French wizard. The French will not allow to be ruled by any supranational form of government. We value our independence above anything else. What about the war retribution payments? Added Commodus Conrad, one of the Americans. The light wizards should be asked to cover all the material damages done to buildings and businesses during the war. It's the lot of the defeated. And we want our banks to have the exclusive rights of lending money for the rebuilding of Europe once the war is over. Alistair Armitage, the only Brisseth wizard apart from the Death Eaters, rounded on Conrad, over my dead body. European banks will lend the galleons to restore Europe. I won't see Europe's dry of her blood life by the greed of American banks. After that, several groups of wizards exploded into arguments. Cassius Sorman and Reginald Rook, the two other American wizards, backed up Commodus Conrad, while Armitage was supported by Alessandro Bernasconi, Bruno Constanzo, and Luis Castillo Torreblanca, two Italians and a Spaniard, respectively. While that group discussed about banking rights and who was going to dry the light wizards of their galleons, the French were arguing with Lucius, Rodolphus and Romulus about the independence of their government. On the other side of the table, the Russians and Germans discussed which countries had to revolt first, while the wizards from Ukraine, Romania, Bulgaria, Austria and Poland argued about national rights over magical territories long disputed between them, Russia and Germany. Orion shot Draco a bewildered look and was answered by an amused smirk. The arguments only lasted for a few minutes since Voldemort soon got angry and wandlessly shot out a spell that forced everyone back to their seats, which quickly silenced them. Voldemort pierced each and every one of them with his furious crimson gaze and said in a deathly quiet voice, all your arguments are petty concerns until we have won the war in England. We should be concentrating on that instead of wasting any more time. But let me make one thing clear, each country will maintain its Ministry of Magic, ran by dark wizards loyal to us, but there will be a supranational government that will guide the ministries and enact laws to be established equally in each country. I suppose that this supranational government will be headed vy you and composed vy some of your inner circle? Asked nonchalantly Cyril Cheslos, the Ukrainian wizard. Exactly, replied Voldemort with a cold smirk. Ce n'est pas possible, interjected Didier Benoit, the French have never been subjected to foreign rule. We can't abide to lose our political and legislative autonomy. Voldemort pinned him with an icy glare and said quietly, the countries would not be losing political or legislative autonomy, they would be ran as before, just having dark wizards in charge instead of light ones. You'll still get to elect your own representatives and enact your own laws. I merely wish to establish an international form of government to ensure harmony between all our countries and make sure that the right laws are being implemented. Without me, the war couldn't be won, so I think I'm not taking too much when I plan to leave your countries alone and only take a supervisory post. The French still looked mutinous, the Russian and Germans looked at Voldemort with trepidation, and the Americans with slight apprehension, not truly believing that Voldemort's supranational government could force them into anything. All the while Orion had apocalyptic scenarios flashing in his mind, with Voldemort taking hold of the wizarding world after killing the head of the governments of each country, while Muggleborns were stripped from their rights and without anywhere to turn to due to Voldemort's supranational laws imparted in all countries. Voldemort's idea of a supervisory supranational government wasn't bad at all, it was just Voldemort leading it that made Orion cringe. He had no doubt that Voldemort would tell them whatever they wanted to hear to assuage their fears, and then, with the war won, he would do whatever he pleased. And he could already see that some underestimated Voldemort's ambitions and powers. The Americans were too sure of themselves, for example. The meeting carried on for what seemed like hours for Orion. Finally some tentative agreements had been reached. The Russian and the Germans were the ones that had shown more support for Voldemort's plans. It had been agreed that once the war erupted in England, the Russians and Germans would move against France, which had the largest community of light wizards in continental Europe, with Valois and the rest of the French dark families working from the inside. That way the English light wizards wouldn't get French support. Once France and England were conquered, the Russians and Germans would move to conquer Poland, Austria, Ukraine, Romania and Bulgaria, which also had allies in their midst, while the French and British moved to capture Spain and Italy. After that, they would move together to conquer Sweden, Finland and Norway, and the rest of the smaller remaining countries. Voldemort explained that the war in England wouldn't begin in about 2 more years, so that they could go back to their countries and start convincing the other families and gathering resources. The Russians would subtly help the Germans to politically overrule the light wizards in their country, so that by the time the war started, Germany was in the dark wizards' clutches. France represented the most delicate situation. Sebastian Valois would have to begin gaining allies in the light families, besides grouping all the dark families under his leadership. And the Americans were expected to lend funds and fighters for the war in England and had these 2 years to outmaneuver their Congress to accomplish it. That was the general outline of Voldemort's plan, but details were not discussed yet. Those were left for subsequent meetings, as well as the rewards that each of the attendants expected for their support and their demands for their countries. At the end of the round of the negotiations, that could take about a year by the look of things, each one of them had to sign a magical binding contract so that they fulfilled the agreement reached. When the meeting was adjourned, Orion tiredly trailed after the parting wizards. As soon as he crossed the door, Sebastian pulled him to a side. "Your innocence is so deceiving, Orion," said Sebastian in a whisper, "I didn't know that you were a Death Eater." Orion looked up into Sebastian's light hazel eyes and said quietly, "I'm not a Death Eater, just a supporter." Sebastian looked at him quizzically and said silkily, "Better and better. I hope that I have the pleasure of seeing you in the next ball." "For the ones planned this week, yes," replied Orion with a small smile, "I'm going back to Hogwarts on Sunday." Then his smile fell and he said with resignation, "But I won't be attending the meetings. This was my first and only one." Sebastian gently lifted his chin and said in a low seductive purr, "Don't despair, mon petit. You'll be able to dance with me. I'll look for you after the meetings." Orion cocked an eyebrow and gave him an amused smirk. "I see now what they meant when they told me that you were the narcissistic type. I suppose that I have no choice but to put up with you for a few dances. Sebastian's lips quirked in amusement and he said mockingly, "Ow, a stab to mon cœur." Then he added silkily, "I'll have to work hard then, to get rid of the misconceptions you have about me. I'm sure I'll enjoy showing you the real me." Orion's retort was interrupted by Draco's hand on his shoulder. Draco shot Sebastian a contemptuous look and said to Orion, "We are wanted back inside." When they re-entered the room, all the Death Eaters were seated besides Voldemort and they were discussing the meeting's events. Orion sat down quietly with Draco. "The French and the Americans are the ones that showed more reticence, my lord," said Lucius. "They'll demand a great price for their support." "The Americans are greedy bastards," interjected Yaxley snidely. "If we give them the banking rights for the reconstruction they'll easily agree to support us." "But many English dark wizarding families won't like that at all," retorted Dolohov. "You saw how badly Armitage took it. His family has deals with Gringotts and owns shares of some of the most important wizarding banks in continental Europe. And he has a lot of sway with other dark families." Voldemort replied indifferently, "The Americans will be dealt with after we win the war in England. We will give them what they want for now." "My lord," said Rookwood deferentially, "besides funds and fighters, we should ask them for the magical objects that are being kept and studied in the underground chambers of their government building." Voldemort quirked an eyebrow in interest and said coldly, "Explain." "During my time as an unspeakable at the Department of Mysteries, there were rumors amongst us about what the Americans had," retorted Rookwood. "It was said that throughout the centuries they have been stealing powerful magical artifacts from Latin American countries, probably of Mayan, Inca and Aztec cultures. Magical knowledge long lost that they are attempting to unravel." Voldemort turned thoughtful and after a while said, "It would be very convenient if we could get hold of that knowledge and the artifacts." "You're right, Augustus, we should subtly bring it up during the next meeting." "That still leaves the French, my lord," said Rosier. "They're completely opposed against the establishment of the Dark Council after the war. They refused to be subjected to the supranational powers that the Council would have over their ministry. And if they knew that you are going to adopt the title of Dark Imperator over the wizarding world they would fight it with everything they have." Quote. Orion's eyes widened. Merlin's beard. Voldemort's ambitions knew no boundaries. Emperor of the wizarding world. And probably of the Muggle world as well after they had been properly crushed by Voldemort and his army. His worried thoughts were interrupted as the conversation continued. Amicus Caro interjected nastily, "That's the work of that doddering old fool, Benoit, and the conceited upstart, Valois. We should simply kill them both after the war." "Master," interrupted Bellatrix with a high-pitched cackle, "I would immensely enjoy disfiguring the handsome face of Valois while he pleads for my mercy." Voldemort gave her a cold smile and said indulgently, "Perhaps I'll grant you your wish, Bella." Orion froze in his seat. He didn't know how he felt about Sebastian. He was a consummated flirt, but he had seemed like a good person and was interesting nonetheless. And just imagining Bellatrix torturing Sebastian made his blood turn cold. "Perhaps there are other ways of convincing the French, my lord," interjected Lucius carefully. "If we killed Valois, the rest of the French dark families would turn against us. It wouldn't be a wise move." Voldemort turned to look at Lucius. "And what do you propose, my cunning friend?" Lucius shot Orion a glance and replied, "Valois seems susceptible to the charms of young wizards, my lord. He could be persuaded to support us if we dangled in front of his face something he desired." Voldemort narrowed his eyes and said quietly, "Like whom?" "Valois seemed interested in Orion, my lord," replied Lucius impassively. Orion gasped as the eyes of the Death Eaters zeroed in on him. He felt his invisible scar burst in pain as Voldemort narrowed his eyes at him and said silkily, "Is that so, Orion?" Orion shook his head and said faltering, No. I have just met him today. He didn't express any interest in me. When I interrupted your dance with him, he was whispering to you," interjected Lucius nonchalantly. "He seemed completely infatuated with you." Voldemort's eyes turned into slits as Orion's pain increased, and he said to Lucius without turning his crimson gaze away from Orion, "Are you suggesting that we use Orion to seduce Valois, Lucius?" Before Lucius had a chance to reply, Orion jumped from his seat and said seething, "I won't be used in that way. I won't be hoard so that you get your ally." Complete silence fell on the Death Eaters as some of them waited in anticipation for Orion's punishment due to his disrespectful way of addressing the Dark Lord. They weren't disappointed for long, since Voldemort whipped out his wand and said quietly, Crucio. Orion fell to the floor with a shriek. As his body convulsed and he swallowed his pain-filled screams, he heard Voldemort dismissing the rest of the Death Eaters. Through his tears he saw Voldemort's robes in front of him. He was roughly pulled up by his collar as the curse was cancelled and he was confronted with Voldemort's furious face. How many times will I have to punish you before you learn to address me politely? Said Voldemort in a deathly quiet voice. Orion fought against the pain in his scar and the lingering pain in his body, as he replied hoarsely, I didn't mean to be disrespectful. I was surprised by your wish to hand me over to Valois. Voldemort lifted his chin forcefully and hissed angrily, You foolish boy, I have no intention of letting him or anyone else touch you. Voldemort pierced him with his Arlet eyes and said silkily, I won't whore you, as you so aptly named it, at least not to others. He smirked when he saw Orion's eyes widen and he started to trail his fingers on Orion's tear-stained cheeks. He continued silkily, Perhaps you were afraid that I would let someone else use you for their pleasure. That I would relinquish my hold on you. Is that it, Orion? Are you concerned that I rather let others have you instead of taking you myself? What? No, gasped Orion. Hush, Orion, said Voldemort pressing him against his body. His fingers trailed smoothly over Orion's lips while Orion looked at him in increasing alarm. Voldemort smirked at him and hissed huskily, Ice this SSS what you want. Do you want me to claim you? To SSS show you and other SSS that you belong to me. Orion opened his mouth to retort angrily but his words were muffled when Voldemort aggressively keyed him. He felt Voldemort's warm tongue exploring the depths of his mouth and his arms crushing him against his body. In his shock and confusion he didn't react and he allowed Voldemort to plunder him. All through the dazed pleasure he was feeling, mellowing the sharp pain from his scar, he felt something within him stirring, trying to rise, as if it were trying to make a connection. He inadvertently mowed against Voldemort's insatiable mouth as he was pressed closer to his body, his mind torn between pleasure, disbelief, and reproach for allowing this. He regained his senses immediately when he felt Voldemort's hard beak pressing against his stomach, which made him frantic to stop whatever was happening. He brusquely pushed Voldemort away from him and said furiously in between deep pants, What do you think you're doing? What vicious game are you playing with me now? Just leave me the hell alone. Voldemort had a puzzled frown on his face, which disappeared instantly at his words. He forcefully grabbed Orion's face and said in cold anger, Leave you alone. I won't ever leave you alone. You're my follower. You'll do what I want. And never let me find out that you've been cavorting with Valois again. Quote, Are you insane? Yelled Orion swatting Voldemort's hands from his face, You don't tell me what to do. I don't have to obey you. If I want to be friends with Sebastian, then I will. Abruptly, Voldemort backhanded him and he was knocked against the wall. He let a whimper of pain and dazedly saw Voldemort advancing towards him with a seething expression on his face. Orion reacted instinctively, he pushed both of his hands forwards as his furious dark magic flew from his palms, erecting a wall of black consuming flames between him and Voldemort. Orion shakily straightened and looked in awe at what his magic had produced. He could discern Voldemort behind it and saw him stretch out a hand to touch it and quickly withdrawing when he was scorched by the flames. With a burning cheek and a fiercely painful scar, Orion pierced his viridian eyes to Voldemort's through the black flames. He wiped the drop of blood from the edge of his mouth and said in cold seething anger, You've gone too far. You will treat me as an equal in the future or next time I will retaliate. He saw Voldemort narrowing his eyes at him and he spat, I won't change sides but I will defend myself from you if you insist in harming me. He spun around and left the room. Moments after, the wall disappeared in great puffs of black smoke and Voldemort looked with amazement at his charred fingertips. The boy was able to control the dark magic he had seen in Azkaban, to give it the form of flames. Incredible. He could still feel the pleasant tingling of the boy's enticing powers. What kind of unique dark magic does the boy have? So spontaneous and raw, so purely dark. And the key, it had been unexpectedly exquisite, but there had been something else there. It had been too brief but he had felt something familiar that had puzzled him extremely. Could it be the boy's magic? Or something else? Voldemort frowned. Orion was full of mysteries. He needed to find out what all this meant. And, worse, Orion still didn't know his place. His face darkened as he thought about Valois. Another problem. The boy seemed to attract too much attention. Orion needed to be restrained, needed to learn obedience, and above all, Orion needed to acknowledge that he belonged to him. All that nonsense about being his equal was ridiculous, but he grudgingly respected the boy for making a stand. He would need to be more careful with him given his powers. And he was losing control. He shouldn't have keyed the boy, and he shouldn't have taken pleasure in it. But the boy's lithe body against his exquisite warm mouth surrendering to his, no. He wouldn't fall into temptation, into weakness. If he wanted to use the boy however he saw fit, then he would, but he would be in control. He would do it to manipulate, not to get lost in mindless lust. As Orion left the room, he saw that the ball was still in full swing. Orion went into one of the deserted rooms and quickly threw the flow powder at the fireplace and flowed to Malfoy Manor. When he reached his bedroom he tiredly dropped on his bed. He tentatively touched his bruised lips and then scowled at himself. He had liked it. Morgana strike him down. He had liked Voldemort's key. He hadn't even been too aware of that while it happened, but now he knew. So different from any other key that Lysander had given him, so much more intense and consuming. Orion angrily punched his pillow. Damn it. He shouldn't have liked it. Not while Voldemort had crucioed him and then backhanded him, not while Voldemort had been spouting again his ridiculous ideas. This was getting out of hand. He had to put an end to it. He shouldn't give Voldemort a reason to start that kind of games with him. He had to act cool and indifferent around him. That's it. Just be unnoticeable. Voldemort had a lot on his hands. If Orion kept a low profile then Voldemort wouldn't pay attention to him. But by Morgana that next time Voldemort harmed him he would harm him back. Orion sighed. At least he won't be seeing him at the meetings again. He wouldn't go to the next 2 balls either. He frowned. Voldemort had seen the control he had on his dark magic. Damn it. It was too soon. He would need to train harder to control it better. But besides that, there was still something strange. The key. What he had felt, had it only been pleasure? No, he had felt something else pulling from within. His magic. Maybe. What was the meaning of it? Orion tiredly rubbed his eyes. It was also very confusing. He needed to rest. Orion faked illness for the next 2 balls and he wrote to Sebastian to excuse his absence. After confronting Lucius for telling Voldemort about Valois and him, he was at least more pacified when the older wizard explained that he hadn't thought that Voldemort would get angry or that Orion would react so stupidly. Lucius said that he wasn't proposing that Orion, in particular, should seduce Valois, he just thought that Valois' weakness was something useful that Voldemort needed to know. Lucius and Draco had separately interrogated him about what happened between Voldemort and him once they left the room, but Orion had refused to say anything. He only told them that they had a brief argument and had left it at that. Lucius had seemed perturbed and Orion thought that he might have told something to Narcissa, since in the following days she had been casting concerned glances at him. But none of them spoke about it again. On Sunday, he went back to Hogwarts with Draco, thankful that Voldemort was too busy with the meetings to have time to summon him and confront him. Though at some point Voldemort would call for him, of that, he was certain. As Orion reached the entrance of Durmstrang's dorm, he remembered something that had been on his mind since the meeting. He stopped Draco from advancing towards Slytherin's dorms and asked, "Draco, what's the Department of Mysteries?" Rookwood mentioned it during the meeting. Draco looked around to make certain they were alone and then cast silencing spells around them. He looked at Orion and said quietly, "The Department of Mysteries lies in the lowest level of the English Ministry of Magic, on the 9th level. There, wizards who are called unspeakables, go about researching some of the deepest mysteries of magic. They explore and experiment with these mysterious forces in various chambers. No one really knows what is down there since the unspeakables take an oath to keep their secrets." Rookwood somehow managed to circumvent his oath and he passed information to the Dark Lord during the First War. From what he said it seems that the Americans have a similar department. I guess all countries do. Orion nodded and went to his dorm. He wondered what kind of things were studied there. It sounded very interesting. And what could the Americans possibly have? That night, as he lay beside a sleeping Lysander, his guilt consumed him. He had allowed Voldemort to key him and worse, he had enjoyed it. But it wasn't right. He looked at Lysander's peaceful face and tenderly caressed his pale cheek. Lysander was so gentle and good to him. This is what he needed, Lysander's love, not Voldemort's aggressive and manipulative possessiveness. Orion softly keyed at Lysander's lips and burrowed against him. He vouched that his relationship with Voldemort would be strictly professional from now on. Lysander was everything he needed. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.